they'll be on track. And we saw the quickest pass in Radial history in Australia just yesterday from Wade Wagstaff.
I wish I was on the PA. I was indulging with a bit of private spectating down at the fence and saw it from the fence. And as I said, as we were explaining to it last night, the way the suspension kind of rammed itself into the ground, it literally did this little hop. It didn't hop off the ground, but you could see the suspension plant. I saw it go boink. It's like, well, that's the limit of the suspension. The thing took off. I think, no, it's going to knock the tyre off. By the time that theory was blown into shreds, we were thinking it was still only go past 330 because word was, sorting out the fuel system. They just wanted to get the car past 330 at a happy ET before Wade gave it all the way through to the 660. But no, he belted it all the way through. And of course, where I was standing, that light post made it look like a 388. I didn't jump up and down. I mean, honestly, if I saw 68 in this lane, I would have probably jumped as high as this tower. I just looked and I go, oh yeah, it's an 88. What a great, that's not bad. That's a good settler. Let's get an 88 down. And then the guy behind me in the grandstand goes, is that a new record, Diggles? I said, well, no, mate, it's an 88. He goes, no, it's a 68. So when I went up and sat near him, yeah, that's a 68. Oh yeah, damn, you've just seen Australia's quickest radial pass just then. It was a dynamite 60 foot, and I did, well, because I wasn't up here, I didn't get to see the whole slip, but I think Wade's obviously got it.
That's a massive jump too. Like that's a 10th.
I had this little thought.
PB
I had this little
here
thought
in Australia.
I had this little thought getting ready yesterday, running around at home, going, well, how long before we see a 60? Considering the quality of car, I mean, Wade's already been there. Joe's been there. We've got so many of the other cars there that we know are coming. They want to take that from the Grinch, and then I'm thinking, oh, maybe he might just tip into a 60 here. It'd be good if he could, and then that's what happened yesterday. Thank you for that, race control.
That's just where we're up to at the moment. I just need a confirmation on a tied queue time if it goes to the higher race number or the lower race number.
Oh, so if they both,
yeah,
if someone, it's good to simulate potential outcomes, and one of them would be, what if two people hit their thingy? Will we go on RT? Can we go on RT after?
Oh yeah, for the closest we will, for the diamond.
Yeah,
I
so
think
there
you're
we
talking
go.
about seeding, aren't you? Yeah, so go the lowest race number first. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, so we worked a lot of stuff out then, yeah, that was
But
good.
I agree, yeah. When we're talking about the dial-in one...
Well, you knew what he was on
Yeah,
about,
I
I
do.
just didn't listen. I just said, yeah, well, if they're both the same, and then you go, no, it's the different race number, so there we go.
Yeah, with the dial-ins, I think we'll go with the reaction time, so if both cars go 1,000, so we'll go RT.
Well, look, I'm just looking at the Overtaking Lane stream on YouTube. 22 waiting, so there's 22 that haven't opened up yet.
They don't have to wait too long because we can hear them
Here we go!
Kenda Radial! Wade Wagstaff! Can you feel this, Chris Diggles?
Hells yeah. Hells yeah. This is what it's all about. This is what a lot of people want to see.
Jeff Campbell-Brown in the lane beside him in the big Chevelle.
He did all right last night, Jeff. Got that into the bottom fours. Low by 4-1, I think, or 4-2.
What a way to start your Saturday morning off here. Outlaw Radio brought to us by Fuel Tech USA and Race Parts Melbourne. And Bolt King Capalaba also for the outstanding Outlaw Radio car later on. At the moment, Q1. The man on everyone's lips, Wade Wagstaff, Luke Marston to guide him in. They're both backed up. Campbell Brown in the 71 Chevelle. Wagstaff in the 57 Chevy. I think we need to stand up, Chris.
Yes, we have to. First qualifying session for Kenda. Outlaw Radio, thanks to Race Parts Melbourne. $5,000 the win too, thanks to Fuel Tech USA. Bump City, baby. Oh, yes. 993, he goes 372, 194. And for Campbell Brown, 418. Look at the light for Campbell Brown, 065, 107 to 60. Wade goes sub 1 again.
993 to the 60 foot for Wade Wagstaff.
993, 250, 2.50 to 330 foot, 372, 194 mile an hour, and banged that suspension to the ground again, and off it went. Our first pairing in qualifying for Outlaw Radial, and how's that? So look, Yeah, last night 368, today 372. So that's the backup. Not that we needed a backup, we just need a number. And the time slip don't lie. Last night 368, and today 372. Very first hit down the racetrack.
You think you might have buttoned it off early, only 194?
It could have. Good morning to everyone watching on our live streams, Overtaking Lane, and just our little one that we're putting up here. Mel Black, Brad Alexander, Mitch Roseland. A few people right in straight away on the Overtaking Lane stream. 117, bang, first pass, 117 from 22 waiting. And we are on. And here's a guy that last night strapped on some 275s to be part of our small tyre shootout, thanks to Outlaw Exhaust and High Tech Oils. We didn't quite get to the final. We got down last more than the weather canvas. But Joe Gauchi, 442 in his first run last night on 275s, then proceeded to go 35 and a 38, and was looking all the goods to, but you know what, in radial racing, looking good. You can only need one more run, but look, Joe Gauchi, so much experience racing, and you knew that it may have been almost an impossible task, but who knows. And here's the guy, Daniel Zabolix. He was piecing together a run last night, run after run. It would get out and then zing the tyres. Last shot at it last night, he came out, got through this area relatively soft, locked the converter up, went 394. So he got a 3 out of this last night. The Lotus Caravans sponsored Camaro. How good are these things? State of the art. Of course, one's United States built. The one over there, that silver Mustang, built here in Australia. The Profab Mustang. Big shout out to Carl Cox as well. Of course, sponsors Joe. He's also probably officially Joe's, Carl Cox's official chassis builder. Fab guy. All right, here we go. Oh, that's what we want from Symbolics. That's a run and a half. There we go. Joe actually was the one that faltered, but Symbolics got it together. 102, 60 foot, 389, 198, and great backup from last night. And how's that one for Joe, though? Just knocking I think he knocked the tyre off it. I was too busy watching the orange Camaro go down the track.
102 to the 60 foot for Symbolics as well. That was on a march.
102. So there we go, a 372 and a 389. And that's just the first two qualifying pairings in Outlaw Radial, thanks to Race Parts Melbourne, Fuel Tech USA. And yeah, it's going to be even harder for us to try and pick an outstanding car today in all of our categories. And remember, all of our outstanding categories are all 500 the pay, so when you add all those up, it's still several thousand just in awarding an outstanding car, let alone whoever wins.
$32,000 in prize money to give away today.
This is the best of the best. Talk about Daniel Cox. There's the boogeyman, and here's Paul Merry, of course formerly of PSI Prem fame, but look, PST Performance, that car has spent a lot of time at the Profab shop. Joe Gauchi's done a heap of work on it. Paul Merry, it's fair to say the Outlaw Radial bug has hit. So has Andrew Zada. Now, 20B rotary, 7-second RX3 guy. Haven't had a go at Kenda in his 20B RX3. The bug bit, this is how bad the bug bites, is when you go and get the boogeyman. And he had Pro Charge Camaro, 564 cubes, and he knows that these things are a decent evolution path. I mean, you know that at the moment the most dominating combination in Radial versus the world is Pro Charge cars. In fact, when you have a look at Proline Pro Charged combos, like they are pretty much 4 to 6 cars in the States that always seem to end up in the pointy end. However, it's a lot. You can go and get a tune-up, yes you can, but you've also still got to come and try and put it down on your own backyard. And look at this, Paul Merry, 376 cubes. So I think we're playing with a pretty healthy small block here. Got into the 4-1s yesterday as well. Zeta went 4-1, 4-1-1 with, he says off the throttle at 3 seconds or something. So let's just see what happens on this run. Went 156, 4-1-1 at 156. Outlaw Radial qualifying. Locks the converter up too. It's out of 397. It's raining threes. Andrew Zada, 107, 271. Paul Merry, look at that, 408. 107 in the 60. 107 in the 60. And there we go. How's the old qualifying look now, Mark Allen? Oh, yeah, 372, 389, 397. And the Boogeyman team, they've got to be happy with that. That's their first three after only really a handful of runs. So we have been testing for a couple of days, trying to piece the perfect run together. The power delivery for a Pro Charge car is different to any other form of power delivery. It's delivery of air at the square root of the speed of the engine. So when you are delivering that much air almost immediately from 0 RPM or whatever when you hit the converter, that air delivery is quite a lot more air straight away than a screw blowing car where you've got to wind the RPM up.
Yep.
So you're trying to then control that power. And one thing that was a little bit of a clue last night is the Pro Charge cars out of the zoomies. Power management is flame. You see flame out the zoomies as they start to go down. You'll see where the power measure was. And I was watching Symbolic's Hanzada last night. The Pro Charge cars coming out through this area with power management. You get a little bit of little lit flame there, a little bit of header, and then it'd be off and lock the converter up. That's what Symbolic's did last night. It had that little bit of zoomie as it tried to power manage through the area where, as the RPM's coming up, it was throwing the tyres off at 100 foot out. That was notorious for the last few runs. Then he got out past that, the flames sort of stopped, and then the thing locked up the converter. This guy has got a slightly different combo too. Johnny Ricker from Race Parts Melbourne, and talking to him, he's a real cool, quiet character. He knows he's got himself a beast here. He's the only guy with a 5-speed Liberty. I know we've got tie drives. Of course, Wade's got a tie drive in it. This is a 5-speed Liberty with a torque converter and a lock-up, all that gear. So this is the fruitiest of the fruitist turbo car we've got. And he just hasn't got a run down yet. He says our first gear ratio now with the 5-speed is sort of become extra light. So he says it's just a harder way to try and get the power down. If he had a taller first gear, he reckons he wouldn't have so much problem. But you're trying to whack 5 gears in the 660 here. And beside him, George Jezewski last night. George went like an 03 with the Lotus Caravans Lexus. Bump City, baby! Oh, now they're all there! There's Johnny still slipping it a little bit. 408, 195. George just a bit further down. It came out 119 that time. I think even last night the 03 was only like a 11060. But 119 there for George. And Johnny Ricker, 408, 195 mile an hour. And you saw the suspension working there, Mark?
Mate, that was incredible.
Yeah.
Watching it just plants tyres, lifts back up. 108 to the 60 foot.
And it still sounds like a little bit of slippage there.
Yeah,
I mean, it did that the other night where it was just, you could hear it all on the converter. That might have been a run without the lock-up there, but it got out and it got down. So that's
big speed, 195 mile an hour for him still.
So that's Outlaw Radial first qualifying session, and wow, 333s in there. And it's got to get the old heart rate back down already because that was pretty impressive display straight off the bat at 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's our first qualifying session for Outlaw 275. Spot On Performance and Fabrications sponsoring. And I almost didn't recognise Kyle then. He'd normally got the 6-piece shot on, but because it's his good buddy Shane Crichton, he's got the 1JZ747 shirt on. This is, I still say it today, I mean, we've got 2 quickest of the world here. I reckon we've got the quickest TC Cortina in the world. Like, I can't know of any TC Cortinas that go quicker than this thing. And the quickest Crusader in the world. Shane's gone into the 7-second zone, like deep into the 7s with this car. He was peeling out, I think, 470s, 480s last night with this car. So he's going to be there as the metric challenge to all of these V8s in this category. And this is not where the 6 cylinders stop either. We've got another Toyota Land Cruiser powered one coming up shortly. But out there right now, Kreitz is ready. It also is probably nearly the world's lightest Crusader. It's still all original, you know. As you can see, it's not like it's got fiberglass doors or anything. He's got, I think, he's got a new chin on it. He's got that new Rob Harrington on it. So Timmy Cross, Bump City. Let's see what Timmy does first hit. Oh, that little wheel, that left-hand front wheel, just doesn't even come down. Oh, doesn't even come down. Timmy Cross, 436, 180 mile an hour. 043 light, 122 in the 60, and not the ideal launch for Shane. Yesterday it all worked really well, and just this first run today, no good. In fact, not happy at all, the Crusader. So I hope that issue can be rectified, but it was on a string last night. And Timmy Cross, how good's that car? Now, we know that when he steps on it, we've seen big wheel stands. That's how we got the name Timmy. That left-hand front wheel just did not rotate at all. It left the line, and that left-hand front, it's hard to show you on the street, just stayed motionless for probably 300, 400 foot. It just carried it all the way down, and he sent that small block forward out the back, 436 at 180 mile an hour. He may not have it his own way today. Big shout out to everyone watching on our little stream, including Mr. Mario Rahane. Hey, Mario. Gary, hang on, Gary Hunt's watching. Gary, aren't you supposed to be waiting for the call for 235 to the lane? You know what, we'll call that. Okay, OG315, OG315 to the lanes, please, lane 4, OG275, OG275 to the lanes, please. I'm just going to call that out now. I'm just calling them preemptive just to start racking them up. So we should have 275 and 235 in the lanes now, but let's get 4, 5 and 6 lanes going. OG315 to the lanes, please. OG315 to the lanes, please. OG275 to lanes 5 and 6. OG275, lanes 5 and 6 now, please. OG315 to lane 4. All right, Smithy and Webby. Turbo LS Mustang, big block Chev turbo hatchback, Bump City. Oh, they both went for a bit of a go. Oh, Webby goes for the big wheel stand as he took back off. He did that last night. He zinged him and then it just went in this wheel stand. 564 and 574. Both guys straight off the hit, just threw the power at it and didn't like any of it. But you've got to look at that. Isn't it funny that previous run you see Tim Cross go down that lane 436, so you know the track's good. And to a fair extent, these guys have got to own that, yeah, what we threw at it didn't take. Can't be the track, because the track's showing it. If every car was doing the one thing, then we would say that that's...
Oh, we've already seen a sub 1 second 60 foot. So the track's got some bite. We are in spot-on performance with fabrications. Outlaw 275. Next up, we have got Randall Laurie.
And our schedule's been altered again. That's all right. Keithy's writing a few more things down. So they had a little bit of this Tirana apart last night, I understand, because we know that when he fired that thing up, it was about, it might have been midnight, 1 o'clock. Cranked it out.
So we've had a shut down. I'm not too sure. Maybe we've got a car still on the track.
A car stop down there.
We've got a car stopped on the track.
It might be the green Mustang, because I know the brown Tirana definitely scooted itself down the end there. So fair to say that if there's a car still on the track, it's got to be Smithy, because Webby was the one that kind of then got back on it and absolutely sent it through the end. So we know that it might be Smithy just over the side. Yeah, well, Webby got 164 mile an hour out of it at the end there, but we do have someone on the track which we're just recovering right now.
So last time I saw Randall out here in the Tirana, he was doing a massive wheel stand.
Yeah, oh, it's just come alive, this car again. It's had a rebirth. What's that? Oh, a broken front end. That's no good. Well, that's hard to roll around. That's not good. We had footage here last night. Scotty Hoffman in the little Corolla came out for a run and against Guy King, I think. So 2 Corollas, and Hoff went out and the thing came to a grinding halt over to the side. We were speculating everything. I sent him a quick message on Messenger and he got back to me and he thought it might have been the input shaft on the gearbox. We're thinking, oh, well, can you fix it? And he goes, oh, it'd be a long night. So we're communicating via Messenger as he's getting pushed slowly going down the track. Once he got over, it started rolling down the end. And then we get a photo a little bit later on in the night, snapped both axles.
Ooh.
Clean snapped the axles. And he says, axles getting made tonight. And guess what? That little Corolla just rolled past here this morning, ready to come and run in 235. So there's some thrash, and I mean I mean, it could have been worse. If it was an input shaft in the gearbox, that's a lot harder. The diff's, you would assume the diff's relatively easy to fix, but, you know, you're pulling gearboxes out, especially cars with standard firewall and everything like that. As we were talking about last night, that car kind of gets pieced together when it's ready to go racing, and then if you ever have to do anything on it, you're unpiecing it, pulling it all apart. It's like a little cute Corolla Lego set, really. But, yeah, that little 3RZ last night was on an absolute mission. G'day, Chappie. Good morning to Chappie. Brendan Black. Andrew Smith. Big hi to look, my wife, Liz Diggles, is watching the live stream.
Nice.
Good morning, love. Good
We
morning,
got a couple
love.
hundred on the live stream for Overtaking Lane as well.
Mario Rahayim, yes, it is. It's looking like a nice day. We've just got a little bit of light cloud blowing over, but there's a little bit more action happening on the coast. Let's just hope we don't get too much in this side. But we are in the beginning, essentially, of an Outlaw 275 field, qualifying for the first time. Thanks to Spot On Performance. So just a shout out, OG315. Now our lanes have slightly been altered here, and I can't make out the rest. OG315 to the lanes, please. I think that's... I still can't read that. OG275. OG275 to the lanes, please. So OG315 and OG275 to the lanes, please. Of course, what is an OG class? Well, the OG class essentially is steel car, essentially steel roof quarters. It's got to have at least two of the three requirements, being, you know, registered, full interior. That's almost a given. You've got to kind of have your full interior. Rego helps, you know. Rego, that's good. Can you drive on the street, or have you driven it on the street? Yes, you're an OG. But yeah, we don't particularly want gutted out cars. You know, they've got to be of that street appearance. And yeah, we don't take no pro mods in there, or, you know, front cars or anything like that.
And they get moved up as well, don't they?
Yeah, all right. We're just having a quick look down there with the the ute. The ute we normally, you know, drop some rice hull ash behind. I don't know whether any little leakage has come out of that we're addressing, but I do believe whatever car was on track is getting recovered as we speak. But yeah, the Outlaw 275 field looks pretty healthy, and there's a few black belt cars in here as well. I told you we've got a little bit of import action in there, but we've also got some black belt action. So there's guys that just won't change, Mark. There's guys that will just be that forever. If you're a turbo guy, you might just be turbo forever. If you're a blower guy, you'd be that. If you're a nitrous guy, well, you're just crazy.
Yeah, and some guys are swinging either way.
Some guys have a crack at everything. I think, you know what, the only guy I think, well, use two guys, right? So the first guy that I think was the guy that's had a go at everything, and that's Stu Henry. Like, he's had nitrous guy, he had the nitrous thing, he had the turbo thing, of course. Then he went the
Pro Charger?
Well, the centrifugal charger, I think it was the Vortec,
yeah.
So he's had all three different power adders. So he's dabbled in the three of them. Of course, then you had Juan.
I was going to say Juan. Good mix.
So Juan's had all three. Now, look, Juan had updated me on the messaging this morning that I think the blower's gone on that. He said it was just too much drain on the engine for what the turbo was sort of wanting the engine to do, and that the blower was kind of the thing that was holding back the power. So he's lost one of those. We can still call him compound, we just can't call him triple charge anymore.
Can't be the triple.
So he's the other guy that sort of, well, in one car's had all three power adders in one car. Like, not too many people do all three power adders in the one car. I mean, you have seen some in the past that are real freaky, but none of them full street weight on pump that can go like nearly fours in the eighth. You know, fours in the eighth. That's and on a 235, mind you. So that's going to go down in the in our little history books anyways, about, well, mate, that's a guy that had a good old crack. But no one else has kind of gone and done the three. You know, and I know that there's a lot of guys that will never, ever, ever take their nitrous off and go to the dark side, which everyone rates as probably the turbos of the dark side. And, you know, you've got to be blown to be known. And when it comes to guess who's coming, well, it can either be, you know, we've got Guy Hall there, or we've got Randall Laurie, that have that idol that we all dreamed we have at the McDonald's drive-thru, which is that rump. And it's not too long before we get to see them. So just another call, OG275 and OG315 to the lanes, please. I just saw a kid on a scooter, and that reminded me to make this announcement, because we could have done it at the briefing, but we thought we'd wait. This is a great opportunity to say this, right? please, I know that they're everywhere and people use them to commute to work and blah, blah, blah. But these electric scooters, and we're going to give you one warning only. Please park them. They're an easy way to get around, but we're just not going to tolerate them. So if someone comes up to you and says, oi, get rid of your scooter, don't blow up about it. It's because we're telling you now those things we can't have running around rampant, because it'll be everything from a bloke in his 80s on one to a kid that's 12 that I just saw go past at 96 kilometres an hour on one. We can't have that in the pits. We cannot have that anywhere. No, we can't, Pez, can we? We can't. Pez is, and you know what? I'm going to assign private civilian marshals that will have the right to confiscate and sell your scooter on the internet. That's how serious we are about getting rid of these electric scooters today. It's a rule that we have, of course, a couple of weeks ago. It's just in there. It's actually written in our, conditions of entry, is that we can't tolerate these electric scooters here. They are too much of a liability. And it's not so much we're worried about you running into a car. We're just worried about you on the scooter hurting yourself and then looking around to see who you can blame for you driving one. We're telling you right now, our stance on electric scooters here, we're not going to tolerate it. So if you're on one, park it. It's, cool. It's nice to be able to float from one end to the other here, but do what all of us normally have to do, Mark, and lug our sorry asses from here to the bathroom or whatever. But I'm seeing kids scooting around on them again today. They are not a thing that we're going to tolerate. So did everyone hear that? You people in the grandstands heard that, didn't you? So it's not like I'm just saying it to Mark. You guys heard that, so you know what our stance is on scooters. We can't have them. This lady's got 2 scooters down here, she said. You heard it twice. She goes, you want me to say it 3 times? Yeah, no scooters, all right? They're lovely. Yes, I wish I had one, and a fast one. I wish I did, but no, we can't have them. And actually, you know what? It was sad. One of our neighbourhood Facebook pages in our local area on the north side actually had a 52-year-old bloke get killed on one riding home. And because we got bike tracks and things like that in various suburbs, you can go along bike tracks and commute that way. This bloke was on his way home on that track that he's taken before, but has come to grief, hit a brick wall, brown bread. So you know what I mean? These things are shocking for accidents. What we do to try and help people not have accidents is to tell them that you can't ride them here. Yes, it's a bloody big playground, and yes, it'll be good. You could run everywhere around them on a scooter, and it's great. We are not going to tolerate scooters. So if you do see someone on a scooter, you have the right to say, oi, remember what Uncle Chris said, get off the damn scooter. Park it for today, please. All right? If they give you a bit of grief, take a photo, send it to me, and I'm going to get this kid, whoever this kid is. I don't even know him yet. I just know we're going to have trouble with these people, right? Because they feel like they're saving the planet. Really, they're just saving their sorry asses from walking everywhere. So just ditch the scooters. Not like you see on the sidewalks of Brisbane. I mean, God, then it's free scooters for everyone.
I'm never riding a scooter again, Chris. You've
mate, not even them. What are those razors? Those little razor scooters and stuff. The ones where every Christmas, every kid gets one for Christmas, but then you go to the dump and there's 96 of them at the dump, like the old ones. And I've ridden one of them, mate, and they're just as dangerous. Mate, when you've got like 1 degree of rake there and a wheel about 4 inches in diameter, mate, it's not going to end well. So just no scooters, all right? And the same goes for kids on golf buggies. Golf buggies we tolerate, but we normally need a responsible licensed adult driving the golf buggy. Now push bikes. We're kind of not good on push bikes, even though if it was a jamboree and Chris Tate was here, he'd be on his mongoose riding around everywhere, right? But again, a lot of our officials are just riding treadlers, and they're doing that as their way of getting around. They're allowed to do that, and they normally are wearing a helmet at the same time. So we're all about safety here. Yes, one day we should have an electric scooter drag race competition where we run these scooters. I don't know, they'll run out of legs by 3:30. One day we might do some 3:30 electric scooter racing. Maybe that's the opportunity to get kids off the streets and racing here on the track. Or you can see what they do in Thailand, where they'll put about 50 mopeds all on the line together, and they send 50 mopeds off in one go. We won't be doing that. We're not Thailand. There's a good reason why we're not Thailand. It's called safety standards. And we've got them. But have you seen that? There's a YouTuber called CB Media, and he's American living in Thailand, and he's at all of these car events. He's at the drag events. He's at these motorbike drag racing events where they're betting huge money. They're putting these little jockeys on these hyped up little lightweight two-stroke bikes, and these things are like running bottom tens, high nines in the quarter. These things, they're nuts, and these guys they're like planking from about half track. They're just planking on the things. They're the same nutbags that go out there and put those Isuzu diesels in the flat bottom boats and do 130 mile an hour on the lakes. I'm glad that trend hasn't quite got here yet, because all it's going to take is him to run into one Duro and a jet ski, and it's all game over. You know what I mean?
I just never know
you
where
could not put those things in an Australian waterway. If the marine life doesn't kill you in one of those things, I don't know what else. Imagine, see, they don't have wobbegongs over there, mate. Like, you wouldn't want to hit a wobbegong on one of those flat bottom things at 130 mile an hour.
I just never know where our conversations are going to go.
Well, I went to Thailand. It went to Thailand, Mark.
Yep.
Where Warney went. So I'm not going there. All bad things come out of there. And out of different places too. So not going to go there. But I do dig their drag racing culture. They do have a drag strip over there. And one thing that is a universal language when it comes to, drag racing is what comes up on the ET board. So I dig that. Can they run low sevens in a diesel pro stock truck? Yes, they do. They use Isuzu diesel 4 cylinders with Liberty transmissions, and these things, I mean, you've got to wait 3 minutes for the soot to clear, but the things are going bottom sevens. Bottom sevens in these tweaked out, super low slung D-Maxes. And you wonder why D-Maxes? You see them go through when you watch a live stream, you see them go through the braking area. There's 9,000 white D-Maxes in the car park. That's why they're big. That's their biggest thing they have in Thailand is what I think it's called the Supermax class. And all you got to do is, there's a festival over there called Souped Up Festival, and they don't race each other. Some of these, it's just an ET battle. They come up, they've got their own time to run. They choose a lane. They do a burnout. It takes probably 5 minutes to run. Honestly, you've got to fast forward that stuff. You just can't sit there. You'll fall asleep. So you've just got to zoom, and watch the things run. And when they do go, they go. And big numbers. And it doesn't look like it's an ideal, perfect track either. But I was actually talking to Kurt Johnson, of course, from Total Venue Concepts, who we've had over here before, which, of course, has allowed us to do our track rotator and everything like that. He was asked by the owner of that track to come over and prep the track. But there was a few details in the language barrier which Kurt just needed to clear up before he was going to go to Thailand and prep this track for this guy. I don't think Kurt got there, but if you do get to see it on the live streams or even CB Media when he goes there, it's not a bad little track. Your viewing area, you're literally, where everyone's sitting in the grandstand now, your viewing area is literally, see where the side road is, you literally are sitting above the track, literally probably 3 or 4 metres from the track, especially around the start line area. You're literally above, watching down on the thing. And this guy's got the light shows going on. There's corporate boxes literally at ground level. The cars literally come past the windows. And it's crazy. It's an insane... I'd love to... Look, if I was going to go there, I'd go there to look at the drag racing. It's purely it. I'm not going to some retreat,
Sure,
for a massage
Chris,
and watching the test and stuff.
We believe you.
I'll do everything he didn't do. I'll do the opposite of what he did, and then I should be right. I'll get back in one piece. But... Geez, whatever they are doing down there, mate, we're still recovering.
Normally, we get the car off the track pretty quickly, but...
Did you know that we're giving away $32,000 in prize money? Now, we didn't get to give away the 5 last night. We got down to 4 cars last night in that small tyre shootout. So round 1 was Jamie Jeffries and Scotty Cortina. And look, Jamie in the orange Mustang pulled a big cherry. His 467 might have covered Scotty Cortina's 485. Benzie then had drawn the short straw and had to race Joe Gauchi, so his 496 couldn't get Joe's 435. Andy Pauly in the big long roof Chevy station wagon was up against Peter Faulkner in that very tough VH, and his 529 was no match for the wagons. His 930 was no match for the 529. Mick Arnold and Jason Chizotti raced each other. 515 the win from Mick over Jason's 573. Johnny Elfs and Billy Shelton. Well, that's right, Billy Shelton. So Johnny Elfs went by himself Billy Shelton had done a head gasket. Smithy and Webby, well, Webby got timed out. He ran out of fuel bumping it in. Trent Bimble and Mick Vella. Bimble went 484 over Vella's 580. And Timmy Cross and Steve Bazina. The win was to Bazina over Timmy, but Bazina broke the box.
There we go. Back into it. Outlaw 275 brought to us by Spot On Performance Fabrications. Randall Laurie.
Sorry, mate.
You're right,
Just
buddy.
finishing my up and go. It's up and gone.
Who's in the Mustang?
That'd be Jamie Jeffries, I think.
Jamie Jeffries.
So that'll be Jamie. He was in the Sport Tyre shootout last night. So this car, it was an existing car from someone. It went to Spot On for a while and had all of its stuff looked at. We got Ash Mason out the front there helping Jamie with his deal. Randall Laurie. Blower versus Turbo here. Outlaw 275. First hit for these guys. There we go, bumps it in. Oh, nice little wheel stand there for Randall Laurie. Goes on the ground as Jamie Jeffries. Nice run for the two of them. 468. So there's that 467 last night. There's the 468. And for Randall Laurie, 506. 506.
Very nice.
Not a bad run for him at all. It just did a nice little wheelie there. Out it came.
Nice and tidy. Smooth.
All right, here comes Dub Ends. So this might end our 275. Oh, make that thing sing. Guy Hall. And yes, blowing EFI, big one. So it's not the mechanical setup on it. It's got injectors all over the joint. And you almost think you can nearly lose the lope with this system, because EFI you can almost probably not have it, because mechanical system, everything just sort of gets into this cycle of fuel flow and pump speed. This is an EFI deal. How good is it? And it would not be an event without the Benz turning up and having a crack, whether it was in the old Mod Street blowing days or here we are in Outlaw 275. Guy Hall.
Well, Finance next is supporting our outstanding Outlaw 275 car today as well. Over about the track.
Well, it is There we go. Just to get that little settler out there. So the 1969 Merc, of course, his business Diesel Australia. Just not just hooking up that time. But that's Outlaw. I think that's Outlaw 275 for now. There you go. Timmy 436, Jamie 468, Randall 506, Webby 564, Smithy 574, Guy Hall and Shane Crichton. So out of that group,
Well, we know Webby and Smith can drop down to those mid fours as well.
well, 3 out of those 7 kind of really hit their straps close to the potential. The rest just need another hit at it. All right, here we go. This has got to be Haltech Outlaw 235, and there we go. All lot of lung out there now, mate. There's only one power adder out there, and it's in that Mustang over there. That's Scott Cortina. I think still gassed big block on
What's going
board.
with Graham? He hasn't backed up.
And Grumsy has stalled the
stalled
motor.
it.
There we go. 400 cubic inches of pro stock small block on a 235. One thing about Grumsy, he's never the quickest guy down the track, but boy, it's not only spectacular, but it's really consistent. In the bottom 5s, 520s, he can crack this car. He buzzes that thing to 10,000 RPM. And he's in the pits after every lap there like a pro stocker. Check, got to do that lash. You got to be on the valve train when you're going to buzz it that hard. Cortina went 485 on his hit last night.
I haven't actually seen Scotty in this car before.
Yeah, no, it's a customer's car. It's a Victorian car with the Gazards steering it while Scotty's steering it. And of course, Kevy in the corner, the KPM combo. Always likes to nail the tree, but how's Cortina? 480 480 on the 235. And Grumsy, look at that, 116 in the 60, both sides of the track. And then that little bit more horsepower with the nitrous, 528 or 480. Nice run for the 235 guys straight off the hit.
Yeah, 480.
And here's and how about this? Here we go. Here is one I used to have 3 power at his Kudnik.
He runs in the bottom 5s. Joey Bridge in the Mustang. I know last time Joey the last Kenda event I was here, he was struggling a little bit getting the Mustang to hook up.
Well, old Red, and there's his father out there, Marvin, just making sure he doesn't get his feet stuck to the track. So here we go. 4.6 litres of modular Ford, 400 cubes of small block Chev with a turbo in the back.
If he wanted to get that number 1 spot, need to run to the 470s now, which we know Joey can do.
Alrighty. He'll buzz this thing to 10,000 RPM as well. He's got 32 valves to do it with. Here we go. Oh, we're both out the way. Oh, bobbing the wheel there. Joey on the ship. One pumping out the pump gas. 484 for Joey Bridge. 528. 128 in the 60. 133 in the 60. So yeah, Joey had to play the consistency game there. It wasn't a 116 like we saw Grumsy and Cortina, but it was still putting the power in at the other end. And look at the speed, 155 mile an hour for Joey. So there's our 235 guys so far, thanks to Haltech. And we ain't done yet. Alex Bamford having a go on the 235s. The HQ, 400 cube small block, turbocharged. So Bamford going to be in that 235 category. All right, so we should have a call there. Outlaw, OG 315 and 275, final call. We're ready to bring those categories up, including 315 and 275. I'm going to say Renegades.
Yeah, let's call it.
Renegades to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Is that saying lane 2?
Yep.
Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Ruckus, get ready, don't roll. Yeah, gets the Q in there nice and basic, but still gets an ET, 634 at 113 mile an hour. And that's enough for Bamford to be in that field. So that's the end of Haltech 235, or is it? Hold the phone. I do see that Toyota 86 coming up.
You're right, Gary Hunt was entered in the Outlaw 235 class.
He was. I have not seen Gaz.
If he is watching on the live feed.
Yeah, right, okay.
I'm just having a look at the entry list here for Outlaw 235. It was a big field. Yeah,
so I'm just wondering what we got here. Unless, I know this was George Jezewski's 86, but unless George has come back after running the Lexus to run this or not. Hang on, we've got... Oh, hold the phone. Whom have we got here? We have a black 86 and a black Ute. All right. This might be OG 315. We've got a couple of different over here. That's one rule that they both go for. So this could be OG 315 brought to us by Lotus Caravans. It's Giovanni, there we go. So it is Giovanni Interisi, freestyle RVs, the Toyota 86, the 1FZ FE Land Cruiser engine in it. And here is the black Ute of James Horan. Yes, stock body shell, I think that's one of the rules. The other ones are, could you drive it on the street? As much interior, it's very, very grey areas here, but I'm not going to.
I think you've only got to qualify 2 of the 3.
Yes.
So.
All right. So James has just got it in the water. Now they're just trying to keep this thing alive and in. And if we can't get James in there, we're going to have to.
It looks like Giovanni will be on a
just
solo
going to let
pass.
Giovanni get in there. Don't forget we've got all the Kenda merchandise down at Kenda Central in behind the control tower. You'll see the Kenda marquees down there. Just reminding, because Scotty Harker's got the new Kenda bucket hat on by the look of it. All right, so Giovanni's going to have a crack here by himself. James couldn't get the Hemi-powered Hilux ready for this one. Double red. There we go. No, it was interesting. We double red there for a bit, then it came back and through the tree. But yeah, Giovanni could not get the power down on that hit, so has spun the tyres pretty hard, and will be putting that one down to didn't quite work. All right, well, this is OG315. This car fits right in. It is Aaron Gregory, ASG Motorsports. It went like 511 here last night with this panel band, and then look, trying to go for the 4 was power wheeling. It like gets in that wheel stand attitude, you know, where it just starts to want to do wheelies. So another call to the lanes, please. Renegade Q1 to the lanes, please. Renegade Q1 to the lanes, please. Renegade Q1 to the lanes, please.
It looks like Giovanni might be stuck on the track down there. Hopefully we'll be able to push him off just through the gate there at the finish line.
Big shout out to you, Dodsy. What up, G? Doing the work on the Saturday, getting that grey gold in the ground, and then coming out later for a bit of a watch. Just saw Disco Dean towing around, probably for Renegade Q1. So Renegade Q1 to the lanes, please. I'm going to say Ruckus.
Yeah, let's call him. Let's make a call, mate.
Yeah, Ruckus
to lane 3.
Ruckus to lane 3, please. Rumble and Rebel, get ready, don't roll. Rumble and Rebel, get ready, don't roll. But we'll have Renegade, please, to the lanes number 2. Ruckus to lanes 3, please. Let's roll these guys out. All right, yeah, getting that 86 off the track down there. So yeah, Giovanni just not able to get that thing down under its own power. So it's now in behind the wall, and time to let these guys loose. So here he is, the Black Ute. Is he ready to go? G'day, Ryan McKenzie. Sup? All right. We all good. We all good down there. Just checking everything out.
It's good to see James back out here. It's been a while.
It has been a while. It's the beast has been together for a while now. Of course, James was doing everything, including full fabrications for people, everything like that. And I think he just peeled back on it because when you get a bit of a name for yourself, if you're a one-man band, how much can you do? And keep going.
And keep the family happy as well at the same time.
All right. Got a brolly up there. I hope it's just for some sun protection.
Well,
I'm looking
our gauge up here is
our corrugated iron up here is dry, and everyone's sort of standing out on track waiting. So we are just checking down there whether or not they're copping something.
Oh, no, Giovanni is still just stuck in the
right.
Gate. Yeah. Hopefully it's not too low.
I think we're coming to do the recovery. Here comes the tender vehicle, I think, ready to try and just pull him back up that last hump. Yeah, you need a little bit of huffing and puffing to get up that one. That's a little ramp uphill there, so that's a little bit harder to get up. But I know, Toyota 86s, well, let's face it, when's the last time even a modern car was light? It's still, even if it was a stock 86, it's going to be hard to push up there, let alone, one with a locked up diff or solid diff and decent sized tyres on, still a 315, and yeah, pushing that thing.
There we go.
I think that was still 2600. So another call to the lanes, please. Let's get into the lanes. Renegades looks like they're already in the lanes. Ruckus to the lanes, please. Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. So here we go. All right, Aaron Gregory, as we said.
Well, it looks like James is getting out of the car.
Oh, that's
getting
no good, because he was ready to go too.
He was ready for a while. Aaron Gregory.
He had just getting the end of the James story there, he's kind of sort of peeled back from doing all of that.
Yep.
But then he's getting this really good reputation as a torque converter builder. And he does a bolt together converter. He learnt doing it when he was the Turbo Toyota V8 days of doing his own converters. And the man was doing his own bolt togethers a long time ago. So another Aussie success story just born out of racing, out of his own necessity to get the right converter. Now Gregory, this thing, hold on to your hats. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's still going to be good. Yeah, 506, 147 mile an hour for the HR panel van. So, just bob that thing up and down, 506. That's the benchmark now. these stock-bodied OG 315 cars. And again, I think we come down to the amount of steel in them. I think they're in on a technicality about how much steel they got in them. I mean, this car, Steve Carkeet, like you look at that in Aaron Gregory's HR. Like if you love your classic Holdens, these things are great.
Just having a look to see if there's an award for outstanding OG 315 car. There is, brought to us by Impact Ground Services.
Here's Glenn Finnegan. So Glenn Finnegan with the Nova, 598 cubic inches, by the way. So this OG 315 class, literally stock-bodied cars, street-appearing cars, I think is what we say. And essentially, if you are a pro mod, you're not in this class. You're in the Outlaw class. Hang on. So we've got double reds down there. Just got two reds done. Carkeet goes 518 across the ground at 139 mile an hour. And I'll give you the hot tip. If him and Aaron Gregory bump in against each other, it could turn into a wheelie fest. So both of those guys, the HR been starting to pull big wheelies, and Carkeet, well, he's now trying to tone it down from doing the big wheelies. So they're the run so far. Gregory, Carkeet, Finnegan and Giovanni, and we ain't done yet. There's a few more in OG 315. I think that would be Simon Graham and Michael Nichols. So Michael Nichols in the VL. Big shout out to Wendy Clark watching, and Rhett Lockie. G'day Rhett. Normally we do have the odd drag radial bikes when we do have the bikes come out. But we need to get them in a group. It's hard to get all the guys together. But when the radial, when we do have a Kenda, sometimes we do get to whack a few bikes in there as well. Rhett, I reckon there'd be another one in there yet. No bar, but he'll ride the headstock off it. All right, so he is putting one light on already, Michael Nichols. That's 427 cubes at Calais, and beside him Simon Graham, 350 cubes. This of course is the Doubleman's car, but Simon gets to steer it. And here we go, bit of OG 315 qualifying here. An OG brought to us by Lotus Caravans. 1,000 to win, 500 runner-up, 500 most outstanding. Have two wheel stands. Why not have two wheel stands and then
Still
go
goes
to that?
5-1-1.
That's a I wasn't
and a
even
5-1-4 for Graham.
I wasn't even watching Simon. I'm watching triple wheel stands from the VL, 511 and 514. How good's that? 506, 511, 514, 518. And we know that Glenn and Giovanni can probably run something really representative there. So, wow. OG 315. And is that a little sprinkle, is it? Yep, little sprinkle. Here it comes. Oh, well, it was above us. We saw it. Right now, we've just got to probably... You can see what's there blowing over. It's what we cop. It's what goes past us. And we'll probably be on the tractor dragging here shortly. So, stick with us. And just as Marcus Page was about to run on the hot rod, he's got nowhere to hide. He can't stay in the car and stay dry. He's on a hot rod. So at this stage, we've just got to let this sprinkle come over. We can't run them while it's sprinkling down rain. We certainly can start attending to the track when it stops, but normally we might get out and start dragging at the same time while this light stuff comes down. So stick with us, folks. Go grab that Kenda merchandise while you can. They've got the new Kenda hats down there, the Kenda shirts, and all the merch. Great opportunity to grab it right now before it all sells out later. And this light sprinkle, we'll deal with it and be back as soon as we can. But here comes the tractor. Yeah, we're going to try and drag that. Hopefully, if you have a look at the radar, it's kind of blowing through relatively fast. So hopefully whatever comes here just goes past us like it did last night. We were lucky. We were able to dry that pretty quickly and then get back. So bear with us. We're in here for the long haul. And a big shout out to everyone that's watching on the Overtaking Lane stream and everyone watching on my little stream here. Yeah, Squeak, the 315 means the tyre width. So wondering what 315 stands for. So 315 tyre width, 275 tyre width, 235 tyre width. So that's pretty much what the tyre sizes mean. Big shout out to Dusty Benson. I wish you were here, Dusty, you magnanimous human. But we are getting a little bit more OG action happening as soon as the weather dries up. But right now, as you can see, even on our corrugated iron here, which is our rain gauge, that is barely a sprinkle because we know when it comes down, we see this get pretty wet. and that's barely a sprinkle. So you'll just have
Yeah, it
to
looks
bear
like
with
it's already
us.
drying up.
Tanya's
quickly.
already toned through real quick to make sure that the thing gets out of the weather. And, of course, we ask all competitors that, when we do resume, chamois up what you got. And I know it's hard to get everything out of the sills and everything like that, but maybe if you can pop the doors open and chamois inside inside all the sills and everything like that, that's really going to be helping when we get back underway, hopefully soon, as this light shower goes through and bothers us for a little while before we come back. So just bear with us, get that merchandise, and we'll be back soon as hopefully we'll get some cracks of music. Be back in a tick.
Mate, here we are. Kenda, what do you reckon? Keen as?
Oh, it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action. And I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. This is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
So how you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't, it's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked. And from there, we're going to try and keep cruising on, but we've got flex plate issues at the moment. So we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank you.
Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yep.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So, to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that, especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I'd guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
yeah.
it?
And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that.
Right.
And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not under
classic.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
to build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country, the world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
Yeah,
events,
we do
don't
big
you?
ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And this is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so
yeah,
far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. We had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's
We're
all
going to go fast.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
Yes.
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on. and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason, because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch, because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now, because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
If
then
not
we're done,
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
the
being
lights
out here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev
My
tow
tow
car.
Yeah.
But
It sort of outshines the B a little bit.
it does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So,
Right. Oh, cool.
so we're at the top end, so we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So, yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning this
Yeah,
afternoon,
testing, tune this afternoon, read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working.
and then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch
Yeah,
you.
no, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Mate, twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah,
Got a
but
bit
you've
of steam.
had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. Broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run with the drung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance of $5 grand,
That's
eh?
it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Like radial racing is just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You get a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah,
and,
really
late
cool.
night, after last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
We've got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see if we can give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7 or 8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this road
awesome,
racing?
Mate. Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
Yep.
that we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks
No
for
worries.
talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
So, 10 o'clock. truck drivers briefing.
All the eyes are on you this weekend so far.
Apparently.
No pressure.
No. See how we go. Can only try.
And look, this is a great car. Look, just having a look at this thing. When you sort of see it from the stands and you have a look, like you look at the paint work that's been done on it, and it just looks like a normal old 57 Chev running out there with a bit of changes, but it's all airbrushed on. There's a bit of work going into it, eh?
Yeah, no, it works well, and I mean, we've had it on 10.5 tyre, big tyre, and now the Radial, and yeah, it seems to be a pretty happy car all around, so...
Yeah, right. And
that's good.
You did a stint in the States with it as well a little while ago?
Yeah, so it's pretty much identical as we raced it over there. Just obviously power management a bit different. So yeah, we went 379 over there. Yeah, hopefully the track comes around here and we can try and match it.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Overtakers, how you going? We've got Ben Bray here with us. He's having a ball out here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so far so good. What have we got? 3 runs left, so the 200's still available. Still got to try and catch Wagstaff's 82, which I don't think's possible.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm still here, I'm enjoying it, and I'm smiling.
And that last run, you weren't too far off the 200, were you?
No, 198. So, you know, we tricked it up a little bit. I put a little bit of wing on the back of it because it started to move a bit. I'm going to go for it, I won't lie, but if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. So there's like 20 cars here that can do it. So one of us is going to get it tonight, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
And I'd probably say this blue thing in the background, Sean Hale, he's probably got the best bet right now.
Yeah, righto. There you go.
He's
There's
only
the tip.
5 mile an hour off.
There's the tip. So, what do you reckon, Kenda again next year? We're going to bring another door?
Probably bring 2 of them out.
Bring 2?
Dad reckons that he wants to have a crack. He was a bit nervous at the start, but he says that I've sort of sorted the car out enough that he feels comfortable to come and do it. So why not?
Mate, that was great. Look, real crowd pleaser, and we appreciate you bringing it out here and showing everyone.
No, thanks for having me.
We've had a live feed going, and
Yep.
everyone's calling on the live feed wondering when you're coming out next. So
No, well, that's good. Thanks to all the fans who enjoy it. Thanks to you guys for live feeding it so everyone can watch it, and hopefully next year we come back with something bigger, badder.
Perfect. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Guys, we've got Terry Sang here from all the way from Paramount Performance from Toowoomba. Always down here at the track though, aren't you?
Yeah, I live here for most weekends.
Neat. Are you running 2 cars today?
I was trying to run my car as well as Kyle's, but we thrashed to get it done. We literally finished it last night, and we're having some dramas with some throttle bodies, so that's it for it today now. So
Yeah, okay. Now, I saw you run 199 mile an hour.
Yeah.
You're pretty close.
Yeah.
We're trying to crack that 200, obviously.
I reckon it's here right now.
Temperature's dropping.
This is it, and there's 4 cars capable.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're the fourth car. The other three are in front of us. But
Was there a big
so
tussle
we'll see
over
what
who could get up there first, was there?
Oh, everyone was rushing around here. We got held up in the, as we were towing around, there was a car loading and we had to turn around and go back. And anyway, that's all right. That's how it happens. But hey, you still got to do it.
Yeah.
It's still got to be done.
We've just got to wait and see. It could still be
Potential's
an
there.
offer.
It's right there now.
No,
for sure.
Well, there's a lot of people been on the live feed as well. You're well known out there. So, yeah, it's great to see you and great you come along and have a chat to us.
Yeah.
So, really
No
appreciate
worries.
it. Thanks, Terry.
Cheers.
Here we are. We're back with him. He's just done it.
You know
Cracked
what?
it.
I'm sorry I lied. I did say Hale was going to do it, and I really wish he did. Them guys have worked very hard to do it. All these guys here have. But the credit to them all. They were all in the braking area. They all hugged me. They celebrated with me. It was really joyful. Mum and Dad are here. Everyone's crying. The kids, the wife, everyone's having a good time. And don't know if you can see it, but that's the time card there.
Check it out.
So 396, 201. That's the first 200. And I tell you now, Grubby gave me a pretty good drag race. He left me for dead on the start line and I had to drive around him. So what can I say? The Kenda, Justin and Scott for the event they've put on, man, it's ecstatic. All my sponsors have been a dream and here we are having a good time.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Talk to you soon. 2 seconds. Thanks to Justin and Scott. Awesome event. Everybody involved in it. It's great. Thanks a lot for having me. I've had just an awesome weekend. Everybody that's helped me, it's been amazing. It's been great fun. My family, Dad for letting me cut the car up and have some fun in it. Outside of that, Willowbank, everyone, the girls for standing around all day, the wife for putting up with me, and hopefully next time I can make the final and do a bit better.
On your Benny Brown.
Kenda, what do you reckon?
What's up, Overtakers? It's that time again. Drag racing, how good's that? Radial racing, even.
Kenda, time for Kenda. I love Kenda. Great time of year, well, a few times a year.
Yeah.
But we love getting out to the Kenda events. The guys out there are amazing. The whole drag racing family are always very welcoming, and we just love it.
Yeah.
So
we've got Radial Redemption.
Yeah, well, I reckon we just jump straight into it, mate. And let's get into some action.
Yeah, let's go.
Andy, I grabbed you today, mate. You can't not come out here and see all the spot-on performance shirts and spot-on performance cars. Mate, there's obviously you guys have got a good coverage out here of cars. Mate, give us a bit of a rundown. How many we got out here?
I think today we should have about 6 or 7 cars racing across the fields.
Not a bad effort, mate.
Nah, pretty good, mate. We're very family orientated, so the whole idea here is, the blokes and the girls like to come racing, but bring your family along, mate. You have a look around, there's plenty of kids here, with all the spot-on shirts on.
I've been told you cook the best feeds as well.
No, that's Jamie, mate. He's over there now with the barbecue. He takes that. Keep people fed and hydrated and they have a good time,
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's a good environment, and there's so many spot-on shirts running around. I think that's cool to see as well. So
yeah, again, we've been going 10 years now, and mate, it definitely wasn't like this when we first started. We had a single easy up, and we've built something into this, but we can't. Me and Danny don't do this alone. This is everybody that chucks in and helps and does their part, mate. And it's grown together,
And last night you had the spot-on performance $2,000 small tyre shootout. Now you were up there, but you got knocked out, mate.
Mate, that's racing too. You know, win or lose, it's fun, mate. And especially when it's close, tight racing. Like for the people at home watching on your live feed and here watch, like, mate, you never know who's going to take that win light, you know. And I guess at the end of the day, that's why we keep saying more bums and seats adds to the atmosphere. So people at home that aren't racers, you got to get down, you got to get trackside and witness it, you know. And so many people even last night said, Jesus, some like 470 cars battling it out, you know. And mate, anyone can take the beams. Adrian made it to the final with a 5.0 car, you know.
Yeah, and the pass for yourself, between yourself and Sean,
yeah,
like, get the heart pumping for a spectator.
Mate, tell you, like, being in the car, watching him get out on me on the 60, and then I grabbed that scramble button and pulled him in a bit. But, mate, just, yeah, good racing, man, and good fun, you know. We get down the bottom end and we shake hands and hug each other and say, fuck, that was good racing, you know. So.
But you're pretty happy with how yours is running?
Oh, real happy, mate. I mean, it's one of those things where, like I keep saying all the time, we're never here to swing with the fences. We always just take baby steps and creep up on it. And like I said, at the end of the day, we want to cut laps, mate. That's what we're here for, to do laps and enjoy the race and not swing for the fence and hurt it or anything silly like that, you know.
Well, I reckon at the end of the day, I'll be back past to share another beer with you tonight too.
Oh, mate, don't worry. Tonight we'll have a few, that's for sure.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Keep up the good work with you too, mate.
Thanks. All right, guys, here with Mitchell now. I've been watching you, well, this has been around a while, this car, obviously, but I've been watching you out of Warwick. You're already in a few of our videos.
Yep.
And now watching you here this weekend. This is pretty off its head.
Yeah.
Mate, tell us what's running in the Camaro.
LS 400 Cuba, 80mm turbos, Powerglide, reed case, and a sheet metal 9-inch 35 splice.
Mate, it looks like it's putting down a fair bit of power.
It is. We're just a new combo. We're just going on it slowly. Eventually, you want to run a 7-second pass with a 4,000-pound car.
Wow, that's impressive.
It's up there. We weighed it the other night, and it was 3,800. No fuel, no oil in the auto, no tail shaft, and no water in the tank for the air to water.
It's a big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And what's the best time so far?
We've gone an 840 with it, with this combo. But again, we're running on 17-pounder boost. We can double that.
Yeah.
So.
Right, and we just spoke to Andy. He said it's all about stepping it up, not
That's what we're doing. Yeah. And that was the idea when we spoke about building it. He asked me what you want to do. I said, well, to start off with, I'd like top qualify at Kenda with a Class B run, 550, and then step it up slowly. And he goes, yep, no worries, we can do that. So, yeah.
All right, now, not to jump in too much of the controversy, but we did have transmission issues last night.
Yeah.
Do you think it's all right today?
Look, I've put through 20 litres of oil in 2 passes.
Yep.
Just kept draining it. Drained it this morning, and it's a red colour, so hopefully it'll get us through today. After the qualifiers, I'll dump it again and put another new one in.
And you'll have to pull it apart.
Box will come out. Brand new box, it'll have to come out and be rebuilt again.
$9,500 you just put into this?
Yeah. Oh, what, the gearbox?
The gearbox.
Oh, the gearbox, yeah, it was 10.
There was 10 grand in that alone.
Yeah.
Wow. So hopefully it's all good, mate. We'll keep fingers crossed for you.
No worries.
It smelt really bad yesterday.
Oh, yeah. When I drained it, it was smoking. It wasn't steam, it was smoking, and it was black.
Well,
so
we'll be watching you today, mate, and you have a great day.
Hopefully we go all right.
Thank you. Thanks, Mitchell.
No worries. Thank you.
Steve, back out running the Gemini, mate. We haven't seen this one out on track for a little while.
Yeah, no, it's we haven't been out since about February. We did a little bit of damage in February and just taking our time. We haven't been able to get back out for a while and sort of, got it all repaired and a few little updates on the thing, so we'll see if we can go a little bit quicker.
Well, we can see what it was before when we've checked out this car before in one of our videos. We'll put a link up here somewhere on the screen. People can have a look at that, but there's a few changes since then.
Yeah, we've got an intercooler on the car now.
Yep.
So hopefully we can get colder intake charges. Previously the charges were out of control, so
yeah, right.
Colder intake charges should make a little bit more power and see if we can get down the track a bit faster.
And what are we running in today?
Outlaw 235. So it'll be interesting. 109 cubic inches up against some of the 570 cubic inches. So, but they were all on the same tyre, so that's the deciding factor there.
And this thing goes hard anyway, so we've seen it go down pretty quick before, so it's certainly going to hold its own. It's lightweight as well, right?
Yeah, it's pretty light, little Gemini. Quickest half track's 5:33, so but some 235 cars are getting in the high fours now, so it'll be a little bit challenging, but it'll be fun.
It's all about the run on the day. We've got the headwind, as you mentioned before. It's all a bit different today, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And you've got to get those little 235s to hook up. So those big cube cars with all their torque. Hopefully we might see a few of them come unstuck when they're beside us today.
No worries. The sponsored car as well. You want to give them a shout out?
Yeah, Penrite's been helping us out with the lubricants for this car. Flawless, great products. So great help. Check out their site. Penrite's for every car.
Thanks, Steve. We'll see you out on track.
Cool. Thanks.
So the only ones we shouldn't have in the lanes will be Rebels just yet. We just want to get rid of OG 275 and then those lanes are yours. We'll call you up. And again, as we said, we looked at the old radar. I mean, who hasn't? Marcus, he's back. Yeah, nowhere to hide when it starts sprinkling. When you're in a hot rod, what do? Put on the raincoat. So yes, hot rods, traditionally rated as stripped down cars of an era. This is a 1923 era. So is there one little bit there that's still 1923? The shape. Now look, Luke Page, the son, Marcus's son Luke, is out there trying to not keep his feet stuck to the ground. He doesn't normally walk like that. That's just the radial walk. That's the track prep walk we do. On his own. Now, tell you what, OG 315, this thing will be a player. 518 for Marcus Page. And as we said already, we had a nice bunch of OG 315s in that 5-1 zone. Check that out. Aaron Gregory, 506. Michael Nichols, 511. Simon Graham, 514. Marcus Page, 518 with a 1. And 518 with a 9. for entrance 7654, which would be Stephen Carkeet. So Carkeet, Page, Graham, Nichols and Gregory. That's 5 in the OG 315 category. Brought to us by Lotus Caravans. Thank you, George. Righto, OG 275. What a category. Outlaw Performance Exhaust giving us 1,500 runner-up today, and the 60-foot Inc. company giving us 500 for the most outstanding OG 275 car. Goran Ivanovic and entrance 7036, which I do have his name here somewhere. He was here last night. Bump City, baby. Here we go, 275. Oh, Dora, little wheel stand from the Barrapow Cortina, and they are way to the stripe. Yes, 523, 516. Good runs. Good runs. 7036, I'll find the number there because, yes, he's one of our newer guys. 7036. We're going to get that number in the screen. 7036, we will find that name. Righto, more coming. And in OG 275, it's Michael Bazile and entry at 102, which will again have to get your name by the end of the day. Beautiful hatchback Tirana, by the way. OG 275, bringing out the quality. New names in here that we haven't even got onto yet. He's got turbos on this Tirana because he's got these, you've got the cross bolts through the dump pipe here, I can see. There you go, first run for the hatchback. Brazil's already there. Issues with the Club Sport 743, but a 607 for the hatchback beside. 607. So entry at 102, no details yet. We'll get you those details as they come ahead. Now check this out. We ain't seen a set of roof racks in radial racing before. We've seen roof racks in drag challenge events. You know, when we do a drag week or a drag challenge, you've got the roof racks, but here's the roof rack, and it's deliberately staying on there. OG 275, Mark Tralau. I'm not going to underestimate this thing. I'm not going to underestimate a Sunbird with bead locks and a roof rack and a parachute. Do not underestimate Scott Hoffman. Do not underestimate little Toyota Corollas with brand new axles. Oh, picks the wheel up. Oh, pedal. Good on you, son. That was the sort of launch you want to see. 551 for the roof rack, 544 for the Corolla. Folks, is that worth waiting around for when the guys just want to keep giving that to you? They're brand new axles in that Corolla from breaking 2 last night to now. So there we go. Scott Hoffman in OG 275. 3RZ, and what's with the Sunbird with the roof racks and the bead locks and the parachute? That's the stuff, baby. We got the newbies in here. We got Jack Kajija. That's his name. It's here. I call him VK Jack because that night I thought it was a VK, but it's a VL. So it's VL Jack. So it's VL Jack up against Steve Farrelly. Steve Farrelly, Turbo Barra Commodore, out of the Force Performance Workshops. Fellow plumber too, Farrelly. He's obviously plumbing a lot more than I am. VL Jack beside him, OG 275, Commodore Central, and that's what we've got. Some of Australia's quickest Commodore. Beautiful as well. We're sending these things down the track today. OG 275 should be in the lanes. Thank you, boys. The CV boys are coming around, so hopefully these guys can get there in the next minute or two. OG 275 should be in the lane. OG 275 should be in the lane. I know the CV boys are towing around right now, so if we can somehow relay that VT is on its way around. I know we've got a couple more pairings to go, but not many. I know we've got a good field. Jack Danaher, check out Jack Danaher's OG 275 car. It's the Nova, 347 cubes. I think from memory this is LS powered. And how about Gary Dare, that Dano 1200? It's had a small block in it for a while, but never with a bit of boost on it. I think he's got the snorkel out there. Has he got a bit of boost on? I think Gary Dare does. OG 275. 562 for Gary Dare. 562 for Gary Dare. So there we go. Look, the C&V boys have actually fired the VT up because you boys have got to get there, eh? You guys have got to get there. That's it. Get into that lane. That's lane 6 and 7. Lane 6 and 7. So hopefully the boys come down 6 and 7. And we will see the VT from Sydney in this OG 275 category here at Kenda, because I'd give you the hot tip, boys and girls and kids. We have got, this will be the toughest lineup of OG 275 cars we've seen anywhere in the country. And I mean, let's face it, we get to Sydney again, OG 275, it's going to be a 50-car turf war. I have no doubt about that. We could make it that big. We could also maybe find a bit of sponsorship down that neck of the woods that might pay a big OG 275 payout. Peter Faulkner, Trent Brimble, again, we've got some of the toughest Commodores in Australia. And mind you, if we put them all together again, you'd have 100 in there. VH Commodore Turbo, I think, I don't think it's Turbo 308, I don't know. Beside Trent Brimble, 400 cubes, the villain, OG 275. Faulkner bump city, baby. Oh, there, look at him power this down the track, both side by side. 486, wow, 486. And a 526 for Faulkner. Faulkner really good on the Christmas tree. 057 light on the Pro tree. But Brimble goes 2.5 tenths quicker than everybody else. 2.5 tenths quicker than anyone else in that run so far. Mind you, I can still see the staging lanes with a few OG 275s coming down it. So this is going to be a hell of a list. It already is. But the more comes down, this is crazy. And again, it's not only because it's got plates on it, but it's a Barra-powered Corolla. Yes, Guy King does tend to go out driving the little Corolla around. So yes, it's got a 275. So yes, we can't discount the cars that do get out there and drive these things. I mean, we're all regoed cars, a lot of them here. Tanya Thompson, EFI Parts Australia, Turbo LS VH Commodore. They're all happy with the grip here. The grip levels are up. Turbo, Barra Corolla, what is the world coming to? Get your cameras ready. I do think you're going to see another science experiment here. Another demonstration in physics. On a 275. Outlaw Performance Exhaust, OG. Tanya rolls in, Bump City. Oh, and the whole shot. Hot second gear there. They're getting that Corolla near the centre line, but goes 492. Hello. 492. Tanya, 520. It's off the throttle early. 520 was off the throttle early. 492 now for Guy King. That's 2 in the 4-second zone. And I don't think we're done there yet with 4-second players. And we'll throw a VK and a VH down at you as well. That's right. Dan Purnell, VH ready for war. Beside him, Doug Day. Turbo, 308 power. Drag photos, thanks for those ones, Dave, of the Hoff in full flight here in round, well, he was an OG 275. Oh, Purnell goes in deep. Yeah, picks that wheel up, Ducky Day, that twin turbo Holden 308 paced engine, 497. There's another 4. Here they come, 497. Dan Purnell, 590. So, yeah, just had a lot of power out of that on the launch, did Dan. Ah, here we go. Old Goldie. Brett Benz from Warwick, panel and paint, the VL Calais. Immaculate car, a piece of jewellery. It's a twin turbo small block Chev. Some amazing next level bits on it. Matty McCarthy's waved his small block magic all over this deal. And that's an amazing engine in that car. And Ricky Fenwick, well, the PSI Prem, it's Paul's. I think it's on lend from Paul for the moment. So Ricky, I think, gets to still tune PSI Prem and get a bit of a whack at it as well on the leaf springs. So on a 275, real steel, real street cars right here at the Kenda 660 Drag Racing Series. Our first official round number 1. We are cracking it underway with a great qualifying session. First session and a 3 for everyone. Bump City. Oh, Benji on the tree, gets it all at the wheel. Left hand front there for Ricky Fenwick. 476 for Benzi. Here we come. 512 for Ricky Fenwick. Left hand front there for PSI Prem. Bobbed it up and down. Benzi out like a rocket. Number 1 qualifier. Number 1 so far is Brett Benz, but if there's only one other car that you think could knock the Queenslander off the perch, the boys here from Sydney. CV Performance, VT, Johnny Elfs, a Queenslander. Number 1 qualifier. Brett Benz, number 1 qualifier so far. But if someone's going to knock them off the perch, it is this deal. John Elfs driving. Out the front there is Vic Elfs. I don't see Con up here this weekend, but Johnny driving. Vic out the front. Now look, Con and Vic, C&V Performance, been around. They are, to me, they're my modern day drag racing heroes. They are guys that have owned workshops, tuned cars, race cars. Whenever there was a new car out like the WRX or whatever, they were making them go faster and faster, and people, then the customers flowed. So let's see what they can do. So this is genuine OG. It's an LSVT. 476 is number 1 so far from the Queenslander. Can the boys from Sydney come up? Gets out of there nice and neat. Throws the power at it right now. First run, 536. Look, they're on the board. They're on the board. That's number 1 though. Oh, there's Con. There's Con down there. They're on the board now. Look, those boys changed gearboxes, right? They wouldn't have thought they would have had the gearbox in it by round 1 of qualifying, but it looks like with that little delay with the rain, they were able to put the gearbox back in. They broke the gearbox in that VT. Actually, a few guys broke gearboxes last night. We won't see Perco's small block Tirana back because he broke the gearbox. No way to fix the gearbox. So. Look, he's in the field. Look, it doesn't matter anyway at the moment. It's just qualifying. All right, Renegade. Round 1 qualifying of Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools Radial Renegade. And you wonder, where do we get these cars from? Why are we in a different category? Well, look, we've had our OG cars. You can see how serious they are. Renegade's a fixed index. It's a 550 index, so it's about as how close you can go to 550. But then we still seed everyone, so they race each other close to their qualifying performances. And a big welcome to Daniel Hookham. Here he goes, his first ever hit in Renegade. Matthew Rogan beside it now. Look, I think that's Dave Rogan's hit, but here he is, 565 cubes. That you down there, Dave, watching the boy. I think there's a Radial car in Dad as well, I think. Bit of heads-up racing. Bump City. Oh, nice lead race. Hits the stripe. Where's the 550? 595, 572. Very good runs on that 550 run for Renegade. So they're in there. Doesn't matter where you qualify, you are in there. Oh yes, it doesn't get any less spectacular as we go through the categories, guys. Let me tell you. Can we get Radial Rebels? Rebels to the lanes. Let's get Rebels in there. Radial Rebels. There's more. You want more? We'll bring you more. Radial Rebels to the lanes, please. Radial Rebels to the lanes, please. You can go there now. OGs are gone. Lane 6 and 7, all yours. Radial Rebels, Radial Rebels qualifying. Get to the staging lanes now. Your first call, Radial Rebels, lane 6 and 7. Rumble should be in 4 and 5. Ruckus should be in 3, and we're in Renegade right now, 550 class. Craig Scotney in the Mitzi, 393 cubic Clevo. He's in there because he's on a radial tyre. I don't know what size, a 275. Jason Chizotti racing. Jason, if you've been out the lakeside and seen the drags out there, racing Jason goes out for a bank. He's a blow and an injected guy. Oh, it's Wilson guy as well. Side by side, they hit the stride. 71, 78. That's how tight it is already. 71 to a 78. And it's going to be just as tight for every other category this afternoon. Radial Rebels to the lanes, please. Radial Rebels to the lanes, please. That's all our categories so far have been called for a crack. So let's just sit on these guys for a while before we start calling Outlaw Radial for round 2 just yet. We're just doing our call for Rebels. If everyone looks at their schedule, Rebels is the last class to have been called today. Everyone else so far has been called or had a run. All right, Mitch Hamilton, Bradley Mitch. Oh, Mitch. Hey, Mitch! I'm not going to say silky, but it is a Nano 1200 wagon. No one's got the trademark wagon. We do know that Silky's sort of been the guy for a while. Oh, look, the Outlaw guys are tough. All right, well, there you go. Wade's ready. We just called Rebels, but if we're going to be back into that, we've still got quite a few categories in front of us. We've got Renegades right now, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. We've just called Rebels, so that means we will be ready for Outlaw Radial after that. We're not asking everyone to roll immediately, but Wade's rolled. But at the moment, we know on our schedule, we've got a few more categories before Outlaw Radial. But I reckon all you guys, Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, get ready, don't roll. Because we've got the lanes full of everyone else at the moment. And Outlaw, you'll be fighting the Renegades. So hopefully the Renegades will be done before you guys tow up the back. All right, Jason Seng and Jaden Seng. So they are related. They're not father and son. It's Terry in behind. Jaden driving dad's white V8. That's Jason Seng. Oh, there we go. The car is now black. And look at that 550. Look at this. 51 and a 48. 51 and a 48, number one qualifier so far, Jason Seng. 548 with the 9s under the 550, which means Jaden would technically go to the bottom of that qualifying list. We can only hit 550 in this class. You can't hit a 540 anything. Jaden ran a 550 with a 6 last night. Reaction time, check that out, 030. That's the slowest light he's done in about 3 runs, Jaden Seng. 030 on the tree. 548 with a 9. The problem is with this VH Commodore, as Father Terry says, is that car has gone 440s in the 8. It's got to make a run 550. All right. We haven't seen Kim come in yet, but yeah, right. All right. So Colin Gould now and Aris Cantoli. Now, look, I tell you what, both these guys can hit that 550. Aris in the Coppo Camaro is obsessed to go 550. So that's what he's going to try and do. We're just waiting for a message. If Kim or Mitch Bean, can you quickly message me to tell me what your nominated qualifying time is? Because you've swapped classes. We need to just know what you want to nominate real quick. Can you message me real quick? Mitch or Kim, can you let us know what Kim's qualifying run will be real quick, please? Because we've just got race control trying to dot the I's and cross the T's there, and that's the only one we're waiting for. So, just a second. Harris out there now, heads up through 3. Oh, really good. Well, check out this Camaro looking for that 550 with a 9. 550 with a 9, 85 there for Colin Gould. So, Mitch or Kim, you can quickly let us know. Hang on, is Kim? Oh, there was an announcement for someone with a phone. What's your mobile number? Yep. People say their phone number's different all the time, eh? I would normally say 0400 318 025. There you go, congratulations, you've got my phone number now. That's free of charge. Also, an announcement, please, if your name's Robert Anderson, we'd sure like to talk to you. Okay, here's Disco Dean and Turbo Troy. Turbo Troy works for us, Drain Care. Disco Dean, real dyno performance. Oh, Disco the power cattle there. Nice launch from Disco, hits the stripe. 550 with a 9. How do you split him and Harris? 566, good one for Turbo Troy. 566 for the Drain Care VH Commodore. Disco D, 550 with a 9. Harris Cantoli, 550 by virtue of the terminal speed. That's what it is. By virtue of the terminal speed. 7-0, Mitch. All right. So yes, that's right. No, he's in Rebel. They're in Rebels. He wants to be in Rebels. Yeah, no, that's it. So, yeah, no, they're not in Renegade. Kim, there you go. So we've sorted that out. All right. There we go. 2 550s with a 9. And here's Trappy, Greg Trappel in Renegade. He could very well do this as well. 581 cubes. Has he got some spray on it as well? Is it all engine or we got some spray? I think every track has got spray. Whoa. That's a lot of car to ask anything of any Radial tyre. 663 at 126 mile an hour. But Renegade, yes, so final call, Rebels to the lanes, please. Rebels to the lanes, and that means in there. Rebels to the lanes, please. And remember, anyone in Outlaw Radial, I mean, and this is just a quick shout out to Wade's crew. You guys have towed around. Of course, we've got some prep we want to try and put in there after Rebels, but we're still in Renegade, I think. Let's have a look. Flick. Ruckus. We might be in the Ruckus. Might be in the 580 here now. Just trying to read the side. Does it say UCK or what's it say?
It's tough when they've got RR on both the cars.
Well, we like to name every category with a double R, so if it says double R on the field, it could be 4 different categories. So if this is our 580 class... Here we go, let's have a look, 625, 628. 625, 628. That very well could be our Ruckus, which is a 680 category. So our Ruckus is that, it is a 580 category. So yeah, some of the names in Ruckus are nominating in the 580s. Luke Cullen and Mark Biffin, I thought I'd seen on the list here. Didn't pop up there. Looking there, Cullen, Biffin, all these names in here. And there he goes. Yep, so they were actually in Rumble. So we're whacking Rumble out here. So we put a pair of Rumbles in there. A couple of Rumblers got in there. I know that on our schedule we're going to have all the Renegades, which if that was our Renegades, if they're the bit of again, Rumble is a 640 class. To go 620s on the 640 class, you'd think that could be in that 580 class. I think so. Ruccos. Yeah. So back now that we've, of course, those two guys have run, I can't see the Renegade qualifying, but 2 cars with a 550 with a 9. So that's Aris Cantolian, just went that. And then on the next run, it was, I've forgotten it already. 550 with a 9 as well.
Pretty good first qualifier. Next up, we've got Reese Carkeet and Simon O'Carroll.
Well, a couple of wheel stand merchants here.
Reese Carkeet backing up. So, where'd Reese? Had he nominated for Ruckus or Rumble?
You can't just play the old transistor radio here in the box, Mark.
So Reese is in Radio Ruckus, and O'Carroll
might be in Rumble.
Yeah, he's in Ruckus as well. So both these guys running around that high 5-second zone.
Keep an eye out for Carkeet. Oh, look at that tower of the wheelie. Carkeet going across the ground. Oh, the bonnet's come up. Well, the Gemini driving blind. 765 with no view through the front. 609 for Simon O'Carroll. Yeah, he's got to be, well, it says Rumble, but I reckon he's Ruckus. I think he's in there. Yeah, I reckon they are, because again, it won't work with the Rumble 640 won't work. Yeah, so it is Ruckus. So
yeah,
there we go.
He's nominated in Ruckus.
So Simon O'Carroll, number 1 qualifying Ruckus. It looks like Luke Cullen, Mark Biffin and Reese Carkeet are all qualifying in Ruckus, and they've all got double letters in their surname. You notice that? O'Carroll, Cullen, Biffin, Carkeet. So let's see if that pattern keeps up. We've got some weird stuff going on here, Mark. It's all coincidental, but talk about drama. You can't get enough drama around here at the moment. It's always drama.
Well, hopefully that's happened sort of at low speed and hasn't made any sort of damage, hopefully, on the windscreen and all that for Reese.
Yeah, wow. Hands up, anyone in the crowd has ever had that happen to them. Has anyone? Yeah, there's a few. That's quite a few of you. The blotted up club. And we all had the same reaction, didn't we? It's like, oh! Oh, I think out of any question I've ever asked anyone, Ford or Holden, who's going to win this race, hands up who's had the bonnet go up on him. Yes! Oh, it's scary. It is. I've done it too. I used to have the other thing. I had an old Mazda RX-2, and if you didn't actually latch the bonnet, because it opened up from the front, if you're doing over 150k an hour, the bonnet would come up a foot. You'd actually have air blow up under the bonnet and blow the back of it up a foot. But that's it wasn't an RX-2, it was a Capella. So 140 was it for it. And look, I'm not. I feel a bit ashamed admitting that I did that, but yes, look, it was on the way home from Willowbank in about 1987 or 1988. So that's a long time ago. So that doesn't matter. I'm still here, so that I didn't get hurt. And honestly, the old Capella wasn't the same after that. But
well, the good thing is,
I wish I kept it now, because you know how much that. Again, let's hands up who lives with car. Hands up who regrets selling a car that they owned. Anyone got car regret? All right.
Yep.
Yeah, because guess what? I bet you, because you know how much whatever that car is that you're thinking of, you know how much they're worth now, right? You remember how much you paid for it, so stop crying, okay? You want a tissue? Stop crying. You know how much you paid for it. You know how much you sold it for. You're patting yourself on the back thinking you were doing all right when you sold it. Now you're slapping yourself over the back of the head to go, I wish I never sold it. Yeah, he gets it. He gets it. It's so true. And there I am. My first car was a Capella. I said, oh, it's no good. It doesn't have a rotary in it. And I thought, yeah, well, that's it. And we sold it for nothing. And, mate, you know how many guys would come around stalking you for an RX-2 body these days? You know what I mean? It's nuts.
It is crazy.
Speaking about little cars,
what we got?
Datsun 1200s. Now, look, this is another Drain Care employee. We had Turbo Troy Marshall in the VH Commodore. This is Hilton Ballingary's little Datsun 1200 utility. Works for us.
It's amazing you guys get any work done.
Oh, we do talk a lot about cars.
Hilton, Ballingarry in the Datsun.
Dave Reed
in the Falcon.
Dave Reed's more wheelie. He loves Kenda. Dave Reed gets 9,000 wheelie photos at a Kenda. Come on, Hilly. He's in that CA. It came out like a little rocket, but then it's just gone bang. I don't know what's happened. 133 on the 60 foot. It was on a good number, and then the thing's just. Whether or not that was ready for second gear, because he does have a 3-speed in that, so whether or not that was a boost cut or whatever, but that didn't look, it didn't sound good, but sometimes a boost cut sounds horrible, and then the things turn back up again, you know what I mean? So I hope, and he does run some nitrous up that CA. That's a pretty heavy breathing CA, so I hope everything's okay in that department.
Is the Ruckus maybe the 580 class? Because
Ruckus is the 580 class.
Yeah, I do see a few of the guys have nominated around the 580 zone.
No, well, Hilton.
Yeah, so these guys are okay.
Hilton had gone 583 in that 1200 before, so he that's sometimes those classes just fall straight in your lap. But you know what? Again, it's not like we went to university to learn how to do this. We saw a bunch of cars running this bunch of numbers, and it's like, dude, there's a class. Let's make the racing even tighter. Let's throw another index in there. Here's another 4-banger coming into the class here. Nick Baxter and Jeff Rice. So Jeff Rice, what are those things growing out of the back of your bumper, Jeffrey? But anyway, I guess everyone's got different insurance policies. 434 cube. Nick Baxter, 3RZ, bumps it on the way. Oh, last time we saw a Lexus IS200 with a parachute, huh? 611 to a 587. Look at that 587 there for Jeff Rice. So that's a good number.
Yeah. Well, Jeff was one of those guys that didn't give us a nominated time, so he'll be at 580 later on.
All right. I need a little bit of silence.
What do we got?
I need a bit of moment to myself. For some reason, Sean Helson in this beautiful XA brings it out of me. I just want to hear the lungs. I just want to hear it breathe. It's 451 cubes of very angry small block Ford. Craig Stokes, similar, 461 cubes. I think Stokes is big. Yeah, not a power out of there, all air. Love it. Oh, Helso, 578 on that 80 index if he's in ruckus. A 78 on an 80. So, whew, he might go to the bottom of there for now, but did you hear that? Love that thing. So healthy. And such a big, heavy car. Goes 78 on that, if it is the Ruckus Index 580. So that means we must have rumblers in there by now. So we can do the call because we've got Rumble and Rebel. So we should have Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Let's call him. I saw Johnny come around just then, Johnny Ricker. So I know Wade's come around, Johnny Ricker's come around. So now that we've emptied the lanes a little bit, because these categories do
they're in the same
less,
lane,
they hold a few less. Yeah, that's great, right? Because we were sifting through a lot of cars, weren't we? Oh, Hilly's driving the 1200 back. That's a good sign. It's a good sign he didn't split that CA18 in half. That's good. All right, this little category, let's whack a bit on. This is the Rumblers. This is the 640 class. The original all bring, come one, come all. It's thanks to the all over group. 1,000 to win, 500 to the runner-up. Race Bolt's going for 500 for the outstanding, and the Kenda tyres closest to the dial-in. So out there now, Kim Upton and Michael Grills. Haven't seen Michael Grills, sorry. Marco from Austria, as I know him from Facebook. 6:52 for Mick, 7:30 for the Val. Not its healthiest run there. I know that Val can, when it's all working, that Val
Yeah, 107 mile an hour shows the potential.
That Val's a great sleeper, even though you know what's going on because that little snorkel coming out the bonnet kind of is the clue. Daryl Beavis now and Ali Farah. Now Ali, 355 cubes of Farah racing performance. I would say all Aussie Holden Comet, all 434 cubes for Beavis. But Ali nailed him to the tree. That's what the best thing about Rumble is. It is working class pro stock, isn't it? Geez, you look good. You look good.
678 there for Ali Farah and 668 for Daryl Beavis.
That's Jamie from J&J Mini Excavators. He's looking even more mini now than he ever has before. Still red in the face, Jamie. You go have some water, mate. Here he is. The
Hot
original.
Rod.
Hot Rod. Check this out. Chris Sword. Do not ever underestimate a Falcon that looks like that, or any Falcon for that matter. But don't ever underestimate a blown and injected cross-flow hot rod that just chops people. He's got more radial rumble checks than anyone in radial history, Hot Rod Williams. From Dolby, he raced the Altered against his daughter's dragster in Roma last weekend. So he can't get it. Oh, where's he gone? Chris Sword. Even Hot Rod's tripped up. Hot Rod, you believed it.
It's the Phantom Amber, mate.
It's the Phantom Amber. It just turned. There's our first Phantom Amber. And Hot Rod's fallen for it too. Oh dear. You know what happened there, folks? You know what it is? Technically, we'll just say they stuffed up. Really
They both
stuffed
did,
up.
yeah.
Chris Sword was pumped.
He was ready
if we
to
had
go.
data on his pulse, his heart rate's at 210. He's really peaking in that Falcon. Couldn't get the thing into stage. Then he went. Hot Rod, who's staged that thing a million times, fell. Whoa!
He fell for the fence. He's left. Do I need to go?
What happened? Yeah. And that's the name of the game. You'll lose a quali for that. You lose a quali. Simple as that. We don't go, oh, every child gets a prize. Come on back for a run. No, they'll own up to it. They stuffed up. It's not a 100 question test, is it? It's a bit of a basic procedure. You've done it 900 million times. You've got more Christmas trees than Santa Claus. So you know how to get in.
That's it.
These
Anyways,
guys know.
who we got next?
And he went in.
He did.
He knew how to get in. He went in.
Well, Hot
He
Rod
put
might
the
have
bolts
actually
on, and he went in. It's just when he took off for no reason, that's what we got a problem with. That's why there ain't no complimentary time slip when you come back through. Jai Ward now, Turbo Barra on board. Turbo Ecotech, Buick. Take that name right out of my mouth. Luke House and the big boy, Turbo Buick. Rumble! It's just one because it's just guys sending stuff. Look at that, 662, 675. That's going to be a really tight field thanks to All Over Group. I love that 640 class. And this is for everyone out there watching. Rumble is kind of the class that if you just wanted to start with something, that's where you go. We've even got,
you got the Rebels.
Wait till you see the Rebels. You can be in there from 7 flat and slower, not just 640. Check this out. Sandman with beadlocks. Welcome to Australia. Bill Cumner. And I think that... Is it Shane Locke? I know Lockie's got a love truck. We've got entry 5312. Can you find that?
5312.
Mark's looking for 5312.
Shane Locke.
It is Shane
You're on
Locke.
the-
Okay,
on
Shane
the money,
Locke in
mate.
the love truck. And what about Bill Cumner? Check out the 450. Oh, that's a big block in a panel van. Yes, please. Give me that. Give me that. Big block fatty in a Sandman Pano with some Beatos on the back. 674. Hey, good one. 652 there for Shane.
He might actually go to number one, Shane. That's 652.
Oh, anything's possible. Here's another
He has,
various,
by 1,000.
Here's another oddball, well, not an oddball combo, it's Australia. Home of the oddball combo. It's your Barra-powered VC Valiant. Yeah, just nothing special about that, except that Nathan Peters has made it very much a special car, the Quick 66. Beside him, Justin Gall from South Maclean. This still impresses me, this car. This is a perfect weapon that someone could build. Mind you, try and buy a V8. Try and start, if your project's starting, let's buy a V8. Well, let's buy a Commodore in general. They're dear already now. But this thing goes 16 Cube LS, and this is a real good rumble car. 646, 664. This is going to be a tight build, and it's so good to see Nathan get the Valiant off the line that time.
Gall goes to #1 qualifier here in Radial Rumble, brought to us by All Over Group and Race Bolts as well. He's supporting the Radial Rumble class. Next up, Gary Green for Lockyer Automotive in the VX wagon. The Commodore wagon.
How good's that? A bit of long roof love in there.
And we've got an unknown name.
Yeah, 10120 might be a day licence there. The VK
Kevin Brown.
Oh, it's Brownie, Kevin Brown. Of course, Robbie Brown, the green FJ Holden, but this is Junior, and he's getting his dad's footsteps on being a mechanic and an engine builder. 632, too quick though. Too quick for Rumble, Junior Brown. You're going to have to slow that thing down. 650 is a smart time for Gary Green in that 640 class. We haven't even seen Declan McConnell yet, have we? Because Deck's coming up in Rumble in Tomo's wagon. So, yeah, it's
okay.
We're just giving rides out to the kids today, really. Just.
How do we get a ride?
Well, we're too old. We're not 17 anymore. Mind you, did you get any sedan rides straight out of juniors? You did a bit of streetcar racing?
No, actually, I got a ride in a dragster, but not in a sedan, yeah.
Yeah, right. There you go. So you've been centre steer boy all your life.
I have been, yeah.
Mark Allen won all those Christmas trees. Such a sheltered life. Just all centre steer.
The quickest
You've
sedan
just been
car
centre steer all your life. Big block centre steer.
Quickest sedan has only been 13s.
Oh, there you go. Well, I mean, I think, well, I haven't, in a sedan, I think I went 11.0 in a big block Impala, which we built through a magazine. Oh, mate, I wish I had more runs at it. On the return road, you couldn't help but just keep stabbing that thing because it felt so good. Because it was in a big car as well. 11.0 in an Impala was very good. Check this out, Jay Jorgensen. You gotta love. Look at the quality, Mark Allen. It's Troy Hutton's HKU. Oh, look at that.
Hutton took some cash at the last one.
Jay Jorgensen, I'm loving that combo. White roof, that sort of metallic chocolate brown, 651 big balls. Like, these guys are all having a crack at this. I love it. As you can see, it's almost like a seamless progression from all of our outlaw classes to our OGs, to the Renegades, Rumbles, Ruckuses, you name it, all the way down. It's a seamless transition of just quality cars that people have chosen to build and identify with wanting to run here. Nick Baxter. Nick Baxter needs an alloy welder. Now, I don't know whether the Wagstaff crew, well, they might have a TIG, so they might be able to do alloy. So Nick Baxter looking for a welder. I know the Wagstaff team's already had to help Mick Arnold with the TIG. Whether or not they can help you with the welder, they're lined up in the lanes right now. But Nick Baxter, you might be able to get an alloy weld from the Wagstaff team. Dave Reed says to me, oh, he's bumped in, man, Mick Arnold. Front up as he hauls that big wagon. A bit of long roof love in there today. We've got Gary Green and Bill McKee. 656, I think he went 651 in the other VX. So two wagons pointing at the pointy end of Rumble. Here's another guy that will do too, big Barney Lindner, ready to come out. So Nick Baxter, yes, an alloy welder. I didn't want to dob in the Wagstaff team, but they did step up to say they did have a welder. Whether it was a TIG or a MIG, I would assume, knowing those guys, TIG is the welder to have, and those boys don't scrimp on that sort of stuff. So there could be a TIG in the Wagstaff pits. They are in the lanes though. Here's Big Barney, blowing small block Camaro. Benny Dryer, the 67 Camaro. It's got 505 cubes on board, the Silver Beast. And Big Barney with the blower gets the wheels up. Unfortunately here, he's trying to hit the 640. He goes through the first run, 27.
Ooh, a little bit quick,
He was even on the brakes.
Can't be doing that.
Barney, I think you're going to be a walk-up ruckus guy in the future. I think you've now, I reckon, changed the pulley, change the pulley and go 590s in that, because a 27 on the brakes, Barney, we can't soften you up there. But that's his problem to work out. That's what happens when you've got something running really well. It might just catch you when you're on that pointy part. Paul Allen now and Edward Woodham. Aussie muscle, again, American pie, like you just love it. 632 cubes, for heaven's sake, in the car. We've got interesting cars all the way through here. Hit the stripe here, guys. A 686, 687, look at that run. 686, 687. And then this guy comes up there. He's a bit of a gun. He's taken a check home or two. That's Michael Harper in the 427 56 Chev. Beside him, Glenn Young, the utility. 400 cubes in the WB. All collectibles. All collectibles. Hits the stripe 55 to a 75. That's going to be one hell of a rumble field. Every pass so far. All right, so let's put another call because we're at that time. Outlaw Radial should be in the lanes now. Like, let's get you to the lanes because we're just about to probably start the Rebels. Already start. Need Outlaw 275 to the lanes, Outlaw 235 to the lanes, and we'll just go on there to say OG 315 275. That'll be enough to have and I know you guys will probably wait just for a little bit while we do a prep, but you'd rather be there ready then still try and roll around and be stressed. It's like getting to the airport, isn't it? Just get to the terminal and we'll send the flights out later, all right? Well, got to be the Nason boys together, you would assume.
657 for John, 713 for Mick.
Oh, well, John's happy and Mick just wishes he had a bit more traction.
Camaro for John. I like the blue on it.
Well, the Nason
real
boys
nice metallic blue.
From Boona, yeah, nice. And that field, everything from even problems like Nick and Troy and Kim up to, let's throw out Barney's, let's throw out the 10120. Let's put Justin Gall 646 as number one qualifier, but yeah, 27 and 32. Barney's just come back with the time slip right now, and I don't know what happens when you get a really good ET, but it's too quick for your category, and it's not what you wanted, which was a 40. Do you sort of smile and then frown, or do you just go, oh well, I guess
I think it's one of those things where you get to half track and then back off and see what it's going to run.
Well, I bet you he's 60 and 330 would have been and normally this is what happens. That's got to be close to a PB, and that's interesting. Payne's just driving down the front edge. That's
well, he was meant to run this pass.
Oh right, okay, but
wrong lane, mate.
No, he's off and he's gone. I don't know why.
All right.
But yeah, he's got in there and didn't get that run down. That's 640 cubes, by the way. 640
Only 640 cubes?
Yeah, so, I mean, that would have been the best 60 and best 330 for Barney on that run, on that 27. The way that thing left the line, it was up in the air, not just one wheel, it was up. It was angry. It was out and happy. And then, yeah, to go 27, and I did see the brakes on early there. It was like having a crack and then jump, and it still went at 27. So he's got a little bit of work to do to trim that up.
We might be moving into the Radial Rebels class.
Yeah, 7 flat.
7 flat. Brought to us by Kenda.
This is from Kenda, Taiwan. Yeah, Kenda. Thank you, Kenda, Taiwan, by the way. The winner gets a grand, 500 the runner-up. So you can take a 7 flat and slower car and win a grand if you're good enough.
Just like Lucas Alti.
Yeah, well, he's
in
Lucas.
the Tirana and Tony Rogers in the BF Ute.
Let's see how they
Lucas
go on
runs
the
in the low
7
7.0s, yeah.
Let's see how they go. Now, this is normally like an 11.0 Tirana, isn't it, on the quarter?
I think runs 10s, yeah. 710, 101 mile an hour for Lucas.
That's good.
Rogers 782, 94 mile an hour.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. We were having Rumble B, and now this has become the new Rumble B, which is Rebel 7 flat, and it does just allow us to seed a little bit more efficiently than trying to spread, 25 or
when we
30
used to get
out
40
of
or
Rumble.
50 cars in each bracket, the 2 brackets.
Steam would be coming out of the top of Mark's head, just trying to crunch all the numbers. Check the Utes out. So here's Kim Bean. Now, I think she gave us, because remember, we've got to look at the third round of qualifying, what ETs they run in that third round. So we'll have to grab that list and start writing numbers down, I think.
Yep, third round, yeah.
That was 690s last night with this car, but now gone back into Rebel 710 and 713. So this will be already, like we already had Lucas at a 7:10.
7:10, yeah. It's going to be...
Yeah.
Look at that, 710, 710, 713 for our top three at the moment. Lucas, Kim, and competitor 7083, which...
7083 will be, you would think, on our dial-in list somewhere.
Yeah, let's have a look. 783.
No particular order either.
Oh, not...
We'll find him. Be in there somewhere, 7083.
Be up here, actually.
Somewhere.
Nope.
We'll find him.
No,
we'll
not
find
there.
him.
Anyways.
Here's the next pair that we know, Matthew Salmon and Murray Flake. We've got some new names in there having a crack. And hey, bring it to LA now. Samo's Alley Fab is Matthew Salmon's business, and it's his first crack, 768. And what about Murray Flake, Case 9 Sandblasting, the Commie, 721. So yeah, welcome, new names coming on in, having a crack. Love seeing it all. Come one, come all. Kyle Wills now and Chris Hankin. Chris Hankin in the HZ. Check out the XR6 Ute. So what's that? The XH XR6, that older shape, which again you try and find them. They're so much harder to find them. So single overhead cam action going on there as well. But look, the HZ gets to the stripe first, 735, 750 for Kyle Wills. They're all good numbers. They're all good numbers. This makes a really tight and fat field. They're going to have a ball. They're all going to have a ball tonight. They really will. If you thought the racing was already tight, I think the racing's getting a whole lot tighter.
And that's probably the best thing about the Kenda series.
It's just
is that,
tight races.
That we keep it close as well. So even when it gets seeded later on, they actually, you're not going to get that big spread between the two cars. You're going to race people in your area of ET.
Right there. And you know what, that becomes a bit of a thrill. It gives the thrill straight back to the racer there, isn't it? It's like, wow, I know I've been in a good race. Richard Field now and Beth Mansfield French, so she's in the Capri 351. Perfect category for Beth and Richard. And again, just goes to show the depth of the they just continue to want to come out and hit the stripe. 754, 795. All within a good hole shot of making a difference. These numbers are good numbers. And here's the wagon. Here's Paulie. Here's the big wagon. Andy Paul. So Andy Paul and Philip Petrovic. So Petrovic in that immaculate XB. Just a good shape. You're just never going to get these shapes again, are we? We're so lucky that people have still got excellent examples of them and, you know, lowered in the right spots with the right wheels and the right engine in them.
First red light today in the Radial
Is
class.
that right? We've got all that way without a cherry.
711 for Philip and 932 for Andy Paul.
Have a look at this list now, Mark. This is the first time we've ever had Kenda Taiwan Radial Rebels, and already that's 710, 710, 711, 713, 721, 735, 750, 754, 768. So that's just, what's that, the first 9 of that type. And here's another one. Michaela, the number 9. So we've got Beth, Michaela, Tanya. We've got about 4. We might have 4. I'm trying to think of the other lady that ran before. 771. Kim, yep. That's 4. 771 at 89 mile an hour. In fact, we've got to go through that list. I don't know whether that's a record of the amount of ladies running in one day, but again, personally, it's not enough. We need more. But I think that's, Tanya, Kim, Michaela, Ali. So there's 5, right? So, Declan. No, he won't like me saying that. No, I'm not going to say that. Declan. There's Decker's first crack after junior dragster, and pretty decently successful in junior dragster too. Here he is having a crack, Declan McConnell, having a crack with Uncle Tomo's station wagon, right? So Terry Seng drove the same car at 400 Thunder a couple of weeks ago, and now Declan's having a crack in this Rebel 7.0 class. So gets that pro tree going, and it's so good to see young Deck having a crack in the heads-up category. Get themselves ready. It's out and it's all about, I think, getting that first run down. We'll worry about cutting the light next. And, 52. A 52. Oh, well.
Be a little bit quick for the class.
A 52.
That's going to be good for Rumble.
We could put him right into Rumble there.
Yeah.
We could put him right in the Rumble, and who knows? Maybe that's what should happen, but you can't really soften that up any more than that. It hit the stripe really well. And my goodness, that's everything once, folks. We have given you
Q1 down and
everything once, and you got to admit, right through it, so good, every category. And when we go racing tonight, you'll just even see all that quality rise to the top even more. We have got our Outlaw categories just about to run. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235. We have asked for OG 315 and OG 275 to join them in the lanes, because that'd really stack everyone up ready for another hit. And we're going to send them out there after a little bit of track prep and a little bit of music. We've got to chill for a bit as we take a breath. You get yourself a drink, get yourself some merchandise from the Kenda tent, and protect yourself in this harsh Aussie sun. Lucky enough the cloud cover's there, but don't be fooled, and we'll be back in a tick.
Is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia, with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
Andy, I grabbed
you today, mate. You can't not come out here and see all the spot-on performance shirts and spot-on performance cars. Mate, there's obviously you guys have got a good coverage out here of cars. Mate, give us a bit of a rundown. How many we got out here?
I think today we should have about 6 or 7 cars racing.
Not a bad effort, mate.
Nah, pretty good, mate. We're very family orientated, so the whole idea here is, the blokes and the girls like to come racing, but bring your family along, mate. You have a look around, there's plenty of kids here, like, with all the spot-on shirts on.
I've been told you.
Hey guys, I hope
you're enjoying all the action out here live from Kenda. And we've got Steve here, but you're running the EH this weekend. Now, you've been here in just about everything else. How's the EH going?
Yeah, we're starting to get a handle on it, but loves the wheelie, it's out of control. Yeah, we've had it on the back bumper a few times this weekend. All 4 wheels off the ground last Thursday night. Yeah, but see how we go now.
Mate, it's a bit of a change for you running a turbo car as well. How are you finding that?
It's gay as shit, to be honest. She's no nitrous big block, but it's good fun.
Do you think it might end up with a change in its future?
Definitely getting a nitrous big block.
I love it. That's awesome, mate. But, mate, have you ever missed a Kenda?
Never. Even if one of our cars aren't running or we can't buy another one in time, we're here to support Kenda no matter what. We go to Sydney for Kenda, we go wherever they go. Yeah.
Mate, it's just brilliant. And look, I think there's a few things about Kenda, isn't it? It's the track prep, the atmosphere. There's a bit of everything that brings you to it.
Yeah, it's great atmosphere. The track's always pretty killer, and you get your car to work properly and do what it's got to do. That's why we come. Yeah, and the atmosphere, the people, the races. Yeah, if you ever need anything, they're there.
Yeah, I did hear the call-outs going for welders before and stuff, so everyone's there to help. Mate, also your son Reese is here running in the Gemini. Now, a bit of a mishap before?
Yeah, I'd say he's forgot to put his bonnet pins in. She's come up and caved the roof in, smashed the windscreen, but we've got a new windscreen on the way now, new rubber on the way now. Boys down there kicking the roof out, getting it all straight, and now we're back out.
So we'll see that back again today?
100%.
Mate, that is brilliant. Thank you, Steve. Thanks for having a chat with us today.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
Brilliant.
We want to cut laps, mate. That's what we're here for. To do laps and enjoy the race and not swing for the fence and hurt it or anything silly like that,
I reckon at the end of the day I'll be back past to share another beer with you tonight too.
Oh, mate, don't worry. Tonight we'll have a few, that's for sure.
Good stuff. Thanks, mate.
Keep up the good work with you too, mate. Thanks.
All right, guys, here with Mitchell now. I've been watching you, well, this has been around a while, this car, obviously, but I've been watching you out of Warwick. You're already in a few of our videos. Yep. And now watching you here this weekend. This is pretty off its head. Yeah, mate, tell us what's running in the Camaro.
LS 400 Cuba, 80mm turbos, Paraglide, reed case, and a sheet metal 9-inch. 35 splice.
Mate, it looks like it's putting down a fair bit of power.
It is. We're just a new combo. We're just going on it slowly. Eventually, you want to run a 7-second pass with a 4,000-pound car.
Wow, that's impressive.
We weighed it the other night, and it was 3,800. No fuel, no oil in the auto, no tail shaft, and no water in the tank for the air to water.
Big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And what's the best time so far?
We've gone on 840 with it, with this combo. But again, we're only on 17 pound a boost. We can double that.
Yeah. And we just spoke to Andy. He said it's all about stepping it up.
That's what we're doing. Yeah. And that was the idea when we spoke about building it. He asked me what you want to do. I said, well, to start off with, I'd like to top qualify at Kenda with a Class B run, 550, and then step it up slowly. And he goes, yeah, no worries, we can do that. So, yeah.
All right, now, not to jump in too much of the controversy, but we did have transmission issues last night. Do you think it's all right today?
Look, I've put through 20 litres of oil in 2 passes. Just kept draining it. Drained it this morning, and it's a red colour, so hopefully it'll get us through today. After the qualifiers, I'll dump it again and put another gearbox in.
And you'll have to pull it apart.
Box will come out. Brand new box, it'll have to come out and be rebuilt again.
$9,500 you just put into this?
Yeah. Oh, what, the gearbox? Oh, the gearbox, yeah, it was 10.
There was 10 grand
in
that
alone. Yeah.
Wow. So hopefully...
Right. Well, we've after that first round of everything, there's been the odd shuffle, and everything's jiggling out for the next round. G'day, Aaron. How are you, Az? Good to see you, mate. Old Muscles in there, going for a wander. Aaron Tremaine coming up for a look. So We have them in the lanes. We've done our prep. We are just about ready to go. We've just got a few little lingering administrative issues, just, with that class allocation. There's a couple of class swaps that have happened there. And we're dealing with that, as well as, that nominated time that they ran. And again, when they changed, we've kind of just as a default, we've only had to do it for 2, but literally just took what they did and just whacked it there as, okay, well, that's the one you're going to have to try and hit in Q3. That sounds fair, isn't it? Because it's not as easy as you'd think. When you ran your first number out there, it's very rare that you can say, well, okay, that's what you're going to run in the third round, so we just made them automatically that. We did that as a default. We only had to do that in two examples there, I think. So, look, hopefully that doesn't, no one gets in a tiff about that one. That's just what we put. If you can nail that again in round 3, you might be worthy of that dough. And remember, that's all just there out of the goodness of our hearts here. Kenda tyres in those classes like Renegade and Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels, that extra 500 closest to qualifying time. Bonus money, it's $500 each time for each category. So in the third round of qualifying, we're going to have our eyes on, Mark. We might have to have 2 biros at the same time working there to try and make sure that we get everyone's third round time in to see who will get that. And it looks like that track, is that track pretty good there? Frankie, how good's the track? How good's your ankles by now? All you guys have got the strongest, all you Radial guys have got the strongest ankles in the business. Look at Con's ankles. Here comes Con's ankles out here now. Everyone's got, if we put the torque wrench on your shoelaces there just to see how many foot-pounds you need to hold them shoes on, can we measure how much strain? Frankie's got not getting much blood flow to the feet because of the shoelaces are so tight. No one wears a slip-on out there. You just, there it is, he's out. He's out. Yeah, he's out of them. There they are. Oh, my goodness. Why aren't we developing stronger shoelaces and shoes? Why aren't we designing new track prep shoes that I don't know, float you like an air hockey table or something, so you don't have as much. Hey, you know what you might have to wear, Frankie? Footy boots. Footy boots with the cleats. You won't stick. That's what we need, don't you? Footy boots. Steel tags. Just tags. I reckon everyone just wore footy boots out there. There'd be a lot more rolled ankles, but no one would be getting stuck. Alrighty, qualifying Q2. Alright, Timmy's happy with Q1 and skipping Q2, and he's going to run in Q3. Thank you, Timmy. Oh, Tim. Thanks for that. Alright, it's Wade Wagstaff.
Moved over into the left lane this time. George Josefsky in the Lexus beside Wade. Wade, our number 1 qualifier at the moment, ran a 3.72 in Q1. George did not get down the track, spun the tyres off the hit, went a 5.79, currently number 7 qualifier. Wade Wagstaff, sub 1 second, 60 foot in that first run, 0.993 to the 60 foot. Speed, you could say, was probably down a little bit, only 194 mile an hour. He went 204 yesterday. George Josefsky moving forward, Wade Wagstaff moving forward, Luke Marsden in front of Wade Wagstaff.
Wow, feast your eyes on this. Just quality, wall to wall. What can he do in this lane? The Grinch up against the Lotus. Josefsky Racing. Oh, baby, here it comes! 70 flat, 370 flat, 203 mile an hour. Wade Wagstaff, 996. 996 in the 60. And a hell of a run. 349 with a 6. 349 with a 6 to 330.
203.9, 5 mile an hour there for Wade Wagstaff in that Impact Ground Solutions Chevy.
And look, I think, remember we had that, well, you were here last night, we had this little glitch in this Lexus where it would run and then not run, and so on and so forth. So they're going to let him run, we're going to let him go. There we go, this is good. So that's good. He had both bulbs on. I don't think he wanted both bulbs on, but he went in. Wade didn't muck around. Wade went bang, bang, and then out he went. And that was it. All right, George Zizewski gets to run the Lotus Caravan's ultimate recreational vehicle. This is, when you're in the recreational vehicle business, this is your recreational vehicle. Farm City! Oh, it went into that mode where it was going to need to control that power, and it
well, you can see it planted the tyre.
Yeah,
it
it did.
Instant.
It sure did.
It planted, and then as it lifted up, and that's when it went to spin.
Yeah, it sure did. It was looking very much like it was on its way to glory, and just then it can all happen in a microsecond, and it just did not.
It was close. It was close to sticking.
hold the plant, so to speak. So we're just running downstream here just to check something at the 330 foot mark. But just the quality of cars, incredible. And as we said, you know, when you're in the business of building recreational vehicles like caravans and RVs like George does, what do you do for recreation when you're not building recreational vehicles? And that is go outlaw radial racing and go on a pretty decent scale. And you know what? We love all of these. And I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say he's new blood in sport. George has sort of, had plenty of tough cars in his life. He's now just at this stage where I think this is where everyone wants to come and play, and it's a great place for it. We get a lot of successful blokes, a lot of successful people in big business want to come and use this as their motorsport recreation. You don't have to go and join a V8 supercar team and run in a full championship. Championships don't even sometimes matter to these guys. They just want to get to events where they can spend a good few days trying to get the numbers down, regroup, and come and do it again. Next time Kenda guys go, hey, there's a bit more up for grabs, come and try and get some.
I've always said that if you're a drag racer, you've got to be successful somewhere in your life outside of drag racing.
Oh, 100%.
Because it's not face facts, it is expensive.
Well, I think we learned as young blokes, didn't we? It's like, successful businessmen became successful racers here and overseas. Like Joe Amato and Kenny Bernstein, they were heroes of mine, but they were very successful businesmen. Johnny Ricker, Race Parts Melbourne, very successful businessman. He's the one that's also helping us pay out this runner-up money today. Jeff Campbell Brown, 622 cubic inches, turbo boys. Oh, that's a bit better for Johnny. Punches it through the 5-speed, locks the Gavel. 396, boys. There we go. 396 for Johnny Ricker. That's what the boys were looking for last night. Didn't quite get it last night, but there it is there. 271 to the 330, 105 in the 60 foot. 396, 198 with 3 second heaven right here.
Yeah, Canberra Brown with issues off the start line there, rolled through there for a 9-second pass. He overpowered the track, but all eyes were on Johnny Ricker. He goes to number 3 in qualifying, 198 miles an hour. We've got 4 cars now in the 3-second zone.
And hold the phone, because the Aussie-built Mustang is back against the American.
Actually, what's the best build we've had? Just thinking out.
We've had one in Sydney. We had a lot of trees in Sydney. I'll have to go back through 5,000 photos on my phone. Took photos of this. And again, if I was more of a professional, I would have probably kept all of the records for the last, 6-7 years of Kenda. But it just slipped through my brain. But you know what? On the night, it was just, we knew we were seeing the best radial racing in Australia, and every time, and all I do now is you go to a Kenda, go, you will see the very best of something in Australia when you turn up. For the record books, is it the biggest 3-second field? I don't know. Let's just see where it all ends up. And you know what? If we do go to Sydney in the future and do another one down there, that'll be the next one. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The very next one's going to be bigger than the one we're seeing. Daniel Sabolik's Lotus Caravan sponsored Camaro Pro Charge, 565 cubic inches. Joe Gauci from Profab, Wollongong, Berry Meadow, 540 cubes, twin turbo Pro line. How good does this look on the line? You talk about cars of the future. Check these out. World quality cars. Side by side. Whoa, another one for him. 384. Here he comes. 384. 202 for Symbolics. And Joe, 024 light, but He can't make the
instant,
3-1.
yeah.
He can't make the 3-1-5 work today. He put the 2-7-5 on and made it work. And now back on the slightly bigger tyre, and it's just 2 from 2, not going down. But 2 from 2 for Symbolics, 2 from 2 from Wagstaff. The boogeyman yet to come, but that's already so far 1 from 1. Rick a 396 as well.
And you know, Joe's been really known for his consistency for the last probably couple of seasons that he's been running. So it's strange to see him. Two hits, instant spin.
And you know what? I've also seen the guy in that situation come back and win. Oh, yes, sir. Quality. Hands up who thinks this is value for money right here. You talking about quality in cars. Variety with parity. New names coming in. Paul Merry, Andrew Zeta. 12 months ago, Paul Merry was in PSI prep. 12 months ago, Andrew Zeta was considering the RX 320V. That was a 7-second runner and going, I love this Radial thing. What else can I do? And then he next thing you know, he bought this thing. And he just
what's the history of the car for Andrew Zeta?
I do believe it's ex-USA. I think it is even ex-Q80 car. I'm not completely up on the I haven't been on an answer.
Sorry, mate, I threw you under the bus.
That's all right, mate. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just say it's yours now, and I know you got it from America, and I know it does look expensive, but I hand it to him. When you see the bug bite and you see these guys, it's like, dude, welcome. Thank you. I just go down and thank them. I go, Paul Merry, I say the same thing. Thanks, mate. Thanks for everything. Thanks for being inspired to come and give me a reason to get up in the morning and get excited about the sport, because this investment is inspiring. It's an inspiration to see guys want to go. Now, ask me about the Nova. Andrew Wagstaff had that. So
what's the history in the Nova?
So Andrew brought that over to the United States of America. So Wade's dad. So had that twin turbo small block and everything. And I think C&V helped tune that in the beginning with Andrew having a few laps, but then I think they just ended up selling it.
So Wagstaffs could be one of those teams you can talk about that tried different combos.
Oh well, they had the turbo deal then. I think it was more of a whole deal that came this way. They bought it this way, but now Paul Merry's put a lot into it at ProFab. Tested it in Sydney. He's another Outlaw Radial looking to get into the threes. Oh, good pedal there. Good pedal from Zeta. He caught that a little bit there. He actually caught that. Merry didn't go anywhere. 208 in the 60. 106 in the 60 there for the Boogeyman. And 274 there at 330. But I think the shock came out late there because it
spun.
It's almost like it planted it. That was the reason why it looked like it sort of jumped a little bit, or whether that was a pedal at the same time.
It was a strange one, wasn't it?
I think he just felt that go there, and there was a jump on the throttle there. So the throttle trace will probably show that, but you got to hand it to him. He's done a lot of laps in some wild 20B street cars, and he has a little bit of a penchant for a pedal. So even now to go to a Pro Charge car with under 20 runs on it himself, and already go 397, but then on the next run feel that and want to pedal it. That goes to show that that man's getting in touch with that thing pretty quickly. You can just tell that these guys must get an adrenaline rush driving those things, because when you see these beasts go down, it's like wow. Because especially here you get, and this is the thing I think that teaches you lessons in life, is that everything shouldn't come easy. If you got to stay on point. And you think how many aborted runs everyone's had in the last few days, weeks, months leading up to an event like this, is that when it does all come together, that's an even bigger adrenaline rush because it all worked. And then especially you get a run on that, you can have a day where it all works, mate. You can't come down from that for months. You don't. I think that can carry you through a fair amount of your life when you can get these moments where it's like, wow, I got such a rush from all of this. This is why I'm on this earth, to feel this way.
Or you could go red in the first round and then think about that for a month.
Well, I also said that there are also counselling services out there that I'm thinking of setting up for the disgruntled drag racer. Jamie Jeffrey, we were an Outlaw 275 thanks to spot on performance straight out of the spot on workshop. Here's the Mustang, Jamie Jeffries. Oh, it was all going. Crikes, it was all good. What happened? 469 for Jeffries, 468 with a 5, 469. So two really good runs from Jamie Jeffries. Shane Crichton, oh God, it was on one. It came out all right, and then it lost power again. Now, that thing went down like a train last night. It was, I think, 470, 480 last night, and then now no fun now. And Crichton's down in number 11th. Now, again, thank goodness for 3 rounds of qualifying. Thank goodness for 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. So Shane can come and have another crack at it, and he's going to need to, obviously, to, get back to be competitive, because really, at the end of the day, he ran the 4s last night, so he would still be, second or third quickest car in this class, but judging by our qualifying so far. But we have had a few not stretch their legs yet. This guy overstretched the legs on the last run. That's Tony Webb. Anthony Webb, it says here on the entry, the culprit racing. 565 cubes now. He has, the word was from Tim Cross. Tim was happy with that 436 at 180, and he's putting that in the bank, and he said, I'm not coming out for Q2. I'm going to watch everyone else in Q2. Then I'm going to come out in Q3 and have another crack. So that was the word from Timmy Cross. He's keeping some life in that high winding small block Ford. And he's just going to watch what everyone else does. So we've got Webby out here to try and get back to what he hit yesterday. He got into the 430s in testing.
Into the 430s, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so he's been in the 430s in testing with the car. It's big block shed. We've got Con from Wollongong Automotive in there behind, providing the tune. Now, does Con on Webby will just say, give me everything, I want to be competitive, and then it's like, Con goes, well, you want to put one down? Let's see. Oh, right there. Right there, it's got, you can hear just how much that big block's got once you get on it a bit later on. 562 and a 564 before, but no, he just wants one in the bank. They're all going. The guys that don't hit it here have got to get one in the bank in Q3. It's simple as that. This sounds angry. Here he is. Oh, what a black belt man. Stand and cheer. Yes, sir. Who loves the black belts? Who's the blower fans? Somebody is sure.
No one can hear us out there.
I know. There's no point asking the blower fans. Who are the blower fans? Sorry, mate. I'm basking in the... Hang on, we're pointing at stuff under the car. We're pointing. There's people pointing. Belt, something's under there. They're looking underneath. Randall lorry. They saw something underneath dangling or something. We're just checking. Oh, something's maybe dangling or coming off. Hang on a sec. They're saying shut it. They're saying shut it. They're saying shut it. They're saying shut it. They're just trying to get him back to start with.
Well, Kevy's out in front from KPM Performance. He's
Kevy's just staying chill. It's just a fan belt or something. I don't know what they pointed it underneath, but
you can see it from here. It obviously.
Kevy's cool.
You can see it just in front of the.
Isn't he cool? Isn't he cool? Well, it's not a leakage. It's not something dropping. It's something on the car, which he's rated to say, let it be. It's going to be fine. Good call. Good call there from KPM. He wants to get that again. Guy Hall is here, and he needs a good run down here to bend. Good run, both sides, side by side, hits the stripe. Oh, 506, 490. Beautiful run. That's 506 with a 5, 506 with a 9.
Consistent
for
from
Randall Laurie.
yeah.
That's 2 runs within a hundredth of each other. And Guy Hall, the big Ben's 490.
Tell you what, Laurie's getting out quick, man. 116 to the 60 foot then, I think, again.
Yeah, well, that's
he was nearly 600 or 700 ahead of Guy Hall.
That's that blower. That's that blower. Oh, there's Gary Hunt.
You still got to get that power to the ground through the 275s.
Oh, well, that's it. And then now that's the end of spot on 275. Here is Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. Now check this out.
Kevy's back out there.
I don't even want to commentate right now because we're going to let the engines do the talking. 400 cubes of small block pro stock in the HB. Gary Hunt, 440 cubes of angry LS. So let's just let these boys sing if they can get it hooked up here. We just got to let these guys go here a little bit. I just love some lungs. I still love in a turbo, cars? In a boosted world. I still need some lungs. Yes, they will be one of the quickest 2 Aspo cars we've got. can hear Grumsy sing, just screaming down there. 527, 550, 117 in the 60 there for Graham on the 235. That's a great combo, that thing. There he is after fixing that wastegate leak. Mick Arnold, thanks to the Wagstaff team for lending out their welder. It seems to everyone today now that they've let on that they've got one.
Everyone will be down there.
It's $100 an hour. Well, I mean, you might as well. I mean, I think I might have to set up a ute where you've got all that. I don't know why no one has already done.
Mad Dog brings his out, and obviously Big Red as well.
You need to do that. Here we go. Check this out for a bit of Aussie muscle here in Haltech Outlaw 235. Wyatt Kudnick, 400 cubes. Mick Arnold, 400 cubes. There's 3 turbos out there. Oh, one! He wants to go right on. One for Mick as well. He's going to make it count, but one makes it count. 492, so does Mick. 523 for one. And on the leaf springs, 130 to the 60 foot. Mick Arnold on the leaf springs, 133. Mick Arnold third. Oh, there it is. What revs? There's that 32 valve 4.6 under the hood of Joey Bridge. If you get a chance, folks, go down and, I mean, you know, we do have lots of Mustangs, but when they have the hood up, this beautiful little 4.6 litre modular engine, I mean, it's a little gem.
But he's
little
running
turbos, everything. Yep.
Joey's running low 470s.
He has.
I don't know if he's dipped into the 460s.
He has.
Definitely low 470.
And this is the only car, the only guy I think we have in Radial Racing that's actually run this car in America when he lived in America and brought it to Australia and runs it in Australia. So back before drag radial was a thing, he was racing this car in the United States of America. There wouldn't be any other car out there in this field that's got the prestige and the amount of runs at tracks all the way in the United States and here as Joey Bridge in Old Red.
Well, these guys are currently 1 and 2 qualifiers. Cortina number 1, Bridge number 2. Cortina was 10, Bridge was a little bit of issues.
Joey, that's not good. That's not good. Don't know where that's come from. You know, you think of auto gearboxes, you think of engine issues. The only thing we can do now is just see whether there's any pieces to pick up, and hopefully if there's not, it'll be then a post-mortem as to what's caused it to happen. But Joey's, it popped a couple of times on the leave. Now, I know sometimes it's done that in the past. It's done it again then. And then, the amount of smoke that sort of came out after that, it didn't look good. So we are going down to survey that whole area down there. And if we see people sort of straddling an area, there would be something that we would have to pick up on the track. And if that's not that, we might be lucky. Sometimes we are. It's all sort of got onto the exhaust and hasn't gone anywhere else. But if it has hit the track, we've got to clean it. It's kind of in that situation where we might be right on the actual racing surface. If it's not right down in the sort of shut-off area, we'll have to still address that. He's straddling it. That's not good.
Yeah.
And I certainly hope whatever's gone wrong in Joey's thing that it's not too expensive to fix. But then again, you know, when you're running at these sorts of performances and levels, you know, all of that stuff costs money, the good stuff. So whether or not that's a gearbox or an engine, I don't know. Those little 4.6s are quite robust machines. They're a very tough little donk, and you can certainly, you know, fortify them a lot more than what they are. So, I mean, if it is something, if it's going to be something, maybe it's the box. I'm hoping. I mean, you hope it's nothing. You wish that there was always nothing going on. But you know, people get this hard luck sometimes, which you've got to you know, say that's part of racing. If you're going to make any sort of amount of horsepower, a lot of the times it
happens, man.
The downside to horsepower is breakage, and you know, we could put that up on a drawing board and say HP plus WT equals breakage, right? So we'll look what that is and get back to you shortly. But we've been getting a good taste of it again, like we always do each session, and then you get these delays where it's like, well, that does happen. It's just a part of life, and we've got to put up with it, and we do. And one thing about our guys, and we are just looking like just near the 660s, kind of.
Yeah, pretty much where we saw it.
I mean, they're looking at it a bit further now, so they are still. Darren's Darren's out there he's just in an area where he thinks he can see it. So if that's the case...
And the good thing is he's pulled the car up safely.
Yeah, right. So he hasn't gone any further, and I suppose that's another thing too. If you think you've broken something and dropped something, we always talk about can you get over to the side or whatever. He's done the next best thing. He's slowed it down. Mr. McKern, how are you, sir? Enjoying everything? Waiting to see that HR panel van run again? If he does drag charge, there's not a lot of room in there, just him and someone else, unless you put people in the back of the panel van. But I wasn't referring to you, Damien. That's. I'm not talking about payloads here or anything like that. We're just talking about it was a nice car. It was a nice car, but yes, maybe an LS with some boost might help in that department there, Damien. Of course, McKern and Associates, petrol head extraordinaire, like a lot of successful blokes. Would probably not want to have a Lamborghini in the garage when you can have perfectly nicer, cooler cars than that and then not get typecast as another Lamborghini owner. I don't know. They just cop a rap. I'm just saying Damien could possibly have a Lamborghini if he wanted, but he's got an RX2 probably for the same price. But mind you, Lambos don't go sevens, do they? Here we go. Yeah, so that's the thing. Well, we've got a little bit of a leak there. Which we're going to fix there. I think Damien's might be setting up for it to text me here somewhere. I'm ready. You might have my old phone number in there, mate, which may not be there, so you might have to send through Messenger. So we've just got this little clean-up to happen. Dave, that is a good point. I could probably pop down and see if we can't grab an interview or two with some of our guys on the line there while we've got this opportunity. So might see if I can't go down and get that. That's a good idea there, Dave. We'll see what we can do. Well, Dave, I thought you were sending me a text, Dave, and when you got the phone, I thought you were sending me a text. Now he's messaging me saying, what am I sending? Whatever you want to send, Davo, whatever you want to send. If you want to send me a text, you've done it. Congratulations. So that's all good. But right now, we've got that little bit of a clean-up to happen. We've got all of our great sponsors that we'll continue to mention throughout the day. We were in Outlaw 235 thanks to Haltech. We've still got OG 275 and 315 to go, Renegades and all of that sort of stuff. There you go. Well, there we go. So we are straddling and collecting some stuff there. So, yeah, the word is we've just got that slight pick up that we've got to do. So I might see if we can't grab a couple of interviews for Overtaking Lane and the guys on the stream and be back when we can.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure. The thrill. Even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey. Australian made and owned, Hi-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose Hi-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
of clean-up happening here at the Kenda 660, but we thought we'd catch up. I saw him here, and I always see this bloke around because he's always shooting a lot of cars, but then we see that George has torn himself away from probably a 100-hour week. And what happens when you build recreational vehicles for a living, and then you have to come out, and these are probably the most highly maintained recreational vehicles you could get, George. Is it the adrenaline or what?
Oh, definitely, it's adrenaline, just getting out, and it's the rush we look for. So, and we don't get that, unfortunately, at work. So we come out here searching for it.
But I mean, obviously, to be in the business, Lotus Caravans and the RV industry, I mean, it's just exploded in Australia.
Oh yeah, it's I think COVID's been a big factor to all recreational activities, and yeah, we've seen a massive spike in our industry.
Now, where was the history for you before you kind of now gone super deep end, like, where did it all start, the love of the fast cars?
Oh, in 1986 model Holden VL Commodore still holds a 235 record out here, and we hope to be back out in the near future in that, and get up on that again.
Is that the one that you just fresh, is that the one with fresh paint, or that's another VL?
No, that's the one, yeah, it's been in the build since the last time we crashed in Sydney Kenda, I think 2 years ago, so it's not far off a return, and yeah, brought the little skinnies back on, and they turn up and beat up on our record.
Now, how's the Lexus go, mate? It was on a nice tear last night, that 403. That's the best you've done in that, isn't it?
Yeah, fastest ET on that. We're on a 315 at this event. We're just finding that the track's not allowing us to do the things we want today, so we'll go back to yesterday's game plan and send it.
Now, of course, I noticed that you also got Lotus with the Symbolic family there as well, and their efforts in what is our Outlaw Radial. I mean, does it stagger you to think of how much investment these guys are making in these cars, or is this where we've all decided this is where they want to play?
Oh yeah, number one is an expensive sport, yeah. So number one in anything, it's the time, the commitment, and the money.
Well, I mean, between him and Ricker and you guys and everything like that, like, honestly, the whole scene is just exploding with all these cars. And I know that when we get to Sydney for another Kenda down there, we know what happens when we get to Sydney. We bring all these guys down, and then we get everyone out of Sydney.
Yeah, well, that's the plan, man. We get up there and got to beat up on them guys. So I call myself more of a hometown being in Queensland with JW, and all the cars are maintained the house up here. So I don't mind crossing states and try to beat up on guys.
Well, I mean, you fly, or you can just hook up a Lotus and come up here on the weekend, mate. Just hook up. Now, JW, look, Justin, what is it about this, mate? I mean, you're so composed. You've tuned so many different things in motorsport over the years. What's it like being a radial tyre tuning guy that stops you yelling out the F word a million times in your head for every second time that maybe it doesn't quite go right?
Look, it can be very tough. I think the thing for us is we're always trying to chase. We're always trying to go faster. Sometimes you just got to be a little bit more content. As you saw, the 86 did 9 passes back to back. The Lexus did 2 out of 1 test day, and today we haven't been able to make a hit. But look, that's part of it, and that's why we just constantly keep doing it. We've got the data. We've just got to come back and we've got to do it. The 86 is waiting over there. If we can get down, that presents data for the Lexus as well. That's why we're running 2 cars. 2 cars, double the data.
And it's important to build a run. We talked about last night how you have to build a run sometimes. You get out there and go, some of the incrementals, you go, right, we can leave them alone. But then you've got other incrementals in the track. And remember, we're only 660 foot, but it's all still fractions down the track.
It's very, very minute. Right now, we're
with the Lexus. We haven't even touched over the last
day. The air conditions are a little bit different. That car is different to some of the other Pro Mod sub cars. That's a full steel car. It's got rails in it. It's a little heavier and it's just a little trickier on this sort of track.
And it's so funny, isn't it? Because I mean, if we're talking big tyre cars, slick tyre cars, is that I shouldn't say they're not sophisticated cars. They very well are. But we're asking ECUs and all sorts of monitors and sensors to talk to different parts of the car, especially the suspension, as well as trying to get to talking to the engine as well. The ECU's doing a million things out there. I mean, I just sometimes think that I don't know why it's so addictive, but it is when it all goes right, because it becomes almost a little bit spiritual, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, we spend a lot of time, especially with George's program in the workshop, upgrading, looking at data, putting stuff on that we can actually see what's going on there. So when you get here, sometimes you're gathering more than actually going, and then all of a sudden you'll get it right and we'll be going down the racetrack. But most people look at the racetrack as a signboard at the end, but it's just broken down into so many parts. Like, it's little bits and pieces, and the good guys, like Luke tuning the Grinch over there, he will tell you it's all little bits and pieces. Like, we might be spinning here, but we'll be absolutely perfect, you know, just down the track a little bit more. So we get that right and we'll be good.
I know you do, mate. I'm absolutely hooked on this stuff, man, because the quality that keeps rolling out of here, and you know, everyone just so committed to investing in this part of it. It's truly an inspiration to anyone that wants to come and start in a Kenda, because you can start
Rackets
classes now, and it's almost like a seamless transition
from the elites to our
drive-in cars that come in here. They're all hitting the same track. They're all trying to run a number, and we know the racing's always tight.
Absolutely. Look, we came into this sport a few years ago, and we were running Nicky's car, and we sort of started from the bottom. George came on. We love racing VLs, as you know. You know, that for George, Vic, and me, that's our passion. You know, and that's why we like 235, because we can compete with our VLs. We've got 2 record-holding cars there, but you know, at the end of the day, there's the top classes, and there's the number one, and that's also where we're looking at it as well. You know.
Now, George, I'll finish with you.
Nice little
layup, nice assembly of vehicles, nice little fleet.
Is this going to do you
for a little while, mate, or you can't help yourself? Getting the 235 VL back, is that almost like your little Jezewski canoe set up there? Like, it's just got a little bit of everything.
I think we've still got the 235 and the 275, yeah. So, definitely, like, we want to get back out. I was actually just talking about whether we look at buying maybe a pro mod down the track. But I think we're quite content to sticking with the plans of VL. It's been a couple of years since it's been back. Definitely want to, probably attack 2 classes in that car, 2 different tyre classes, and we'll roll back out with the Lexus later and see how far we can dip that and hopefully get into the 3s throughout today. If not, like I said, we'll build enough data to do it next time, so we'll keep cracking.
Here's a question. The 86, now that we've got who's the Giovanni driving it? Is that going to be Giovanni? Where's Giovanni fit in? Is he another?
Freestyle RVs is a retail business I own together with Giovanni and his family, so it's a 50% ownership and 50% ownership on the car. I was buying the car and he wanted to get into a race car, and I said, all right, well, if you want to drive, you can pay for half the cost. So we went in together. So we're pretty wrapped. He's doing really, really good. He hadn't raced for 20 years before he got in that. He used to have a 20B turbo, bloody 323 many years ago, running into the 8s, which was really fast back then. Got back in, he's loving it. So it's a good team, good family out here. It's all about having fun. That's what we're here for. And you know, all the rewards at the end of the track are getting from A to B, and hopefully the time board ticks on the numbers we're chasing, and it's all smiles from there.
There's also a little bit of coin in there too. We're not all doing it for the money, but that's a hell of a nice coin, nice payday to anyone that gets it as well. Thank you, George. Thank you, Justin. We've got a little slight delay here as we get everything cleaned up, but and we'll catch up with Giovanni later. It sounds like a guy that's been out of it for 20 years. I'd love that. I want to see that guy. I love seeing the spark come up in these people, eh? All right, thank you, guys. You can all come in back. I've got this interview because this guy's stuck to the start line. Welcome back to Willowbank, South Georgia. Hello everybody, good to see you. Mate, it's so good to see the VT. We virtually raced the VT back here for that first qualifying session. I saw you guys tail it, the next year I think you just fired it up and drove it. Yeah, the tail? So we had to drive it back. Everything went really fast really quickly, but we got there and we did a soft run, and now we're going to try to get down the track a bit quicker. Now, was it you did the gearbox or broke the box or something? Yeah, on the last run last night we broke the climax, so we haven't broken anything in the car, so it was a bit of a shock to us, and we've got no parts here, so luckily we found some and got it done really quick. So talk us through that, Bill. Who did you reach out to first, or someone reached out to you? Now, Paul rang Tomo, and Tomo rang one of his mates, Ben, from Elite, and basically got it done. We're really thankful for that, you know. Yeah, how's that, eh? And you know, that as much as everyone, you know, either has good weekends or bad weekends, if you can help people, especially when you travel, you know, you do the same for anyone else. 1,000,000%, mate. We love this sport, so yeah, we definitely do the same for anyone else. So needless to say, do you reckon the track was pretty good, mate, if you broke the gearbox? No, the track was great. No issues with the track. It's fantastic. Yeah. Now, you've seen it all. You've done it all. Is this, you know, what do you do the next 20 years? You're not retiring yet, are you? No way. I've got the junior here is going to keep going, so we've got to keep him going. So we're going to have the Elf's name here for a long time. Definitely. So what do you got in store for the kids? What do you got? Well, the kids, John's one of the kids. That's Vic's son. Yeah. And Austin, like I said, the new generation coming through. So it's up to them. If they want to learn, we're basically going to try and wherever they want to be. You know, we'll just go there. You know. So just looking around the workshop at the moment, you know, is there anything in there that he's already got his eye on, or? Mate, he loves everything. He enjoys the big radial cars. Obviously exciting. So we'll play in that area if we can later down the track. So that's where we'll be. So, son, tell me. Let's have that talk. Let's have the talk now. What do you like? Boogeyman, Dad? Yeah, definitely does, yeah. It's a cool car. Yeah, we're going to go Boogeyman. You know, if Dad's opened the conversation and he goes, what do you want to do? Oh, can we just go Boogeyman? Definitely, mate. You got it right, Chris. Oh, but who wouldn't? You know what? Is it surprising to you that you see the quality roll up here in radial racing? Oh, not really, man. I think that's the way the sport's going, thank God, because like I said, we've been doing it for a while, and we really wanted to see this happen in Australia, and it's happened quicker than I thought a little bit, but it's fantastic. And again, let's just get into the discussion. I mean, you guys, you know, you were putting turbos on anything you could back in the day. You kind of had that turbo, especially nitrous in the early days with the RX3 and the one-tonner. You know, you came out of Super Sedan, Super Stock. You were the old school guys with the spray. Then the turbos came along, and now pro charging and supercharging. Do you think it's because we just didn't embrace those other types of things other than blowers early? Well, to be honest with you, we started just changing to EFI first and went away from carbies and stuff, and that just brought everything else on. So everything evolves at a rate of knots. So pro chargers a few years ago were nothing. Now they're leading the sport in America in the 80-mile racing. So, you know, we're really happy to follow trend because we're a little country and we learn quickly off the Yanks. So it's cool, you know. I think we're ahead in a few areas in the Yanks too. I think only because, you know, you look at the Aussie aftermarket industry with all the manufacturers out there and all the ECU manufacturers and Turbo Smart, you name them, PWR, you name them. We've got so many good Aussie companies that are selling to the world. Mate, you're 100% correct. They're excellent at what they do, and they're leading the world as far as technology. You're right. Yeah, we're very proud Pro Australia's out there. Now here's a question. Let's take you back, mate. When did it all start for you? When was the first? When did the hook first go in for you? Mate, when I was a youngster, I used to hide the hot rod magazines in behind the encyclopedia, so my parents, their brick background wouldn't work it out, you know. So yeah, that's where it started for me. I was young. Street machine days when they started, you know. And then his mum's coming in and go, slap over the head. What is this? What is this? You know, you got them stuck between the encyclopedias. You could have been a Playboy or a Penthouse, but it was a hot rod magazine. Mate, 100% it was hot rod. And what was your parents' attitude as you're growing up that you were leaning towards cars? Were they trying to get you to be a bricklayer or something? Or? No, they hated it. They basically wanted to become a doctor or a lawyer, but that wouldn't do it for me. Yeah. And the same for Vic. I mean, what was the deal? Like, how many kids in the family? Just us two, but yeah, we both went cars, surprisingly. But we love it, you know, so it's cool. Isn't it funny? I've talked to the Rahayam brothers about the same thing, you know, their upbringing there, and again, the family is trying to sort of push them away, and now you both look back at what you've achieved in your careers there. Your family's got to be proud. I don't know. They don't follow us that much, I don't think. No, they ask, but yeah, they're happy when we do good stuff, but you know, they just want to make sure we're happy, and that's the main thing. Yeah, well, that's it. And I suppose every parent wants their children to be successful in business, and hey, success in business, mate, you're still around, you're still doing it. You got much backlog at work? How much you got? Could you do a few more customers?
Mate, we're really busy at the moment. It's stressful. You're either quiet or you're busy, but we're really busy at the moment. COVID sort of backed us up a bit, so we're struggling to get the cars out, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well there you go. And you know what? Some people want to go full tilt motorsport. I rate this kind of as semi-competitive recreational motorsport, but the investment's still as big as any championship you could ever chase.
And the returns good in the emotional side of things.
Yeah. Well, that's an adrenaline rush when it all goes well.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
And they all seem to want to keep chasing that adrenaline rush. So we'll try and pry him off the start line here and get Con to sit down there for a bit. And mate, I hope, and you know what, it's the same with you and Georgie Haddad and all of these guys that I've seen for years inside, mate. I just want to let people know when you see royalty, when you see it, mate. So, mate, keep on keeping on.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, nearly cleaned up.
And we are back into some racing. The Outlaw 235 action brought to us by Haltech. And Enemies Racing Australia. They're on board to support the best outstanding Outlaw 235 car here. We are in qualifying session number 2. Alex Bamford in the HQ. Hold it for spot-on performance. He ran a best of a 6:34 in Q1. Currently qualified number 7. Alex Bamford here. Getting guided in number 1 qualifier at the moment in this 235 class is Scotty Cortina with that 480. Joey Bridge number 2 with that 484. Number 3 is Mick Arnold with a 492. 3 cars into the 4-second zone. Bamford bumping in, gets out 338 reaction. 60 foot. The HQ for spot-on performance goes through, runs a 6:29, 113 miles an hour, improved slightly by half a tenth there, but we'll probably keep him in that number 7 spot at the moment in Haltech Outlaw 235. 7 cars qualified so far in the 235 class. today here at the Kenda 660 Drag Series. You got that cleanup sorted fairly quickly. You can see the crowd making their way back to the grandstand now that we're back underway here in qualifying. Diggles will be running up here from down the bottom end. He'll be out of breath. Up those steps. Won't stop him from talking though. He's up here. We are at Q2, of course, after Outlaw 235. We move into, I think it'll be OG 315 and then OG 275. And we might even make a call for Radial Renegades. Start moving away around to the lanes, please. Radial Renegades to the lanes.
You make the call, Mark. You make the call.
I'm making the call.
You're as much as a part of this as I am, mate. We're just here helping the.
How was it down there on the track?
Yeah, it's good, man. I didn't walk in the sticky bit.
Yeah, I'd avoid that.
Con was legit stuck there. Con was legit stuck there. But he's okay. So good to talk. Anytime I can get a chance to talk to him and you know, just really, and it's almost not enough. You almost feel that there's a need, like a Bobby Bennett style thing, where you actually grab a few of these guys at your Raiders play. It's like, dude, you've seen a lot. Tell us your history, all of that sort of thing, and you know, to have built. You talk about building an empire. It's not so much an empire per se. It's that you build a successful business out of your love of the sport, and they predominantly, like Betty, have just chosen the quarter mile to do that. And a lot of success in business sometimes comes from those arenas. And if, I met three brothers at World Time Attack. They're the Ingram brothers. Now, the Ingram brothers, who were they? Well, they bought this RX-8 from America, from a race team in America, that turned out that it had won the Daytona 24 Hour with a Peripheral Report 20B. But now they brought it to Australia, and it went to pack and the oldest Ingram brother owns a publishing company where he publishes children's books. That's his business, but he loves road. Like I went in the first week back, and he goes, I went to Eastern Creek, and I saw them at Eastern Creek in the old Pac-Man RX-2, and I've always loved Rotary since then. So when he, later on in life, that opportunity came, successful in business, pursuing those things, who was the first person they went to saw back, and that was on display World Time Attack. Once we found out the history of the car, Baker just put it in the schedule and said, right, that thing's going out on track, because that's a car of racing significance. Next thing you know, this thing's got its own lap, be able to go and lap itself. So it's those stories you don't know until you ask. And again, you talk to Pack, it's like, oh yeah, so how many staff you got there now? Oh yeah, 26.
26. That's
you know what I mean?
incredible.
Yeah.
That's...
And a thriving online business, and you name it, they've got it. And again, all built from a love of racing. They built an empire from that love of racing. They got better at everything. They literally can just make you that whole RX-3 if you want. You know, turnkey, 8-second RX-3 street car. You can do it, right? And here we go, Giovanni Inchirisi. I'm going to interview this man sometime in the future, because 20 years out of the sport, as we said, he's business partner with George Josefsky on Freestyle RVs. So he said, I've got this car, if you want to race it, go halves with me. And this is what they've done. This is a half deal. Giovanni gets to bump in Steve Carkeet. Well, try and stop this man doing wheel stands. We are in OG 315, thanks to Lotus Caravans himself, George Josefsky. So here's Giovanni in that class trying to maybe peck that Lotus money back. He's loving the bump box, Giovanni. Oh, that's a good one for him out on the section. 110 with a 60 foot, 435. That's the run. That's the stuff we're talking about. That's the pins and needles.
170 mile an hour there for Giovanni.
That's the pins and needles moment that you go for, and that's a cranky OG 315 time. Like
Carkeet was a 529 beside him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Giovanni 435.
That is.
Is he going to stay in OG 315?
Well, I mean, it's a stock bodied 86, and yes, it's got a Toyota engine in it. But then again, it's a 23 hot rod with a Dodge motor in it, and then there's a HR with an LS in it.
Don't quote me, but I think I was told this was registered over in New Zealand.
I think it's still got Rego. Yeah. It's still got Rego tags. So
Marcus Page in the T-bucket, the hot rod. Aaron Gregory in the HR, the panel van for ASG Motorsport. Here's our number 2 qualifier with a 506. Marcus Page, number 5, qualify with a 5.18. But we've seen Marcus run to the 490s.
I'm very, very impressed with both of these cars. I've been impressed with Marcus's for a long time because it's like, wow, you want to see the closest thing we got to a radial fuel altered. This is pretty much it. Aaron Gregory, well, he's built so many tough cars in his illustrious career. Oh, picks it up again. Good side-by-side run. Oh, geez. 498, 508. 498, 508, 145, 142. That's what we're talking about. And you can see that HR just bobbed that left-hand front up and down a little bit, and then off he went.
Marcus goes to number 2 qualify with that 498. Gregory actually drops down to number 3.
So where do we get up to calling, Mark?
We're up to OG315 Q2, brought to us by Lotus Caravans.
All right, so if we call Renegades to the lane.
Yeah, we've called Renegades.
Yeah, Renegades to the lanes, please.
Let's call Radial Ruckus as well.
Yeah, let's get Ruckus to the lanes too, please. So Renegades to the lanes, Ruckus to the lanes, Rumble and Rebels, get ready, don't roll. You will be up very shortly for the call.
Michael Nichols now in the Calais to take on Simon Graham in the Tirana. Graham went 5.14 Q1. Nichols was 5.11 Q1. Currently number 4 and 5 qualifiers respectively here.
The VL got our attention last run.
It did.
All right. Good runs first session. Let's see what they do to back them up.
He goes 5.00 at 142 mile an hour. Graham rolls through for a 6.53, 115 mile an hour. So improvement for Nichols, 5.00, knocking on the door of the 4s at 142. He goes up to number 3. Graham will stick in number 5 qualifier.
Yeah, he'll keep that 5.14 from before, but yeah, Nichols right on that 5 flat mark. And it was a little bit of heavy breathing going through there. Yeah. Was that a little bit of the result of the pickup though? Normally we don't see it dust up like that after we've picked everything up, so maybe it just had a little bit of heavy breathing. We're going for a bit of a look down in that lane to make sure that Nichols doesn't have any other issues there, Michael Nichols. So we are going for a quick wander to make sure that there's hopefully nothing to write home about in that lane. They are doing a pretty detailed analysis of the finish line to see whether or not that is something that is brought over there, and the way that they're heading back. Normally if they linger, it gets our attention.
And they do the straddle. We like to call the straddle over where they think
they do the straddle.
Something on the track, but there's nothing there. We're going into the next pairing of OG 315, Glenn Finnegan in the Nova to take on James Horan in the Toyota Ute for Drain Care.
Yes, he's still got that on his entry form. I mean, I don't think the boss has given him $1 in the last couple of years, but he continues to still keep that on there, and he will still, if he has still got it, he'll still wear the Drain Care cap to the track. So he's loyal. The boss does deserve to probably give you a bit more, James, but you know, I think, well, he bought that van, so that's probably thrown a bit of budget out. So thanks, boss. None for you, James. Sorry, you'll be right for a little while. And again, he's done that forever. Like, he's done that for a long time. I'm going for the matte black car. Who are you going for?
It's a big call, Chris. Are you sure?
Well,
you're going to make that sort of call?
Well, it's 598 cubes of gas Nova, or it's 511 cubes of twin turbo Hemi Hilux. I mean, goodness. I hope the Black Ute gets some down. Look at it. I've been in love with that car for a long time. I love the latest evolution of it because James can just do anything on this car. He's done it all so far. Bump City now. Here he goes. There we go. Oh, he's fighting that once or twice there. James Horan still goes 504. 117 in the 6. Now remember, out of every...
You can't do that.
Out of every car in that class, that is a 511 twin turbo Hemi, i.e. 3,000 horsepower.
Yeah, well, he can run low fours.
I think it went on the dyno once. It made 34, I think. I can't remember. So
yeah, Finnegan with a 541 beside him. He goes to number 8 qualifier. Horan goes to number 4 with a pedal and back off early. 504 for Horan.
His spot-on performance in fabrications, OG275. And yes, Mark Trailau, you're on our radar because we don't see too many UC hatchbacks with a whole lot of stuff going on, i.e. front what do we call that, front visor,
front post.
He's literally gone to the
It's got
old, probably gone to the old Oranger catalogue
Oh,
from
the old
1978
Oranger, yeah.
and ordered everything out of the Oranger catalogue. So the rear Venetian, the
roof
roof
rack.
rack's very essential. He's got the tow bar on it. I mean, he probably can go to the Oh, nice belly from Jack Danaher. This OG class, look at that roof rack. That's not the fastest roof rack in Australia. 5.12, and earlier 5.10, and about a 5.63 there for Mark Trailau, refusing to get rid of the roof rack.
And we don't want him to get rid of it either.
Well, it's it's very, very convenient, I suppose. And again, I think it is because guys do gear up. Cars getting built these days need to do those road trip drag challenge style events. The drag and drive is the big buzzword, of course, in the United States. With Sick Week, they had that big Sick Week there a couple of
part of
months ago. Yeah,
Luke Newell from Australia,
Luke
part
Newell,
of that.
straight in there, Tom Bailey, and the whole. They got Rocky Mountain Race Week over there. They got, of course, the Hot Rod Drag Week. We've got a Hit the Street Machine Drag Challenge with the road trip. Drag and drive is somewhere guys want to go, because all you got to do is do one of those, and you'll just, even if you tagged along, you'll want to do one. You'll go, wow! I call it the endless summer of drag racing, where you get to race every day for a week. It's like every day is a Saturday for a week. You turn up at a racetrack.
And
Mind
camp
you, it's a
with your
struggle
mates.
in between. It's a struggle with some cars, and they're on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere. But that's the other part. That's where you bond. Not only do you bond with the other people doing this, you bond with the country. You actually bond with the area around you, everywhere you go, and you actually come back feeling a little bit deeper about, wow, I really am. Oh, we've got that one now. Now it's time for VL Jack. No, VL Jack won't be doing it this time, but he does go 494 in OG 275. Steve Farrelly gets one down after that first run, the bow-powered VL, and VL Jack, Jack Kajiva, K-U-J-U-K-D-Z-I-J-A. I do.
They like to give us a challenge sometimes.
I just call him VL Jack.
I like the VL Jack. Yeah, that's
490, 494. Where does that put him in that field?
I think
494. Farrelly, number 4. So that's Brett Benn still at 476. Haven't seen him yet. Trent Brimble up now, I think. Yes. Trent Brimble up now. Shane Faccioni is in the water as well with him. Guy King, 492 from the Corolla. Steve Farrelly, 494 with the VL. Then Dougie Day, the VK, 497. Jack Danaher, the Nova, 510. Ricky Fenwick, 512. Gorin, 516. VL Jack, 519. Tanya Thompson, 520. Faccioni, 523. 526 for Faulkner. How tight is that field? I love it.
Half a second between our top 12.
It's just happened organically again, Mark. This just happens organically. They all find very similar performances.
How popular is the class already? Like, considering this is only, what, the second or third event for the class, and
I just think the word
20
OG, people like writing the word OG on the car. It kind of just, I think we all want to, if you're old enough, you can be an OG. And you know what? There's a little bit of, there's a story in every car, mate. There's rego plates on 90% of the cars in this class, and again, a lot of them are or have been street registered. So it's so good to see. Now, what has Brimble got up in store? What has Faccioni got up here in store? 523 earlier for the VN. VL 486. Bump City. Oh, Brimble goes to the centre line. Faccioni gets the run in, even though he went red. 518 after an earlier 523. 602. He had to abort. Brimble had started to go for a wander, and he's had to just pull that back. And that 486 he's just going to have to hold on to for now and see what happens in that third session.
Next up, we've got Rob Armstrong in the LX Toronto taking on Ricky Fenwick in the Premier. Fenwick went a 5.12 on his first pass, 139 mile an hour. Armstrong was a little bit slower, 6.07 at 120 mile an hour. He's currently number 18 qualifier. Fenwick is number 7.
All right, can we have Radial? Renegade should be in the lanes. Can we get Ruckus to 3? Radial Ruckus should be in lane 3. Radial Ruckus to the lanes, please. Radial Rumble, 4 and 5. I think we can do that.
Yeah, that's
Radial Rumble, 4 and 5. Rebels, get ready, don't roll. Rebels, get ready, don't roll. We want Renegades, Ruckus, and Rumble to the lanes, please. Righto. Yeah, Rob Armstrong. You can tell it must be turbo. It's got the cross bolts in the downpipe, the dump pipe, which is a rule that I think we were the first in the world in Australia to bring that in. what a good launch from him. 5:04, what a great run. Armstrong. It just gets down the track so smooth, so clean, and a 6:02 is an improvement for him. But how good was that? Ricky was...
They look pretty happy in the start line.
He was lucky just to keep the right-hand front tyre on the ground as the left hand was sort of cocked up there. 5:04 puts him in number 6 qualifying spot. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Michael Bazil back with that, again, interesting combo, the HSV Clubby. And you want to talk about interesting combos, yeah, Guy King. Barra-powered KE20. Yeah, only in Australia, mate. Only in Australia. Barra-powered KE20. And, yeah, having issues, I don't know, can't hear it from here as to whether or not it's having trouble staying alive. Or seeing, because of the smoke.
Guy King here ran a 492 in Q1, but he's got issues here.
Is this thing kind of cutting out or carrying on? Cutting out or carrying on?
Yeah, the Fibertech Communication HSV of Michael Bazil, he's over there in a 7:43 on the first pass. That's probably not really representative of what he can run.
All right, well, that's got a bit of life there. We're going to have to get him in real quick.
Yeah, Bazil's done the right thing. He's in no rush. He doesn't mind waiting, which is good. Guy King, a number 3 qualifier, and has he been given the shutdown signal?
No, I think they've said to him.
Yep, solo pass here for Michael Bazil and the HSV. He's in full stage. Gets a bit of spin there for him. He's done a couple little pedals here. He'll roll through for another 7:45 at 82 mile an hour. Of course, this is OG275 brought to us by Outlaw Performance Exhaust. The winner and runner-up get $1,000 and $500 each, and we've also got 60-foot ink supporting the most outstanding OG275 car, which we've got to keep an eye on later on.
Yep, that's it. We've got to...
Sometimes it doesn't... There's no rule on what...
There is no rule as to what's outstanding. I mean, we've got to probably put a few little tags there as to who we think.
Yep.
But then normally we discuss that at the end because, again, we also like to share the love. It's not like, well, if one guy comes and dominates, yes, he can be the most outstanding, but it's like, well, dude, you've dominated, you've won. Can we reward someone else? That's because the field's as though so chock full of quality. You just want to get other people acknowledged for that.
Sometimes we even own some ground, mate.
Yeah, we do. And here's I shouldn't say little Hoff. Here's Hoff's little car. Hoff's not little himself, but it is this bloke in a little car, and it's so good to see. And here's Tanya Thompson. So Tanya's first hit was a 520. Hoff's first hit was a 544. And it was a double pedal of wheel stand. Remember that one. So get your cameras ready again because he's a wheel stand machine, Scott Hoffman. OG275, Tanya. She'll put a light on here too. Hoff's got it loaded. Back on it. Tanya's off at 547, 554. But there is not one person without a smile on their dial in the grandstands. It's just this, you know, I should go down to him and say, can you do that again next week?
Like we get, because we've got this little delay here, we can watch a replay on the overtaking stream. Look at him get up there, and he stayed in it. He wasn't scared.
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. And that's the thing. I think it's criminal that we ask these guys to pay to enter when we should just be paying them. Dude, just turn up. Can you turn up? Can you do that stuff you do with your car? Because it puts smiles on people's faces every single time. It's that little car, the little car that could. Mind you, any wheelie gets a smile on everyone's face, no matter what size the car is. But when you see a little Corolla do it, it's like, dude. Like here's Dougie Day and Gore, and you want pedals. The OG275 gang, there's been more wheelies in that than anything else at the moment. Barra Power Cortina, Bump City. It's Gore and Aaron's time, and he got a little bit off course. He felt so compelled to put the blinker on just to say he's coming back.
I wasn't sure if he turned that on himself or if that was bumped.
Oh,
But
if you're still...
he was up there. He was having fun.
Still, I don't know.
He was having fun.
That was look at that field. It's getting so tight. It's getting so tight, and you know, just when we've had our fill of little turbo Corollas, a little turbo Dado comes up with a V8 in it. Gary Dare, 562 his first run. Brett Benz still number one qualifier with that 476. So Benzie, he calls him Goldie. The VL Warwick panel and paint. That beautiful next level small block Chev under the hood. And we've got Terry Seng out the front there, getting Benzie in here. So here we go. Can he consolidate from that 476? Out of the hole, 166. That's going to get there, 488. I think that was a little bit more there, but he did deep stage. 552 for Gary. That's an improvement by a tenth. Benzie doesn't improve. The 488 was, I'd say, that's the run you want in the bank, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because that did not look fussed at all. In fact, to me, that looked slightly soft, if I can use the term. Slightly soft. However, again, he did bump it in deep, so that's going to wash a little bit of ET off there as well. So it could almost be, again, you'd have to look at the 330s on both just to check the time slip to see, yeah, that's pretty much
I think
the
he
same
wanted to
path.
make he was a couple mile an hour down on his previous pass, so they might have softened it up. He could have been on the verge of spinning on that first pass. So like, you know what, let's just take it back a little bit. Let's see what happens. Next up, we got John Elfs in the Commodore take on Guy King. Elfs is currently number 13 qualifier, ran a 5:36 in the CV Performance Holden. King.
Yep, and
number 3 qualifier with the 492.
Talking to Vic, John is Vic's son. So there we go.
There we
That's
go.
how it all fits in. So Con's son will be looking at getting into something as well in the future. He's a bit younger. So here they are. The Sydney boys, they know they can get into the 470s as well with the VT. Guy King, hold on to your hats. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening out there. 577 with the pedal. Just went over the mark there, spun the tyres, did John. Still went 152 at the top. Guy King goes 570. Give me a couple of wheel stands in there to boot. How good is that? I think this must be 2J powered. I haven't looked under the bonnet. It could be RB, but it just has that 2J sound to it. We've got no details on it. Dan Purnell.
You could be right there, mate. Daniel Purnell. He ran a 590. Currently qualified at number 17. In this Commodore, I think. Can't see the front grille from here.
VH, I think.
VH?
Yeah, VH.
Well, he's in full stage anyway. Ready to go. Daniel Purnell gets out. 160 point. Goes through. 566, 128 mile an hour. He improves by about 0.3 of a second there.
Yeah, a little hesitation there. You could hear the car on and off, a little bit on and off the revs there. So it's interesting what was cutting out, but he did get one down. He did improve. It's good that some of these guys improved. And that's a good field. Have a look at that. Brett Benz, 476. Trent Brimble, 486. Guy King, 492. So what do we got? VL, Corolla, VL, VK, HK, Nova, Cortina, VN, VL, VH, VT, Corolla.
You're doing well, remembering all the car models.
UC hatchback with a roof rack. Datsun 1200 with a small block and a six-cylinder I think 2J VH. There we are.
You did well, mate. You
and
did really
that's
well.
a hell of a variety there. A few Commodores. Did you see the spot?
We got another one.
Oh, we're not done.
Not done.
I think we've still got about 50 more left. So we should have in the lanes now Renegade, Ruckus, and Rumble. Because I think we can get Rebels around now that 6 and 7 are empty. Let's get Rebels in. Rebels to 6 and 7, please. So Ruckus should be to the lanes 3. Radial Rumble to the lanes, please, lanes 4 and 5. And Radial Rebels, you can now roll to 6 and 7 because our OGs are finished. Here he is, Jaden Seng, 5:48 with the 9. That's too fast. You need to be a 5:50.
Oh,
this is
tight.
Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. And a big shout out to Simon. Hope he's feeling all right. He kind of went to sleep on us last night there. It might have just been a couple of 4Xs. Greg Trap on the side. Come on, he's got to get one down too, Trappy. 581 cubes. Jaden cut an O-line. Jaden's trying to keep it. 50 with a 4's number 1 qualifier. Surely.
He does. He goes to number 1 qualifier by 5 thousandths of a second. Jaden saying
50 with a 4, 50 with a 9 by Disco Dean, 50 with a 9 for Aris. Jason's hanging out there now, 5:51. Yes, this is one of the main reasons why I love Renegade so much, is that the pointy end gets so pointy, you cut yourself even talking about it. And here we go, Mitch Hamilton, Datsun 12. What is it with our little small crowd-pleasing wheel-standing cars? We've got them everywhere. Jason Seng, of course, used to be orange, now is black. I almost have to remind people, oh, by the way, remember that orange one that used to do wheel stands and win everything? Well, here it is in black. He's gone through the colour change, had to get it ready for a wedding, I think. And here he is. 5:53, Mitch goes 5:62. So he improves as well, Mitch Hamilton. So that is good to see. 5:53 and a 5:62. And that's Seng 5:50 with 4, 5. And here's Hookman and Matthew Rogan back. Matty Rogan, 565 cubes. The Rogan Industries Camaro. God, I love the IROC shape. It's in drag racing forever, that shape. I love it. If I ever could get a chance to have one, I would. Daniel Hookman, 572 he's run today. That's the Capri, very stout Capri. It's got the clear scoop from Sweden, which is good for the backfires. Not that he's running in his schnosh. I can't see the sign. See that he might have it on there, but the clear scoop is the new trend, isn't it? You don't have to go the Hornet, you can go the clear scoop. Matthew Rogan got that big fat cow. He went 595. This is Heads Up Pro Tree Renegade. 1,000 the win. 500 runner up here today, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. And there's the Kenda tyre closest to qualifying in round 3. We're not there yet.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah,
Mitch Rogan.
And Matty Rogan. Did we have Phantom Ambers?
We've got 2 green lights there.
We've got 2 green lights and no ET. Let's see, 2 green lights and no ET. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's
all right, here he is. Brent Coles up against Turbo Troy Marshall from Drain Care. We've got Drain Care everywhere. We've got Drain Care on the Black U, Drain Care on the Dado, Drain Care on that Commodore, Drain Care on that van, Drain Care on the truck down in the pits. Just looking down track for a second there.
Might be.
Oh, we're going to do a little turn on and turn off. That's what we've done. The Control Alt Delete, and we'll fire this back up and give it to you straight. So Troy Marshall, I think, went 566 on the previous run. Brent Coles has run into the high 5-second zone from memory. 13B turbo. I don't know whether he's still got the Jatco Auto on board. I can't remember. But, or a C4, one of the 2. So these guys just getting ready. So we should have another call for, this is Renegades now. So Ruckus should be in the lanes. Rumble should come into 4 and 5. And Rebels should be in lane 6 and 7. Just sussing this out. Now here we go. We're all in. Brent Coles, Troy Marshall. No run for Colesy yet today. Troy Marshall, yes, 566. Good to see Troy getting some love out of the commie after a couple of year build. Thing to make sure he wasn't going to move Troy up. That's what we want. 564. Coles just wanted to load this thing up properly. 589. That's a testament to the sort of people we're talking about here, the Coles boys, is that Brett knew he couldn't light that week up. Troy went in like he was like you do. And just so Troy didn't get burnt for too long, he went and rolled in there to make sure that the tree could go so Troy could go. So look, that was, because again, if that was any other bloke with a car, let's just say maybe from south of the border, would just sit there and wait themselves to do it and burn the other bloke down. But they didn't do it. He went in to make sure that he could. The absolute gentlemanly move. I like to highlight that when you see it happen. It's like, there's a gentleman move right there. Let me just get in so he doesn't burn it up. And Troy will thank you for that. He did bring it down though. Troy, I think, brought it down. Colesy then rolled through. Troy then had to wait a bit to bring it up, so there was no light cut. Now, Disco Dean and Bradley Lynch. What do you got to do to qualify number one? You run a 550, yeah, but it was a slow 550. It was 550 with a 9. Not good enough, Disco. The Barra powered Escort panel, man, the only one in the world.
Get that number one spot back. He needs to go 550 with the 3. He goes 551 at 127 mile an hour. Next goes 654 at 119 mile an hour. Close, but you know what? He's got consistency there. The only thing he has to worry about now is really himself driving.
Yeah, that's it. And you've got to make sure by the end of qualifying you're ready to do that or prepare to face the odd loss. But again, it's not about cheap stations too. It's 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. You get 3 cracks and trying to win. The good ones go 3 from 3. The unlucky ones go none from 3. And then a mixed night's, 1 from 3, 2 from 3. All right, racing Jason Chizotti out there now. And the Mitzi, Craig Scotney. He's coming down all the way down from Harvey Bay to be here, run the Kendas. 571 for the HQ, 578 for the Scorpio. 578 would be the 68, and if that was a real race, it would have been exactly that result. So these guys, they're coming out and having a great crack at the tree, and that's a tight field even there. I know we go into the 580s and 590s, but this is what we call very, very tight and competitive racing, no matter what category. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools giving us this tightness, and we haven't even finished qualifying yet, and this is how tight it is. Wait till we see them for racing and we're actually racing for wins. This is still only qualifying.
Well, this is another car that can really get that number one spot, is Aris Cantoli, and he has gone 550 with a 9.
Well, he's got to go quicker than a 550. Yeah, 550 with a 3 now he needs.
Yep, to get that number one spot.
550 with a 3.
So Cantolian's in the Camaro, our number 3 qualifier. Colin Gould, our number 12 qualifier, has run a best of a 585 in this Nova. Charlie Burke Transport.
Dale Duffy there just helping with...
See no Dale this weekend?
Yeah, there's Dale.
Yeah, just no car, I mean.
Yeah, no car. I do think they were... might have been trying to... Harris gets that combo down with alarming regularity. 555 though, a little bit off. He'll be looking for answers there. 555. Oh, unheard of.
Gould was consistent. 583 with a 5 both passes so far. He'll want that in racing. We've got that most consistent award in racing. The team that has the 3 most consistent passes. The closest spread in the rounds 1, 2, and 3 of racing. Next up, we've got Luke Cullen in the Camaro to take on Mark Biffin in the HK Premier for Griffith GBIF's 6 Biffs Racing. Sorry?
6 Biffs, yeah, the
6
HK.
Biffs, yeah.
628, 625, previous run there for Luke Cullen as well. So these guys...
We're into
Radial.
Brought by RC Metalcraft.
Thank you, RC Metalcraft. We've also got Trim, Tile Rig Glue Injection Method, Southeast Queensland, paying $500 for the most outstanding ruckus car, and the $500 Kenda closest to the qualifying time that we have to do in round 3. And lucky enough, we keep reminding ourselves that, because that's what we've got to do. But yeah, thank you, RC Metalcraft. 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. And here's the other competitor in Ruckus, Hilton Ballingarry. This little Dado 1200 with the CA on board, a little bit of nitrous and a C4. Brett Wills, the HG Premier. It says here the first run for him today. So he's been late to get here, and here he is. Hilly just hit the boost card on the thing turned off. So and it does doing the same thing again. She just shuts itself off. It might be hitting a safety or something there. That's not good. He's last run, it came out like a rocket. As he went to hit second gear, I think he might have caught the limiter and did something, and a safety went off and the thing shut down. So it's done it again, and as it says, he'll probably drive the thing back again like he did last time. So something is just shutting that ute off on the hit, or whether it's a boost limit or some real safety, because safety's not a new word. Safety's a word that's been around for hundreds of years, the word safety. In tuning, in the tuning world now, when you're talking about, ECUs and boosted engines or whatever, is that there's certain parameters you can tune into your ECU, where if it hits a safety, it's more likely to shut down and prevent any further damage for whatever the sensor might be saying, whatever the safety milestone is that they've set in it. So yeah, safety's a bit. There's also another word called scramble, which is the button you press when you want to override every safety you've got in the car. Lee Ellison. So we are in this 580 class, 618. Oh look, Ellison hits the 40. Go for 580. 618 beside there for Kevin Brown. I think he's in the right class now. There's Simon O'Carroll. There he is. Of course, Mr. Simon O'Carroll, swimming pools, movie stars. We had talking to Harry Haig. He was here last night. Harry Hall. He's been out up here raising a bit of hell. Well, not really. Just telling some great yarns. We're telling some great yarns from Drag Week and everything like that in the States. Jeff Rice and Simon O'Carroll, number 2 qualifiers, Jeff Rice. So who was number 1 if Jeff Rice number 2? Sean Helson,
a little bit too quick, yeah.
Yeah, so Jeff Rice is provisionally number 1 so far with a 587. Simon O'Carroll, 609, blowing E85 streetcar. Oh, there we go. Close the tyres up again on the hit. And 585 there for Jeff Rice. And here's Mr. Helson that needs to go 200 slower.
Yeah, Rice improves there. It's 585. Helson, well, a little too quick. As you said, a 578 in that first session. Needs to drop it by a couple of hundredths, which, to be fair, I think the conditions are a couple hundred slower than the earlier session today. So
yeah,
he
might
be able to just go down the back. Well, it doesn't matter. He's spin both sides of the track. Craig Stokes and Falcon.
Now Stokes is actually coming over to the side, feeling that he might have broken something, and whether or not he's just spun the tyres or it's broken something, I think he's just trying to gather the thoughts in regards to what it may be. But doing pretty much the right thing. Ideally, he doesn't want to hold anyone up, but also too, sometimes you just think, well, if it was just a zing of the tyres, you either go down the middle or you go down the side. So just go down the side there, just to be sure. But it just goes to prove, this is the most amount of sort of sun we've had for a bit, you know what I mean? Like, we had to start at 10. We've been starting testing at like 4, because we know this tricky time of the day, which is this, we're 2 o'clock now, but just that midday sun onwards, we've had that. We've actually had it out from the clouds, and it's given us this little bit of heat. I know I saw Scotty hit it with the temp gun before just to see what it was, but you just get that, and it can just set it off a little bit for a bit. You know, you've got a lot of glue down. The temp of all of that kind of can wreak havoc on different combos, and we just saw that's an example. A couple of guys on street suspension, blowing the tires. And here's Hot Rod, so he's going to want to get a run in.
We're going to move into Radial Rumble now, the 640 index class, brought to us by All Over Group and Race Bolts, supporting the most outstanding Rumble car. First pairing up will be Kim Upton, the Valiant, and Hot Rod Williams, who didn't get a time in that first session. He took off before the tree was activated.
That was because his opponent saw the Phantom Amber and nearly sold Hot Rod on it.
Oh, he did sell him on it. He took off as well. Both cars in pre-stage. Upton ran a 7:30 in the first session in the Big Valley.
Oh,
the
that's
Valley,
a big bump. Oh, an almost.
Don't move, Hot Rod. Don't move.
Don't. There you go, Hot Rod. That's twice someone's trying to sell him a Brumby. That's twice. 6:43.
And that'll put him into number one qualifier.
Number one.
Hot Rod Williams.
He asked me, he goes, what should I put as my nominated dial in? And I said, I don't know, Hot Rod. 6:46. So he's gone a 43, but he needs to go a 46, I think, to get that $500. And again, we've got to find that out when it comes to Q3.
Yeah, we'll look at that stuff. Q3. Up next pairing, we've got Daryl Beaverson, Jai Ward Beaverson. The Tirana gets out. Ward coming back after him here. We watch Beavis go through. Runs 666, 105 mile an hour. And Ward a 708 at 104 mile an hour. So he ran a little bit slower. Both guys running around what they ran in that first session. Beavis will stay in number 14 qualifier. Ward will be number 17 qualifier. Next up, John Nason in the Camaro to take on Gary Green in the VX Commodore wagon. Green has run a 6.50 in the first pass. Nason went a 6.57 in the Camaro. Nason goes through and runs a 6.56, and Green goes a 6.60. So Nason improved by slightly, and Green ran a little bit slower.
Well, let's get the hang of it, John Nason, and that's what you're going to need to do tonight. Just be sharp on that tree. That 057's going to, well,
that's going to win you a lot of races.
It's going to win you a lot of races.
Anything
tonight.
in the zeros is a good light
against
in these
quicker
style
cars. Against quicker cars too.
Okay, up next, Troy Hutton, HK Ute, and Mick Nason in the Camaro. Nason will up there. Hutton out as well. He went a 7.02 on his first pass. Hutton this time will go a 7.000, and Nason with a 7.08 at 103 miles an hour. So both drivers improving on their earlier runs.
Yeah, they're in there. They're going to be again seeded accordingly.
We've got 24 cars in this class.
Yeah, so we'll still be splitting them up again, and that will be good. There's Ali Farah. So Ali in the white VH Commodore, 355 cubes of, I think, plastic fantastic. 6.78 the previous run. 46 for Gall made him.
Ali Farah, 0.35 reaction time here. She goes through with a 6.97, 101 mile an hour. And Gall a 6.96, 106 mile an hour.
Yeah, so we're taking off.
You're right, mate. We're keeping you awake.
Mate. Yeah, just yeah, I'm not really. I shouldn't say I'm hitting the wall. I think I hit the wall a few hours ago. I'm just doing this down the wall like this, holding on, just holding on.
Chris Sword now to take on Shane Locke.
Next.
Sword in the BA Ford.
Yes, I do
Locke.
remember him.
Chevy Love.
I remember him with the Phantom Amber. So we've just got to hold on to him. Shane Locke, yeah, that 52, that's a great... There's so many guys in that 50 range that's just going to make that first 8 or 16 tonight very, very tight. Oh! Is it on? It's not. It's not. It's not. We've got to throw it. That's twice now. We couldn't bump that thing in. That's twice. It hasn't bumped in, and that's twice. No time.
I'll have a look at Locke, though. 6.46, 107 mile, and that's going to probably move him up in the qualifying order.
Look at that. Yeah. 46 with a 3. 6.46 with a 3.
That moves him up to number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, 6.43 with a 7 for Hot Rod. Shane Locke, 6.46 with a 3. Justin Gall, 6.46 with a 7. Gary Green, 6.50. Jay Jorgensen, 6.51. Michael Willis, 6.52. Michael Harper, 6.55. John Nason, 6.56. Bill McKee, 6.56. Yeah, that's great. That's
only
so
a tenth
good
of a
to
second
see.
separating those top 10 or so there. That's
good
incredible.
to see.
It really will come down to those reaction times later on. Michael Grills in the Commodore now, taking on Jay Jorgensen in the Kingswood. Jorgensen, one of those guys running in that 650 zone with a 651 in Q1. And Grillis, he was a 652. His first pass, these guys beside each other in the qualifying order.
Yeah, good to see Mick Grillis up from Sydney. Jay Jorgensen. That is just as neat as a pin car. Neat as a pin. Oh, look at
rocking backwards.
So he's not going to get an improvement on 52. He's going to get nothing.
Jorgensen, he was down a few tenths there. Not sure if he spun or anything. 60 foot looks half okay. 167. Anyway, Jay Jorgensen, 681, 104 mile an hour. No time for Grillis.
Tell you what, I know a little bit about Bill McKee, just without, really knowing him a lot. He's got the Alien hanging in the back seat. We know the left-hand front tyre will be up in the air. We've got Johnny Payne beside him. Come on, John. 640 cubes. Right at home in Rumble, I'd say, on that Pro Tree. Get himself in there. Now, no fan and handers, everyone. Watch out. Well, Johnny loves going
He likes to go deep, yeah.
There's always plenty of drag photos on that. Johnny Payne's got plenty. 93, he's in the field. 682 for McKee. Yeah, John can build from that. 682 and a 693 with that many cubes.
107 mile an hour, so he's got the horsepower.
He's always liked to deep stage on the Pro Tree, John.
You're going to lose a few hundreds doing the deep stage, but
there's a risk.
The flip side is that your reaction time
is
a bit
there.
sharper. So
here we go. Nathan Peters and that Barra-powered VC, and Benny Dreyer, 694 previously. That beautiful 505 cube Camaro.
Benny Dreyer gets out of 254 reaction time. Ran in the high sixes in that first session. Goes through this time 681, 105 mile an hour. Nathan Peters goes 666 at 105 mile an hour. Beside him, both drivers staying pretty much where they were in the first session. Peters will be in number 13 spot. Dreyer is in number 19.
I think we need to make the call, Mark, because if we're
make the call.
If we're at Rumble, Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Outlaw 275. Outlaw 235. OG 315 and OG 275. I've said it. I've called it. Outlaws to the lanes. Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Outlaw 275 as well. Outlaw 235 as well. OG 315 to the lanes. OG 275 to the lanes immediately. Here we go. Big block Chev powered Pano or Turbo V6 KE70. Name your poison. Lukey Hauser, Bill Cumner. That's what you're going to need tonight in racing to come get ahead of some quicker cars. 56 for Lukey improves as well, so he's in the mix. 668 improves for Cumner as well. So they're all having a crack here in this great Rumble class. Of course, Radial Rumble brought to us by All Over Group. And again, thanks All Over Group joining the guys. Race Bolts as well, outstanding Rumble car 500 in Kenda tyres, closest to qualifying time bonus. $500. We've got that Mood Motorsports Announcer's Choice tonight, the 6 Boost Hard Luck Award. Performance Wholesale gives us $500 store credit for most consistent radial racer during racing. Outlaw Performance Exhaust for that small tyre shootout, which I think we might be splitting the pot. Barney Lindner and Edward Woodham. Oh, Barney's a double press of the tram brake. Something.
He
sort of locked the back up.
Edward goes through the 668, 102 mile an hour, and Lindner goes with an 899 at 104 mile an hour. But yeah, I wasn't sure. Did he hit the button again as he let go of it?
Yeah,
brushed up against it or something.
It
went
looked like
hit, stop, launch.
An issue with the trans brake button or something. He'll have his own take on that, and that's what we need because he's the one that may have had something to do with it. But they're all our great sponsors that we've got. We've got, of course, EFI Parts Australia, after party and presentations, and all of our other great ones as well. Track equipment providers, All Type Engineers, STS Speed Shop, All Fire Systems, Total Venue Concepts, VP Racing Fuels Australia. Ben McCallum in the Cortina, he didn't get a rundown before. I think it was either Phantom Amber or rolled through. Didn't catch an ET. Glenn Young beside him did. 675 for the WB. Here in Rumble, thanks to All Over Group, qualifying.
Issues there with McCallum.
Not happy.
No issues for Glenn Young though. He goes through with a 668, 103 mile an hour. He improves on his earlier 675. And McCallum will get an ET this time though. He will roll through for a 15.14 at 48 miles an hour.
Yeah, nothing to write home about there for Ben, unfortunately, but it is a time slip, which means he is in. It's not like, sorry, mate, your qualifying time's not fast enough, you're not in. He's in. He's just got to make sure that...
If he wants to go around and win some races.
He might be none from 3 by the end of the night, but at the end of the day, there's... You're going to have moments like that. You've got to experience this to move forward. So another call, Outlaw Radial to the lanes. I just saw Symbolics' car come past. Here comes Timmy. So not too far behind. So they're all starting to roll out for that third session. Remember, we've got to have our ears on when we go Renegades, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels in the last session. But we've just called them all out now, these ones. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw 275 to the lanes, please. Outlaw 235 to the lanes. OG 315, OG 275. Make your way round for Q3. I'm sure we would appreciate that. Michael Harper and Paul Allen. Just about the depth of this. Just quality cars in people's garages. 647, Michael Harper gets in there. 657, Paul Allen gets in there. That's just tightened up another 10th each.
It has. The field is looking tough.
That's tight. Yeah, Rumble's always tight. Rumble is just mega tight.
There's about 12 cars separated by about 12 hundredths of a second.
There's 3 cars with 656s there, a 657 and a 652, a 51, a 50, a 47, a 46, a 46, a 43. And we'll give you more. Brett Page, Tony Rogers. I think we are in Rebels now. The Radial Rebels 7 flat index thanks to Kenda time 1. And this will be tight too. Well, bit of an angel gear there, 769 to a 725. So an improvement there for Rogers, but not for Page. Page may have had the little over-rev there, the little zing.
Next up, we've got Beth Mansfield French to take on Murray Flay. Flay in the Commodore. He's currently at number 6 qualifier with a 721. And Beth in the Capri is our number 13 qualifier with a 795. We are in, of course, Radial Rebels, the 700 class. Brought to us by Kenda Taiwan, an advanced drive group supporting the most outstanding Rebel car. 14 cars qualified so far in this class. Lucas Holtz is our number 1 qualifier with a 710. Murray Flay wasn't too far behind in the Commodore with that 721. Let's see what he can do here in Q2. The Coastline Sandblasting Commodore gets off with the 359 reaction time. Commodore is a little bit out in front here. He will go across the finish line first and runs a 724, consistent 96 mile an hour. And Beth Mansfield French goes through with a 791 at 90 mile an hour, improves by 400ths of a second on her earlier pass, and will stay in that number 13 spot, and Murray will stay in the number 6 spot at the moment. Next up will be our number 1 qualifier, Lucas Holtz for Mad Dog Motorsports. In the Tirana, he ran a 710. Q1 taking a Chris Hankin in the HZ.
That car just keeps on giving, doesn't it? Like it's a weapon in Super Street, Super Sedan circles, and got a place in Kenda here as well. And it's just fallen right in the lap to have something like a Rebel 7 flat index, because that car is just almost the ultimate weapon. 7, and he cuts a good light too, Lucas. He's faced the tree many a time. He's been racing for years now. Had the little altered, the V6 one, which I wish I knew sold it. New one that he runs, I think, with an LS. And he still keeps this thing, the LS Tirana, 709 and a 741. So no improvement for Hankin, but yeah, Lucas, 0.143 light. Lucas, I'd love to see an O on that light somewhere, but he's still.
It'd be tough to cut the O lights in these cars.
Yeah, these cars are hard. The deep stage attitude's probably the way to go.
I think I'd be one of those guys looking at the deep stage.
Yeah, and
especially if you can pick up a 10th or so on the tree alone, because you're only going to lose a few hundredths in ET.
Absolutely.
But if you can pick up a 10th, you've made it up already by a bunch.
So there's a whole lot of tactic can go on in these classes as they start to get the feel for it. Andy Paul back in the big Impala. Kim Bean, number 2 qualifier with 710. 387. Gets that utility. This unit's for sale, well, by the way. 7:11 for her.
Ooh.
So 7:10, 7:11.
And 9:33 for Andy Paul at 77 miles an hour. And
I'd like to know what he's nominated. Because remember, it could be any performance vehicle that takes that 500 in each of those 4 categories. Kyle Wills now and Matthew Salmon. So Samo's Ali Fab, the big BLA clean greens. Nearly identical 60 footers. They get to the 660, 721 and 762. Improvements, both improving. So it's good to see that they're going to nip that field up there as well. That's really going to tighten up. And the quality, just this is where we get the Aussie muscle in here. You can almost call it an Aussie muscle class. It's got that, but you throw your Camaros in and your old shoebox Chevs. I mean, the variety of cars that people are racing with is just great. And the XA, the HT, they will work. We know they do. We know people have got them. We call it rolling superannuation.
Oh, here we go.
707.
New number 1 qualifier.
Yes, number 1.
Philip
number
Petrovic goes to number 1. Richard Field is 753 beside him.
Yeah, well, Lucas's 709 is now number 2. 707 for Petrovic. Kim with a 710. Brett Page 713. It's tight. Here's Michaelia Lynch. So we've got Michaelia. She leads it out.
Ran a 771 the earlier pass. Goes through this time 775 at 89 miles an hour.
So we've got Ali. We've got Michaelia. I think I spelt that right. Michaela,
yeah.
I put the extra syllable in there. Sorry about that.
I thought you knew something I didn't know with the
no,
pronunciation of it, so I was just like, I left you go.
And then we had Beth. We got Beth in there. We've got Tanya. We had
Ali.
Haley.
Ali.
Ali. Yeah, I've got
There you
Ali.
go.
We've got Michaelia, Beth, Tanya, and we had another one in there.
All up now. We've got Declan McConnell.
All right, Deckers, you got to take some out of this, mate. It's got to be 7 flat something. I don't know, they maybe soften it up a little bit more. It's the day of 82 close, getting there. 82's close. That's the end of Q2 for everything. I'm sure we had one more lady's name. Oh, yeah, Kim, because Kim just ran.
Kim. Yeah.
So Kim, Tanya, Beth, Michaelia, Ali. That's the 5 ladies so far. It might have even been another one in there yet. We'll have to find it, but that's the end of that session. So we're going to tighten them all up in the next session, folks. We've got to start actually writing down for our 4 categories: Renegade, Rumble, Ruckus, and Rebels. Who's nominated dial-ins? We've got to go in and write down what they do in Q3 to make sure that someone might get that Kenda $500 per category of those 4. So right now in the lanes should be these cars. Outlaw Radial Q3, check. Outlaw 275, check. Outlaw 235, check. OG 315 and OG 275, check, and check. A little bit of track prep. Let's take a break, chill for a sec. Grab that Kenda merch while you can. The bucket hats are going off the shelves. If we had shelves, they'd be going off them. But they're going off the table. So go down and grab all that stuff. We'll have a couple of minutes as we do this little rub and a spray and a prep, and we'll be back with more action for Q3 shortly. All right, it's time to go in a couple of minutes' time. Frankie's up with a new pair of shoes. What do you reckon? Footy boots, I reckon, with the cleats might be the way to go. You don't get stuck so much. Timmy, you got pretty strong. He's got the race boots on. They're probably a little bit better. They don't really stick to the surface there, but it's looking all good there, Frankie. We're giving a nice little application, so we should be, bit of stuff. Frankie's got very good eyes, Frank, very good eyes. He's got very good ears too. He's got very good ears. I mean, he's got to sit. Well, you do. You got to sit in the dyno room all the time, and you're listening all the time. I mean, my God, I can't wait to start doing Netflix series on all you guys, because I think it'd be another day in the life of the Australian horsepower moguls. Look at them down there in a group. We got Frankie, we got Con, we got Con. Yeah, we've got Con and Con. Con with a C and Con with a K. Con and Vic and Frank, and they're all there. Mamma mia. It's like a horsepower acropolis down there. Just amazing. So good to see. So good to see the boys out there, and still got that rush of blood that comes with a very good radial pass. And he is here. He is here. The master chef has come up, and now he's got to go back and crew for Goldie. Thank you, Rachel. Oh, Mum, she's gone out of her way. Good on you, Mum. Thanks for that. Tip Top's the one. There you go.
Mate.
Oh, well.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks for the V. That's excellent. Very much. There we go.
Oh, you've got your energy, mate.
And I've got lunch. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Rach.
That's a bit fancy.
Sweet potato chips. They're one of my top 2 favourite potato chips.
That's good. I'll pay that one. All right, moving into Outlaw Radial, brought to us by the guys over at Fueltech USA and Race Parts of Melbourne, and also Bolt King Capalaba, supporting the Outlaw Radial class. Let's have a quick recap of qualifying so far after 2 sessions. Wade Wagstaff is number 1 with a 370. Daniel Sabolik's number 2 with a 384. Johnny Ricker is number 3 with a 396. Andrew Zada is number 4 with a 397. And rounding out the top 5 is Paul Murray with a 408. 4 cars into the 3-second zone. One of those guys is on track right now. Andrew Zada in the 69 Camaro. And Johnny Ricker also in the 3-second zone, running a 396. It's been PBs all around today. John Ricker, Andrew in the Camaro. So, is it Zada?
Zeta. I say Zeta. I say Zeta.
Let's go Zeta.
Andrew Zeta, the Boogeyman. Love the nickname. I think the kids helped come up with that one.
I do like that, yeah.
What a great name.
The
Because you
Boogeyman.
know what, you want to be in that situation where you might have someone shaping themselves up for a win, and they meet the Boogeyman, and you'll never forget it. So let's see what these guys do. Third shot at the track. We've had that sun on it for a little while, so I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. We'll find out in about 3 seconds' time. Turbo versus Road Charge. Right. So there we go. We talk about just what we had as far as the sun's concerned. Now, we still rubbed that, we still sprayed that, so we've done everything else the same.
Yeah, everything's
if anything.
exactly the same.
We might
But
have
you
some
don't know
tech.
what they've done with the setups either. They could have taken a swing for it too.
They may or may not have. Yes, they may or may not have. But what's happened in that case is this this little bit of extra temp may just be it. And we've talked in earlier events where we've had that extra temp in the track, which does affect. And you don't know until you see a few go down. Some guys are going to nail it. Some guys are not. And
I'd like to think they're taking a swing for it.
that.
I
Yeah,
think
they
they're
might have
taking a
taken a swing. I think they normally...
Because they've all been pretty... they've gotten down the track 2 from 2, I think, both those guys.
Well, it's pretty much the attitude of, you know, you throw a lot of faith into what's going to be presented there on track, and there's no reason to doubt at all that what's out there is the best it can be. The attention that's paid to it, you know, we don't slip up too many times with that. We've been taught by the best, like Tyler Crosno and Kurt Johnson. So these guys have come and actually shown how they do it. We know how to do it now. We have plenty of practice, and we're being rewarded. Well, already the quickest radial pass in Australia yesterday, and other guys with their 3-second credential.
And you know what, whatever the temp is right now, it's still nothing compared to what we get in the summer race. Okay, next
I think
up.
round one tonight is one.
Someone who wants to get a run on the board is Joe Gauchi in the Mustang, the Profab Mustang.
Yes.
Taking on Paul Mary in the Premier. Mary has run a 4:08 at 182 mile an hour, but Gauchi, 0 from 2 so far today. In the qualifying sessions, he wants to get a number on the board. Ideally, he'd want to slip into the high threes, into the 390 zone.
He's got to make this count. He has got to make this count. He's got to go to the playbook. And pull something out here, which is basically just say, right, I've got to start from here to come back. And I've seen him come from here.
I was about to say, you know what, you're probably looking, if you take that route, you're probably looking like a mid 4.0. Let's get it, let's baby it off the
Get a
line.
percentage in there.
And let's get a number on the board and then go from there.
Now, Paul Mary went 4:08, I think, in the first shot. He's out there now. Now, look who he's got there helping him out. It's Frank from Danny Engine. So I think he's gone with Frank on the tuning advice. It is 376 cubes. It's not a big engine, so you can imagine there'll be a fair bit in the small block's lungs. Beside him, Joe Gauchi, 540 cubic inches.
There's
on
been
Pro
some
line.
pretty impressive small blocks in the radio racing in the States. Into the threes.
There's a lot of people considering going back to small blocks. Just because you can put big power in it. No, not both sides, not hitting the mark. Not hitting the mark. So that goes to prove the percentage didn't get in there.
Actually, though, 001 on the tree.
Oh, is that right?
001, that's sharp.
Double-
That's the best light we've seen today.
001 on the pro
Looking at the positive for him, it's he's going to go into round 1, none from 3. Joe Gauchi. If you had said that to me this morning, I'd have been like, nah.
Well, that's
no
going to
way.
be interesting to see when we seed it. Normally, that might be Wade and Joe. That might be. Now, look, you wouldn't want to be, ideally, if that's what we're going to do, if one takes on 8, unless
No,
we split
I think they go 1 to 5, yeah.
1 to 5.
Possibly
2 to 6.
Because Scotty
3 to 7, 4 to 8.
Scotty and Justin have their own seeding sequences to keep everything
We'll have to
close.
see how that turns out seeding-wise. But, yeah, and when you're at the bottom, you just got to hope that the guys above you, even when you look at the second half of that, with Zeta, Paul Berry, Jeff Campbell. All right, here we go. He's going to have another crack here.
Willowbank, USA, Outlaw Radial. Bit of cloud cover now, that's good. That's good. That'll take the track temp down quickly by a couple of degrees. So Daniel Sobolis is our number 2 qualifier with 384 at 202 mile an hour. Jazetsky has run a best of a 579 so far. He's another one of those drivers that hasn't got a pass on the board yet. So he'll be looking for something representative. So we've got 6 cars all under 4.1 seconds out of the field of 8 in Outlaw Radial. But we are none from 4 so far in Q3. Who's got the, who can get one of these cars down here? Is it the conditions? Are they going for it? Are they taking a swing? We don't know. We're not down there in the trailers when the crew chief's getting paid the big money, working out what they want to do.
I just don't know what's in their heads and what you can change because, you know, literally a minute before you run, you've seen someone do that. So how much can you do other than be ready for anything? Outlaw Radial Q3, Josefsky and Sabolics, all Lotus on the line. Oh, Georgie, not a bad run. Oh, Chad, not a bad run at all.
Well, the max is 7 cars at 4.1 seconds and quicker. Jezewski, 196 mile an hour. Sabolics with he spun off the hit.
Yeah, 056 light, 060 light. So both guys nailed the tree. Now I'm going to try and get that 60 foot back up there. 111 for Jezewski. And as Justin was saying, the car's not light. 282 to the 330, and then 410 at 196 mile an hour.
So the speed is there.
And you know what? Sometimes it's little glimpses of that just might pop up and remind us in the next 3 rounds tonight that might be a very critical run at this time, where everyone else couldn't do it, and he did it.
Well, round 1 is only going to be in what, about just under 2 hours time, so it's going to be very similar conditions to now, maybe even a little warmer in round 1.
It very well could be. So no, this could be. Well, I can't see the Grinch out in this session, and at the end of the day, if they might tow out here, I can't see them. But why would you need to? You know, a 70 and a what was the first one? An 80.
72.
72 and a 70.
Like, or 73, yeah, I think might have been. Yeah.
Maybe the session does sit out. I don't know. They might be at the back just seeing. Maybe let's come and brain them one more time, because we've seen everyone else. Sabolics, we've seen Rika, we've seen Zeta, we've seen Mary, Jezewski and Joe. So yeah, we have not seen Wade, and maybe Wade is just going to hold back and see what everyone else does. And why would you need to?
They might be happy
on top of the world. Yeah, or they might be able to
save it for round 1.
They might have a percentage. They might have the knife to stick in, or they might have a percentage one. Campbell Brown, he could be in the mix too. Yeah, now that's everything right. 113, 60 foot, 427. Nice run from him, 181 mile an hour, and it's runs like that count as well. 075 reaction time. 113 in the 60 foot.
It's going to be gone now. They've gone over to the next class.
Yeah, so
there was no 330 foot time there.
Yeah, no 330 foot for that one. So there we go. So whilst the Grinch sits out that session, rightfully so, everyone else had a crack, and it was Jezewski and Campbell Brown, the turbo cars, prevailing in that one. In other words, IE got down, everyone else didn't. And again, we just wait to see what this track temp does. It's only going to get cooler. It can't get any hotter now. The sun sort of gets in behind the clouds. It's really helping us keep this temp from going too far. But let's just see what happens in this last session. Remember, he sat out the second session, Timmy Cross. He went that 36 straight out of the box, 436, 180 mile an hour. Remember that left-hand front wheel didn't even budge for 400, 500 feet. That was just in the air about 2 inches above the ground. Did not come down at all, and 180 mile an hour in the 660 with a Cortina.
Well, he's got 3/10 on the next closest competitor, which is Jamie Jeffries with that 468 at the moment. Timmy Cross.
But we do know how this works, right?
Yeah.
We'll crow about this now, saying how great this is, and in 3 hours' time there'll be a twist, and it'll just be one pairing in one round. That'll just change the whole dynamic of who goes to the winner's circle. And we've given up trying to plot it and predict it. We just got to sit back, and like everyone else, just sit back and just got to watch this happen in front of you, because it is it's just amazing. It's almost a drag racing version of Game of Thrones. It really is. I mean, you know what I mean? Without
I'm listening. Give us the analogy.
I haven't watched a lot of Game of Thrones.
Okay,
but I mean, it seems to be. A lot of left of field stuff comes out of there. There's stuff you don't expect. It's dark and devious in places, and let's face it, drag racing's dark and devious in places as well. And the dark and devious, I mean by just sheer power that these guys have got in these cars. I just love it that there can be a twist, that you can't look away. You should look away, but you don't. You should turn off, but you don't. You shouldn't watch another episode, but you do. This is the same.
I didn't mind it. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
All right, here we go. Timmy out there. He's swapped lanes here. You know what happens when you swap lanes, Timmy? We do big wheel stands. Now, I'm only just going off memory, but let's just see what happens. Now, Shane Crichton, he can't buy a run today. He had three or four good runs, 470, 480 last night. That Cressida, just all abandoning him here today. Can he turn that around in one fell swoop right now and get that 6 boost, 1JZ, so 6 boost sponsored of course, 1JZ Cressida down the track in something in the fours. Timmy Cross, 440 cubes of small block forward. Let's see what happens. This is Outlaw 275.
Yeah, well, Crichton,
spot on performance.
Crichton will just want to get a number on the board. I think he'd be happy if they see 4 anything on this pass. Timmy Cross missed Q2. So happy with that number 1 spot after Q1. Gets out, spins this time from left lane. Crichton sitting there building boost, gets out and turn the tyres well. Squatted and then turned about 20-30 feet out for Crichton. The Cressida, the 6 boost, so they will go into round 1. None from 3 on their swings at the track.
Well, I mean, it was getting there close again, but the thing is almost like it just shuts off. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it by the look of it.
He rolls through for an 11-second pass there. Timmy Cross went through at 6:89. Maybe the sun is causing a bit more of an issue than we think.
Again, when you see this adverse qualifying session where you see a percentage not hit it, it's the ones that hit it and get it that stick in your mind, and they more often than not pop up later.
And
so
this is the
let's
fun.
have a look at the blower boy here.
This is the fun thing with Radial racing, is this challenge that they have in conditions like this where it's not much of a change from what we had this morning, but it's enough to throw a curveball for the crew chiefs, for their tune-ups, and how they can get down right there. How do they adapt? Okay. And that's part of the fun of this race.
It's only fun for them when it's not fun for them when it works. It's not fun when it doesn't.
But I can tell you right now, when you're a crew chief, it's those passes that in the middle of summer where you get a car down where everyone else is struggling, you go in, they're the ones that you're really proud of. It's not your quickest pass that you've ever done, but when you can get down and everyone else is struggling, that's when you go, you know, doing all right here. Can Kevy at KPM Performance in front of the LC Toronto Randall Laurie, can he get this Toronto down? Tony Webb, he's none from 2 as well. And his earlier hits, it's only more of a challenge now than what it was this morning for these guys.
There's got to be a small amount of pressure there from the teams. Just watch where that big goes.
Yeah,
right up the hat. Right up the hat of Randall Laurie, that plastic bag. All right, now Webby, they've got to play percentage game. They can't keep reaching the throat trying to run at 420. It's going to have to be a 30 or a 40 and make that big block Chev get down the track. Outlaw 275, last section. And to get that and that's down. Oh, Webby 38. That's the number you wanted right then. A 119 60 foot. They're all patting him on the back. Look at it, look at the crew. All patting each other on the back saying, yeah, well played, well played. And you know what, it's that instant response. There's respect there, everyone's high-fiving, saying, especially when you know who's tuning, and that was Con, right? It's all Con. Webby drives, of course, Webby drives with hands on them, but everyone's patting Con on the back saying, good call, good shot, good shot. So artists respect other people's art when it happens, when it works properly. And I know that there also would have been the same pat on the back, bad luck, if it didn't work. But it's the praise that people are giving them.
I think that's the quickest pass we've seen. I know we did have a couple of full ones there in Outlaw Radial.
Yeah, well
that's a good run. 4:38 in the heat of the day for Tony Webb. 173 mile an hour.
It was only
puts him to number 2 spot.
It was a Campbell Brown's run that was quicker than that. But yeah, that's a good one by Webby and the team. Guy Hall, he ran a 490, but he needs to get something else in the bag here.
He's currently number 4 qualifier here in Outlaw 275, brought to us by Spot On Performance and Fabrications. Jamie Jeffries is our number 3 qualifier, has gone to 469, 468 so far. He's 2 from 2 on the track today. Very consistent. Number 3 qualifier. Guy Hall's already in pre-stage in this Mercedes, the Merc.
Jeez,
for Diesel Australia.
Could they get 3 460s in a row here, Jamie Jeffries? Guy Hall wants it. 488, 490 before, 488. So DeBen's got down in trying conditions. But Jamie, no, it did not want to play the game on its previous 468 and 465 antics down the track. Or 468, sorry, and the
469, yeah. Hey,
all right, that's the end of Outlaw 275 qualifying. So we can lock in seedings for those categories. Now, we better call some numbers here. So we should have Renegade. Let's get Renegade to the lanes, please. Final session. Renegade to the lanes, please. Renegade to the lanes, please. Lane 2. Renegades to lane 2. Radial Ruckus.
Yeah, you can call those guys.
Yeah, lane 3. So Renegade and Ruckus. Renegade and Ruckus. Back to your lanes for the last one. All right, here we go. Helltech 235. Oh, love that. And it is like clockwork. 527, 528, 525. He's the guy so deserving of a win. And you know how many times he's missed out on a final by like 100th through a 10th? When the 480s dry up and you need to have someone that can just whack down some 520s, that's Grumpsy. And so many times he's missed out on a final. Is this the night where he can do something and get into the final? And, you know, he can whip up on him if he wants.
So I can tell you, in Outlaw 235, no one has run a 460 in Australia. So that's the target at the moment for these guys.
Sure is.
Scotty Cortina is our number 1 qualifier with a 4.80 second pass. That's their goal. They want to run to the 460s. They'd like to do it first as well. Gary Hunt in the lane beside him in the Commodore is currently our number 6 qualifier with a 550 for the Bursons Auto Parts Commodore.
Yeah, Gary Hunt, it's all engine. That 235, he seems to love it. Scott Cortina, now again, it doesn't say how many cubes. You reckon it's got a little less leg in it, this engine, than the engine they've had before. So, yeah, OG 315 and OG 275 should be in the lanes, as should Renegade and Ruckus. I just saw Tanya towing past real quick just then. OG 275, OG 315 to the lanes, please. Renegade should be there now, and Ruckus. So Cortina's got a slightly smaller big block in it. Nitrous on board, that little 225. That was that scream and a less, but yeah, Cortina 486. So a 486 and a 480. Ooh, that's a couple of nice percentage runs, and it did it easy. 1-2-0. It didn't even look troubled.
He bumped it in deep as well,
Yeah,
so that killed the 60 foot a little bit in ET. Yeah.
I mean, last night that cost him a round at the small tyre shootout. This just being careless in stage, where he backed it into the beams and put the lights on, but he didn't want to. So there, you've just got to be wary that you can lose a race the same way. You can be the fastest thing all day and just not stage that car properly at the right time, and you're in deep doo-doo. So look, no surprises there, I'd say. We haven't seen one yet either.
Actually, no, I don't know what happened with Joe's car. Obviously, Joe's car had that big...
I've asked Joey, I've asked Joey. And I'm going to have to ask Juan now to make sure Juan's okay.
Alex Bamford in front of us, the HQ, has run a best of a 629. He's gone 634, 629, keeping these guys honest. And that spot-on performance HQ. Currently our number 7 qualifier here in Outlaw 235, brought to us by Helltech and Enemies Racing Australia. Bamford now in pre-stage. Will bump it in. Rolled a little deep there, gets out 341 reaction time. Goes through the finish line here, Bamford, with a 635, 110 mile an hour. So he's consistent. Only 600ths of a second spread between his 3 passes in qualifying.
That's a good 3 runs.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're going to move into OG 315, brought to us by Lotus Caravans. If you're in the market for a caravan, check them out, Lotus Caravans. Marcus Page in the hot rod for your Manto mowers, taking on Michael Nichols in the VL Calais. So Nichols is currently our number 3 qualifier with a 5.00 second elapsed time. Marcus Page is our number 2 qualifier. Dipped into the 4s, a 498, 142 mile an hour. So it's number 2 and 3 qualifiers here. To get to that number 1 spot, they need to go, well, Giovanni, 435. They're not going to get that. But
I was thinking about that. That 435 Giovanni, that's a hard pass to defend. I do that 3 more times in racing.
Yeah.
But people like Marcus Page, they will just hit that tree. Next one beside it, the car there with Michael Nicholas. Marcus 500. So 518, 498, 500. That's good 3 slips concerning the conditions, be they different or not, considering some guys are now starting to get down, other guys didn't. Michael Nichols already had a 500 in the bank, so if we can make that work again in round 1, it's going to be all on in this class. I mean, there's literally nearly only 2 tenths between all of them, bar Glenn Finnegan getting a good run down. So this is tight. This is the race I've wanted all day. Since I saw the E8, since I saw the HR, I wanted to see them together. Holden fans, you got to love this stuff. Have a look at these cars. Aaron Gregory, virtually debuting this HR here at Kenda. Steve Carkeet had the E8s for a little while. Great looking cars. Do you agree?
Well, I'll tell you what, if there was an award for the best appearing here in this class, it'd be tough to choose.
It's going to be a tough class to pick an outstanding. Can he get a 4? Here he goes. Here he goes. 513, 522. Great race. Look at that for Aaron. 508, 506, 513. Steve Carkeet, the EH, 529, 518, and
522 on that
522.
run. Yeah. So these guys are really consistent.
They're ready.
Yeah, 3 from 3, both sides of the track there for those guys.
That'll be a hard class to find the most outstanding one in that. But
I'm liking the dangle of the
I love the dangle from there. I think Aaron's
that's
had
pretty
to tune,
outstanding.
I think Aaron's had to tune that little bit of wheelie control in there, you would have to say. So here we go. The Matt Black Brigade coming up again. It's the Black Ute, James Horan. The Nova. Choose your poison. 598 cubes of big block with some nitrous oxide on board, or 511 cubes of twin turbo Hemi. Having issues again. Issues. Just trying to iron out these little bugs that keep coming in. It's still a mad looking car, that Hilux. It is mad.
What's he run in the, is it 440s?
It's gone 20s.
20s?
20s probably 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's been, and that might have been with the big block. I don't know whether the Hemi's ever quite had its potential tickled yet. I mean, honestly, that's got everything to go 380s, that thing. So another call, Renegades should be in the lanes. Ruckus should be in the lanes, please. Renegades and Ruckus should be in the lanes. Rumble, we want lanes 4 and 5 to be free, which, oh, we do. Shall we put, power delivery, like you see it get out on the suspension, then the power comes in. 636 though, not representative.
No, he actually bumped out of the beams, which triggered the timers. So there would have been probably would have been in the 530s actually, because his speed was up on his earlier 541.
All right, so we should have Renegades to the lanes, Ruckus to the lanes. Let's get Rumble into the lanes, please. Let's get Rumble into the lanes.
Why not? Let's just call them all.
Yep, let's get Rumble into the lanes, please. And Rebels. There you go.
And Rebels.
There you go. Rebels into the lanes too. So we should have Renegades, Ruckus, Rumble, and Rebels. Say that 5 times fast.
I'm not even going to attempt it, Chris.
Well, we got to hope they come through slowly so we can go through our list. Where's our list?
Actually,
time to get that. There's Mountain.
Oh yeah, that's the. Yep.
Oh, one more. We've still got OG275. Actually, we've still got OG275 in the lanes. So Rebels, just hold, because we've still got OG275 there. So that lane is pretty full. Sorry, Rebels, just hold off. You are in 6 and 7.
If you started moving, just sit at the back of the 12
Sit
block
at the back,
first.
put a big gap between you and the OG275s, because the OG275 cars are in lane 6 and 7. So just make it, just hold off a couple of minutes, but know that we've kind of started to call you.
Simon Graham now take on Giovanni Tursi. So Giovanni is our number 1 qualifier, went a 4:35 in this Toyota. Graham has our number 6 qualifier, ran a 5:14 in the Tirana.
Here we go. OG315.
Oh,
Right down the line for Giovanni, 446. 446 at 166 mile an hour. Now that, I'd say, is a percentage run there. That's you could probably fight with that all night, I would say. His earlier 435 was great, but I think that's a much better percentage there. It just seemed to want to handle it and do it nicely. Meanwhile, Simon Graham's...
He caught the wheel stand early.
He's doing his best Steve Carkeed impression, but mind you, Simon's also done a big wheel stand in that car. It kind of does lend itself to it. Here he is. He's managed to get it back out there. You got to admit, this again, for something that's been built at a limber and all by this guy. And I remember, as I said, I'll tell this story, back when it was blue, back when it had a Toyota V8 in it, I would see this on Gympie Road on a Wednesday afternoon on the way to a test and tune nearly every Wednesday. When he was chasing this thing in the early days with the Toyota V8, he could not drive this car enough. He has lapped this car so many times. The evolution from the Toyota V8 to the big block Chev, now to the Hemi, and you know, once you've got that car, I mean, it doesn't cost you anything if you don't need to use it. So he just parked it, concentrating on his converter business and everything else. But you know, I think the old bug gets in under the skin and goes, you should let that black ute go again. And I'm sure glad you have, James, because I love it. It's an absolute tribute. Can I buy one of your front bumper bars off you? Just asking. I want to trim that down, put that on a Suzuki Sierra, so that'll be really good. Let's see if he can get the black ute down. I'd love to see it, because in OG315, this car's right in there. Come on, James. Just... No, not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Just not playing the game for him today.
No game to be played there. And look, a 5:04 at 111 was the softest on and off pedal run that we've seen of him. And you know, he can play percentage and maybe still be in there if he can get the thing down even mega softer than that, because that has got all the potential to toy with the opposition.
It was about 3,400 horsepower, you think?
It's had, I'm sure it's had that before. I think we've had...
I think you'd probably be close, mate.
Yeah, I think I remember it going on a dyno back in the day, and it had a figure of that 3,000 odd. We've heard of so many numbers. It could be 2.6, could be 3.4. It's
up
lot.
there. It's
more than I got. It's more than I'll ever have.
It's more than he needs.
It's more than I need. It's more than I want. And as we were talking about before, these cars are so sophisticated, let alone tuning one so that it stays together, gives you good horsepower. Then you've then got to tune that to suit the car for the conditions to make them work. And then, of course, if you are dealing with a fancy set of shock absorbers, you've got to tune the whole car to make a run down the track.
I wonder what the weight distribution is like on something like that, the Ute, compared to the sedans on that rear transfer.
It's so low. I mean, look how low it is. It makes you wonder if he had more suspension travel at the back, like you see all the big radial cars, how much suspension travel they see, coming out of the hole, and maybe he doesn't have a lot. Mind you, Terry and Drutsos, Dale Hellier telling me at the RX3, of course, 622 cubes, one of the quickest 275 cars in the country, ladder bar, 3 inches of suspension travel. So go figure. Some combos work in some ways, some ones work in other ways. But anyway, OG275, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust, Johnny Elfs and Goran Ivanovic back. 5.16 for Goran, the best for him. 5.36 today for Johnny, but it ran into the 4.70s yesterday. So they need a good run here, the boys, to finish off their qualifying. Oh! Oh, that's what we love. 4.99, Goran 4.99 and 5.24 for Johnny, folks. How good's that? Smiles on the faces indeed. It's like, here's a wheelie. Look over, there's a VT doing a wheelie. Oh, that's great. I'm going to watch that again here on our Overtaking Lane stream. Little wheelie there, and then, whoa, Johnny Elfs goes and does the further wheel stand down track, and 5:24 to a 4:99.
I'll tell you what, John was close to getting that. That was about 80 foot out when it spun.
Isn't it what?
That was so close to sticking.
Yeah, that's the stuff. OG has definitely the potential to take our attention away from some of the other categories, purely because it's they're fours. The good ones are running fours. There's wheelies and tight racing, and they are a show stealer, definitely.
Yeah, Outlaw Performance Exhaust, OG 275 and 60 Foot Inc. supporting the outstanding award for this class today. Rob Armstrong in the LX Toronto for Armstrong Automotive to take on Michael Bazil in the Fibertech Communication HSV, waiting on for Michael to get into full stage. He ran a 7:45 and 7:43 today. Armstrong's got a best of 6:02.
It's a better run for the clubby.
Yeah, that's a good pass. 550, big improvement, 133 mile an hour. Armstrong in the Tirana now. He goes through, runs a 6:12, 118 miles an hour. Doesn't improve on his earlier 6:02 that he ran in those earlier sessions.
How good's that? 550. I'm glad that Michael's found some form there. That's still a tight class.
19 cars in OG 275.
19, are we right?
Jack Danaher, he's campaigned in a couple cars over the years now.
And
ran in Outlaws.
Yeah, and how's this to find his way into radial racing? Another interesting story that, he's touched on a variety of different categories, and then this car did come up for sale. This might have been Sean Hale's car he had. Sean had a couple of cars, but this was one that had turbo LS, 347 cubic inches of LS. And here he is, 510, 512. Faccioni, 518, 523. Oh, good 92 for Faccioni. 092. This guy's getting the hang of it big time. 522, 523, 518. That's the three there for Shane Faccioni. Jack Danaher at 987 that time. Zings the tyres hard. But, yeah, Faccioni off the line, 092 light. 123 in the 60.
Yeah, I did speak to Jack before he debuted that car. The goal was just to run around the 490 zone. Has about 1,300, just under 1,300 horsepower, rear wheel horsepower in that car. 347 cube LS, twin precision turbos. Yeah.
A whole lot of fun. So is the UC hatchback with the roof racks. And there's a story in that one. Mark Trailau, 551 and 563. Peter Faulkner, 526 for him. OG 275 is deep and rich with performance. Oh, we did a double pump and they both got a bunch of having a race here. Let's still pedal it to the end. Geez, you wouldn't want to pedal it too many times just in case the old roof rack. Yeah, well, I suppose it's bolted down. We've already tested it at 133 mile an hour. I think that's one of the fastest ones we've ever seen.
Yeah, Faulkner with issues as well. Just a bit of spin there for both guys.
Here.
Next up is our number 3 qualifier, Guy King.
Here comes the little OGs, all right? Here comes our little tiny OGs, right? So let's drop the capacity a bit. Let's pull out the old metric toolkit and let's play with these cars for a little bit. Barra powered KE20 Guy King, 3RZ powered KE10 Scott Hoffman. Scott's got new axles in the car, brand new, probably 2 runs old now.
2 runs old now, yeah.
Don't forget.
Bit of a late night for the team.
Rebels to the lanes. Rebels can roll there now. This would be OGs coming down. So Radial Rebels can go in lanes 5 and 6. 6 and 7 rather. 6 and 7. OG 275 is starting to empty that lane. So Rebels, you can go to 6 and 7. OG is starting to empty the lanes. And then that'll be everyone was got to start checking out the qualifying for the rest of them. All right, Hoffman, what else can we do here? Should we just look away? You do not want to look away. Oh, Hoff, what a nice dangle. That's going to be the run that counts. 5:14. Yeah, 5:14, and Guy's got some issues. Is it his turn for some Hilux axles, is it? He might need some Hilux axles. I don't know whether it's still got a... Hang on. He's good. I think he's good.
He's
good. I think he's good. Is that a Barra thing or a Corolla thing? Is that a sign of organ rejection there?
Maybe He didn't open the door up and had a look under, did he, or anything like that? Make sure he wasn't leaking, so then he was happy.
I don't think he did.
Anyways.
I don't think he did. But how good was Hoff? That's poetry in motion. When it all comes together, he's nailed that. If that was a little minuscule change in the tune, it's worked, because that thing just came out, dangled that left-hand front wheel all through low, and that's a killer run there for the little giant killer Hoffer. He goes into, look, that's number 9. A 14's number 9, and we'll seed them accordingly. We still seed them accordingly, obviously. But what'd you say? Is that flicking over to 19 there? Let's have a look. 19, nearly 20 in this deal, and everything all the way down to a 602, even though, you know, that was pretty good from Rob. But it's thick at the beginning. It's a crazy field.
Yeah, only 0.5 of a second separating the top 14 qualifiers here in OG 275, brought to us by Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Next up, pairing, we've got Trent Brimble in the Commodore to take on Ricky Fenwick in the Premier. So Fenwick is our number 7 qualifier with a 504. Brimble is a number 2 qualifier with a 486.
Yeah, that's important. That's important. It's whether you can maintain that performance now for 3 more runs. We've had guys really perform well in qualifying and then it all go to pieces in racing, but this is about the time you want to just go, right, that's 1 more, that's it. We're right, let's go racing. We don't need to touch nothing. And if you're still tuning on the run from there on, people do fall short. I don't know where to look here. Trent Brimble or Ricky Fenwick. OG 275. Run after run after run. Bub City, baby. Oh, 1.5 inches of wheel stand and a 507 for Ricky Fenwick. Oh, it looks so good. When it works, it looks so good.
I wonder how much the rocking can disrupt your launch.
The bumping. Oh,
the bumping, the Brimble, because Brimble's car was rocking hard in stage there.
If that car hasn't settled down by the time you leave, you're either moving forward when you leave or you're moving back when you leave. And you wonder if you are moving back with your leave, you transferred that weight back and then you're asking the tyre to cop that as well. Or if you are rolling forward and they let it go, might run over itself.
Yeah,
it's interesting. It'd be interesting to see some slow-mo. If you went and deliberately attempted to do that, you would have to play a percentage game, do it multiple times to try and work out whether that does.
Yeah,
it can't be good for it.
No, it can't be. I'm just thinking, like,
you want a car
probably
to be
want
still.
To be still just for the transfer of weight and application to get the tyres to hit.
VL Central now. Steve Farrelly and Jack Kajija, or VL Jack. VL Jack's going to light it up. Barra versus, I think he might be RP. He's got a low set of gears in that thing, Jack, hasn't he? Did you hear that thing go through first, second, third easy? 536, 130 mile an hour. That's the run he needed. Farrelly got that really good one
so
in.
Farrelly was rocking. It's interesting. Farrelly was rocking, spun. VL Jack was completely still. Did not move in stage.
I do think it's important. I really do. I really do think it's an important variable that you would normally tune for a car that's sitting still, but for a car that is still oscillating, let's use the word oscillate, you know, because oscillation is a series of movements in a certain frequency, and that can affect, you know, if he had an energy polarizer, you'd have to do a test with the energy polarizer and without, just to see whether Brocky could have been on the right track there. Maybe it's just been waiting 30 years for radial racing to come along.
Tanya Thompson now and Doug Day. Thompson in the Commodore. Day in the Commodore. So Tanya's over in the Rocket Industries lane. Day will be in the Speedflow lane here at Willowbank Raceway. The Speedflow lane, the grandstand side of the racetrack. Thompson's out in front, goes through, runs a 5:07, 126 mile an hour. Day goes 5:14, 139 miles an hour. So Thompson will improve by a couple of tenths and moves up to number 8 qualifier. Doug Day will stay in number 5 at the moment. He's earlier 4:97.
I'm sure Tanya still rolled off near the finish there, went 5:07, That's the sort of run she needed in there. But it all worked well, even there for Dougie Day, who'd already cracked the 4. Here's a guy that's still sitting at number 1, Brett Benz, in Old Goldie. Went an 88 in the last run. So again, we thought that deep stage might have washed a little bit off. But here it is. Terry Sang just getting him steered into position. That VL, one more shot at it. Dan Purnell the same. 6 banger on board. 566 for him. Remember, when we go racing, it's about cutting a good light and everything. So you've got to make sure everything's right when you bump in. Oh, not this time. Again, all gremlins creeping in, playing around in there on that run. It goes 5.77, but yeah, no, just over the mark that time. Just over the mark. 069 light. Benzie was ready for the tree. 069 light. But a 1450, that number 1, 476 will stay there. They will be seeded accordingly. And we ain't done yet. We've still got one left. So let's just do the final call, Mark. We're nearly ready with our pens in hand here to see who hits that nominated qualifying time that they were asked to give. Now remember, for those that didn't, we put a default number in it. So there's a little lucky lotto. There's a few little lucky lottos in there. Because we did ask everyone at the driver's briefing, you were told when you entered as well.
We did numerous calls as well.
We have drummed it into these people that if you want to play this game for $500, you need to give us an elapsed time that you can qualify against. Good on you, Gary. That you can qualify against, and we're going to measure you at the 3rd round. There was a few blanks, and they asked us to chase it up, and so I thought if they haven't come back to us, I threw a few little lucky lottos in there. This might be one of those random instant scratch it moments tonight. This very well could be an instant scratch it moment. Someone's going to hit this nominated qualifier in these next 4 categories, and we'll be writing down like crazy to try and get them all down. I'll even write some stuff on the back if you need me to. Extra note paper ready. All right,
Gary there.
Little Dado. He doesn't give us the wheelies like the Corollas, or does he? Great little combo. Dado 1200s, 662. We've got a couple. What have we got? 3 1200s, at least 3 1200s today. We've got probably the same in Corollis. We've got them all. We've got all sorts of varieties of cars. All right, here we go. That is the end of our OG classes. This is the beginning of the rest. The Renegade, Ruckus, Rumble and Rebels. The 550 class first, the 580 class next, the 640 class next, the 700. And then there will be a break of some description as to how long, I don't know. All right. Can you see Aris? You've got the line there. You've got Aris and you've got Jaden. Now, Jaden, I think they're both trying to hit a 550, aren't they?
Yeah, Aris has gone with a 550. Jaden's gone 550 as well.
All right, so here we go. So the
This
first
is
2 guys, they want to do a 550. 550. Now, we don't let them go to the 3rd decimal, but if we have to choose, we will on that 3rd decimal.
Yeah, I'll write down the 3rd decimal here.
Righto. So it kind of really spikes the old qualifying up too. Again, an ingenious little creation. It's $2,000 worth of prize money combined on one run. You qualify. Oh, Jaden's not getting it.
For both sides, we won't get an ET for either driver.
Amber, are you serious?
No ET for either driver.
I'm looking at the replay. Here we go. Replay on the screen. Aris has got a bulb in. Jaden goes to try and light it up. Aris goes 2 bulbs. Jaden goes to bump. Aris rolls. Aris jumps because he saw Jaden jump. That's the hot rod. Hot rod got sold the same way. Wow. Well,
Not the first time, won't be the last time.
And remember, they can't be happy with that 550 with a 9 and that 548 with a 9. But didn't Jaden
He
run
went
a
550 with a 4.
Jaden went 550 with a 4 on the previous.
But the seeding actually based off what they nominate.
I don't know. I think it's off the list, isn't it? No.
Yeah, off this list.
Well, there we go. Okay, Mitch Hamilton, Craig Scottney. What have they got?
So Mitch Hamilton.
Here goes Scott
550. So
553. Step right up, Mitch. You're going to be a player.
Yeah, so he's currently got one hand on the $500 at the moment.
Well,
but we've got a lot of drivers to go.
Hang on, Disco Dean and Jason Seng. Let's have a look.
So Jason Seng has gone 554.
Yep, that's what he wants.
And Dean Ferris has given us a 551.
All right, so 551. The panel van needs to hit a 551. Right on it. Remember, this is for $500 thanks to Kenda. So they've nominated a qualifying time. You got to hit it.
And they do this nomination before when they enter for the event.
Yeah, we only had to randomly put 2 in after 1 as they changed classes. But we literally said, whatever you did in round 1, you just make that round 3 and see if you can do it, because that's going to be hard to do. All right. So what do we want? 550 what?
551 for Disco Dean and 554 for Jason Seng. I think Sengi's got to watch out for a breakout here.
Yeah, right.
If Sengi is...
it's exciting.
Depends on what Sengi wants to do. Does he want to try and hit the 550? Or is he actually going to try and hit this 554?
Oh, I love this stuff. Love this stuff. It's just qualifying, and we've made it really exciting. Oh, yes! Yes! Have a crack! Have a crack, both of you. It's 563. No, 563.
I think that Wilson didn't help either.
And 605 for Disco. This looks great on the live stream replay here. These are the rewards that come with the Kenda. Package by package. It's just combos everywhere. Oh, how good is it? How good is it? No one's hitting it yet, Mark.
Well, Hamilton still got one hand on that check.
Mitch Hamilton, eh? Jason Gisotti. And Colin Gould.
So Shizotti's got a 558.
Right.
And Colin Gould has got a 580.
Yeah, righto. This is great stuff. This is what qualifying should always be like.
Well, if one of these guys wants to steal that check from Hamilton, they need to go 35 thousandths over their nominated time, or better.
That's sticky out there, isn't it?
So in Chisotti's case, he needs to be a 561 with a 5, between 558 and 561 with 5, and Gould between a 580 and a 583.5, which is what he did in qualifying today already. He's a 583 with a 5. He does that again. He's going better than Hamilton. Shizotti's already full stage.
Simon O'Carroll Swinfield taking it side by side. They hit it. 81 for Gould.
Well, Gould is now the closest.
76 for Chizotti.
And Chizotti is 76.1. So now, Colin Gould is currently the closest to the nominated time with a 580.
Wow, 581 580. There we go. Hey, are the speakers working up on the mound there? Can you hear us up on the mound on the other side? Anyone? Can you hear us? But you won't give us a wave. Anyone hear us on the mound? Just because I look at all the Spot On family over here, all the kids running around, like the whole Spot On support group out there running around. Kids everywhere, little Spot On shirts.
Next up, Brent Coles.
I've noticed you.
575 for Brent Coles.
There's Daddy.
Hookman's a 570. Yeah.
You're coming to watch Daddy. You can see the Spot On kids down here at the fence. Here's Brent. Now, what's Brent want?
So Brent is 575, and Coles is Coles is 575, and Hookman is 570.
Righto, You know what would have really helped here? Writing it on the door.
Yeah, that'd be nice for us.
Next time. Frank, the inside toss. Just got to get that in now, Brent.
Hookman goes 5.704 on a 570, so he's 4th hour over.
4th hour instead of 0.17 over.
Yeah, 017 was the closest.
Wow,
Gould held it for whole pass.
Hookman in there. I was watching the Spot On kids race the RX-7 as he ran there. They're running down the field. Good on you, kids. Wish I had that imagination these days.
So Greg Trapnell's a 550.
Yep.
And Bradley Lynch is a 572. So basically, Trapnell needs to go a 5.503 to get the money, or Lynchy needs to go a 5.72 with a 3 to get the cash.
Right, so that's what it is. It's
That's the numbers right there for that we're looking for on the scoreboard.
All right, so Hookman at the moment might have just hooked himself $500, but again, it's only one pairing away in qualifying that they can take that back. They need to hit these numbers in qualifying right now.
550 with the 3.
596 for Trappy, 596 with the 3. 596 with the 3.
And Lynch was a little bit off as well, the 6-1.
Yeah, righto. God, that's a cranky sounding Camaro, is it not?
All right, Matthew Rogan has nominated a 568.
Yeah, so 613 was there for Lynchy.
Yep. So this could be the last race that they can take it off of Hookman.
David Barclay goes, I thought Darryl Eastlake had made a comeback. Oh! Qualifying in, trying to win that $500. 64 with a 2.
A little bit too quick, but that's a good thing, I
and
guess.
That's good quality. He stepped right up there.
Yeah.
And it didn't get a run, didn't get an ET in the last round.
I like it. He's like impressive.
I can do it. Oh! You just get excited. So that's a good one.
All right, at the moment, unofficially, I think Daniel Hookman gets it in Radial Renegades.
So that's Renegade Hookman.
Yeah, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, suspension dynamics, and Kenda tyres supporting that class.
Oh, right. Well, we're into this now. Lee Ellison, Luke Cullen.
Who's up after Renegades? There's a Radial Ruckus.
This is Ruckus now. So we've got to find Luke Cullen and Lee Ellison.
Oh.
There's Cullen. There's Cullen.
There's Cullen. And where's Lee Ellison?
This is an easy one. So what are we going to hit? A 6.0 and a 6.31. 6.27 for Ellison. 6.27 with an 8. And a 6.42 with a 6 for Cullen. So
they're a little bit off.
No dice. No dice right now.
Lee was under and Cullen was over.
Right, here we go. Brett Wills and Mark Biffin. Again, we are in this Ruckus category. Ruckus brought to us by none other than RC Metalcraft. Thank you for 1,000 win and 500 runner-up tonight. But thank you for the Kenda Tyres 500, the closest to dial in qualifying time right now. There we go. They hit the stripe. Biffin 6.21 with a 1.
Yeah, he was too quick.
Yeah, 6.33 with a 7. 6.33 with a 7.
Yeah, Wills was a little bit over.
Okay, no one's hitting it. All right, Hilton Ballingarry and...
Currently, Wills is the best at 3. Unless, I don't know what the rules are if we're counting cars going under.
Well, point whatever. Yeah, I guess if it's under, it's under. But again, it's qualifying. It's not like it's a breakout. So here goes Hilton Ballingarry.
All right.
Now, Hilly...
He's got a 584. Oh, just 600.
He's signitised. There's a lot of smoke there, Hilly. Well, again, I don't know whether it was just a big skid or whatever.
Baxter has gone 599.7 on a 600.
599.7 for Nick Baxter on a 600. All right, write that one down.
Hilton Ballingarry was a 1619. So.
Yeah, no, Hilly's he zinged the tyres, and I don't know whether something broke after that, but he had some smoke coming out of the car. Whether or not it was just a big skid, it was some smoke coming out from under it. I'm trying to remember what diff he runs in that thing, whether it's a Borgie. I think it is a big Borgie, which the little CA should not be destroying too much, you would think, especially after he spun. But he has rolled through. We're going to go for a quick check to make sure nothing's trickling down the track. So really already in Ruckus, and again, I'm sure the rules were, it didn't matter either over or under. If you nailed it, you nailed it. If you're under by 3,000s, it's better than a bloke that went over it by 4,000s. I think that's the way we should assume.
It says closest to, so it doesn't actually...
Closest to. No break. We're not in a breakout situation, so you'd have to dare say that Nick Baxter with a 600 nominated qualifying time in the third round so far, 5.99 with a 7, has got to be the goal, got to be the dough. And remember, it's his first Kenda. It's Hookman's first Kenda.
That's pretty good.
So
I'll be happy.
So two guys that have never run a Kenda before, looks like on paper that they're up 500. They're up 500 before they qualify. How good is the racing series that puts you up 500 before you get into racing? And again, it's not like we're giving the outlaw categories this. We're giving what we essentially call our entry-level sportsman guys a go.
All right, Kevin Brown is a 640. Simon O'Carroll is a 590.
All right, here we go. Kevin Brown, this thing's, I think he definitely underestimated how hard this car was going to go. So KBE Race Fab, that's Kevin Brown, I think Kevin Brown Engineering, the VK Cali. 618 he'd run before. Simon O'Carroll, of course, O'Carroll Swimming Pools. 609 he's done so far in the Rat Bag. Street car, regular street miles, takes the family out. Backfire out of the air cleaner. They've got a good clean run here. 620 with a 3 for Kev. 620 with a 3 for Kev.
And O'Carroll was
624.6. 624.6 for O'Carroll. 624.6 for O'Carroll.
Yeah, P was a few tenths over his nominal time of 590. Next up, we've got Sean Helson.
Yep,
And
Reece
Reece
Carkeet.
Carkeet's 580. Helson is a 583.
All right, 580 and 583. 79 with an 8. 79 with an 8 and 585. You crunch the numbers, Mark Allen. You crunch those numbers. 579 with an 8.
Unfortunately, both of them were a few hundreds above and below what they nominated.
Right.
So Helson was 583, so he's 400 under with a 579. And Carkeet was 580 and went 585, so he was 500 over.
So close, so close. All right, Craig Stokes and Jeff Rice. What's Rice going to hit?
Rice is 595. Stokes is 595.
Stokes is going to be one with a one count. It's not going to be a good number for him. 771. There's that Phantom Amber. Popped up. Round 3 pressure was on. We don't want to put excess pressure on people, but if that's part of the adrenaline rush, well, there it is. You got the Phantom Amber. Is this the Nason boys together?
It's the pro tree.
It is. There's the Nason boys now. I think we're into Rumble now. We are in Rumble. Nick Nason and John Nason.
65 for John, 67.
John goes through for a 663 with a 7. 663 with a 7 for John. 6905. 6905 for
Well,
Mick.
that's a good start for John, 13th hour under.
Right.
13th hour already after the first pass.
I'm sure we invented this for you to crunch the numbers on.
Oh, thank
you.
I'm
love the numbers.
I don't know about that.
Kim Upton and Ali Farah. No pressure, Mark. Just got to be right.
The pressure's finding them.
I know, that's right, real fast. Slow down, guys. Kids, can you slow down? Mark's trying to find you on the list. Kim Upton and Ali Farah.
Ali Farah 680, Upton 640.
All right, 680 for the Commodore, 640 for the Val. Can they hit that number, take that $500 home? Thanks to Kenda Tyres in Rumble final qualifier. Love this $2,000 going off before the beginning of racing. Oh no, the big bump, the big foul. That's not pleasant. Now all eyes on Ali. Ali gets down pretty clean like she has all day. 678 with an 8.
She goes 12th thou, so she's now got it by 1 thou.
678 with an 8, and she's got it by 1 thou. Is that right?
I think so,
Ali
yeah.
Farah's got it by 1,000th of a second in nominating your qualifying time. But here comes Hot Rod. Hot Rod, I think, Hot Rod spoke, and I spoke about this today. And I said, what are you going to do? And he goes, what do you reckon I should do? He goes, and I forget what I said to him. I'm trying to find him in there.
Where is he?
Where is Hot Rod Williams?
It's not in alphabetical order or any order, it's just random names.
I'm looking for Williams there. I can't see her. Williams. We'll have to write Hot Rod's number down.
There he is.
There he goes. Hot Rod down the bottom. What did he dial in?
Barney Lidner.
646.
And Lidner.
No, that's wrong numbers all over the place there. That's Galt and Hot Rod. So Hot Rod went 637 with an 8 and 638 with a 5 was Justin Gall 638 with a 5. That was Justin Gall 638 with a 5. So we lost a pairing there somewhere.
What's going on now?
Yeah, well that was them. Now Barney can't find reverse. So Barney couldn't get reverse. Now we had an issue with the trans brake on the previous run. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he did actually. So Barney and Lindner. And if he had an issue with the trans brake, well, trans brake sometimes needs to be used to put them into reverse.
Yes, and now that's affected our qualifying, right? So the 627 with a 2 actually did show up still as Barney. The Chris Sword 638 with a 5 is not Chris Sword 638 with a 5. That's a hot rod one. So just lost those 2 coming through.
Well, Chris Sword has nominated a 641 anyways.
Yeah, righto. So, yeah, Barney could not get... I would imagine Barney could not get reversed. Maybe there was an issue with that that gearbox. And I think that was a relatively brand new gearbox from the States. It took ages to arrive. He was complaining about how long it took to arrive and how long it sat on a dock before he was able to get it. Now it's in, and now it's giving him grief. That's not good. Barney won't be happy.
Chris Sword, 641, needs to go 11 thousandths of a second within the 641.
Well, he's staged the car. He's got it. He's got it, but it's not going to be a big one. It's one of those days. The thing's obviously got some.
Well,
Turbo Auto, yeah.
Earlier.
So Turbo Auto, and trying to keep that beast in stage has been a bit of a problem there for Chris Sword. Oh boy! So who's now? Yeah, we've still got heaps, but provisionally.
Ali Farah at the moment with a 678.8 on a 680. So
6788, yeah, so 0.02, 0.012.
Yep, 12,000.
0.012.
All right.
Okay. Oh, this is stressful for you. Jai Ward and Troy Hutton. I'm just trying to repeat the numbers when I see them, so you keep looking down.
Hutton, 695.
Yes.
Ward, 7 flat.
Right, so Hutton's run a 7 flat and a 702 today. He wants a 695. Jai Ward, 675, 708. So you almost need 2 rulers there, don't you? All right, Jai Ward, Troy Hutton. Rumble, final qualifier. That's better. Troy Hutton off and gone. He hits the stride. 698 with a 2.
300's over.
300's, not 12,000's. Award. 672.
310's under.
All right, there we go. So still 12,000.
Yep.
Still 12,000. All right, now Michael Grillis. Mick, you need to hold this thing in stage, mate. Just get yourself a time. He's already gone 652.
Grillis is 641.
641.
Peters is 642.
642. Now, Peters has hit 660s all day. Mick's hit a 652. Let's hope it all goes well. Let's see how tight it can be here. Final qualifying session for Rumble. Thanks for the all Great run to the stripe too, by the way. 664 with a 6, a little bit over. 679 with an O for Nathan Peters. So Peters 679 with an O. 664 with a 6 for Michael Grillis. But when we go racing, that's only 0.12 over as fast as you can go. So they are chomping at the bit to get into that round 1 of Rumble a bit later on. Daryl Beavis now and Jay Jorgensen.
What's interesting is that Jorgensen is nominated a 630.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to do that in the 640 class?
Well, don't know.
That doesn't matter.
Let's just see whatever you nominate. Whatever you nominate with. I mean, will it count as a run? Probably not. Will it count to win 500? Maybe. 645 for Jorgensen. That kicks that out. 645 with a 6.
And Beavis, he was a 678, so he was
the 10th over. 668 with an 8.
Yep.
Oh, this is good. This is just keeps your attention a little bit longer, doesn't it? Where it's like, that's why I reckon next time we get them to ride it on the window, it's easy for us. Shane Locke and Paul Allen. What was Lockie going for?
Lockie is a 650, Allen is a 653.
650 and a 653. Camaro needs a 53. They hit the stride. It's a 50 flat and a 55 with a 2. Shane Locke, you just won $500. No one can beat that. He nominated a 650 and goes 6.5. Mate, you better be
I don't even worry about it. I'm not even going to worry about doing
frame
the
the
now.
$500 and I would frame the time slip. Oh, we're not going to. Okay,
I don't even have to worry about it.
We don't have to. Game over.
Game over.
Game over in Rumble. Shane Locke, 650 on the nose. Put a big asterisk beside that one.
As the guy that was having to write all this and find everything, I'm extremely happy for that.
Shane Locke. Shane Locke should pay Mark $500.
Oh, look out that. Very green.
Just got to find him in Rebel now, that's all.
Yep. does it. 6:41. That's a good pass.
Yeah,
105.
that's got to be nearly number
Green
one.
with no ET. So he might have bumped through.
Yeah, I think he did. 6:41 with a 2 for Lukey.
That's a good run. On the
6:41
money.
with a 2. That must be the end of it because you know how they like to just stop us up a bit
27 cars in
Hang
Rumble.
on, are we still going? Yeah, we're still Rumble.
Yeah.
Hang on, so 6:41 with the 2 is number 1, Luke Hauser. Rodney Williams, number 2, 6:43. Jay Jorgensen, 6:45. Shane Locke, 6:46. Justin Gall, 6:46. Michael Harper, 6:47. That's crazy. Woo, that's crazy. It never ceases to amaze me how tight every category is, and Rumble is just it. Folks, go get yourself a Rumble car, and we'll see you at the next Kenda, because this is the stuff you want to get into. Oh, I love this.
Any Radial car, really. We don't care which class you choose.
You could be in the alien-infested station wagon from hell, Bill McKee. Keep an eye out for the left-hand front, and I think Bill Cumber might give us something in the pano here too, eh? Oh, what a treat. What a treat here Saturday afternoon at Willowbank South. He's in it. He wants some. There's another set of lights to go on there, remember, Bill? Bill and Bill. It's the Bill and Bill show. Oh, very rare.
Nice coming at 676. McKee goes 730. Bit of spin though. Bit of spin. Huge thank you to the guys at All Over Group for supporting the Radial Rumble class, and Race Bolts supporting the outstanding Rumble car. What's up?
Juan's doing emergency turbo pipe repairs, so there's a bit of tigging and migging and stuff going on at someone's house by the look of it, so they've been gone back home probably. He's working on it. Turbo pipe going on. At Ian Douche's house, there's Frank, Juan's still in Rumble.
Payne in the Ute goes through, runs a 680, and Harper a 645. Next up, we've got Edward Woodham in the XY Falcon taking on Benny Dreyer in the 1967 Camaro. Dreyer currently has qualified with a 681. Edward has qualified with a 668 in the Ford. That's a nice Ford for Edward down there, that XY. That's tidy. Benny Dreyer, he's already getting towards that pre-stage area. Nice and smooth. He's in pre-stage.
Yeah, still going to be tight when it goes to racing. Let's just simulate that right now that we are like around 1. Oh, we're going to lose that one, aren't you? You'll still get a time, but yeah, that'll be a loss if we are going racing. But 7:04, no good. Benny Dreyer, 6:40. Hey, Benny Dreyer stepped it up. And you know what? These guys do sometimes find that in the last run. And that's going to put him now into about 8.
Another Ute here, the WB Ute of Glenn Young. Currently qualified with a 668. He was in stage, he's just backed out of it. Wasn't happy where he was.
It will be a very long elapsed time. It'll be a...
Unfortunately, yeah, he triggered the beams 7 seconds ago before he left.
That's when the timers come in and start tick-tick-tocking. You can't do anything there. Right.
Are we going into...
Where are we? I think this is Rebel.
All right, now back to the...
Thanks to Kenda, Taiwan. Kenda, Taiwan. I can't read that writing. I just assumed that's what it said. I didn't really do much Taiwanese at school, but that's close. 1,500 runner-up in Kenda, Taiwan. We've got to thank Advanced Drive Group for an outstanding Rebel car, but it's the $500 Kenda closest to qualifying that we're interested in.
Petrovic is a 701.
Yes.
Field is a 708.
Just takes the fan belt and goes. So here we go. Fan belt and all. 724, 710 for Petrovic. So 710, sorry. 710 with a 2 for Petrovic. And Field with no fan belt. 724 with an O.
So what was the, just a 710? All right.
Yeah, it was a 710 for Petrovic. And we'll get the time here again. Here we go. And now this one now.
He calls a 710. Lynch is a 719.
719, no, a 778 and a 938. 778 and a 938, not featuring.
Nope. All right, next up.
Well, geez, they are. We ask you guys, maybe next time, Just give yourself
Semen.
20 seconds.
Matthew Semmons is 7:49.
Yep.
And French is in 7:89.
7:49 and 7:89. Yeah, I do think next time we ask them to write them on the window, because then that'll help us. That'll help us. I know we probably can't load them in the tree that way, but you know what I mean? At least they're there. And they could probably go on the entry for that. But anyway, even if it was on the window, we could rattle it off real quick. All right, here they are trying to crack one perfect lap. A lap's time-wise. So anything to cry about on reaction times, but here we go. It's 8:22 and an 8:32. 8:22 with an 8 for Beth, and an 8:32 with an 8 for Maddie. Nothing.
Yeah, no one's really getting close at the moment.
Not a nibble.
Nothing. 900's over at the moment. Philip Petrovic is still the best. We've still got plenty of cars to come forward, like Tony Rogers, who's in the Ute, has got a 7:71 nominated time, and Chris Hankin is a 7:08.
All right, 7:08 for Hankin.
Well, Rogers is close. He's gone a 69.
All right. That was a good one for Hankin. He may improve here. Check the ET. He goes 7:27. He does improve. 8:28 for Tony Rogers. Nope. Nothing.
Nope. Neither.
Not a nibble.
Nope. Neither of those guys.
Never. Not.
Still Petrovic at the moment.
Right. Still Petrovic sitting on it. That
Yep.
might be the widest spread so far for someone, isn't it?
900s, yeah.
900s. Well, we had
Kim Bean.
12,000s.
Yeah, Kim Bean.
Here goes Kim. What does she want?
Well, 900s is 90,000.
Yes. So this is 12,000. So yeah, we're tight.
Murray Flay. So Bean is 700.
Yep.
Murray Flay is 713.
All righto, here we go. 713 for the Commodore. 700 for Kim. Now, don't forget, if you're looking to go into Kenda Radial Racing or a nice street car, this utility is for sale. Inquire with him. Not right now, she's busy, but a bit later on. Oh, they both came in. You might have to buzz this thing a little bit harder to go the 700. Oh, 680.
Oh, that's a bit quick.
No. 680.
And
no.
Flay, 723. He's a 10th over. All right. There's 900s over at the moment for Petrovic, which I didn't think was going to be close. Could be it.
Kimmy really legged it out there.
McConnell has got a 703, and Brett Page has got a 701.
You watch Declan here. This could just, you know what I mean? This just could be it.
If he wants to pedal it, he'll have to pedal.
Yes, righto, here we go. Declan and Brett. What was Brett's number he needed?
Brett has gone a 701. He's gone a best of a 713 today, so that's about
All
10
right, here we go.
off what he nominated.
Declan's got to light this up too, this thing.
So Declan's got to play the game at the other end.
Their stripes there. Let's see how they go. They got it at the other end. 660. You can't slow that down. We tried. 699 with a 6 for Brett Page.
Oh, well, here we go.
Here we go. 699 with a 6 for Page. Declan just can't slow that thing
Page
down at all.
was a 701, so he is 14,000.
So 14,000 is...
14,000.
Wow.
So for Brett Page there.
Oh, but hang on. Here comes
Here we go.
Lucas Holtz and Kyle Wills.
Ooh, Holtz has gone a 705.
Is that what he wants?
And Wills is a 710. So
All
Holtz,
right.
he's got to run a 706.
705 and a 710 is the numbers we need. 7085. No. 7085. Get the calculator out.
And,
7173.
Yep, no. So at the moment, unofficially, would be Brett Page.
There we go. That wraps up qualifying in total, which means we are getting ready for round one of everything. Now, of course, we've got to seed these fields. We need a bit of time. Hello, Wiz. Hello, Wiz. We've got to seed the fields. We've got to notify the teams as to who they're racing for the first rounds of everything. Actually, it's more than that. We seed for the 3 rounds. So we will be now making sure that everyone is lined up for 3 rounds of racing tonight, because we actually save a bit of time. The old days used to bring them back every round and draw them all out and stuff, but now we've got 130 odd. We need to. Now, if anyone's broken, please come up and tell us. I mean, you should have told us already. By all indications, we're all good. We've now got to crunch the numbers, get the seedings up for the round 1, 2 and 3 of everything, and keep your ears peeled for all the categories when we start to call them around. we've got to do the seeding, and we'll be getting into that now. The boys, I don't know how they can seed when they're scraping, but I'm sure they can do more than one thing at once, and maybe someone else is helping them do that. But they're doing some scraping right now, folks. What a great opportunity to get down, grab that Kenda merchandise, grab, I think even Dave's got some great stickers down there as part of the On Point Guys stuff. Go down and check out the teams as they're doing their little bit of thrash. Grab yourself a bite to eat, catch up, have a bit more of a chat, carry on or whatever. We're going to do the same thing. I'm going to need a Xanax and a lie down and trying to get a couple of minutes energy in before we let it loose for the next 3 rounds of Chicago shit out here at the Kenda 660.
All right, just a quick call for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, and the OG classes. If you guys want to start making your way around to the lanes, please. That's Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315, and OG 275 to the lanes, please. We'll be getting underway with first round of racing in about 15-20 minutes. So just another call for Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315, OG 275. If you guys want to think about heading towards the lanes, we'll get underway with racing in about 15-20 minutes.
Australian made and owned, High-Tech Oils is one of the largest oil blenders in Australia with a truly national profile, supplying an extensive range of oils, coolant, grease, batteries and much more for all businesses and consumer needs. Choose High-Tech Oils for peace of mind.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Everyone has their daily routines. Some of us thrive on adventure, the thrill, even just a little family time. We live for the weekend. Whatever your passion, Kenda Tires is there for you. Kenda Tires, designed for your journey.
just creeping up more on that thing. Came on up against 493. in regards to what happened. All right, we rock back.
Okay, just another quick announcement. Obviously, we need the Outlaw classes to the lanes, please. The Outlaw Radial 275235 OG classes as well to the lanes. But also, quick call, we've got a Toyota 86 at the back of the lanes. It's blocking the lanes. A green Toyota 00HOI. Toyota, green Toyota. Your car's at the back of the lanes. It needs to be moved. It's just blocking our cars to get down. So green Toyota 00H0I. Need you to move your car immediately, please, at the back of the lanes. We are not too far from getting underway with the Kenda Drag Racing Radial Series here at Willowbank Raceway. From this point forward, it's all about the pressure. We are going into racing. We will see all the classes 3 times, and then the finalist will be out of those each bracket, so whoever gets the most wins. We'll go through to the finals, which will happen later on, but we are not too far from getting underway with racing with the big boys. The Outlaw Radial class will be up first very, very shortly.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. We're watching all this great footage here. We're so lucky that we've had Overtaking Lane here helping us with our streams. And you know what? Finally, capturing, and I've been saying to Scott and Justin for years, we don't worry about trying to get on TV, but if someone can film what happens at these events, people watch it on YouTube, and Overtaking Lane now doing their streams, capturing all this great footage of us. We've got an archive of what we've seen come through here in the Australian scene, and I'm just loving watching. And of course, we're uploading there some drag photos and drag videos footage as well from Dave and the gang, because you know a lot of other things happen at Willowbank that we'll love to see. These cars, especially when they come and test for 3 or 4 days. It's just good to see. We get our interstaters come down and test it. Just a quick announcement. Yes,
Yeah,
Mark's
right.
ready. Mark's ready to throw in here.
No, you're right, mate.
All drivers back to their cars, please. All drivers back to your cars. We are nearly ready to go. That is the assumption by race control. And yes, she's had a few years experience. She can probably sniff when it's nearly ready to bang it down the racetrack here. I think 5 o'clock sounds like a good number. 4 minutes from now, Mark Allen.
I was walking past the merchandise tent before, and I seen a sign that said 10-year shirt. So this has been going for 10 years now, the Kenda series.
I'll take your word for it. If there's a shirt saying that, it would be. I mean, again, I'm not the chief statistician.
No,
I don't think I was ever asked to be it, but you're
I didn't
right.
get
Since
to
they
the
started.
10, yeah.
Blink and there
The
it
10
is.
year.
Have we evolved? We, them, Justin and Scott and Kenda? Yes. Have we become a part of it? Yes. Are we all a part of it? Yes. Do we see people spending in this part of the world? Certainly. As we said, the ultimate recreational vehicle for some people is not the big Lotus Caravan. It is not the magical, big, huge killer RVs these freestyle RVs that we got. It's actually these machines, adrenaline machines. Literally buying yourself a mobile roller coaster. That's a mobile roller coaster system right there.
You know, that's the best description.
Isn't it
of
the best description
I
you've
like
ever
that.
heard
I
of
might
a drag
use that.
car?
I might
you've
use
bought
that.
yourself a I bought myself a next time someone goes, oh yes, so what do you do for recreation? I bought myself a portable roller coaster. Oh, what's that? Ching. There's your car. It's like that's my little roller coaster. That's where I get the thrills. When those straps come down, we strap in. You tell me to hit that, get that first bulb on. That's my roller coaster for as long as you want it. And let me tell you, Steve Carkeet's got some gorgeous roller coasters. You know, everyone here's brought themselves a hell of a ride. Scott Hoffman, the smallest little roller coaster I've ever seen. Just fantastic to watch. You know, smiles on the dials. And you know what? All made, built in-house. I love all that too. Like, you know, from the very rich texture that is every single car we see up here, either here in the Kenda deal, what we're seeing in the drag and drive game, the whole Radial Cruise. It's becoming like, especially in Queensland, it'll be Radial Cruise, Drag Challenge, bit of Kenda, bit of Jambo, bit of Rocky Nats. You know what I mean? Like just for Queensland, the radial state, we're so blessed that that's all a reality for us in the car scene now. That is so much more than we ever could have dreamed ending up having, and we've got it. And you can't tell me that when you walk around the pits here or any other events I personally see around the place, there's a lot more people doing this. We're not dying off. There's people wanting to be with the cool crowd because that we are becoming that. It's almost like I call it the blue collar elite. It's literally the blue collar elite.
That's a good word for it. I tell you what, one thing that I've noticed since joining the Kenda series with you, Chris, is that the crowd gets a little bit bigger every single meeting. If you look out there, like that's a good crowd.
We're not worried about putting huge bums on seats. We're just looking at putting
builds.
your bum on the seat, and that's why you're here and you're here and you're here and you're here. There's a reason why you're here to see it. And then when we quickly look at what's happening, we look back and you're smiling. Well, that's why you're here.
Well, there's a lot of cars here that are relatable for the crowd.
All the way, because you know we're not thriving on the whole street outlaw thing, but you know the first thing. The successful formula of what's happened in street outlaw in the States is they've actually put people with cars. So here's this bloke, that's his car, right? That's his build. Very relatable car, and we're seeing tons of that. Honestly, if you were to go scraping through America looking for guys with cars like that, there'd be 1,000 of them. And I don't exaggerate, there would be something like that. And you think that's not growing? I mean, everyone wants to be there. They're almost on TV. They're almost famous. And then you've got YouTubers like Cletus and all those that are just living the fantasies for all these people. And they turn up at his events as well because they all want to be a part of this. This seems like fun. The whole car culture, thanks to YouTube and what everyone else is doing, influences, if you may, God, influencer. My God, what a term. We're going to see 130. We're going to see 130 influencers go down here tonight.
Who's the main influencer tonight?
Oh, I'll tell you. You know what? And they're going to win the outstanding awards in each category because they are going to influence us to the point that we're going to give this money out. Remember, there's $33,000 of influence here, and this has all come through inspiration. And all these sponsors feel that they got to give to this because it's not about the money. It's about the magic that's coming from just dangling the carrot and going, come and have a go. You tonight, sir, you're the outstanding guy tonight. You're the announcer's choice tonight. You're the most consistent tonight. We've got them all here. Unfortunately, we also got the Six Boost Hard Luck Award.
Yeah.
You suffered the most.
Here's $500.
Here's $500. At the moment, I'm penciling in Mr. Joey Bridge. If I haven't heard from him though, like I did want to find out what went horribly wrong with the car. It may have been turbocharger related, which then doesn't sound as if it's an engine, a gearbox or something, oh, that's horrific. If it's a turbo, you know what? I've seen those turbos available. You can buy them on the internet. So turbos kind of, I don't think there'd ever be crowdfunding. Just say I blew a turbo. No one's crowdfunding me a new turbo.
No,
you know, turbos are there to be blown. Apparently, that's what happens. So if it's that, well, that's hard luck. 500 to get you on the way to a new sale.
And I know Reese Cuckett, that they actually did the windscreen.
The bonnet came up. I mean, how much is a Gemini bonnet these days? Probably $500.
And he smashed the screen.
If that
as well.
Gemini bonnet's not straight anymore, I mean. Mate, I'd hate to be having this conversation with you 20 years ago when all these cars are worth nothing. Now they're like priceless gold.
They are.
Isn't it?
It's crazy. It is.
Buggy,
it's crazy.
Buggy your crypto, buy a Gemini. You know? Don't put your money into cryptocurrency.
Someone told you in
buy
the
a
90s.
VL. Buy a VL while you can.
Yeah, in the 90s, you just stock up on VLs, Torontos, and Geminis.
You go, I want to see a millionaire going, oh, how did he make his money? Millionaire? No, have a look at his shed. Oh, he's got 96 of the last remaining VL Commodores. I mean, he's sitting on a gold mine. Guys are still going to want that. And I say this to my sons, now that we're lucky enough that I get Street Machine every month from them through our involvement with Drag Challenge, and my boys read all this, and I go, look at this, more guys finishing their cars. To me, it's like, here's some more. Like every time you open that, it's like, wow, here's another event. Wow, here's another build that's finished. And they've literally got a year and a half, 2 years worth of magazine already set. There'll be certain ones that sort of come in before others, but they've pretty well got a big roster of stuff that they haven't shown yet. But as a magazine, you've got to continue to just flow it out that way if you still believe in magazines, and I do. Because you can watch anything on YouTube, you can read anything on the internet, but some people it's just not them. You like to pick that up, you want to read it, share it, collect it, whatever. Put the posters up. And we always analyse as my kids are growing up, just wow, dudes still want to do Tiranas. Like, you know, there's a guy out there still wanting to build the ultimate, you know, LC. And we saw that one at Rocky Nats last weekend, which is just like, wow, where's that come from? And that's what we want to keep saying. I mean, if we want to keep doing this for the rest of our lives, and remember, I'm 52, so I could go any time, you know, just trying to not do what Warnie's doing. You've got to think, well, if I'm enjoying this, I get a kick out of it, let's just keep doing it as long as we can. And as I talked to you about the blue collar elite, mate, we're pretty hard. I'm sure all you folks are too. Real hard working people during the week. The people that are racing these cars, you reckon they're bludgers? No way in the world.
Not at all. Not at all.
The guys I know, it's just like, you always feel honoured. It's like, dude, I'm surrounded by a whole lot of overachievers here. But as you said before, to succeed in drag racing at any level, you pretty well have to be successful as a person. You know what it's like before race day, to be organised, to go to the track, to not be caught at the track, to actually have a perfect race day where you've packed everything you need, you were able to cook for your crew, you were able to have a really not have to fix anything, and not have other influences stop your flow of fun. But you know that it can turn to a nightmare, and we've already had, God, honestly, we would have had 20 stories since Thursday about what's happened out here at this little lead up.
Myself and our crew, we have a little thing that there's always one thing that goes wrong that you don't expect at every single event, whether it's something to do with even the trailer or the race car itself or something, but there's always one thing that happens that you don't expect at every event.
Yep, and you can't plan for that.
It's how you react to that.
You can't plan for that. And so we kind of take it for granted. So, look, as a spectator, you're a little bit entitled. You get to come and you haven't had to weigh into all the sacrifice and commitment, but you get to enjoy the result, which is what all these people ever wanted to do, was enjoy the result. Then this is what they call the Gruen transfer. When you then yourself go, I want a bit of that. God, that looks like fun. You've got me, you know. that's where it goes from being the spectator to being the actual person out there. The event I did a couple of weeks ago, World Time Attack, I see the demographic there. They're all car nerds. I've seen these guys. They're all car nerds. They're dead set car nerds. The secret in the future is how do you turn the car nerd into a guy that is steering something out there? You know how much money it takes. You know how much commitment and time it takes. Does the newer generation, without the help of the older generations, get there like old school got there? You know what I mean? It's very hard. And you can tap into that kids' car culture. If you talk to your teenage kids like I do, they know about more cruises that are going on during the week than I do. Oh, there's a cruise going to see this cruise, righto, and what was there, and it's like, 3 VW Golfs and a, something. It's like, whoa, geez. He comes home, they show him and go, wow, killer, dude, killer, unbelievable, yeah. Blow my mind. Not. but they're into it. Good on them. If you want to get serious, you can get serious. If you don't want to be serious, well, you just have something nice that you look after. And this is what we've done here. Everything from the wild to the mild is coming up for you folks in only a matter of seconds. The live streams already. We've got the Overtaking Lane here. Nick Baxter's just messaged me to say, am I in with a shot at some cash? $5.99 with a 7, got to be close. Is that the one that he nominated 6 flat?
You just got to wait until the end of the night, Nick. We don't, everything... You'll find out. At the trophy presentation, mate, you'll find out, Nick.
I was actually buzzing after that last qualifying session for those guys where we were trying to hit money and give it away, and it gets a bit exciting. And what a great concept to spice up qualifying. Nick, I honestly think... if you nominated a 600 and you went 599 with a 7, you'll have to just wait to the trophy presentations.
But you probably want to stay around, Nick. Just put it that way.
I wouldn't go home, Nick. Remember, it's the FI Parts after party. If you read the conditions of entry, it's mandatory you stay here at least till 2 a.m. All right. So if you look at your conditions of entry, you're here with us until the end of trophies. All right. All right, Outlaw Radial. Why not? Where's our seating charts? And this is the matchup. Oh, Paul Mary wants to give that small block a buzz. Here we are, Outlaw Radial. Tonight, we gave away that $5,000 Fuel Tech USA prize. Runner-up is Race Parts Melbourne, $2,000. And we've got to find ourselves, thanks to Bolt King, an outstanding Outlaw car for $500. Wade Wagstaff, 368 yesterday. Today went 372 with an O, 370. Sat out the last session. Paul Mary, 408, a virtual debutante with this Nova turning up here now. Now it's ironic that the Wagstaff family actually owned both of these cars at the same time. This was Andrew's car, Dad had this, son had the 57. They brought them back in together. Dad's probably now willing to just commit to the boy because he is a bit of a big thing in Australian Radial. That's Wade Wagstaff. He'll be the man to beat. But if he slips up here, Paul Berry might just crack himself a 3-second time on debut. Now or never. Bump City, baby. Oh, 987, 64, there's another one. 370 with a 5, dominating, 203 mile an hour, 406 for Paul Merry. 406, he went 045, strapped the whole shot on Wade Wagstaff. A 987 for Wade, he went 063 on the tree. 987, 249 to 330, 370 at 203 mile an hour. OG 275 to the legs, please. OG 275 to the legs, please. I gotta tell you, I'm a little excited, Steve. Even John Force would be excited.
Wagstaff, he's got a bracket car, 370. Mary though, 406, another quick ET for those guys. Knock on the door of 3-second passes. Next pairing out here in Outlaw Radio, we've got Johnny Ricker in the Camaro to take on Jeff Campbell Brown in the Chevelle. Campbell Brown will be over in the Rocket Industries lane. Ran a best of a 4.18 in qualifying. Johnny Ricker into the 3-second zone, 3.96 seconds for the Race Parts Melbourne Camaro team. What a race here. First round, Outlaw Radio brought to us by Fuel Tech USA and Race Parts Melbourne.
He's not almost a rookie anymore, Jeff Campbell-Brown. The big Chevelle that he's built mainly at home, 622 cubic inch of big block Chev. Johnny Ricker, Race Parts Melbourne, been in Outlaw Radial for a couple of seasons, steered a 3-second pass out of the ex-Jared Wood Mullins Mustang, bought this car. The waiting list in America was too long. He got this from Wayne Keys in WA, and this car went from being a double A altered production car to the baddest, potentially Outlaw Radial turbo car. Bump City, baby. Whoa, out comes the suspension. There goes the 5-speed gearbox. 387, you got it, Johnny Ricker. 387, 201 mile an hour. Jeff Campbell-Brown, what is it with the rookies? 031 light, strap and hold shots on the stalwarts. 061 for Ricker. He ain't no good on the lights either, is he? 061, Johnny Ricker. 104 to the 60 foot. 264 to 330. 387, 201. Do the sums. Is that 2-3 second, 200 miles an hour?
You're on the money, mate. Next pairing now, we have got Andrew Zadar in the Camaro to take on Joe Gauchi in the Mustang. Gauchi has not got down the track today.
Frank Marchese sent me a message to say if we are seated against Wade Wagstaff, he says I am connecting the scramble button for Joe and it is going to go. He said he's going to just send it. What's he say here? He goes, where is it? He goes, you can say on the mic if they line up, I've connected the scramble button for more boost. So like Joe's going to probably have that here anyway. Mind you.
But Andrew Zeta, he went 397 to qualify number 4 into the 3-second zone. Straight up off the bat, this new car.
Thank you, Joey Bridge, for the update. All right, the Boogeyman. Hands up who reckons the Boogeyman is a cool name for a radial car. Yeah, damn right, whether it's a radial, grudge, you name it, whatever. Andrew Zeta's decided, you know what? He's very successful in the building industry, construction industry, with professional hydraulic fit-outs. And this is his recreational vehicle. Been in the rotaries, probably got another couple of rotary street cars. Joe Gauchi, he's a fab man. He built this car in his own workshop. Built on board. Oh, hold shot. Oh, but there's Zeta. Oh, through the gears now. What a great one, too. 394, 398.
Whole
there
shot
they
win.
go. He's got it. And did he get the win on the whole shot? Got the win on a whole shot. That's what I talk about when we talk about Joe Gauchi. He was down, he was down, he was down. And you come out unproven, straps the whole shot, outruns Andrew Zander's Boogeyman. The Boogeyman won't catch the Profab guy tonight. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you.
199 mile an hour for Joe Gauchi. 196 for Andrew Zeta. What a race. 16 thousandths of a second across the finish line there. Whole shot win for Joe Gauchi. You're only as good as the last pass, and that was a good pass for Joe Gauchi.
I can almost cry, Mark. I can almost cry. I can almost cry, man.
What a race. Put your hands together. That's the race of the day so far.
Oh, God. I saw Mum jumping up and down here thinking, well, they've run a 3 before, and then I looked up because I assumed the Boogeyman got him. He was coming home. And then I look up, there's the win line. Whole shot Joe, 041 to a 100. Now, Sobolix and Jezewski. These are the businessmen that choose a little bit more adrenaline in their recreation. Is it called recre-adrenaline? You can't say it. You can't put the word adrenaline and recreation together. But here they are. This is where these guys go to relax. This is where in your high-powered business life, you know, the Sobolix family, they build highways, right? They're a highway company. And George Jezewski, conveniently enough, invents caravans that people take on those highways. So this is working really well. Turbo versus Procharge. Jezewski, the Lexus, can he get a 3? Everyone should get a 3. Give everyone a 3. Sobolix, 384 in qualified. George, 410, went 403 last night. Whoa, Symbolics car just sneezed. He went off 401, 199, 1-1 up low in the 60 foot. But just as he went to put that on the two-step, it just did one little cough out of one pipe, and the thing's just sneezed or coughed. So on the hit.
It's still running.
Is it?
It sounds like it.
I think Daniel wants to still send it. All right. So something on that just hitting it, like doing that set to launch mode. You know what they do? They go to launch mode. They'll go to that rev limiter. They'll go to that two-step, and just then you saw that little poof come out of it. And that was again, you get that talk about drama. What an adrenaline moment. The beast was just about to be unleashed. He's going to have to wait for the next round. Hopefully they can fix that. The thing's running still. I mean, if it had broken, like sometimes people talk about they break the drive on the blowers, but the thing would just turn off.
How about that for a start in round one of Outlaw Radial, brought to us by the guys at FuelTech USA Race Parts Melbourne. We now move into Outlaw 275, spot on performance and fabrication, supporting the Outlaw 275 bracket. First up, our number one qualifier, Timmy Cross, taking on Randall Laurie.
Righto. Now, just one more call. OG275 to the lanes, please. OG275 to the lanes. Don't have to call anyone just yet, but right now, this is Outlaw 275, Randall Laurie. Now, I don't want to talk up anything other than this. Randall Laurie has been nailing this blower Tirana to the line in the low fives. 50, 50, 50. Tim Cross, and again, I'm going to put him in that enigmatic stratosphere of that Cortina. That is another car that, when that's on a mission, that's a spiritual moment for everyone. That left-hand front wheel, 2 inches off the ground, 180 mile an hour in a Cortina. This car's 430s. That's the problem. There it is right there. The car on the edge, the fastest car here, a car that he just can't keep throwing down the track and make it go faster. Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please. Renegade and Ruckus. Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please. So what I'm saying, Timmy, better be ready, because that Tirana's a little bit nutty. Timmy! Yes! Put your hands together. I'm waiting for the Tirana. To light up the blowing car, and all I saw was this wheel just dangle. That's one of the most spiritual runs we're going to see today, and I want to see that in the replay. Timmy, did you see that? Who watched that all the way to the end? Look at this. Whoa, boy. Oh, that's 400, 500 foot in the air. Just dangle. Now to me, I don't know about you, but that's a spiritual moment right there. I couldn't take my eyes off the thing.
Yeah.
Watching it.
Randall's car sounded like just had a bit of a cough as he
didn't do anything on the hit. That's interesting. That is very interesting. So that's a win there to Timmy Cross. 431, low ET too. That would have felt good. Did we grab his speed? Did he go 180 again? I think he did, didn't he?
Oh God,
he would have had to have. That was just on a string. It's so hard to get him on a string because too many times we see when it doesn't happen, and we've already seen that today. So if this cools off and gets in an ideal situation, we'll all be looking at each other, shaking our hands like we normally do.
Guy Hall now, our number 4 qualifier in the Merc, taking on Jamie Jeffries. He was the number 3 qualifier. Jeffries went a 468 best. Guy Hall, a 488 best in qualifying. Number 3 and 4 qualifiers, the closest of our qualified cars. This will be a good race.
Jeffries bumps it in there. Oh, he went red. And that's 1 from 1 for Jamie Jeffries, and he's buttoned it off there. Jamie 469. That car has been very consistent. 469, 468, 469. A 524 for Guy Hall. He went in early, letting Jamie come in last, and just second pumped it there, and it went through for a cherry. So that's 1 from 1 for Jamie Jeffries. Remember, these cars don't go home when they get beaten. They just come back for round 2 and round 3. It is virtually like the UFC of sedan drag racing, really. You do a one-on-one, So there you go. You might win. Next time you've got to fight someone else. And then in the third round, fight someone else. And then two very best ones fight each other out for that fourth run. So the 31 in that lane was good for Timmy. Webby's in that lane right now. And we've got a fair bit of pride, actually, that two of the quickest 275 radial cars in Queensland are Northsiders. To have a couple in the Pine River Shire, it's good to see. Echoes of the early days, you know, Victor and Brett and everyone, Surly and you know, Chris Holly, all those guys out of that area. Tomo, you know, in those areas. But here we go from New South Wales, Shane Crichton. He's hoping to get it all together here.
Crichton's a bit similar as what we saw with Gauchi. Gauchi hasn't got down the track today, but he did throughout the last couple of days in testing.
Oh, and this is the thing. All we wish for is good fortune for these people. We hope that whatever problems they are, they find. And you know what? Sometimes at the end of the day, you get the story, and then you know what I mean. You're even all the better for the story. You know, Shane Crichton. Nothing to show for his qualifying efforts today. Webby, he did zing it twice, 64, 62, 562, 564. Then went 438 with a 5, which surprised us because no one, I mean, and everyone patted Con on the back for that one because that one got down when no one other really did. All right, here we go. Crichton's going to just put it in. Webby will be in a moment. There we go. He likes to race these guys. Here we go, up there, 118, gets to 660, pedal 437. Crichton, same thing, it's this mystery, bloody whatever's happening right there. It hits it, and then it doesn't want it anymore. The best way that I can describe it. 437 for Webb, 118 to the 60-foot, 148 reaction time, 295 to 330. And that's a very good run there for Tony Webby. Had to sort of do, again, a little bit of steering. But that's a good one in the bank. That was in the same lane as Timmy. So was that Timmy 31 and Webby 38?
37, yeah.
Yeah, I do think that I can almost predict already that could be what might end up being the pointy end. You know what I mean?
We've got a lot of racing to go.
I know we do.
We do.
I know. Here we go. Heltec 235 now. So we might have Gary Hunt on a solo, looking for someone beside. Now look, yeah, this is Joey Bridge. So Joey, a little modular. They had been chasing a fuel issue that he had to say in there. But that little 4.6 is now just 2 Pintos. So just a couple of 2.3s.
I know these are both cars at the KPM. Performance shed.
Been racing that car since 2005 and never had an oil down. Tried to get straight off the side of the track, but oil on the tyres slid further. We'll just hate delay races. We'll be back better. She had a 4.6 in a night, but just have to wait. There we go. At least it didn't hit the wall. There you go. So chasing the fuel problem last 2 years, but the engine threw the ring up. So there you go. The poor old engine's suffered getting on top of the tune, and he'll be back. Do you like that, Jesse? Jesse Ferguson, you should say the word whole shot one more time. Well, that was exciting. You needed that. All right, Cortina, watch out here. Gary Hunt, 235, small tyres. Tough now. Oh, Gary Hunt, better reaction time, but yeah, Cortina, that thing was 116 in the 60, 480. It's been in the 480s all day. 555 for Gary. Went 550 in round 1 of 550 in round 2. Maybe in round 1 where it's 555. Here he is. The man's fixed the boost tube. He has fixed the boost tube. So one is back from some down the road welding from Ian Douche's shop. And here he's out there with the boost tube back. Graham McKinnon, he doesn't have a boost tube. He's got Venturis. 8 of them. 8 very angry little Venturis. Some mind-altering racing gasoline that has to go in it. And probably 15 plus to 1 compression, 10,000 RPM, all titanium drivetrain.
Only 200ths of a second separated these two cars in qualifying. Goodnick was a 523. McKinnon was a 525.
Pro stock small block. 400 cube both sides, actually. Turbo. 037 with the forced induction right up here. Oh, Grubsy, 28 beats a 24 on a whole shot.
Whole shot.
That's the way to start tonight, Grubsy. Even Simo's pumped down there. He's pumping the air, eh? It's good to see. Because he One thing about Justin with Horsepower Solutions, whatever your little pet project is, he'll help you all the way, and he digs the deal, and he wants to really make that thing go, because Grumsy can drive it. 117 in the 60, so matching the Cortina. Well, Cortina went 116, so 117, and one, he was in trouble there, bringing the power home, 138, but the little small block sings its way to a round one win. Oh, that, again, just getting palpitations here. All right, Mick Arnold and Alex Bamford. Now, here we go. We're just...
No, we've got the shutdown signal.
Shutdown signal, righto. What? Oh, the finish line beam, righto. Okay, so we're going down for a little beam adjustment. Oh, geez, you know, when you see a delay, if someone goes, oh, could be anything, but it's a beam adjustment. So we're just going down to tickle that up. So hold us up for a sec. So where are we with that? That might be the last pairing.
It will be the last pairing in Outlaw 235, brought to us by Altec.
And then OG 275 comes up next.
OG 315.
Oh, 315
yep.
rather. Yeah, well, the panel van was there. I forgot that. He's not on 275s. He's on the 315. But, so that's round. So that means Mick Arnold, Alex Bamford. So in the next round, Scott Cortina and McKinnon race. So that's the one that you just can't believe got any better. Mick Arnold and Gary Hunt, that'll be good. Gary will fight there, and Juan and Alex. So an all Holden match up for those two there. And look, Cortina's the only Ford in there, by the way. So there's only one Ford in there, and even then I think that's got a big block Chev in it. So no Fords in there then. Round three, Scott Cortina and Juan, Mick Arnold and Grumsy, and then Gary Hunt and Alex Bamford. So, you know, nice little sweet 6-car field there. That you know, we I don't know whether we ever get to a 20-car 235 field unless, again, you dangle the carrot and you say, who wants to come in if there's a little thicker, fatter carrot there? And it's not like everyone's greedy and hungry for money, but it's a game of chance with gentleman racing, and it's good, and it's a good sport and spectacle.
The 235 really brings a parity into it. Doesn't matter how much
it's the
horsepower
greatest
you got there.
equaliser. And you know what? We haven't seen Ash Mason in there for a while either. Ash has been helping customers' cars, and so busy wiring cars that he can't run the RX-7. He'd love to, but he was also good on 235s. There's been a battle between
he's in the fours.
him, Mick, and Joey, and Jozefsky, of course, who years ago went 7-0. So, like, it's...
Throw Scotty Cortina into the mix now with those 480s.
Oh, look, I think it's a little bit more tweaking away. That would get there, I think. Here we go. Mick Arnold, Alex Bamford, turbo small blocks, both sides. Oh, Mick. No boost control there at all. No boost at all. 565. Bamford does improve a fair amount. And Mick just caught with a car that didn't want to give him the boost. That has happened on occasion. I do always think of whether, you know, boost control or whatever, something's not talking to the wastegates and they're not closing or whatever. That's interesting. But anyway, 1 from 1, none from 1. Continue on with the battles, including this one. Whoa, hey, OG 315, brought to us by Lotus Caravans, and here's the Freestyle RVs 86 of Giovanni Interisi. He is the number one qualifier with a 435. Aaron Gregory beside him. The panel van's gone 506, 508, 513. And again, it comes back to one car that's, you know, showing us that it gets down every run and does everything right. One that will go absolutely mind-numbingly quick, but can also go over the edge, step over the line, because we are at the pointy end of that. So you know what I mean? We've got the, you know, a slightly more consistent package, lower power. Well, what I mean, they're probably both the same.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? In sheer performance, what we're throwing into the 86. It's also, you know, it is a Toyota 86 in every respect, except, you know, when you really pull it apart, it's a pretty serious bit of gear. As is Aaron's. It's not like Aaron doesn't build that HR to be a serious bit of gear. This is just amazing variety of cars. OG 315. What a bump in. Giovanni's bumping in. There's Aaron. Clean green. Oh! Takes the power out of it a little bit. So does Giovanni. Giovanni's got smoke coming out. Puts the chutes out. 516. Aaron's up and down on the wheel stands there. I think he went into some wheelie control that then caught it, but then created a bit of a bounce effect. It did it again. And an 095 light for Aaron, an 074 light for Giovanni. Giovanni was out to a 119.60, a 133.60 for Aaron Gregory. But then after that, Aaron was out of the run, and Giovanni, whatever happened, it's all pulled up, and we're on fire or something there. Have we got a fire inside, or it's out? We've got it on our closed circuit TV here, looking at the bottom end. And I'm just watching to see what we've got there. Is the panel van pulled up, or have they...
He went down. I was watching the live sector.
So you did see him go past?
Yeah,
You saw Aaron go past? So we do have a vehicle in attendance there, and Giovanni is...
He's actually over in Aaron's lane.
Yeah, halfway down the
He might not have been able to see, though.
Yeah, right. So we're just going to check out what's happening there. We've got people at the door of the 86.
There was a lot of smoke. We couldn't actually see what actually happened once the whatever let go in Giovanni's car.
Yeah, right.
So I had no confirmation other than the fact that he's pulled up in Aaron's lane there just after the quarter-mile finish line.
Yeah, there is... Look, Dave Reed, oh my goodness, Dave Reed from Drag Photos is just in a different place when he took that photo.
Yep.
And there's Giovanni, and
look at the smoke
that's got smoke right at the front, like literally right up the front of the car. And
he might have had a bit of fluid under the tyres or something.
I just wonder, could that be...
Or vision impaired.
And you know, when you think about things like oiling systems and oil lines and everything like that, you know, if you've got something way up the front there, you know, you've got the hot side somewhere behind that, if that's right up the front. But that's interesting that's showing that right out the front of the car, like literally over the front wheel arch area, and smoke coming back literally from in front of the wheel arch back from the front wheels. Can we get Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please? Ruckus to the lanes, Renegade to the lanes, please. We are just checking the rest of everything here to see what we may be able to assess has resulted from Giovanni's expedition down on that run. He did have the win light, and again, you don't take wins off people if they've oiled the track or whatever. If they've had a mishap, they still technically get a win, but it's more about the condition of Giovanni that we want to make sure that, you know, he was able to maintain control of the car and was able to pull it up, which we think he has. He sort of pulled it up in the middle there. He's kind of over in Aaron's lane a little bit, but we do believe he's gone past. So we've got news there from race control, Mark Allen.
Yeah, everything's okay. They're just a bit of mist of oil on the track. And
a mist.
Yeah, Giovanni's fine, and the car's fine, and that's just obviously something is broken.
There's the photo from Dave of Aaron going past in the panel van. So yeah, we've got something we've got to solve there, and it could be something that has, you know, like a fitting, whatever, has maybe done that. And yeah, Dave's got the photo there of Aaron back in the pits as well. So he's up. Dave's right up in the corner of the grandstands, I would imagine. So we are just tending to that at the moment as we assess it. And we're just starting to roll into some momentum there with OG315 kicking off. 275, of course, as we said, 19 odd cars seated against each other. I'm going to have a sneak peek. Can we have a sneak peek of those and read out some of those?
What class do you want to go into?
Well, let's
275?
let's see what the rest of 315's
I can tell you the OG 315 class. We've got 8 competitors in OG 315 for Lotus Caravans. Marcus Page, got Simon Graham. Michael Nichols will take on Stephen Carkey. And James Horan will take on Glenn Finnegan for the last 3 pairings of this bracket.
Right, yeah, right.
Not a bad little first.
I'm just having a quick look.
Oh, you want to look?
Well, let's go look at round 2. I'd
like to look ahead. I'm
like
more of
I
worry about this round, and we'll worry about round 2 after we know everyone's right.
But it's the sort. Yeah, you're right. You're correct, Mark. There you
because
go.
you don't know what's going to happen.
No,
with
you're right,
Giovanni
mate. I won't read the rest. No, you're right. Okay, here we go. Now, what's this one? This is a huge sheeting.
This is a massive sheet here.
A huge seating sheet here.
Yeah, okay. OG 275 brought to us by Outlaw Performance Exhaust and 60 Foot Inc. Let's have a look. Number 1 qualifier, Brett Benz will take on Steve Farrelly.
Oh, right. So the VL versus the VL. So Barra VL and Small Block VL.
Trent Bimble will take on Goran Ivanovic.
I think that's, Barra Cortina and LS VL.
Yeah, Guy King will take on Ricky Fenwick.
Corolla versus PSI Prem.
And Doug Day will take on Tanya Thompson. That's a good race.
VKVH, LS Plastic.
Jack Danaher and John Elfs.
LS The World, VT versus Nova.
Scotty Hoffman and Peter Faulkner.
VH versus that world's smallest mobile roller coaster.
Shane Faccioni and Michael Bazil.
So the VN and the Club Sport.
VL Jack.
VL Jack in the VL. And Mark, I've got a roof rack Trelau.
Gary Dare will take on Daniel Purnell.
I think it's 2JVH and Small Block Datto 1200.
Yeah, Rob Armstrong will
Oh,
have
the
the
hatchback.
solo pass.
Hatchback gets the bye.
Yeah.
So that's a hell of a field.
Yeah, it's a big field there for OG.
Yeah, and then Renegade. Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's
again.
huge. Yeah, they're huge
14.
fields.
Well, let's have a look. So 14 in Renegade, 13 in Ruckus. They're all getting to be about those right numbers. 14 in Rebels. Yeah, 25 in Rumble. Yeah, well, you know what? That's down from 40.
Yeah.
8 in. Yeah, so that's a great field. And again, the seeding system works so well, where we were going off what you were supposed to nominate as your qualifying time, and that helps seed it even faster.
But we can look at round 2 for Outlaw Radial,
Yes.
the big boys.
Yeah.
Round 2, Wade Wagstaff will take on Andrew Zeta.
Wow.
Zeta went...
The Grinch versus the Boogeyman.
Zeta lost in round 1 to Gachi with that whole shot. 394 Zeta ran, and Wagstaff obviously went 370.
Yes.
That's a good race.
That is a good race.
Interesting.
And where you forget that Zeta ran that 3 in that run because it was the 98 beating the 94. It was about the Joe's win that I forgot that he run that 3. So yeah, he's on form. So we get to finally see these matchups. Boogeyman versus the Grinch.
Symbolics will obviously look to rectify that first round loss against Paul Mary. Mary ran that great 4:06, his quickest pass of the day in round 1.
Yeah, Pro Charger versus Turbo.
Johnny Ricker and George Jezewski will be the next pairing. Ricker 387.
Yeah. That's Bump City right there.
And Jezewski went 4:01. So both those guys are quickest passes of the day in round 1. Jeff Campbell-Brown and Joe Gauchi. Obviously, we know Joe Gauchi went back into the 3-second zone.
But yeah, Campbell-Brown still,
in the low 4. He went 4-1 in qualifying.
You know, that's what they say. You run a whole bunch of 420s before you run a whole bunch of 4-1s, and then you start going 4-0s. And remember one of our greatest supporters, of course, Dale Hellier from Castle Hills, gone like 4-0s, dangerously close to 3s in the big block commie, and that's unfinished business. Yeah, but you know what I mean. So there's other guys that they've earned their stripes to get into those, and these are the same. Mary and Campbell Brown, they're all the same. Get those 4-2s down, the 4-1s down, and then get your 3s in. And we always knew they were coming, and they're keen. So that's a great second round match up there.
You want to look at Outlaw 275?
Sure.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, that's good. Timmy Cross, Guy Hall, and I'll back up what I said before. Is that Tim can't keep setting the world on fire tonight. You know what I mean? I think
keep swinging for the fences.
31's it. If you want a 26 or something, I know that you could probably swing for it. But it's almost like if you can get 2 up, you swing in the 3rd round. You know what I mean? Like, I do think a lot of the mentality for these races, because one thing about Tim, I know Timmy, I'm in Timmy's head a bit. Yeah, yes, it's about the numbers, but Timmy wants to win it. So he will be very alert as to what he believes is capable in that round. And as much as Guy's not a pushover either, Guy can go that 480 or 470, and all Tim's got to do is zing it once. He's got to try and recover, and Guy nails it. Well, he's either going to risk it there or risk it in the 3rd round. Most people want to try and get that 2. If you can get 2 in, and then in the 3rd round you either, because it's almost like saying, well, right now I'm going to try this, because if this wins, I'm going to go to the final. If it doesn't, it's...
Well, our finals, obviously, it's the 2 drivers with 3 wins, but if there's no driver with 3 wins, goes 2 wins, but if there is a tiebreaker, it is the low ET as well.
The 2 lowest ETs. So Webby versus Randall Laurie. So similar deal. I just said the same thing. You know, we've got a blower car, a highly strung turbo car. You know, if that Torrey can plant it and go 5.0 and not have that little cough like it did, that can be a threat. And Jamie Jeffries and Shane Crichton, well, Jamie's, you know, that's in a groove at 460s. We know Crichton can go 470s and 480s. We saw that. We believe he can. We saw it do it last night.
Yeah.
But we've got a damn gremlin in there that's, you know,
there is something
doing
there.
their head in. Doing their head in.
It'd be frustrating. For
Right
the
now,
team.
Crichton probably wishes he was playing golf, actually.
A lot of people do.
Oh, is that right?
No.
well,
Golf's the game I'll take up when I can't play footy.
Yeah, is that right? Well,
yeah, that's what I've said.
Golf will be the game I take up never. So there we go.
Never.
I can't walk that far. If I could have a golf buggy, maybe, but I don't know. If I could Happy Gilmore all day, I'd just Happy Gilmore all day. Yeah. I'd rather go to a driving range and try and crack 100 balls. I get to about 80 and just walk out.
Yeah, walk out. Okay.
Because I suck at it. I walk out and I suck at it, and there's no motivation to get better.
Play a bit of footy, mate. It's good fun.
I do like footy. I wish I could play it. So yeah, we don't have to talk about round 2 of OG 315 yet because we want to obviously see what's happened with Giovanni down there. I mean, if you assume that maybe he's out, that, you know, we start having silos.
Well, it depends on
rolling,
where they all came from, I guess.
That's right. Now let me just have a quick look at the Ruckus one.
While you're doing that, mate, I'll just do a quick call for Rumble to the lanes, please. Radial, Rumble to the lanes, please.
Now, this is a late scratching. Here is a late scratching in Ruckus, and I know this, so I'm going to put a line through.
You're not going to just cross someone's name out, are you?
Yeah, yep. I'm already crossing him out, right? Because what used to be a 4-cylinder Datsun 1200 has had its cylinders reduced.
Okay.
By 1. So, yeah. Oh, Dale Hellier straight on the message saying, Combo will be back next round. He's hanging. So there we go.
That's what we like to hear.
I hope you're enjoying it, Dale.
I missed the Commodore.
All those guys, you know, Terry and Jimmy and all those guys that love hanging around, you know, when there's some radial racing to be done, whether it's, and here we go, Commodore will be back, and as will RX3 and hopefully the Firebirds. So they're coming back swinging, the Castle Hill boys. And we know that if all the planets had aligned and we hadn't had so much adverse, you know, activities, be it weather, COVID, whatever, all that other stuff slowed us down, is that when we get to those great days, they will come and you have them all here. You know, we will see the rest of it. And again, Queensland, with all of our interstate visitors that come here this weekend, prove that we can still pull out 130 when we know we can grab a whole bunch from Sydney that aren't here, that want to be at the next one. And he's messaged me here again, and he goes, love it. Yes, love it. And again, some of these guys are a little bit lousy spectators because everyone's having fun and you wish you're there, and that feeling's got to be hard to try and express to people that don't dig it. When you can't be there and it's all happening and all the action's happening, you want to be either right there watching it live, or you're a competitor and you can't be there.
Well,
and while I mentioned that, big shout out to Perry Boulevard, by the way, because he's a lousy spectator, aren't you, Pez? You'll still be watching it at the farm. He's staying at the farm this weekend down there in Albury, but I hope it's cold down there, Pez, but I know there'll be a photo coming of the internal fire thing that he's got. He's got this big furnace thing. He'll be watching Kenda via the Overtaking Lane live stream, like a lot of other people are. So we're just checking. CCTV showing us no more Toyota 86 in the braking area. It's all been recovered, and you would hope and imagine that that's getting back. It might have. I don't know whether did the fireys have to set the extinguishers on that, or it was just
no fire.
It was all.
No, it was all fine, except for the oil.
Except for the oil that's out there.
That escaped it. We don't know how it's escaped. Or
well, I mean, you know, I thought these Land Cruiser motors were, you know, they were good. Good for 500,000. But we'll just clean this up just for a sec there. You know what we're going to do? Well, look, we've got a little bit of local street machine footage to show you, courtesy of the Overtaking Lane stream. Well, we'll just take a quick break, check all these seatings out and see about any late scratchings. Break and back with more. yes. Nothing like a good old power skid. Just a quick announcement. We'll make a quick announcement shortly. Let's get back cracking. Okay, real quick. Sarah Saunders Tate and Timothy Corbett. So Timothy Corbett and Sarah Saunders Tate, could you come to the tower, please? Also, Robert Anderson, could you come to the tower, please? Meanwhile, Michael Nichols, can you race Steve Carkeet, please? Oh, here they are. You got pens everywhere? You're going to keep the right colour? All right, OG315, we are back. It's Lotus Caravans. Giving us a K tonight. Bump City, baby. EH versus BL first hit of the night. Please guys on, please. He's out there this time, because that's a good run for the BL. 494 with a 1, 541 for Carkeet. So I think they had to tone the thing down, knowing that it might reach for the sky. So a little soft for Steve, a bit better on the lights, but Nichols found some performance in the BL. Meanwhile, we're getting acquainted with a couple of our, yes, that's right, black cars matter.
All right, James Horan in the Toyota.
You know what's going to happen after this run? One
What's
of
gonna happen,
one
mate?
of these cars is going to be Chris Rock, and one of these cars is going to be Will Smith. So which black car is it? Who's going to slap who? That's what I want to know.
I'm not touching any
I
of
know. We shouldn't. It was a coincidence. It made me think of all these other things in my mind, and I just blurt them out. But there they are. Glenn Finnegan. Take that goddamn thought out of your mouth. That's what my wife starts to say now.
Well, Finnegan was our number 8 qualifier. Horan was our number 4 qualifier. Horan ran a best of a 5:04. Finnegan a best of a 5:41.
I am just wishing and hoping and praying that we get to see both these guys get what they want here, and that's a good run. OG 315, 3-round Chicago shootout. Whoa, all the Utes got some tiptoe. 461 will do it for now. James Horan, 1-1. Hey, 111 in the 60-foot.
That's tight.
The black Ute got some movement in the suspension. It really did bunk out there. 301 to the 330, and he was on and off pedaling that
Pedaling
twin
to a
turbo
461.
Hemi.
That's
461. The black Ute is back. He's halfway to a good pass there. Needs another 100-pound of lead on the front. Glenn Finnegan, yeah, just explosive horsepower. 598. Q's with some spray, 192 in the 60, and it was, it's not to be. It's another run for him. 1 from 1 for Black Ute. Oh, Simon Graham. He knows Marcus Page does a good burnout, but Simon Graham does a good one too.
Marcus Page in the hot rod ran a 498 in qualifying. Graham ran a best of a 514. Graham's got a little bit more top end charge than the hot rod.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would think with 572 cubes of nitrous big block Dodge, the hot rod, you'd have enough, but that 350 small block's got every ounce of 2,000 horsepower. So yeah, it's going to be a noticeable.
Yeah, you'll see
horsepower deal.
You'll see Marcus get out. That thing will hook up and get out the line pretty quick. Graham will probably tiptoe it out a little bit and then try and get the power into it as quick as possible. And haul Page down. Let's see how it goes. It's number 2 qualifier versus number 6. Page was number 2. Graham number 6. Round 1 of OG 315. Graham. Page is out. There's Rana come back at him.
Oh, he's trying. 496 though for Marcus, hitting his stride. And again, I think, you know, with Simon again with the tune, trying to stop the thing reaching for the sky, because it's another one of those cars that when you start getting the power in, it can do that. But Marcus, that hot rod's never got too crazy in power stands. It's just the right package. Works really, really well.
Well, it's going to be interesting in round 2 anyway, with Giovanni, and just hopefully it wasn't anything too major with that team.
Yeah, we'll have to do a bit of an update, see if anyone can find out what's going on.
Now we're going to move into round 1 of OG 275, brought to us by Outlaw Performance Exhaust.
Perry Wilderman's shed there and all.
There it is.
Perry's got the stream on. Big shout out. And then he's got we've got Hildy there with the rocker boroscope down the wall. So much business there. I love Messenger. It just gives you so much info. If people have got you know, can contact you on Messenger. There you are. We're running low on the stream here too. The old I can't keep the old Tesla wall going here unless someone's turned the plug off, but they haven't. It's still showing it to be charging. We're behind the 8 ball. We'll be on the other device.
All right, mate, let's have a look here. Let's do the tail of the tape. Jack Danaher and John Elfs. Now, Danaher was number 9 qualifier, ran a 5.10. John, in the Commodore, was number 13 qualifier, ran a 5.24. But the thing that stands out to me in this race is John in the Commodore went 150 mile an hour.
Yeah, this is the Sydney OG, almost the king of the Sydney OG 275s. Up against Jack Danaher. Bump City, baby! Oh, nice run, both sides. 083 for John Elfs and 472. That's a tough OG 275 time. Identical 60 foots, 126, 126. How about that? Identical, 2 completely different combos. 126, 126 on the 275
The power
Radial.
of John, 160 mile an hour. That's hauling for that team. Next pairing out, we've got Goran Avenovic to take on Trent Bimble. Goran, and both these guys dipped into the 4-second zone. Goran will be in the Cortina. Bimble over there in the Commodore, the BL.
Dusty Benson's live stream from the back of his shed there on the other side of town near Perry. So that's Dusty Benson's view of the live stream right now as the sun goes down. Seeing a lot of beautiful regional Victoria here on these messages. But here we go, Brimble on paper, Goran, oh my God, I don't know where to look. Again, you go, wow, is there going to be a pedal fest, a wheelie fest? Both cars so close in performance. Barra-powered Cortina, LS, VL. Time to bump these things in again. He's got to drive it to the centre line, but it's straight down the middle. And Brimble deserves that 475. Wow, him and Elfs. 475, the speed. 154 mile an hour. 514 for Goran rather. 135.60. 054 light for Brimble. 070 light. We've got no light of the night. We'll find it. We'll find it now, from now on, now that we're thinking about it. All right.
Is that on there? Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, we've got...
We do.
I think we do, yeah.
No, I can't see it there.
No, you're right,
no,
yeah.
Anyway, we put it all into the other categories, which I don't mind.
Good. One thing.
All right, here we go. Oh, my goodness. Here's the world's smallest portable roller coaster. I don't think there's a smaller one than this. He's built himself a roller coaster. And you know what? Roller coasters can cost millions, but I don't think it's cost half that much. If he wants to race, watch out for this V8. Bump City, baby! Oh, hop! Oh, double pedal! Watch out for the centre line, hop! Watch out for the centre. He's going to get it with the win. I think he's going to get it with the win. 597. I don't think he got it.
No, I think he was right. I think he stayed in his lane.
Oh, 135 in the 60. He was out on an 098 to a 130.
Have you got the live stream going on?
I turned it off to save battery because, yeah, the replay right now would have helped. But I'm not looking at it purely because I think he's okay. It's not my
he was right over there and right on the finish line as well. He would have taken out the cones.
That was perfect timing for both guys bumping in. Faulkner's does take a little bit to do too. So, you know, if these guys can align their staging moment, we don't get that tension build up of of stress, like something's taking too long, because you get that little uncomfortable feeling. Sometimes you go, wow, is that too long? And sometimes it's just purely fluke and not malicious. All right, well, we're looking at Tanya here. Looking at Tanya, they're pushing the VH back for a sec. Pushing it back, and we've got something under it. It's going to be Dougie Day. No Tanya. No Tanya after the skid, so Doug Day gets a big red ribbon tied around.
They're cleaning up that lane, so there was something coming out.
Not good.
Doug Day will have the solo pass here.
126 in the 60, that VK turbo plastic power 5019 at 142 mile an hour. Real street car, had it for a long time. And yes, the 501, 142 mile an hour. Just that, a couple of tenths off of what we saw with the 470s, but good enough any time to bump in and go for the whole shot or do whatever. That's one from one anyway for Doug. Tanya, now of course it's a 3-round format, you can't get shootout. Whatever they've had, or hopefully it's not too terminal. They are picking up a lot though. I don't know what it was. I don't know, they're wiping it. It could be a transmission leak or something like that. I don't know. They're really applying pressure to the rag as they drag it. You just got to watch the body language here, what they're using here. Whatever it is definitely significant for them to grab the white rags like you wouldn't believe. They're really giving it a hard wipe here, and now it's just, we are casually back on the thinnest mops here, so we're doing a bit of spot cleaning. Look at these guys go. What have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people on that right now, just jumping
we've got
on
some of the crew guys as well, the teams.
Yep.
Get in there helping. That's great.
Yeah, it's almost like a little bit of a silent creed, isn't it? It's not, you're not obliged to have to hang around and fix something that comes out of the car, but I mean, if you jump in and do it, it's like, well, again, it's caring for everyone else behind, and helping of course Willowbank's crew out that spend all day doing this. So if we can get a bit of extra help.
Not only is it all day, it's been all day for the last 3 or 4 days.
For the last 27 years or whatever, 25 years.
Well, I can tell you right now, an OG275, number 1 qualifier was Brett Benz with a 476. That number has been beaten twice already here in round 1. First up by John Elfs, he went a 472. Then Trent Brimble went a 475 in his run as well. So that's already been beaten twice here in round 1. It'll be interesting to see what Brett Benz does when he gets out here.
Yeah, I'll get on to Tomo there and see whether or not he can tell us what's going on, what it was. Question mark, Tomo. What was that? So we got the sucker machine on there. Whatever it was, looks like they're happy to address locally. And again, hats off to the crews. That just, you see how much they were wiping that up, getting it all out on the rags and chucking them off. There we go. Transmission cooler line. That was the result of that. So a cooler line. Those damn things. Those damn things. And that poor transmission cooler line's gone through a lot of bump-ins with that thing and the lady over the last few years. Isn't that right, Tomo? Plenty. And you think about that, out of all the systems on your car, I mean, your engine oil's only about 80-ish PSI, but that's about one of the lower pressures that we can deal with. Well, sure, boost pressure may be 30 or 40, engine oil's about 80, but transmissions and stuff, mate, we get some pretty high pressures through that deal. And the stress and the heat with the whole turbo car bumping thing just absolutely flogs that part of it. So a lot of racers have that fluid cooling machine that Mood Motorsports and guys make now that allow you to plug into your transmission and extract the heat out of the oil. The old cooler where you drive it, get a bit of air through, it's kind of not there anymore. It's the displacement deal. You might still have a cooler on it, which sort of helps in the short term, but you still got to have something on the car when you're using it. But then it's not enough to just put a fan on it and blow that cool. You've got to circulate the oil. So that's why these new, well, they're not new, they've been around for a while. You plug in, I think James Horan made one himself very early in the piece that just gets that heat down. Because you've got to keep that heat under control either, because when those things flash off, they're horrific. They're some of the most horrific fires we've ever seen in vehicles. It's not the engine oil lighting up, it's things like fuel and transmission. The high pressure systems on the car that fail. And that training fluid can also be just a little difficult to pick up, but they jumped straight on that, got a lot of it off the surface, that little rub and suck and a little bit of flame up. Always a bit of flame, and then we're normally pretty good from there. So A little bit of drama early on in OG 275 for Tanya.
And the positive thing is it happened in the burnout. It didn't happen when she was in stage on the button or anything like that.
And
so.
then proceed to put it all the way down
And
the
all the
track.
way down
You're
the track as
absolutely right. It
and
happens.
the car just reverses out and they can fix it and come back and play again.
Rumble to the lanes, please. We've had the call from race control. Rumble round one to the lanes, please. Bit of flamage, and then we're away by the look of it. And we've got still a few more. We haven't even really touched the surface there yet of OG 275. And already, yeah, Mark's pointed it out. We've seen those two runs by Trent Brimble, 475 with a 5, and then John Ellis 472 with an 8. So that's a couple of really good indications that track's ready to take whoever behind them is willing to throw at it, and we've got some exciting pairings to come. And I hope they all get rewarded with it. We've probably got to give that one little light spray or tickle in that lane after the oil, because we kind of remove some of that prepared surface to get the oil off. And I think the joys of we spray these tracks, we get these layers on it, and then if you do lose it off that layer, you sort of go back a layer, come back up a layer, sort of thing. Here's Mr. Mark Van der Tok. How are you, mate? You okay? All good? Pumped. Oh, I probably am, mate. Yeah. What was the date again? Oh yeah, Dick Johnson, 17. Righto. The All Ford Day. Oh, is it? The All Ford Day. So yeah, July 17. So everything blue oval. I think I'll be right for that. Anything badged Ford. Any barras allowed? Can you have barras there or that? Right. Oh, it's got to be badged to Ford. So I could come in with a Toyota Hilux with a Ford badge and he'll let me in. If it had a Baron. I know, we're splitting hairs. I'll be there. I know. I'll take the job, all right? I'll take the... Oh, Commodore's coming to All Ford Day with a Baron on. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You should have an area where they just put a sheet over the rest of the car and you can see the engine bay. Maybe, put a car burker. Can you do a car burker? I don't know. LS Powered... Oh, you're letting LS Powered Falcons in. Oh, that's okay then, is it? LS Powered Falcons. All right, well... Oh, it's a diverse, weird world we live in, isn't it? What about a Corolla with a bar in it? We've got one of them. No, with a Ford bat? No, okay. All right, geez, they're picky, these four people. No wonder why we only get 1,200 entrants and 5,000 people here. Yeah, Capri the one, Jay. Oh, that's in on the body room. It's in Capri. I mean, everything. Come one, come all. Blue oval, please. The All Ford Day, July 17. No, that'll be good. I've never met a more receptive crowd at the All Ford Day. They're in the grandstand an hour before the drags start because they haven't... If they've been coming to the All Ford... Oh, sorry, here's a question. Are Mustangs and Rangers allowed in? Oh, God. Oh, great. No worries. Be there. I'll be there. It's great. Can't wait. But, yeah... There'll be a Mad Max Interceptor there, which is always there. Yeah, that's it for me. You turn up, and you know what? I love it. It'd be, and one thing I love about any model theme day that they have is the Ford guys are truly loyal to the brand, and they bring these things out, and you need to bring your kids out, and if your kids are in the cars, you need to teach them about these different things, because you can either Google it all or see it in the flesh. What would you rather do? You might as well come down and see what's on offer with that, because people have got some stuff in those garages, mate. And right now, no one's trying to flip any of that off unless they're looking to buy another house or something. So, Mark, that'll be fine, mate. We'll be there. So 1,644 turned up in 2019. Yeah, there was a few. And you know what? This will be the first year where we haven't had really that border thing. So we'd have all the New South Wales people probably come up. God bless them. So they'll be here. And yeah, I know that we've seen over the last few years with the All Ford Days, now that the Mustangs are out and people are owning Mustangs, they are associating themselves with a bit of performance. And they're actually out there. No, seriously, they're out there for the first time, running these things down there. Yep, staging on the back tyres and everything. But yeah, we talk them through it. and they get a taste. And you've got to get people to, if you want new people in the sport, you've got to give them a taste. And it's days like that where we really do see that happen. We get more than a taste here. We've got a bloody feast here, so we're fine. But
Willowbank puts on those diesel nights and the Ford nights, and
it all works.
And that's free entry for those guys to race.
And I think about this every time. While we're just chewing the fat just for a moment, because this just, you want to pull out some of the ideas that this old head's had over the years, is that every time I do a theme day like Mopar Sunday or the All Ford Day, is it's like, wow, this is a representation from the factory. And the Ford fans, when they watch the drag racing, like we would have Tony O'Connor, and we had a few serious Ford cars turn up, and they're losing their minds over these cars, like Mark Vandertog's car, they're losing their minds over it. And then I thought, do I know where all the toughest Fords in Australia are? And I go, I know a fair amount of them, like, Frank's, the Dandy XWs and the million other quick Fords down in Victoria, that if you ever brought for one big extravaganza, the very, 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 very best that I've seen or we've seen in this country, it would blow your mind what's out there. Like, serious, dude. It is what's lurking down south that even the Ford fans in Queensland have not seen, especially old school stuff, XW, XY, XT, XR. And then Barras, 9 million Barras in XDs, which is great too, but people are really still sticking by that badge, and they all still know who Dick Johnson is, and you know what I mean? They know who Carroll Shelby is, and Jack Roush, and Robert Yates, and anyone, the McSweeneys in Perth. Remember, McSweeneys were known worldwide as the baddest small block Ford in the world.
That EA?
That was an EA with a Cleveland screw blowing, throw everything out of Cleveland.
Benny
deal.
Gatt, mate.
I do love Ford's very shy motorsport presence over the years. When they went in, they went all in, and then they jump out when they can. So they don't have that credit anymore like they used to when Henry was there, well, whoever. Henry II was there. Anyway, no Fords in this, couple of Commodores. Michael Bazil and Shane Faccioni. This will be very interesting if the clubby can show a bit more of that potential. Immaculate cars, boys. Immaculate cars. OG 275. We just got them rolling on a conveyor belt here tonight. A very sticky 660 foot conveyor belt. Go boys, Fleet Green on the catapult. He's learning how to race on Faccioni. He's loving this. He takes it through 5:21. A fast closing 5:42 as Brazil gets a little bit better as well. A little bit better reaction time. Got the VM out there. 5:21 the win. It went 5:21, 5:22, 5:23, 5:18. That's a good day at the racetrack, Mark. And that's another car out of the spot-on stable who essentially guided him through the whole build to the point that he's driving this car. And I can tell you right now, that's that after-sales service that you just know you've had a good car built. Dan Purnell and Gary Dare. Yeah, transplants. We got them. It's just another just another freak show out there, Mark.
What do we got? What do we got in each car?
Turbo small block Datsun 1200, and I don't know what Dan's got. It's 2J Barra, could be a Barra. It's a 6-cylinder. He's getting it working. Oh, it's been not going to make the V8 work this time. 5:43. Gary improves as well. This will get pointy. There are going to be a hell of a good couple of runs to finish not only off this round, but the next 2 rounds. That's right, 3 times a charm every single category. And these numbers are just overwhelming. We're overwhelmed, Mark. I hope all you folks out there are overwhelmed with it. I hope everyone watching on the live stream gets...
I'm just hoping I'm getting all this data correct.
I think you think you are. One run at a time. That's all. It's like a footy player. You just want to take it one game at a time. You just want to take it one run at a time.
Lay a good foundation for my halfback,
Yeah, my halfback. And
create some space out wide. And
Craig lets us do what we want at training.
Guy King now coming forward to take on Ricky Fenwick. Guy was our number 3 qualifier. He ran a 492. Fenwick was number 7, ran a 504. So only 1200ths of a second separating these 2 cars in qualifying.
So this is called a Barola. Will this be called a Barola?
It's a Barra.
A Barra Corolla.
I like it. I like to call the Corolla coasters.
Yeah, the Corolla coasters. I call them the... well, that's a Barola, that one, if we can do that. Guy King, Ricky Fenwick, now the PSI Prem. He's steering this today, tuning and steering. 5:04. Look out for that left-hand front wheel again. May it not roll across the ground. Let it dangle. Guy King, same deal. That could reach for the sky if they whack a little bit more boost into that bar on that initial hit. 492 though. It's got some mumbo to really punch all the other V8s out here. It's another little weapon. And of course, all these Corolla guys, they hang out together. They're just this little Corolla clan. All right, here we go. Ricky Fenwick, Bump City, baby. Whoa, they're staying there. Oh, right kick off the wheel to the middle. Both sides, but on the shift goes Ricky Fenwick, but it's the Barola, sorry. 501. 151 still, thank you very much. Ricky, a troubled run, it was out, it was moving over. He might have spun it a bit there. 553 at 130. He hung on trying to win, but the little Corolla.
Well, he had the whole shot. He had a tenth and a half on the start line.
Both guys just sat there for a bit, didn't they? 5 and a 4 light. Steve Farrelly now and Brett Benz. The VL fights continue. Benzie. He's got Terry Singh out the front there, making sure that they apply the knowledge that they need to send Goldie down on this run. Steve Farrelly, he is hoping that Barrador, he's in early. Got 7 seconds from the first bowl, Benzie. That's a lot better. That's a lot better, son. 483 will do it. 492 was a great run beside him. 047 lights what really tightened that up because Benzie's whole shot, it was a quicker 330 foot for Farrelly, a quicker 60 foot, and Benzie just had a bit more power down track. 483 at 154. 1 from 1 for Goldie. And here we go. Bang. Let's throw the hatchbacks now. I do think we might have two. We might not have VL Jack, and we may not have. So these guys probably might get. Yeah, how is Mark Trellau? Again, he's going to go 1 from 1, 542, and Rob Armstrong's going to go 1 from 1. That's what I'm reading at because we've done this too many times.
Yep, you are correct, mate.
667 because we knew what the initial lineups were. So VL Jack will come back.
That's the last pairing. OG275.
Wow,
Thank you to Outlaw Performance Exhaust. We move now into Radial Renegade.
Don't we get like
550 index?
Don't we get a 5-minute break now after that? I feel like after OG275, I just need to chill for a bit. But no, it's Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools Renegade 550 first round. And let's look at it. Look at the qualifying right now here. Aris Cantolian went 550 with a 9. Disco Dean qualified 550 with a 9. That's right, folks. A Barra-powered Escort went a 550 with a 9. A Copo Camaro from GM's factory, 550 with a 9. Look at the difference. That is parity right there, folks. No, we've only called Rumble. We haven't called Rebels yet. We've called Rumble next, but we haven't called Rebels. Oh, Cleveland, Disco Dean, 022. Disco Dean goes 022. And, he gets the win because he went 550 with a 6 Aris. But Disco goes 022 on the light. And his 54 outran by 60,000. Is that 60,000 of a 608,000?
600s, yeah. So 60,000 600s. Yep.
Disco Dean on the whole shot. Well driven, son. Well driven, son. Yeah, it's getting cold. Wow. Good thing we didn't have that break, Mark. Good thing we haven't had that break, because look at this run. Sang on Sang. Jaden and Jason. Jaden went 550 with a 4. Jason went 551 with a 2. We have got Turbo LS VH against Nitrous LS LJ.
So this is uncle and nephew.
I think that's right. Here we go. And remember, Jaden had that big brain fart. Rumble to the lanes now, please. Rumble to the lanes now. Rumble to the lanes now. We haven't called any other category at the moment. I think we're right. We had Renegade and Rumble and Ruckus, didn't we? We haven't had Rebels yet. All right, here we go. Oh, 05 late for 104, 05 late for 104. We're going to watch out for that 550. Oh, 53 to a 50 on a 6. Another whole shot win. 553 with an 8 beats a spot on 550 with a 6.
That's the second pass in a row where the competitor's gone 5-5-0 with a 6 and lost.
You ever see that guy in the movie Step Brothers? Pow! Pow!
Touching my grip.
You touching my grip. This is the Catalina Wine Spritzer. Pow! 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 Look at that. Sorry, did that hurt? 550 with a 6 and a 550 with a 6 and two guys with L's beside their name. That is Renegade to a T. Don't think that being right on the 550 protects you. The whole shot will protect you. Now, Colsey, I don't know what he's going to do. He's got to get the boost up on the 13B. Racing Jason Gisotti, he can just put this thing in and nail this black belt beauty. 568 he ran today, 589 for Brent Coles. Yeah, Colsey's had trouble bumping in over the stuff around. Take losses to get the number. Oh, that's the big one. 571 at 121. I think he just wants us all to appreciate the sound of the rotary, so he just holds back and says, "Righto, boys, cop this." And I love that. I love that deal. Love that 13B. Love that family. And Race Light Gentleman gives up the win to not burn anyone down, and just gets his own number in too. He's not here to win, he's here to participate. Craig Scotney and Mitch Hamilton, 550 index. Oh, Mitch came out of the blue on the last session, went 553 with a 6. I forget what Mitch has got in this now. Are we SR or are we RB? I can't remember. And I don't want to say either because I know that I think he had a CA in it and now he's changed. Scotney, the Clevo on board. Can't be at the All-4 day, though. With that, 76 beats a 555. So nearly every run so far has been a whole shot win. 576 beats a 555. So yeah, it's tight.
Yeah, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, our Radio Renegade, really putting on a show at the moment. Next up, we've got Daniel Hookman in the Capri to take on Bradley Lynch. Tail of the tape, let's have a look here. Bradley Lynch was our number 12 qualifier. Hookman was number 11. Hookman ran a best of a 570. Lynch ran a best of a 560. What? Now, why is Lynch not in front of him in qualifying on their sheet? Anyways, doesn't matter. Lynch ran a 560. Hookman 570.
Mitch Hamilton, 4G63 powered.
There you go.
Yeah, so Evo powered wagon. Yes, I knew. I can't keep up with all you young kids. So yes, thank you, Josh Vandertok. All right, so Hookman's in. He can nail this thing. It's right off the hip. This car. Oh, Lynch has got to get the boost up. No, he don't. Here we go. Oh, nearly identical reaction times. He's going to outrun him. 560. Nice neat run for Hookman. 560 at 123 mile an hour. Now's the time to find that last 10th and a bit. And Lynchy, 595. None from one. All right, here's Turbo Troy. Turbo Troy against Greg Trappy Trapnell. 550 the index. Troy Marshall went 564 and a 566. Trappy went 581 and a 596 and a 663. So Turbo Troy from Drain Care, the friendly company, the friendly plumbing company.
Oh, that's
just don't call us. We'll call you.
I remember now. These guys are actually seeded off their time that they nominated.
Ah, that's right.
Why,
so that's their nominated dial.
Why is
There we
Trapnell
go.
number 2 qualifier?
Actually, it helps seed them
helps
seed them a lot faster.
Yeah.
Oh, Bump City, we're ready to race. Troy gets out. Oh, Trappy's right there. The big block right beside him, right to the stripe. Turbo Troy, 559. Here he comes. 559, ramping it up a little bit. 559, 109 reaction helped him. because that 569 from Trappy was right there. Turbo just did enough to go 1 from 1. Okay, Rebels to the lanes, please. Rebels to the lanes. REBELS to the LANES.
Well, this will be the last pass of a Radial Renegade, brought to us by Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. And we've got to keep an eye out for the most outstanding car, brought to us by Suspension Dynamics. Matt Rogan.
Oh, loving this thing.
The Camaro.
It's angry.
Will get the win. No Colin Gould.
Went a little bit off the boil on the launch there, and that still confirms to me that maybe it does still have those things called carburetors on, which are great, healthy things, but maybe that's just what happened. 592 though, and a win for him, 1 from 1 for Matty Rogan. Love that car, doing everything right, and that class you can just hone in. You can hone into that sweet spot. We've already shown that you can still run a 550 and lose. We just showed that 3 times in the first 3 runs, didn't we? That you could run a 550 on a 550 and lose the race to a slower time.
Now we're moving into Radial Ruckus.
All right,
Thanks
Ruckus
to
time.
RC Metalcraft.
Yep, RC Metalcraft right now. This is Luke Cullen and Mark Bifford. That 580 index goes 638, a nice safe 638 there, and Luke Cullen with an 875. So Mark Bifford, 1 from 1 against Luke Cullen. And this category, that 580, allows you again to hone that vehicle down. We thank RC Metalcraft. That's 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up tonight. The trim, which stands for Tile Re-Glue Injection Method, South East Queensland, is offering 500 for the outstanding Ruckus car, and we already know that Kenda paid 500 to whoever that was.
Reese Karki got the windscreen fixed.
Yeah, it's good to see it's back on. Simon O'Carroll, 580, 580. Oh, nice wheel stand there from O'Carroll. He cut the whole shot too, but the car keyed a bit tight. Oh, 80, 580 on a 580. Simon would have seen that there as well. They go, well,
don't do much about
there
that.
you go, 586 on a 580 index. Nailed it, even though Simon went 056 on the hit, he could not hold car Keaton at bay. That car is faster with the bonnet down. Sean Helson and Jeff Rice. Rice, he had that last Phantom Amber moment in that last session. Couldn't put a qualifier dial in there. Hello, waving to us here. Hello. Is that your Jacko, is it? Jacko. All right. Oh, Nelson, you're in trouble. Here comes Ricey. 81 and an 80. Look at that. 80 with a 9 loses to an 81. We can't write this stuff. We can't write this stuff. You give them an index of 580. Let's run right on the let's run right on the index and then lose. 026 light there, and an 81 beats an 80. Brett Wills and Kevin Brown now 580s. Here we are in this amazing RC Metalcraft Ruckus class. Yeah, we've just brought another class out. Is it tight? Already bloody tight. Clean greens, better reaction time for Kevin Brown. A few more lungs in here. Love the lungs. 21 to a 97. Yeah, so Brett Wills 97. 597 beats a 621. So overcomes the whole shot. Still gets there by 99 thousandths of a second. So it wasn't exactly, a walkover down the end. Don't let the numbers fool you. Craig Stokes and Nick Baxter. Turbo 3RZ. Big block Chev, or a big block Ford, I think, for Stokesy. Bump City. Oh, is he going to take the scalp? He's going to knock out a V8. Oh, bit of brake. He needed the brake, 602. 602 on the 580. There's a little brake there. It's like the Street Series, a bit of brake light insurance. He doesn't want to go too hard.
Nick is only running 599 today.
But I think we're thinking, weather conditions and stuff. As you know,
you've got to pick up a little bit.
You've got to be careful with the horsepower, especially the boosted cars. All right, here we go. So a solo here. Lee Ellison. So Lee Ellison. 580 index. Let's try it out.
634.
Yep, 634. So that punches out the Ruckus. That's an angry little field, isn't it? Again, run a 580 and lose. on the 580 index. So that's tight as well. So that means only one thing. 25 rumble cars roll towards us, and it doesn't get any less tight than this, Mark.
Yeah, Radial Rumble, the 640 index class, brought to us by All Over Group. Winner $1,000, runner up $500, and we've also got the most outstanding Radial Rumble car brought to us by Race Bolt.
How are we going to decide that? We've got to get Scott and Justin to help us. I mean, they're looking at these cars just as closely as we are. This is a guy that won 500. Shane Locke went 650 with an O on a... Did he 650 or 40? A 50 with an O.
Don't ask me that now.
No, there it is. There it is. He did it. Clean Green. Oh, these two guys. It's going to be tight. Harry Green, Shane Locke, bit of it. Hold shot to the utility be enough. 48. Yes, 48 takes out a 56. 1 from 1. Shane Locke starting building his assault to the final. One run at a time. And we're not going to be done yet either. Nathan Peters and Kim Upton. Oh, look, an all VC Valiant line up here. One of my favourite cars growing up was Pete Smith's V6 Double D Gas Valiant. It was a VC.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
I fell in love with VC Valiants from that day on, and that was the blown V6 Chev DP Auto Parts Double D Gas Valiant. It was a blown and injected Chevy V6. We've got a Barra 6. It's a nice basic build, 676 to a 675, so he finally found some performance, Kim, but it's Nathan Peters' whole shot that got him the win, 676 against your 665.
Okay, Barney Lidner now to take on Michael Grillis.
Oh, two of my good friends, Mick Grillis, fellow plumber from Sydney,
Who do you think's
Barney,
gonna win then?
Barney
Who you
Lidner.
got?
3-0, I think, injected 3-0 with some nitrous. Barney Lidner, the Climo Technica, he's in air conditioning. Big Barney was blowing small one, he got outside, he got done left on, now he's going to do a lot to try and get him, trying to get him. Oh, 39 with a 0, he tried everything, Barney. 39 with a 0 on a 40 and a 59 took it. I think if Barney cracked a bit better hole shot, it might have gone the other way. A 39 with an O on a 40. I mean, he'd been dancing with the devil today. A 59 for Grillis. But anyway, that's 1 from 1. We go again. That's the thing. Now, Hot Rod. Hot Rod Williams has found Edward Woodham. He goes, who's Edward Woodham? I think he's a new guy. Go easy on him. Hot Rod goes, yeah, nah. So let's go. Forward versus Ford. Number 18 against number 5. Sorry, number 3. Hot Rod, 1-1-1 to a 1-4. Tried him on the trees. He might have enough. Here comes Hot Rod. 42 to a 668. He run 2 668s today, Edward Woodham. Rodney Williams, 642 with a 5. Ran an earlier 643.
Well, we do have that Performance Hostile Most Consistent award as well for the car with the best spread over this 3 rounds of racing. And it always gets into the thousandths of a second. That best spread for the 3 passes. Next up, Bill Cumner and Bill McKee. Bill Cumner, Bill McKee. Bill will get this race, I think.
He's, it rates here, his official occupation is an alien Uber.
Alien Uber?
Yeah, well, I just made that up because there's an alien in the back. I didn't think you could use old cars in Uber. Bill McKee, not tonight. Got to check them aliens out. They might have put some of that goop on the tyres. 670. A 670 win there for Bill Cumner in that big block 454 paddle van. Love it. That might come up as one of my favourite things. Bill McKee, he went 10.92, blowing the tyres off it. So a win there for Bill Cumner. All right, so we've beat Spotto something just after the 660 in the left lane. So we've just had a bit of a call. Someone's just spotted something. 2 people have now messaged us to say there is something on the track past the 660. So something in the left lane just past the 660. We've had 2 people just quickly message that through. So try to mention that to race control. There is something on the track. The 662 people have messaged us to tell us.
You know, I'll call this and write this if you want to
Yeah,
go.
you write that. I'll just tell these guys we need to check this out.
Daryl Beavers now. John Nason waiting for Tomorrow. Now with an 0.45 reaction time, he's in front. He's in front, goes through, gets the win 6:55 over a 7:14. So John Nason gets the win here. Next up, Jai Ward and John Payne. Payne in the Ute, Ward in the XD Ford.
So this hold up is just because we've had that report that we need to go looking for something in that left lane, and I would have believed Sam the first time. We need Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. So this is out past the 660. So going for a fair trot down the middle there to have a look. But yes, so we've had Craig Melbourne, Sam Kiprios. Very, very keen-eyed guys, obviously, to spot something that they've seen down there. So they both messaged, and we thought you've got to err on the side of caution here. If you've seen something, we're going looking for it. And again, none of these guys would fool us around either, because no one wants to hold up anything. But if there is something there, we're going to go down and see if we can find it, identify it, and return it to its rightful owner, whatever it may be. Maybe you think it's an object. I mean, we do see bunny rabbits.
Yeah, Brett Fun out. Who's doing the running down there, getting the cardio?
Might be Brett. So down near the 660. So how far past the 660, guys? If you can help us out there, it just says on the track left lane. Sam says just after the 660 left lane. So see if we have identified something there. Thanks. I guess did we find? I guess we found something.
Well,
did we?
Oh, yeah, he definitely picked something up there.
There we go. Well spotted, guys. There are some real keen-eyed people watching these cars all the way there. I mean, it's hard for us where we are to see all of that, but if you are a bit further down and watching, you've got better eyesight than us. Thank you very much. All right, Jai Ward, John Payne, as you were.
See if Payne goes in deep.
Payne's gone in so deep.
So deep, he's actually gone through the beam.
And you know what?
Well, if he didn't go through the beams on the burnout, he can do that once.
Johnny, there we go. Whoa. That might be a uni or something, I don't know. There's a few sparks out of there. Payne's going to go 733. Jai had it all loaded for Bear there and just had to lift one tiny bit there as he, obviously, you get that little mechanical sympathy thing kicking where it's like, oh, I don't want to keep doing this, I'm going to back off. Johnny did get into stage. We did see some sparks out the back, and my guess right now, Mark, is something at the back, rear uni maybe, a little bit of spark there. We're just, sometimes people blow diff centres out of things, you know. It's about the only motorsport where when we get carnage, we get some pretty good carnage. We make junk, we make the best junk in motorsport, I think drag racing does. Not that it could be anything other than maybe a uni or that, but we've seen diff centres blown out. You see engines split in half, you know. And then if it's not a radial car like we saw yesterday that was all over the internet that goes flying through the air at 160 mile an hour.
That was just insane.
When drag racing stuff decides to be spectacular, other than just sheer tight racing, it gets. And you know what? I was always disappointed that whenever. The only time we ever saw drag racing on mainstream TV or made the news is when there was an ACO, you know, a big ACO.
Something spectacular like that.
Yeah, well, honestly, like when you look at it, they're spectacular. It's like, well, you know what? There was a lot of other good things happened just before that thing all went horribly wrong. But the crashes only seem to get on there. So there we go. Bit of a mop, bit of a pickup. I do think it's some trunnion there. Little bits of trunnion. And, yep, there's some more. You almost need a magnetic mop for those. You know what, look, why don't we braid a mop, man, you know, like in little magnets, so when you do have metal stuff, you can magnet them up in the mop. That might be a new little invention. Again, you can only really use that in drag racing or, you know, really bad, dirty floors. Like, you know, I know you can sweep up swarf, but when you can magnetically mop it up, I guess. But, we're all good, just doing a little bit of localised spraying with the mobile spray rig, and I think we're all good. And that's the only sort of real attrition we've seen, other than what Hilly did to his CA there before. And actually, while we're mentioning little daddos, crazy little daddos, a big shout out from a personal fan of one of our races. He's a Datsun 1200 racer. That's Mitch Superbad Hamilton. So some people out there that love Mitch Superbad Hamilton, of course, featuring in the movie Superbad. I didn't know that he had been cast in that role, but apparently, he's from that movie Superbad. So shout out to Mitch.
We're doing call-outs, are we now?
Well, not just
shout outs.
It was just the fan club. It's come in off the stream, I think. Like, I blame the stream
your
for
fan
a lot
club,
of it.
or?
A lot of it. Well, no, I don't think that's called a fan club there, mate. I just
You
think
said
it's just
fan
called
club.
it's the it's the Mitch Superbad fan club, not my fan club.
Okay.
Mate, I'm so out of touch, mate. My OnlyFans is -2. You know, so no, I don't have an OnlyFans. God Christ, don't get me started. Justin Gall, Benny Dreyer, 640. We are still burrowing through the rumble thanks to All Over Group. It's 1,000 and 500 for the Race Bolts. Outstanding rumble car, 684 to 644. That's a nice one from Justin Gall. That's a sweet spot right there for the VH. 644 at 102 mile an hour. Benny Dreyer did out-react him, but that 684 wasn't going to hold him. All right, Ali Farah and Mick Nason. Pick your weapon. Love that big block Camaro. Yes. Do I love the VH? Oh, where was Phantom Hamilton?
He was having a chop at it.
Well, so much of a chop that he swung the axe, but the tree wasn't there. That's an imaginary tree right there. 334 was the reaction time for Ali at her 673. Will get her the win. But Pointy End, if she goes 3 from 3 and runs 670, she may not get in that field. We know that if you go 3 from 3 or 2 from 3, you better make sure that you had a pretty good time.
You want to be running
in
in the 40s or 50s.
Absolutely. This is this is no picnic in here either. Rumble has got that serious. And again, we're only talking it up. It's not like, oh, these guys are doing anything other than just bringing what they got and having fun. Lukey Hauser has a crack. Oh, he does have a crack. He nails Paul Allen. He's going to make that big block Chev pay with that little V6 Buick. 57 and a 57. He backed it right off too. 57.0 beats a 57.6. But yeah, had him by a couple of tenths by the look of it, and that little bit of that brake light insurance coming in, because when you point it really close to that index, you almost got to have 1 foot ready to go on the brake pedal or lift off and roll off the finish line. Troy Hutton and Michael Harper, guys that can go hard. This will be another great race. There is a few tenths in the 56 that can get Troy here, but Troy might have to strap one on him to make up that deficit. He's trying hard to get in there, Troy, but he's got a little bit of a hold shot. 56 has definitely taken care of that. Yes, that is him. Troy Hutton, 6.99 with a 9, but a 45, another one for Harper that you got to throw into the mix. All right, Jay Jorgensen and Chris Sword. Come on, Chris. Chris has got to get a run in here. I know he went 38 with a 5, so he can go under it, but it took a lot of effort to get that car staged even today.
Yeah,
it's been an unstageable beast, this thing.
Jay Jorgensen went 6:45 in qualifying at 108 miles an hour in that Kingswood. Both cars are in pre-stage. Just edging forward, waiting on Sword now in the Ford. Oh, and he's
Sword
jumped
in the
through.
Ford.
Oh, no!
He's done it again! He's done it to another guy. He did it to Hot Rod in qualifying.
Who gets that one?
Oh, are we toey or what? I think he got to rerun that.
We know Chris jumped the beams.
What?
Have fun with that one, race control.
Yes, thank you. We'll
have fun with that one.
We'll pull the blind down here for now so we don't see you thinking about it. Whoop, whoop. Yep, there you go. Just when you think you've seen everything. Glenn Young gets the win. Did you just put 2 question marks beside those blokes?
I've just left it blank.
Yeah, blankety blank. Put a question mark just to know that we've seen them. Yeah. And we still don't know
that's
what happened.
That's the end of Radial Rumble, thanks to
All Over Group.
All Over Group.
That makes mean we're rebelling. We're going 7 flat now. Is that right? We've called for Outlaw Radial to the lanes round 2. Outlaw Radial to the lanes round 2. I assume we can maybe say the Outlaw
You may as well because
275 and
only,
35. They all come up as a
there's only
package.
7 pairings here.
Yeah,
in this
Outlaw
class.
235, Outlaw 275
That's about 7
to the
minutes
lanes
until Radial.
as... Yeah. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235 to the lanes, please. And the OG, well, we'll just finish some OG, but I guess OG, get ready, don't roll, both 275 and 315. Get ready, don't roll. Yes, should we? Murray Flay and Beth Mansfield French, we are on the 7 flat, thanks to Kenda Taiwan. 740 beats a 792. So that 7 flat, we've seen people go very close, but it's just how many people can nail 3 from 3 to get there. All right, the old Ute, look at the old Ute battle of the Tornay covers. Tornay, when's the last time you've seen the word Tornay cover? There we go, it's side-by-side Tornays, and it's the Falcon of Brett Page that gets there first. 709, a thin layer of vinyl behind him was Richard Field, 728. He's made a couple of 720s today, Richard, but he's gone 699, Brett Page today, so he's right, ready to be at the pointy end. All right, Kim Bean, talking about utilities, this is for sale. So anyone that wishes to buy that car first needs to pay me $100 and then go and see Kim. She said that I'll give you $100
for a spotter's fee. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
spotters. Yeah, I was thinking more about 1,000 the way car prices are. Lucas
fair.
Holtz, this is another guy. So maybe him and Paige and Kim, they might be battling
the thing
each
with
other out.
Kim
here.
is that she ran a 680. Just you've got to worry about going too quick.
093 light, so you can see he clearly strapped one on Kim. 05 will do it. An 05 for Lucas, that's his best so far. And it's a 33 for Kim. She's gone as quick as a 680, but the whole shot...
Yeah, and Kim had a bit of spin on the hit.
Yeah, it didn't like it on the hit. All right, Philip Petrovich and Chris Hankin. So good old Aussie muscle right here. 707 he ran today, Petrovic. Chris Hankin, 727. Even a whole shot. Oh, he did. He got it. He got a whole shot in there. He's going to have to really work here because performance-wise, it's tight. An 0-2. Oh, he had to go an 0-2. He won by a 10th. 1-2. 730 on a valiant 162 light against the 311. 702 the win for Petrovic. The long roofs. We don't plan this. We don't go, hey, let's match the wagons up together. Let's match the utes up together. We don't plan that. It just happens. Declan McConnell trying so hard not to run another bloody 6. Andy Paul loved to run a 7 flat, but he's been running 930s. So he's just in it to have a bit of fun and getting that 6 runs at Kenda, and he's enjoying it in the brand new Kenda Taiwan 7 flat Radial Rebels class. So Declan trying to race. Have we got a 7-second rule? Oh, we were so close. He got out. He actually got out half decent here, Declan. Now it's almost time. Almost time to roll off. Time to roll off. Time to roll off. Oh. Oh. I don't know. I mean, got to hand it to him. He's been in the juniors and he's driven a few, obviously. I'm sure he steered some serious stuff unofficially. But yeah, there's plenty of car in that wagon as well to try and slow down. But hey, Decker's none from one. He got 2 more shots. Matthew Salmon now and Michaelia Litch. Michaelia in the HQ. Got left on by Matty Salmon. Another good old-fashioned matchup. Big old Fairlane points it through for a 773 and a quicker 770 for Michaelia. Will show a lose on that time slip, but that's all right. None from one. Come back and have another crack. Oh, well, yeah, let's match the utes up together. Just randomly. Kyle Wills and Tony Rogers. Yep, we're still talking about Kenda Taiwan. Radial Rebel 7 flat. There's plenty that want to play in there, and there's the combinations are endless. A couple of taxis on the way to the airport if you close your eyes. Here we go, 742 to a 788. And that, my friends, looks like the end of that round. And Mark continues to write.
No,
keep going.
That's it.
Wow. Jeez, they're going. And you know what? I'm liking all the little mini subclasses because, yeah, we aren't getting lost in the middle of a round. 25 in Rumble is enough.
Yeah.
The rest are all very tidy, tasty
I think it's
runs.
that's a good spot to keep the classes around 25.
It sure is. It sure is, honey child. And it's that time where we do a little bit of that prep. We grab a little bit more merch if you want to get it and get a feed. And I don't know, we've still got donuts going on. Would you like a donut, Mark?
I know I'm right. I'm
just seeing whether anyone out there would have just happened to come across 6 of them and bring them up to the tower. I mean, we'd probably shout you out for that. Hey, while we're talking about shout-outs. I want to shout out.
Yeah.
I need to talk to Sarah Saunders-Tate, and I need to talk to Timothy Corbett. So I need to talk to. We're up in the tower, in the main control tower here at the top floor. Come up the stairs. Timothy Corbett and Sarah Saunders-Tate. So could you please come up to the tower? We're also still looking for Mr. Robert Anderson. We're looking for these people. You're not in trouble. I mean, you could be if we don't reunite you with what we've got up here. So please, come and identify yourself, and we can reunite with some lost property that's been handed in here. Let's face it, it's lost property. You're not in trouble for anything. No, we're not the feds. No, we're not this. We're just trying to get the property back. So sometimes when you say the whole name in the middle name, it sounds like, oh, hang on, what's going on here? It's almost like getting, actually you were born Mark, so you're always just Mark. So even when the parents were cranky at you, just said Mark. I was Christopher, but then it's like Chris, and then it's Christopher. So you actually had no other name to be called of.
No.
So I can't say Mark. It doesn't sound the same.
No.
Marcus. No, you can't say that.
Outlaw Radial to the lanes,
Outlaw
please.
Radial, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes. We are ready, just about ready. Okay. Yeah, we need 275. Outlaw 275 to the lanes for round 2. Outlaw 235 to the lanes for round 2. And while we're at it, let's just call the OGs in. OG 275, OG 315. Come on out. It would be a good idea, Tyler. We're just checking here. We've got this bit of a rub whether we've got the spray rig out here or not. We'll just have a bit of a squeeze. Are we spray rigging out, or we're not needing to spray there? No, we're giving it a rub. We're just doing that normal prep. So that's all good for us. G'day. You're right. Mr. Aldridge, you're right. He's. I know there's a sort of a light going that way now. It's a bit bright. There we go. So just even another little read here that I've just noticed from Grant Bedrick. The reason why we had a couple of seated solos there was Derek Logan had entered but had pulled out, so he got all the way to being seated. So that's why I think we had that one solo there. But that's all right. The sled is being dragged. Let us rest one's cords for a minute or two, grab a little snack, and be back. just throwing the Power Cruise footage up there. Just can't get enough of us thrashing stuff around here, can it? We got rid of that wallet. That wallet's back with its rightful owner, and he had not known that he had lost it. So I said, give it back. I said, you don't deserve it. So he's got it back very happily. He actually assumed that he didn't bring it with him. He'd come up, and which was weird, but yeah, he's got it. And it was originally from Moonby. I thought it was Moonby, but it's Moonby. So he passed all the identity checks to make sure that he was the right bloke for the wallet. And I said, oh, well, I'm going to get out to Moonby one day and see it. And he bags it. He just goes, no, mate, nothing there. Nothing interesting there. He goes, there's a street there on a hill there where you can drive your car up, put it in neutral, and the magnetic force pulls it up the hill. I said, so there is something interesting. That sounds bloody interesting. I don't think I'll go there just to get pulled up the hill by the magnetic force. I don't know why he said that. Why would he be crapping on about that? I think that's a true thing. It must be a true thing.
You think it's a true thing? He's not pulling your leg?
Oh, why would you? Why would you bag?
Oh.
Why would you bag the place out and say,
hill.
there is a road that when you put it in neutral, it pulls your car up the hill due to magnetic force? Why would you throw that in if honestly, that's a pretty big yarn if it's not true? Anyone else out there know whether that's true or not? I'm not fact checking, but Declan's on to me now to say he took that much power out of the car, and then the tuner took more out, and it still ran to 680. I don't know what to say there, Declan. You've changed yourself to a beast there. It's time to, I think, next time come around, you might end up in. You might be ready for ruckus. So we'll put you in. You can go and rumble next time and have a go. But it's all about trying to crawl before you can walk. And I know he's been probably welding before he could walk. You know, when you grow up, your dad's a master fabricator. You do tend to pick up things like the welding and how to cut out a bit of metal and shape things and everything like that. There we go. Right from Perry Boulevard. From Perry. That's true.
True. There you go.
That's nearly 100% fact check then. Perry Boulevard says it's true.
So you just accepting the true, just someone sending through a message saying true?
Well, anyone else wants to put the message through to back that up. That's two people. That's two people that say it. Shane Ganaway has now fact-checked it. So, Perry, you know what you said.
Screenshot of Wikipedia.
You know what you said, Perry, about that being true? Shane Ganaway has, fortunately for you, backed it up, and he's given us a screenshot of Magnetic Hill.
There you go. Look at that. That's cool.
And then now Wayne Humphreys, thank you. Oh, my God, all of a sudden it's the Encyclopedia Britannica coming out. Wayne Humphreys goes... there's a road down near Hanging Rock in Victoria that does the same thing. It's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion. Your car's going uphill. Yeah, so gravity hills, there's one in WA there. So it looks like Australia's got plenty of gravity hills, more than one. So that's one in WA. Wayne Humphrey says there's one at Hanging Rock that looks like it's doing the same thing. So Patrick Garlando, thank you, Patrick Garlando. He's now fact-checked it. And I'm starting to think that I've got to do a road trip. Oh, yeah, Moonby Hill. There we go. Moonby is about 21 k's north of Tamworth. Oh, the polariser. On the New England Highway at the foot of the Moonby Ranges. When you reach the village of Moonby, travel 6 k's up the first Moonby Hill to the road, which turns right at the foot of the Moonby Park Lookout Road. It is a short road that connects the northbound traffic lane with the southbound traffic lane. It appears to fall from the northbound lane to the southbound lane. Now, this is... Thank you so much for the info.
Does anyone else need us to fact check any geography?
Then it says there's about like 6 people tell me, right? Warning, you are. This is obviously somewhere some tourist info. It says warning, you are on a public road. Obey all traffic signs and rules. Where there are hills, there are blind spots. Always bring someone to watch for other traffic if you're going to pull this off. I mean, that didn't say that. Never. It says here, never try the hill. Never try the hill when the road is wet and slippery or during inclement winter weather conditions. With caution, position... They're actually there warning you that don't do this. It's like saying, here it is, shouldn't do it, obey the signs, don't do it in the weather, but with caution, position your car at the bottom of the hill. Put your car in neutral. Take your foot off the brake and you will experience the thrill of your car climbing the hill by itself. Always be aware of other traffic, but don't do it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After trying this natural phenomenon, you may question its causes. Oh, here we go. Well, we don't want to disappoint you, but whether it is called a magnetic hill, a gravity hill, a mystery hill, or an electric bray, I mean, that's what I thought it was. It's just an optical illusion. Thank you also, Wayne, for that one. It has nothing to do with magnetic fields, electricity, or unknown forces working through mysterious lines. And yes, it's got 5G up there as well. Yeah, we found, and all because some bloke handed a wallet in. There we go. Well, thank you everyone on that little science experiment that we just
Well, do we
did
need to
there.
fact check anything else while we're here?
Chris
Whilst we've
Hall,
got time.
Chris Hall's chimed in and goes, yes, it's true, but it's an optical illusion. The road actually slopes down. The hill trees make it look like going up. I'm heading to the... you know what? I'm going home. Pack your bags, love. What are we doing? We're going on a road trip. Well, I'm just going to go to every optical illusion hill I can find and not do it. And especially in inclement weather, and don't obey all the road signs. So that's thank you. That was gold.
How far away is this road?
That's in Tamworth. So so that's and that was the message from Patrick Carlando. Thank you, Patrick. I mean, Patrick just had this info immediately available to him.
Too far for the drag challenge?
Yeah.
To stop off there?
Oh, wouldn't that be good if you could do a drag challenge where you have, 400 cars, try the hill? Well, it says here, I'm assuming you try the hill.
Yeah.
21 k's north of Tamworth on the New England Highway at the foot of the Moonbee Ranges. So just remember, write this down. When you reach the village of Moonbee, travel 6 k's up the first Moonbee Hill to the road, turns right at the foot. It's all about the Moonbee Park Lookout Road. Yeah, there we go. With caution, position your car at the bottom of the hill, and you're away. All right, so we've got the scrub on here now. Yeah, now like Tyler's telling me we got in excess of 6. Yes, Cameron McKee, did I get the red cordials last night for my 21st? Not only did I get my red cordials, I also got a few beers in as well. So thank you for your concern. I'm okay. So Tyler says we've actually got about 650 on the live stream here. So I've just had to fire the old iPad back up because it's not holding my stream without losing the battery. Which I think is definitely a design flaw. Thank you, Steve Jobs. But here we go. 2 minute. Okay, all drivers back to their cars, please. 2 minute. Oh, here we go. We've got some real, I shouldn't say trippers. They're all active comments here. McDonald's in Australia leaves the US ones for dead. I hear. So we're going on. Zarin Titmarsh said there's one there in Rocky as well. So we've just found nearly every magnetic hill on this side of the country. And these guys, a big shout out to all of these guys. Adam Geary's on, Akake, Scott Sherrington, Peter Newman. And there's a discussion here at the moment between potato scallops and potato pancakes. And some guy likes... Here we go. Scott Sherrington... Scott Sherrington says, gravity hills all pissed people, ? So, I mean, and then Andrew Phillips calls it a potato fritter. I don't know how, there's a few guys online, looks like with the munchies, Mark. So, in the comfort and safety and security of their own homes, seem to be enjoying themselves. And the discussions are going all over the world here at the moment. We've got the United States people talking to Australian people. And apparently the UK don't need Tim Tams. They sound common, apparently. That's why they're not dipping them in the tea over there. I mean, it's nuts. What these trippers, let me tell you, I shouldn't say they're trippers. Pete Newman, I know you, Pete. We've got Roy Ferntop online as well. Chris Young. James Bayliss. These guys are whipping up their own conversations about food on here at the moment. So there's a whole thing here about food. Yes, the magnetic hill came up there as well. Wagon wheels, shapes, Vegemite. Yeah, they're all talking about the guys in there. Plenty of comments, nuts. Honestly, I'd love to read them all through there. But this is the thing. When the stream's on live, if you don't just watch those live little comments there, you lose you lose the gist sometimes of the chat because they're throwing little one-liners back at you and not sort of piecing together a paragraph. So it's all these little chats.
I like
there.
the fact how positive it is. No one's.
Oh, hang on,
ripping
here we go.
them down,
73 Big Ted. Don't forget the Kiwis. No, we won't. Not forgetting the Kiwis ever. 73 Big Ted. Gary Smith says, I just want to hear Diggles say Bump City in French. All right, I'm onto it.
It's a bit of a drinking game, I think. Every time Diggles says Bump City,
it's another
drink. Take a drink.
Everyone at home's been doing that. That's what's happening. Everyone watching at home, every time they hear the word Bump City, they're coming in.
What other rules would you have for a drinking game when Diggles on commentary?
Whole shot.
Whole shot.
every time someone wins on a whole shot, that's a shot. That's called the whole shot.
Whole shot, I like it.
But it could work. I mean, if only we were allowed to, drink while we worked. I think the fear is OH&S that we might say something wrong. But Dale's not here tonight. So, oh, look, here we go. I'm just trying to find it in here. The translator, so French. I'm trying to find, French to English translation. Someone's probably already on it. In French, I mean, shall I try and find Bump City in about 9 different languages?
Go for it, mate.
I might have to try and find something out by the end of the night, just to see. I could ring my mate's got a French au pair, actually. She's the most lovely French woman I've ever met, and the only one she's ever met. But she's fantastic. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try. Just put 2 simple words in to the translator. And see. And it's exactly the same thing by the look of it. It's exactly the same.
How do you say the Bump City?
What you are hearing is my accent. I am French. I'm sure that just says Bump City, Bump City.
Yeah.
Le Bump City.
Is it going from French to English?
Oh, hang on. Yeah, so French. So we've got to go English to French. So English. Ah, right, here we go. Yeah, sorry, I've got a... Yeah, there we go. That's just a big test there, isn't it? Here we go! Round 2!
Outlaw Radial time!
Oh, the Boogeyman versus the Grinch.
Thank you to Fuel Tech USA and Race Parts Melbourne. Outlaw Radial. Should we go through the tail of the tape here? Chris, Diggles. Wade Wagstaff, round 1, 3-7-0. Andrew Zeta went 3.94. Wagstaff with lane choice, has taken the Rocket Industries lane.
The Grinch.
How do you see this, Chris? How do you see it?
I think we are screw-blowing, Noonan Hemi converter with tie drive is the Grinch, Wade Wagstaff. Andrew Zeta, the very best Pro-Line, Pro-Charged Hemi combos going around. The only thing missing to me is the Aussie Noonan in it, but it doesn't matter. A Hemi's a Hemi. 2 blowing Hemis. 3.7 second performance, and we know Zeta could go 80s or 70 if it all came together. This is what Zeta's built this car for moments like this. To be right there in the thick of the action. Outlaw Radial, it's 5K the win tonight. He's already 0 for 1. Oh, zing, that one's on. Zeta. Hold on to that thing, the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman gave me a scare. The Boogeyman gave everyone a scare. Whoa, look at the light from Wagstaff. 017 on the tree. Our best reaction time of the night. And the win to the Boogeyman. A win to the Boogeyman. So that means Wade is 1 from 2. The Boogeyman is 1 from 2. We've leveled it all again. No one's getting away from each other here. Bam, they hit that tonight.
Well, that's the first time Wade has spun the tyres on the hit today.
Yes, it is. And you know what? It wasn't the last time or the first time. You can't make every run perfect. These guys know that not every run is perfect. They can bank so many and go, right, this is it. And they were probably going to bring that 370, 368 setup right there. Zeta brought something very similar to make that a 90 or an 80 again, and they went 1-1-1 in the 60, so it was actually Wade right on the hit, didn't like it. Did not like it. 1-3-0 on the 60 was zinging already. Zeta went 1-1-1-1-1 to the 60, and then a bit further out, zinged them too. And, we've just rubbed and sprayed that. So, I mean, it's prepped and primed.
Yeah, exactly the same as what we've done all day.
Yeah.
Tell you what, Zeta with a good drive job as well there. That was a good save.
That was, the boogie. And again, I don't know whether that's him with the shoots out or, you've got the electromotion setups that would normally give you an automatic shoot release, or whether or not
if he pops something,
grabbed them, he's grabbing some wheel and hit him. Whatever's happened, that was a wild that was a wild moment for Zeta. Gave it a hit, big stab again. And it just goes to prove pedal fests can sometimes be just as spectacular as two side-by-side 3-second runs. And you just have to wait to see whether that turns out to be how you determine a final or not.
That's it, all Wake stuff. He'd been sub 1 second, 60 foots all day. He'd been 9.9, 9.8s all day in that car. I tell you what, if you can get an Outlaw Radial car down 70 to 80% of the time, you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah,
Especially when you're swinging for the fence like a team like that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy when you know that it just needed a bit of fettle, but you're still wanting to throw that dominating performance down. One other 3.70 would have been nice. But, we also saw Andrew with issues as well, but I think they were
greedy, mate.
hunting it.
360.
I don't think they're... I don't think they were getting too greedy other than just trying on
No,
what they had, and, the
I'm
moments
greedy.
change. And you know what? Sometimes it's this little symbol right now that says, right, from now on, we have to do this to get to the end. So that's what some of them will be thinking. And you know what? That's only the first pair. Let's see what the rest do in the same condition, whether we see a pattern developing here or not.
Well, having a look at the back of the lanes, it's going to be George Josefsky to take on Johnny Ricker. Looking at round one, Ricker got a win, ran running a 387. Josefsky got a win running a 401. So someone out of this next pairing will go 2 from 2. Will it be Ricker? Will it be Josefsky? That's the question.
Yeah, that would be a curly one. I can tell you. And with we're wishing that we see the best of the rest of them come out in a tick and lay down something that
Not
does
sure what the
show.
hold up is. If we've got a car maybe on the track in the braking area.
Boys seem all chill. Just waiting to see if we can't get the pair up. Now it's supposed to be Josefsky and Johnny. So whether or not they're just suiting up or
you
not.
You can see them on the Overtaking Lane feed.
So I can see them both there. So again, look at the quality. We've always had a pretty good Outlaw Radial quality field, whether it's been made up more of predominantly our local cars at the beginning. But that's just to see what's been acquired, purchased, brought here from overseas. And here they are on home soil, lining up against each other. That great shot there of Josefsky and Johnny Ricker with just the hot rods. And this morning I was lucky enough to be going through scrutineering when they were there getting checked out, and you just look at it and go, wow, this is a absolute animal. If you ever seen that doco with Eric Barner, Love the Beast, when you can have a beast like that, what does it take to to keep the beast hungry and but also well fed at the same time? And it's just wow, Johnny, especially looking at his car with the Liberty and everything in it. So wow, you have got yourself a beautiful piece of machinery here, and he just wants to go quick in it, and he's starting to scrape the surface of the potential.
I know you said it was Wayne Key's Camaro. He built that here as well, I'm pretty sure.
Did he really? Yes.
Yeah, I think he built that. Shows you everything in his shed.
Well, I think the initial story I recall was that John had initially intended to purchase a car of that calibre, and with waiting lists or freight or whatever it was a ridiculous... He may have actually had one lined up, but maybe it was the freight that was the killer. Maybe it was a time thing. I don't know whether he was waiting, trying to find something. And then this one, Wayne had been trying to... I think Wayne retired, didn't he? And again, that's one guy that's got a hell of a reputation of being not only a pretty competitive competition racer in WA, But you know, that BMW 635 that he used to have was amazing. Then to do a new Camaro before anyone had really done a new Camaro before, and then through silly, short-sighted, silly rules, had a car could only run in comp with, couldn't run it indoor slam or anything. But he ran and did some success, had some success with the car. And then, selling it, and he wouldn't have even known who Johnny Ricker was, you would assume. Again, all these different drag racing circles, but guess what? Johnny Ricker's going to take that forward, Wayne, and definitely do his own thing. Oh, so there's a picture of Fleggy and Love the Beast. Perry loves the Beast, so he's still got a bit of a soft spot for the Corvette there, sitting there, the Maltesers Corvette sitting there in Albury with the Beast. And yes. I'm not going to say send us photos of your beast, because that's too wide a request for some people's minds to do. So we will not do that. But thank you, Perry, for showing us your big red one. And may it, I don't know, do you normally just leave it open like that in the shed, or would you cover it up? Or do you, just for photos like that, take the blanket off it? I don't know. But it looks like it's actually probably a very, very sterile, very clean, very expansive shed. Might be the largest shed I think I've ever seen someone own.
How clean is your shed?
Which shed?
Which one?
Mate, I've got the cleanest shed out of all of you. You know why? Because I don't have one. So I do not. I have a garage, right? So that's under the house. So when I work, everyone upstairs knows that I'm working because I'm right under them. Mrs. is in bed. You know, I'm downstairs. Well, actually, when I was fitting the car off, finishing the altered, yes, there was a lot of nights where you would work till, we'd work till midnight. I'd go to midnight making things. If I had to make a bracket, yes, you've got to try and cut it quietly, or I'd go up the front and use the vice in the work van, so I'd just be chopping stuff out on the footpath at midnight. And yeah, I've got understanding neighbours. Well, now they understand. Yeah, that's what it is. Not at the time. But sorry, I left those bits of cut-off plate on the driveway out the front. That was just me on a miss. Oh, and a little message has come through from a guy, Craig Burns. I know Craig Burns. He's just got it says Perry who? Perry who? We're going to start the Burnsy.
Shots fired.
I mean, they're not even here. We don't have the Craig Burns or Perry Boulevard here, but we know they are around. And Burnsy's just gone, who's this Perry? Perry who? And I've seen him, I've heard him. Sometimes I think like I hear him in my sleep still ringing me and talking to me. But I remember the good old days. Perry and Burnsy racing each other. And that will all happen again one day. All you've got to do is just get the rocket under the other one just right. Just get the rocket under the other one just right. And we might be thrust back into some good old battles in the heady days, because I do think, these are semi-modern day heroes of the sport that have all come in and given us some of the best moments of Aussie drag radial history. And again, if you're saying we've been doing Kenda for 10 years, well, we certainly have. If you remember, drag radial started to creep through in our pro street, our pro street establishments as just a one class for radial. Everyone else was on a big tyre or an limited size tyre, an untubbed sort of category, modified street and pro street, and our true streets. And then the radial was always there, and we saw some freak shows coming out of there. And again, the rules basically let you just bring it out. There's the radial, put it on. To now being so radial specific in every category, from this outlaw radial class to the 235, 275 categories, and then our fixed index classes, which just always just throw anyone in with any other combo that they need. But those established categories, and now the OG classes, there's no reason why Perry couldn't even. I don't know if I can share this info that Perry's been ruminating about, and he comes up with some crazy ideas at times. He was looking to lobby the Mars Corporation with a truly innovative pitch for drag racing and motorsport, and that was to build an electric radial car. So like a Tesla Plaid with 5 motors, do it in a bespoke chassis deal like a drag racing chassis, and just send it electrically. as a sustainable future fully outside the box deal, so he doesn't drop any valves anymore. So that was a good. That's a great idea. Great idea. I said, Perry, but mate, when you're beside, a blown turbo nitrous pro charged car, how are we going to know you're there? By the wind light. And I said, well, okay, well, I'll see you there, Perry. Let's go, right? Well, so, folks, don't act surprised if you do see a Tesla Plaid Radial car come out sometime between now and the Olympics here in Brisbane. And there you go, Perry's into it. Oh, Burnsy the jockey. So now that through me, they're hurling the abuse at each other. So a couple of minutes we have said, and we've done that little rub, and we are really trying to just bring that back up for the guys there. That initial first shot, they thought that was all goody gumdrops, but they are just applying a little bit more attention there to the surface and a bit more spray to see if we can't, I don't know, enhance this round's, on track performance, whether or not it's like, well, we did it for this amount of time, let's do a little bit more and see if we can't extract the rest of the magic out of the field mark. Yeah, we can just go on for everything. The guys here on the, oh, there we go. Harry Hall's also saying that he's feeling a light mist down there. Oh, and there we go. And there's another one. Right, so we got a sprinkle too. So there we go. So no one told us that it was sprinkling outside, but it is. And we've got a lot of the diehards just probably copping that light little. I mean, it's so vague and scattered that it's not really grabbing everyone's attention right now to be running from the stands. But we are doing what we've done, and we did it last night. And that's just fix that. Get that spray deal sorted where we just give that a rub on the track. I hope it's just a light mist out there. I know we've got the brollies out there. All the diehards are still sitting in the stands, not going to give up the seat for what's coming up in the next couple of passes, but it's just whether or not this light mist gives it up. Are you looking at you got anything on the radar there, Mark?
Just about to do that, mate.
Everyone hits the old bomb. Geez, the old bomb's good.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, again, it's just that very light. Like, we're just unlucky to catch a little whiff of that. Very similar thing happened last night. Was that came through, held us up for probably 10 to 15. We kept running the tractor down like we did, and that stuff just sort of then just stopped, and we were away again. So we've been pretty lucky up till now, considering that some of the forecast you could have thought the worst of, but we had that initial first delay which we got solved. And we've been good ever since. So if this is a little, you see it's the end of it, like literally the end of something that's just thrown across. It comes through incredibly fast and hopefully should go just as quickly. So that little light mist will be that one. Gary Smith said, yeah, Gary Smithy's on there now. So Gary Smith. Yeah, so French for Bump City is Bump City. I don't think there's a French word for bump. I mean, it's. I thought it would be a more sophisticated language than that, but maybe lucky that it's not. All right, so we'll say French and we'll put English here, right? Thank you, Harry. Yeah, so Harry's been down there checking it out, and the down in the bottom grandstands there said he felt that light mist come through. Other people have copping that right now. A few other people messing that to us, so it's
so
just
city is Ville.
Ville,
I think, by this.
All right. Yep. Righto. Okay, I'll get it. Gotcha.
And bump.
Yeah, Ville. Okay, so what? Bumpville.
And bump is it Cogna?
Cogna.
Cogna?
Cognaville?
Cognaville?
Le Cognaville. Okay. Cognaville.
Is that right? I don't know.
Yeah, no. Well, you put in the word bump, and it's now Cogna, and city became Ville, or Ville.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Sure, that's not German. Cognaville. Oh, Gary Smith, it's Cognaville. Yeah, it didn't come out as good. We'll try and find. We'll try and find a better translation that works. Bemp. So Bemp Cogna. Bemp Cogna or Ville. Cognaville. Anyway, what's French for rain? We don't care. We've got that little sprinkle which we're just doing a really good job on. So the guys out here aren't cowering away from anything. I can't see anything on our little Coro iron roof here, Mark, and all our fans aren't exactly getting up and hurrying away, so that's good. That this little delay is purely only to get this thing just rubbed the right way, and that's just to get rid of that little any of that light mist that's there. And we've still, I don't know how much track temp we actually have left. It'll be good to know, but we've been pretty lucky belting these cars down the track. Mopar man. Smithy's there now on the post. So you guys are spending Saturday night on the stream. Bossa Villa. There we go. So Smithy's finally come up with it. Bump City is Bossa Villa. All right. So yeah, not the same. Not the same. Thank you. I'll keep that forever now. And yeah, Bossa Villa. So people that actually know how to use the translator are sending us through the messages.
French and it came up. You seen
Bossa Villa. Bossa Villa. All right. I don't know how many French radial events we've seen, and it'd end up a couple of Renaults in the final, you would assume. But there was that much breakage, they had to can the event after qualifying. So that'd be a French radial event for you. Just et de problems, c'est Peugeot, c'est Renault in the second round. It's established Brohan et tail shaft.
I have no idea what you're saying.
No, well, I don't know either. Yeah. This Putin, this
I can say it's a first tonight. I've never translated to French commentating in a drag racing event.
Very.
That is a first.
Very hard to arrange drag racing events in France with no tracks. So very good. All right, a little bit more rub. Have a break. I'm going to go and have a chateau, whatever.
No, you don't talk any more French, or
no. No. Thank you for all your translations there. By the way, Bossa Villa. So if between now and the end of the night, a Bossa Villa comes out, it'll come out. A Bossa Villa.
All right.
Yeah. No, Grant. Paddy McCreary. He's not here. And you know what, Dave Hamilton then it belts out the people he's met through Overtaking Lane. So let's throw this in with the French. If we're going to talk about the French, he had UFO Sorcery Engineering on the channel recently. There's a Frenchman in the So hang on, it's a Frenchman living in the Netherlands that's got a Barra in an R33. I mean, that's just the whole United Colours of Benetton, then, is it not? Hang on. That's a Frenchman in the Netherlands with an R33, sorry, 32 he says now, a Barra in an R32 in the Netherlands. And there we go, Bowlesy's got another one. COVID lockdown during Kenda. Varolage Covid pendant le Kenda. Thank you. Yeah, well, that's now everyone's having a few little funny things going on their translators. Thank you all very much. But yeah, so how's that? Now I know even more about the world. That can't wait for that Frenchman in the Netherlands gets that Barra-powered R32. I'd love to know what all these customs officers are finding now when it's like, what's in there, mate? Oh, that's a container full of Barras. What the hell are you doing with these engines taking to overseas? Oh, well, these are a thing. They used to roam free in Australia. Now they're being hunted and driven to extinction. But now, again, beautiful. One of the largest sources of aluminium in the world, or aluminum, is that you can get yourself a billet Barra now if you want. So you can build yourself a Barra from scratch without going to the wreckers, or as I used to do, go to the scrappos and you hand in all your copper in the bucket and everything like that. You look over into the engine bin and there'd be a Barra. I remember used to be them not that they really die. They go just about forever, and that's that's adopted it all the way back from the old crossflow days, is that those things were, very utilitarian, very torquey. And there was even word back in the 80s and 90s that even the old crossflow made it to the States, because there were a few comp eliminator guys that would run, you'd run inline engines in a lot of those categories, is that there was a few very hot crossflows in oddball combos in the United States during that time too. I do remember reading about that. There's no way that's probably ever documented. You're ever going to dig that up on the internet. But I do remember reading in various magazines and articles about said things happening and that they have gone. But now it's just a fact for anyone that knows that's been around enough. And I know of at least two guys that are. It's not live exports. They, some of the barras have been killed and are then being sent overseas, but a lot of them are still very healthy and getting shipped in containers to the United States to be sold to Americans who want to put a barra in something. It's, thank you. Thank you, Australia. Again, another contribution to the world. There we go. UFO. So hang on. UFO sorcery engineering is obviously a workshop. So Dave says that they're importing barras and RB30s into the Netherlands. Even an LS is rare over there. Yeah, well, an LS is rare here too. Where is he getting his RB30s from? That'll be the question. It's like, well, hang on. Where can he get onto a rich vein of RB30s even? But there you go. Everything's getting taken out of this country. It's our best. If it's not our seafood, if it's not our meat, if it's not our cheese, if it's not our wine, if it's not our milk, if it's not our uranium, if it's not anything else we've been pulling out of this country, now our damn barras and RB30s are leaving the country market. I'm going to get outraged about that. Keep the barra in Australia.
Look that up in French, Chris.
Where is he? Where is he? Where's Kekovich? It's not just about lamb anymore. It's about barra. Keep the barra in Australia. Let the big fish swim free in this country. Let's get World Vision involved. Millions of barras every year are being exported to the live horsepower sex trade. Give generously with World Vision to save the rare and ailing barra from extinction.
No, I'm hearing that as well. Yeah, someone shut down.
Well, that was interesting. We heard a high idle out of both of them. There they are, Johnny Rick and George Zeszewski. We are back, and we are turbos, both sides of the racetrack.
Is it just me, or are they doing longer burnouts today than
they might normally? Well, we talk about the glue and the applications. So you do the short skid, roll forward, pick up the glue, roll back. You've got the glue. You've rolled the glue out, and you've brought the glue back. So you've gone over it a couple of times. So that's just some crazy info. Bossa Villers coming up. A Bossa Villers is coming up because we've got two turbo cars are going to boss it in together. Bossa Villers. Les Jean Ricard in the Tower Lane and George Zeszewski.
I can tell you, Chris, one of these drivers will be going into round 3 with 2 wins.
All right, boys. Bossa Villers time. Well, they're out and gone. Johnny Ricker, 105. But locks it up. 387, Johnny Ricker. 447 for Zeszewski. Wee. 105. Look at the reaction times. 053 for Ricker. 061 for Zeszewski. Do these boys know how to race or what? Bossa Villers, 105 out of the hole, 265 to 330 for Johnny. You can hear him lock the converter up, 387, rockets to 203 mile an hour. George Zeszewski, 113 in the 60, 304 to 330, 447 at 158. I think clicked that thing early. He'd already got 196, so he did knock that off early there in the run. Gave it up. It might have turned him a little bit later down.
Well, Zeszewski went 401 in that previous round, round 1, so... Yeah, it was a good pass, man. Johnny Ricker, 387 with a 5. He went 387 with a 6 in round 1. 1 thou difference between his 2 passes.
Yeah, that's getting into that sweet spot right there. That was
tough.
Backing yourself right there. And again, we rubbed that track. That light sprinkler didn't bother us. We went straight back down with a bit of spray, and out came the cars. 105, 113. And that's 2 from 2 for Ricker. That's building it. He's got more wins than Wade right now, so that's building yourselves towards that. Does that change our little tactic between the guys that are 1 from 2 about whether there's a percentage for round 3 that you take to try and at least do a consistent but quick run to get the attention of any 2 from 3 that might make that final?
Well, we got Symbolics, who didn't get a win in round 1. Paul Mary didn't get a win in round 1. So one of those drivers will be 1 and 1 and 0 from 2.
All right, just to shout out, the merchandise tent closes at 8:15. That's 35 minutes. Oh, side by side, burnouts, Symbolics and Paul Merry. So just an announcement, 8:15. 8:15, the merchandise tent closes. Hoodies are sold out. The 10-year anniversary shirts are left. Can you save me one, Loz, please? 10-year anniversary shirt. Stubby coolers are left. But the hoodies are gone. All the hoodies are gone. Well, it's getting to that time of year, isn't it? UFO just joined the chat. And here we go. Big shout out to the Netherlands. G'day from Australia. You're on the live stream here for Overtaking Lane. And we are at the Kenda 660 drag radial. It's virtually, well, it is a series. This is our official first full round. We tried to have this event earlier on in the year, and the weather caught us. We couldn't do it, but here we are punching through 130 cars. Yes, Mr. Netherlands, there are barras in here. We'll point them out when they come. Daniel Symbolics, Pro-Charged, Camaro, the best of the best. Paul Merry, well, you'd say that Nova has got plenty on board for that very healthy little small block. Can the small block take a big block scalp right here?
Well,
So
Mary
Symbolics
was
and
the...
Mary.
Paul Mary was actually the quicker of the 2 cars in round 1. He went 4:06 in round 1. Symbolics didn't get down the track. He had issues off the start line and had to be pushed off. But he did go 3 seconds, 3:84 in qualifying.
Oh, that came out of the hole. 102, 102. 385, there we go. Oh, look at the lights. 050, 059. These guys want to race, Mark Allen. They want to race. 050, 059. These guys are pumped. OG 315, police to the lanes immediately. OG round 2, OG 275, OG 315 immediately to the lanes. Tail of the tape. 262 at the 330, 385, 200 mile an hour. That came out a lot, front and rear suspension. That showed a lot of front wheel arch.
Yeah, that was...
That's talking to the front shocks now.
That's a good pass from Symbolics there. 385, that is... it's a low ET of this round so far. It is 385.
Yes. Now, here's one. Do we... Joe.
Well,
Remember
Joe,
that whole shot in round 1
Joe,
came out of nowhere.
Joe could go into round 3 with 2 wins, joining
Johnny Ricker.
Wow.
Yeah, we can't write this stuff if we tried, folks. It just happens organically. Anytime we have a Kenda 660. Now, are we putting Joe over a bit? We are. I think Frank's just got, if they see how he's gone a little bit more on the angle, and they put him right back. They put him right back over there a little bit. It looks a bit obvious. Jeff Campbell-Brown, he's always going to be this huge fended fly in the ointment. It's about the largest looking fly in the ointment I've ever seen. The big Chevelle, 622 cubes in the low 4s. Joe Gauci went 398.
398.
He went 398 in round 1. Whole shot win over Zeta's 394. Some more Le Bump City.
Campbell Brown went 423 in round 1.
Oh, whole shot, 014 for Joe. 014 for Joe, here it comes, 398 again. 391 again, 398 rather. And an 085 for Campbell Brown, 108. He was actually quicker in the 60, the Chevelle.
He was.
Than the Mustang. So Joe's got it out there on percentage. 274 to the 330, and then 398 at 201 mile an hour. And I'm writing down reaction times because at the moment, our Outlaw Radial races are cutting lights. Wade 017, Joe 014 just then. So they are in front of everyone in reaction times.
Just before this happens, when we go to Outlaw 275, Wagstaff, Johnny Ricker will be facing
Wow.
each other in round 3.
That is the price of admission right there, you would say.
Anyways,
let's get into some Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275 brought to us by none other than Spot On Performance, and how fitting that a car fresh out of the shop is here. Now, Jamie Jeffries, I don't think the whole car was done at Spot On, but it was definitely retro fitted from its previous life and has got itself a healthy twin turbo. I'm assuming, I assume, I haven't seen it, LS or big block driveline. I haven't seen it to remember it. It could very well be LS, but he's run a bunch of 460s. Is he on a seated solo?
No, he was supposed to be
Kreitz, the Crusader. They're either chasing an issue to try and have one more run at it, or they've just said, no, we'll throw the towel in tonight. Oh, come out of the hole, why don't you? That track's got some bite. There we go, 464, 155 mile an hour on the 275 for Jamie Jeffries. We are seeing these things hoik it out of the hole. This has just clicked. And look at this one. Webby's in the same lane here, so we know that lane can take it. But again, I also think of the power characteristics, bringing boost into an LS, a small engine, and bringing it into a big block. That line of power delivery is so much different for the big block than it is the small block. And then Randall Laurie blowing an injected 400 cuber.
Well, what is interesting, Chris, Tony Webb had a win in round 1. Laurie had a loss. Jamie Jeffries had a win in round 1. So he goes 2 from 2. None of the winners from round 1 would race against each other, so potentially we could go into round 3 with 3 guys with 2 wins.
Wow. The script, it continues to evolve. Oh boy. We've got Blower and Turbo next run 2. Timmy Cross against the Benz, but right now it is the Tirana. That's nuts. Against Tony Webb. The Blower and Tirana stands in the way of Webby's destiny to get into the final, because I still think the Webby-Timmy mighty matchup, they would not meet each other until the final if they were to be lucky enough to get there. All right, Webby's got the bulb on. Randall could go probably straight in here. No, Webby's ready. There we go, clean green now, we're down there, Webby putting the power down, 831, there you go, 31, 176 mile an hour, 044 for Laurie, whole shot on Webby, 111 for Webby, 117 the 60 foot for Webby, 118 for the Tirana.
That's quick for Webb, isn't it? Has Webb ever been in the 420s?
I don't think he's quite in the 20s yet.
That could be a PB.
31, that could very well be nearly the PB. I know he's run some 30s, but I don't know whether a 20's been there. I think Timmy's gone 26, I think, from memory. I think Timmy has gone 420 with this car. But, you know, we talk about this car being so much on that fine line. Here he is right now, testing that. Webby's passed the black belt test.
Well, the pressure on Timmy Cross now is that we've got 2 drivers in round 3 with 2 wins. So Timmy wants to keep the chances alive at the moment. He wants to get a win here against Guy Hall.
Guy Hall is ready to go.
Guy Hall in round 1 ran a 5:24. Timmy Cross was a 4:31. So Timmy's still got the low ET by 0.08 of a second over Tony Webb.
Get those guys putting thumbs up on the live stream. 789 viewers now on the stream. We might have tapped into the Netherlands. Australian Radial Racing, here it comes, round 2. Spot On Performance, Outlaw 275, Turbo, twin turbo, 440 cube, small block, Ford Cortina, and yes, it's a 69 Mercedes with an EFI, blowing big block Chevrolet. Guy Hall, Tim Cross. Timmy out like a rocket, 028 in Jasmine, through the deep end, 38. So, look, the Benz gives it up, 499 for Guy Hall. Timmy goes 028 on the lights as well. So Timmy goes 028 on the tree and goes 123 in the 60. and goes only 169 mile an hour. So he not another 180 mile an hour burst. So it's maybe safe to assume there's a little bit of power out of that. But hey, I'm no expert. I couldn't see the left-hand front wheel, that's all. There we go. So, there we go. Thank you, JP Mitchell. No, well, it said 376 cubes on the entry, where it's actually the old 481X out of Joe's car. So, there you go. We'll get it right. I'll get it right. We'll get all this info right eventually. All right, here he is. Haltech, Outlaw 235, Scott Cortina.
He got a win in round one. He was
So
meant
no
to be
Grumsy.
racing. Yeah, McKinnon.
Wow, no Grumsy.
Yeah,
It can only
McKinnon
be.
had a win in round one as well.
Wow, that can only be one thing. Have we hurt that little small block? Have we done something in the box? Grumsy's just walking around out the front there. He should be racing Scott Cortina, but he thought he'd just walk up and poke his head in to see Scott. So this is Cortina's golden opportunity. He will go 2 from 2, it's no doubt about it. Here's an opportunity to try something, see if he can't sharpen the pencil a little bit. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. There you go, he's done it. But I don't, wow, there you go, golden opportunity, didn't work. Something didn't work there. Something didn't want to do it. And that's it. He's going to just have to take that win. Oh, those guys like to have that free swing.
They do, yeah.
No radial racer I've seen has ever sort of bumped in and rolled back. You need that swing. You need that relevance.
Even the data.
You need that relevance. You need to know at that moment, do I stay with what I've got? Do I go backwards or forwards? But let's try something. And that... that could have been next round. They could have had a push in the next round. So there's something maybe on that trans brake or whatever that's just not letting that thing go. But hey, he's dodged it, and you know what? He's had a fair share of luck. He just turns up, Scott Cortina, and sometimes those circumstances work, sometimes they don't. All right, Mick Arnold back. Didn't have a really good round one. No boost. Gary Hunt beside him. Well, you don't have to wait for the boost when you're a 440 cube, massive compression, guzzling aspirated LS. It's a crazy. Janie's come in, so maybe just testing the foot pressures on it. Yeah, very well could be. All right, Gary Hunt's just going to throw this out the tree on the 235. Thanks to Haltech. Enemies Racing Australia giving away 200. He's going to come right past him there, Mick Arnold. 503. 1 from 2. Gary Hunt, 555, just with amazing regularity. We thank Enemies Racing Australia for an outstanding Outlaw 235 car. 500 payout to that. So we've got to find an outstanding one in there as well. And we've lost 2 of them, unfortunately. We lost Joey and we've lost Grumsy. So we must pick from there. And I think I've even given it to Gary in the past, being Aspo.
He's picked up the Aspo one.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got one before for being quite an outstanding car, and albeit, you know, he's not racking up win lights in there. I mean, he'd be deadly in Renegade again. He's always been deadly when he went 550 in Renegade, but wants to go in and get into the Outlaw class, just like Jan Kudnik came in from there. He had to go in 275 and now has dropped the tyre size. Alex Bamford beside him, so 400 cube small blocks, both sides. One with a turbo and a bit of nitrous, that's the white one. I think the turbo's still in the boot. Bamford's, I think, still somewhere under that HQ bonnet. One went 523 today, nearly 4,000 pounds on pump gas on a 235.
Or Bamford, 026 light, Goodnick 482. Goodnick's coming back at him. Is there enough track? There isn't.
Oh, wow.
7 thousandths of a second win margin there for Bamford. That's the closest race we've had today, 0.007 across the finish line.
And one will look at that reaction time deficit and see that he got plain gapped, absolutely gapped by Alex Bamford. And look, one, he was hauling him down, and the 660 racing means that you can't, there's not a lot of margin for error there. You don't have that much room to haul him in. He did a good job, but yeah, 7 thousandths short.
Well, Bamford's gone 2 from 2.
There you go. Wow. Just goes to prove the percentage.
Yes.
Here we go. OG 315 thanks to Lotus Caravans. And how's this for a matchup? A HR panel van. Turbo, twin turbo, I'm assuming we are LS. Could be genuine small block. Marcus Page, 572 cubes of nitrous sniffing Mopar big block in a hot rod. Street registered in New Zealand, bro. Oh, that's all the HR. It's got wheelies on its mind. It's Marcus Page that's got wind lights on his mind. 500. An earlier 500 with a 5. There's a 500 with a 7. And a 498 with a 6 previous run. That's 2 from 2 for Marcus Page. Is that correct?
Yeah, Marcus got 2 from 2. Went 496 in round 1 as well. Okay, who we got now? Glenn Finnegan and Stephen Carkeet. Round 1. Carkeet had a loss, went a 5:41. Glenn Finnegan had a loss, an 8-second pass. So Carkeet ran a 5:18 in qualifying though. So he can run to that low 5-second zone. Finnegan, he ran a 5:40, so he's in that mid 5-second zone. One of these drivers is going to get their first win of the day.
Can we get Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes? Round 2, Renegade and Ruckus. All right, Carkeet. Oh, he got out Finnegan. Left it to dead on the line. This is going to be the best run for Finnegan so far. 5:23. Gets one down. 5:23 to a quicker 5:19 by virtue of a massive hole shot for Glenn Finnegan. Left Steve Carkeet right there. Steve got the thing across the ground again. 5:19 for the EH. What were those two classes again, Keith? What did we have?
It was Renegade and Ruckus.
Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes, please, for round 2. Renegade and Ruckus to the lanes for round 2. OG 315. We have Impact Ground Services also chipping in 500 tonight for the outstanding OG 315 car. So Impact Ground Services, thank you for that. Lotus Caravans, thank you, George. Lotus Caravans winner pays a K in this, and runner-up 500. So thank you very much. And OG very well populated. I know when we take Kenda back to Sydney, we'll load those OG classes up. We'll be chomping at the bit to get every OG 315 and 275 car in there. And we'll bring a ton from Queensland too. Simon Graham, Michael Nichols. Now Nichols, I think from memory, went well in round 1. Simon needs to get a win here to stay in it. They're doing everything right. They get these things in. They're lighting them both up. Oh, look at them bump. Everybody else got a little bit more power away. That's so tight to the finish line. Can't put the light on. Simon can't get the win light on there. It's a 489. He was a better reaction time. 0.180 to a 308. A 489 run for Nichols. There we go. They're all starting to really sharpen up here. Get a little bit more out of these cars. 142 mile an hour. 505. Actually, Simon Graham, best today for them. I know that car's been at the forms, deep in the forms, 505 so far. That track has got plenty. And here he is, the Ute.
Well, Horan, he was meant to obviously be against Giovanni, who had the big issues obviously in round 1.
Right, okay.
But Horan will go 2 from 2 once he turns on this win light. Horan in round 1 went a 461, so they're starting to find some form as well. They've been sneaking up on it all day. They ran 5.0 in qualifying, then a 461 with a pedal for Horan in the Toyota. So he will go 2 from 2. I think that'll make him and Michael Nichols as the only two drivers with two. Oh, and Marcus Page. So Marcus Page, Michael Nichols, and James Horan will go into round 3 all with 2 wins.
Dave Reed, he is just snapping these photos of this panel van. He could sell Aaron probably 1 million photos. Even that as a poster. Look at that wheel stand, and the wastegate's just flaming there in the wheel stand. Come on, James. OG 315. Whoa. The beast is back. 480. For a very, very loose 480, but 114 in the 60. I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see that thing back because it is an animal. And when he gets that all sorted again, it is going to be good. It's starting to work that stuff. I think he had a bit of power taken out just through a bit of a spot there, and just the application and reapplication of that power just goes to show how much is really under that foot, a fair bit.
Well, that brings a close to round 2 and OG 315, thanks to the guys at Lotus Caravans. Now we're going to move into OG 275, Outlaw Performance Exhaust, supporting this bracket. First pairing out will be Steve Farrelly in the VL, Trent Bimble in the VL, Bimble in the white VL, Farrelly in the red. Let's have a look at their first round of racing between these two. Bimble got a win with a 475. Farrelly had a loss with a 492.
All right, OGL, red light for Bimble, and Farrelly gets one. He gets one this time. It'll be a good one too. Barra-powered VL Commodore, 489 to the 8 at 145 mile an hour, 118 to 60. But Brimble, yeah, it just didn't get in. Had that little staging foobar and did not get it. Now, interesting comment here from UFO Sorcery Engineering. Definitely to check how much it can cost to bring the white Jester to participate in the dragway or at a Kenda 660. That's some big time stuff to bring the white Jester. Well, the boogeyman's here. We've got the Grinch. The white Jester might have to come over from the Netherlands, driven by a Frenchman. We'd like to see that. I know freight's a bit of a killer at the moment, but you know what? If you maybe a few more of you guys get a container together, book some holidays, and we'll try and get you. We'll try and look after you the best way that we would treat any of our guys, and that's like VIPs. All right, here we go. OG275, Rob Armstrong, Gary Dare, turbo small blocks, one in a hatchback, one in a nano. Oh, Gary, got stuff enough time to lead on Rob Armstrong, but he didn't need too much. It was a pretty horrific 1.55 reaction time, but a 5:49 is a good number. In fact, it's his best number. It looks like he ran he ran a 5:62.
He went 5:43 in round 1. Gary.
So there we go.
OG 275. We've got 19 cars in this class. Next up, Ricky Fenwick to take on Tanya Thompson.
Oh,
Tanya had the line.
Yeah, Tanya had the transmission cooler line the previous round. She's already sort of from behind, none from one. Ricky, I think, did Ricky get there for a win in the first round?
No, a loss.
Oh, he's up against Guy King, went 5:01 on him, while Ricky had to take the long way round in PSI Prem. So Turbo LS, both sides of the racetrack here. The Premier, driven by Ricky Fenwick tonight. Tanya Thompson, 1 cubic inch more, 377 for her. Turbo LS, EFI Parts Australia, of course. Look at this, 5:07 for Tanya, 5:04 for Ricky. So on paper, identical performances out of these two Holdens. It's now about who races the best right now. Dave Reed just showing off with these photos. Showing off.
Oh, hold on to Tanya should get the win. Here he goes. 5:01, 132 mile an hour for the win.
5:01 at 132 mile an hour. And yeah, Ricky won 6.3 in the 60. It was all over on the hit for him. Tanya moved out like a rocket, a 102 light, not too shabby, and you hear that thing through the exhaust system. It's a different sound altogether. It goes rocketing down through the pipes. That's almost OG to be through the pipes, and that's 1 from 2 for her. However, OG 275 has a matchup. I'm frothing for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm frothing for this one. It's 3RZ against LS. And Hoff's getting some love out of this thing tonight. He's got this thing just about dialed in. You don't need any more. Well, I honestly thought he could only go 235 in that car, and it very well still may only be a 235, but he's opted to go 275. I don't know. I don't think that car could possibly swallow a 275. Let's have a look at them. I'd have to ask I'll have to ask Lukey, the previous owner, he's owned it at one stage, could you fit a 275? It just doesn't look like there's any room in there. But if he's a 235 fighting against all the 275 cars, well, power to him. And really, technically, it fits right into because it is it's not an OG 235 car because we haven't invented that category yet. So it could have gone Outlaw 235, but it's still street car that he drives. So it's like, well, I'm an OG car, but I can't fit a 275. So he's in there. He might only be in a 255 or a 235, but he's going to fight with what he's got. And Johnny Elf's beside him. We're up for a great matchup. OG 275. Oh, Hoff goes to Terry again. Oh, that wheel doesn't come down on that Corolla. 519 and another red light for Hoff's collection. Johnny Elf's gets out of jail free. A 628 will be the win. Is that 2 from 2 for Johnny?
Yeah, he went 472 in round 1. That's the low ET of the bracket so far.
So winning round 1, winning round 2. Hoff lights the cherry up. Again, it's that little left front wheel that wants to get yanked up all the time when he pulls the button off. And off it goes. Taking the guard beam out again and a minus 107 cherry. So Hoff's trying out there. It's not like he's not trying. He's had a crack at the tree, and on a pro tree, it's so hard to cut these big lights. But have a look at some of the ones that have come out tonight. Jeff Rice, Disco Dean. So Jeff Rice an 026. Disco Dean an 022. Wade Wagstaff an 017. Timmy Cross an 028. Alex Bamford an 026. And Joe Gauchi 014. That's been some of our heads-up Pro Tree real steel cars letting the button go on the Pro Tree, and they're the lights we're getting there. That'll put any pro driver in the world would dream for some of those lights. All right, more to come. Mark Trelau, 551 for the Sunbird. I'm going to call it a Sunbird hatch now.
Well, Trelau had a win in round 1.
Yep.
And Michael Bazil did not.
All right, so Bazil not yet to rack one up. It's now time to see if he can pick it back here.
And looking at what these guys ran in qualifying, Trelau was a 551, Michael Bazil was a 550. 100. Separating the two cars.
All right, it's time to light these things up. Oh, that's too deep. Hold it right there. Hold it right there. Oh, we're away. Whoa. Whoa, get that. Hold on to that roof rack, Barry. Whoa, boy. Lucky we didn't have the thing loaded with suitcases. They'd be all over the start line. Wow, that was a bit spectacular. Let's roll in. Let's bump in. Drop the beam out. And stay right there as you're trying to keep you cool. As Michael's had some issues, he's pushing the clubby back. Is there a little leakage or breakage there that stopped him going any further? I'm sorry, I was distracted by the roof rack at 45-degree angle to the start line.
Well, I was expecting Michael to take off, but he had issues, obviously.
I'd have issues too if I had a bloody thing like that with a roof rack beside me. So it continues to throw out. It's just an overabundance of excitement. Every run, we're seeing something even more different.
Well, we've already got 3 drivers going into round 3 with 2 wins.
All right. So to UFO Sorcery in the Netherlands, this is for you. This is a Barra Fest for you guys, right? So here we go. Have a bit of this for inspiration all the way over in the Netherlands watching on the Overtaking Lane stream. We have a KE20 Corolla. What's that, 68, 69? It's got a Barra engine in it. Yes, it's in there. Trust us, we've checked. Beside him is Goran Ivanovic, who's got the Ford Cortina with the Barra in it. And I must say, out of all the Barra swaps you see, a Cortina Barra swap looks almost factory. I mean, it's barely in there, but you look at it and you go, wow. The DNA still matches because, you know, we had cross-flow powered Cortinas. So essentially the whole short motors basic architecture dates back to those early and even non-cross-flow Cortinas with the big 200 6-cylinder in them. That DNA still makes that a pretty much a legit factory deal with a Barra in it, a later model 6-cylinder Ford engine in that Cortina. And I love a good Cortina Barra conversion. All right, so on paper they're within 700ths of each other in performance. So now it's a case of do we do dueling wheel stands? Shall we see?
Our guy was a little bit quicker in round 1. He got a win with a 5:01. Goran actually lost in round 1 with a 5:14.
Always code both bulbs on, guy. Get ready. No one's going anywhere yet. Oh, Goran goes for all power wheel stand. It's going to be all Guy King there. He went in. I don't know whether that was all deliberate or not, but Guy kind of went bang bang, and which in a way would have put himself in the line of fire, like not to come in with anything lit yet. They didn't have anything lit. He got onto it pretty quick. Goran didn't light and bump him. So Goran was stuck there with both bulbs on and not up. So it's just funny how each pass just has a little idiosyncrasy in there that just mixes it up. Just mixes it up. And how about this one? Two guys, they always pit together. They're very, very good mates. They love their Commodores, and they've had them for a long, long time. The history between these two guys with their cars. Doug Day and Brett Benz. I would say, I haven't asked them, but I would assume it's 20 plus years these guys have been with these cars in various combos. I know Doug went Turbo 3.0 a fair while ago when Benzie went through a blow-off. He went through the gas Holden V8 stage, the blown and injected stage, and now he's into the turbo evolution. And he was number 1 qualifier, the 476. But you know what? Him and Doug are going to have a good old ding-dong battle here between the two in round 2. Benzie's got a win. Has Doug got a win? I think he has too.
Both these guys have got wins in round 1.
All right, so this matters. Well, it's all settled in the first hit. 119 and a 60 for Benzie, and they were nearly identical off the tree. 477 with a 7 for Benzie. Great run for him. 153 mile an hour. Yeah, 091 light for Benzie. 101 light there for Dougie. So they both let it go at about the same time, and then bang, in an instant, it was Goldie off and beyond. 477 with a 7. 153 mile an hour. Benzie 2 from 2. You're starting to load up that third round there to see who's coming in.
Well, I can tell you that in round 3, I will have at least 2 drivers, minimum 2 drivers with 3 wins already. And we've still got more pairings to go here in round 2.
Can we get Renegade round 2 to the lanes, please? Renegade round 2 to the lanes, please. Renegade to round 2.
Jack Danaher now. He lost in round 1 with a 514 in the Nova, taking on Peter Faulkner in the VH Commodore. Round 1, both drivers with losses in round 1, so someone will get their first win of the day here. Will it be the Nova? Will it be the Commodore? That is the question.
There you go. So the word was that Hoff had a 25500, I think, when he first got it. All right, Peter Faulkner and Jack Danaher. Oh, I love it.
Well, actually, they're both going to get a win here because they went with the racing.
All right, so this is a paired solo. Oh, and Danaher. Oh, we like it when that happens. They're both going to get a win because their opponents didn't show. So that's a paired solo. So a win for Jack and a 515 with a 6, and a win for Peter, a 525 with a 4. Nearly identical to the 60 again, a VH and a Nova, 130 to a 129. Peter Faulkner's really come on with this car and really making some progress. And you got to hand it to us. We've got, again, if you ever were to challenge the country into who's got the baddest small tyre Commodores, oh my God. That'd be a big battle if you ever was able to raise the gauntlet to everyone in the country that's got bad, tough ones. And I can think of a whole bunch of interstaters that would be sort of right there if the time was right. But, OG 275 is a perfect place to where they could all battle. Dan Purnell on his own. Did he even just throw that light then, or he's just going to get ready? I think he wants to send it. And again, as we said, you'd want to send it. You want to send it to just get that data and see if you can't tweak it a bit more. See if it likes it and give it more. 5:52 for him, so improving again. Great number, great number. UFO Sorcery Engineering says 6 cylinders from Aussie are deadly like Huntsman Spider. The thing is the Huntsman Spider is not that deadly. But the Barras are. 6 cylinders from Australia are deadly. The Huntsman are scary, yes, scary, big and scary, but if you were locked in a room with a Huntsman Spider and you had to fight it out to the death, you're walking out of there laughing. You just got to thong him. Just thong him. They're deadly. While they're deadly when you don't see them, they're deadly when they run across the ceiling, but it's only because you're going to trip over and break your neck running away from it. That's the only way you'll die from a Huntsman Spider. Is if you trip over on the way out. All right.
Radial Renegade time.
Renegade, break out the pyro mark, Alan. We've got to go round 2 here. Hope you're enjoying wherever you're watching it, from the grandstands, from the pits, from the live stream, in your sheds, garages or homes, right around the world. And we are around the world. We're in the Netherlands, we're in the UK, we're in the United States. Howdy! Welcome to good old little Willowbank, South Georgia. The Radial State, Queensland, the Radial State. Big shout out to all of our interstaters. We want to hang with you guys again. So, we will Kenda with you guys in the future. You know we want to. Racing Jason, 568 in qualifying. Daniel Hookman, 570 in qualifying. So this 550 index, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, pays 1,000 to win, 500 the runner-up.
Oh, they're both going to get a win here.
All right. Is this a paired solo?
Yep.
Oh, yes, a bit of attrition. Really, both sides, we love it that way. Look at that. 564 and a 567. So when because we don't like solo runs, if there are 2 guys that were supposed to run someone and they dropped out, we will pair them. We pick it up. The old CompuLink doesn't like picking it up, but we pick it up.
It's funny, those guys actually have to race each other in round 3.
Oh, well, there you go. Who's that?
Hookman and Chisotti, and they both got 2 wins.
Oh, there you go. So that was a little test run to go and race each other in the next one. All right, here we go. Disco D and Trappy. So for UFO Sorcery, here's another one for the book. Barra-powered Ford Escort panel van. That's right. I know you're losing your mind in the Netherlands right now. He goes, I sat up on my sofa and time to pops up a beer. Well, you better, son. We're going to keep with you for the rest of the night, our friends in the Netherlands. I don't know what time is it over there, by the way. Just asking on the stream, what time is it, UFO Sorcery in the Netherlands? Let us know. All right, Bump City, baby. You got to bump this Barra in. Disco Dean having a crack. Oh, whole shot and a wheel stand. And Trappy blows the tyres off it. Disco goes 575 and gets off it so he doesn't go too fast. That's 2 great lights from Disco. That's an 016 for Disco. That's now, we almost got a full run there. 014 from Joe, 016 from Disco, 017 from Wade. So these guys are cutting these lights, and a good win to him. But yeah, Trappy just overstepped the mark. It's got 581 cubes and some spray, I think, and he couldn't make the big Chevy hook up then. So is that Disco 2 from 2?
Disco's gone 2 from 2. We've got 3 drivers already, and it's round 3 with 2 wins.
Wow, so that's 2 for Racing Jason, 2 for Hookman, and 2 for Disco D. So this 3rd round is important. Here comes Super Bad, Mitch Hamilton.
And Aris Cantoli. Both.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, both these guys had a loss in round 1. Cantoli, though, went a 5-5-0.
And lost. That 4G63, Dano's got plenty of mumbo, but so's the Combo. Oh, look at that. 551 with a 3 beats a 551 with an 8. The margin of victory is only a 10th, but how tight is that race, Mark? 551 with a 3 beats 551 with an 8. So it's 5:19 a.m. Saturday morning in Illinois. Thank you, guys. Let us know where you are. It's 12:19 in the Netherlands. I'm assuming that's just lunchtime-ish in the Netherlands. What are you going to hook into for a bit of lunch there in the Netherlands? 3:20 a.m. on the North California coast. So Mopar Man, 3:20 a.m. on the NorCal coast. So here, of course, it's 20 past 8 on a Saturday night, and we're having a great old time. 5:19 a.m. as we said in Illinois. So wherever you're watching on the stream, let us know what time it is, where you are, and where you're from and what time it is. All right, Jason Sang, Craig Scotney. Scotney needs a win here, I think. He's been stuck at the 570. Sang is buried right on that 550 index. Now, Nitrous LS. And second round for these guys. Renegade. Oh, Greg there. A whole shot for Scotney. Gets a question. May not have enough. But Sengi goes 551 with a 2. 551 with a 2. Takes out a 573 with a 2. Now that's 2 573s with a 2 Scotney's run. So you're crunching numbers over here, Mark Allen, and Sengi getting one in there. So that's a win and so Sengi round 3, a loss and a win. Disco Dean a win and a win. Racing Jason and Hookham a win and a win. All right.
All right, Matthew Rogan in the Camaro taking on Brent Coles in the RX-7.
Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, please, Mark. Rumble and Rebels to the lanes, round 2, please. Rumble and Rebels to the lanes. Sorry, Colsey and Rogues.
Colsey had a loss in round 1, ran a 571. Rogan had a win with a 592.
Rogan, 579 for Brent, and Rogan gets, is that another win for Rogan? I think he had a win in the previous round.
Yeah, he did, so he's gone 2 from 2 as well.
Brent's not punching out too many win lights, but he's getting those good ETs by not stuffing people on the Pro Chi around and just getting his number in his own time, and it's working. The car is working really well. Jaden Sang is back. He's up against Turbo Troy in round 2. LS powered VH Commodores, the pick of the pairings. And yeah, Turbo Troy creeping into the 560s now. 564, 566. Jaden though, 550 with a 4 and then a 548 with a 9. You don't want to run a 548 right now. You need that 550 or slower. The 550 index in Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools category is a 550 index. We've got to thank Macca as well from Suspension Dynamics, giving us 500 for the most outstanding Renegade car at the end of the night. And of course, Kenda's 500 went to our closest qualifier today. Oh, quickly, Greg, he's on the 3 and 063 to an 077. Turbo Troy's got him right there. 56 beats a 58. Another great race. 68 thousandths a second at the end. What a great race. Absolutely glued together the whole way down. Troy's going to love it. He won't mind losing that race to the kid. A 556 to a 558. He's got that car right down where he wants it in Renegade Turbo Troy. I mean, Jaden, as we said, you know, driving Dad's car, it's been 440s, that car, and slowing it down's been just as challenging as it is to try and get a 440 out of it. But young Jaden, just starting out, come from Junior Dragster, straight into the Radial car. He's already won a gold Christmas tree in Pro Radial here a couple of weeks ago at a 400 Thunder event.
Well, that's sweet. Bradley Lynch, he was scheduled to race Chizotti, who ran in this round.
Oh, really?
At the start of the session.
Right.
I'm not too sure what to do with this.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it either.
I'm just going to write down Lynch. Question mark on it.
626 for Bradley. Did Bradley win in round 1?
Well, yeah, that's probably...
He
had a loss, so
okay,
he won't
so
manage
let's
because we've got heaps of drivers with 2 wins. So.
Yeah, so even if he racks it up as a win in the second round, it's still 1 from 2. For now, we let it slide and we continue on. Simon O'Carroll now
moving
and Sean
Radio
Helson.
Ruckus.
This is Ruckus, and we thank again RC Metalcraft. They're giving us 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. We also got to thank the tile re-glue injection method, or TRIM, T-R-I-M, South East Queensland, outstanding ruckus car for 500, and Kenda tyres closest to their qualifying time pays the 500 bonus as well, which we've already got names. We've kept those names, haven't we? We've got them there. Is that the...
Yep.
That's the notes.
Squiggly lines. We'll just keep those.
Yeah, make sure we don't lose those. We've got a lot of money to give away. There's a lot of pressure here, Mark. A lot of pressure to make sure we get this money all the way. Simon sends the tyres, so does Helson, does it? Simon just blows the tyres off. That blower's got plenty on the hit. 81 with a 1. Very stout Aspo small block. Sean Helson goes 581 on that 580 index. And that's a nice one from him. He's just about settled into the sweet spot. Had a couple of cracks at it today, 579 and a 578. And then there's an 81 with a 1. Yeah, this class just suits that certain car that just gets right on that number, and it's a great number. The Radial Ruckus 580 index. Couple more to come out. We've asked for Rumble and Rebels. We've asked for Rumble and Rebels, so
they should be in the lanes.
Yeah,
they'll
we've
be,
asked them to go
they'll
to the
be up
lanes.
very shortly.
They know we're not backing off. We're going to run these 3 rounds. Well, this is round 2 of everything, and then we're going to get round 3 of everything done, and then we're going to knock our finals over. We're doing very well. We're going very well in all categories. Doing very well. I keep saying I'm doing very well. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here.
Luke Cullen now and Kevin Brown.
Here we go. Mitchell Kingston just on the stream here from WA, 624 in WA. And yeah, from the UK here as well. Got the US folks in there, and yeah, plenty of people watching the stream. Kevin Brown, Luke Cullen at 580 matters here. 092 to 199. They're legging these things out the back door. 19's going to do it. 619, super safe. 619 was mega safe. I think they'll both turn the tyres a little bit off the line. But there he goes. All right, here he is. The little 3RZ Lexus. Nick Baxter, 3RZ Turbo. 599 with a 7. Dave Hamilton says it's 8:28 p.m. downstairs. Thank you. Wherever you're from. We did say wherever you're from, let us know. Oh, he's racing pretty hard tonight. Baxter, although this time Craig Stokes has found the mojo with the big block, but it won't be enough. An 01 beats an 02. Wow, an 01 beats an 02. 601, 115 beats a 602, 113. Just so cash about how tight this racing has become, Mark. It's worn us out. How do you build the intensity up when it's just so good?
Next up, we got Jeff Rice and Lee Ellison.
That was not a bad Raubs coming in. They're trying to be Raubs.
So these guys are both going to get wins.
All right, so paired solo. 592 for Jeff, not bad. 633 for Lee Ellison. So tick him up, get him into round 3 a bit later on.
Lee Ellison goes 2 from 2.
All right, here's Carkeet. Now he went smack on last time from memory. Reese Carkeet and Mark Biffin.
It's going to be another double win.
All right, so paired solo. Some of their seedings. Tail of the tape. 583 to win. A 640 to win. They can both up. All right, Hot Rod wanted to know who this guy was. He goes, who's this Cumna? He says, who's this... And I said, that's the big block in the panel van. And he goes, I better go and introduce myself. I said, I think he already knows you. You're Hot Rod Williams. All right, blown and injected. This is one for the guys in the Netherlands. This Hot Rod is a blown and injected cross-flow Falcon. Now, it's a pushrod engine, but based on the Barra, the precursor to the Barra, even before the single overhead cam engine. So this is back in the old pushrod days. Blown and injected, Hot Rod. That's the whole Hot Rod's got to be careful right now. Hot Rod making all that horsepower. 648. I think that's 2 from 2 for the Hot Rod.
You would be correct. And coming number 617 for the loss.
That little cross flow is making plenty of steam tonight. Here we go, Ali Farah and Harper. Michael Harper and Ali Farah. We are in Rumble, thanks to, geez, they just keep bringing them up. It's going to be seamless. The all-over group, and Fan, and it's Ali Farah and Mick Harper, and the light goes for the win for Mick Harper, 663 to Ali's 675. Can we get Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please? Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial round 3 to the lanes, please. So, Mark, you've gone a few ticks here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up, mate. They're going through quickly.
Yes, well, we're in the all-over group, Radial Rumble 640 category now. Now, the all-over group gives us 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up to this category. Race Bolts have given us 500 for the outstanding Radial Rumble car. And, of course, the 500 already has gone to someone for that. I think it was Shane Locke with a 50 on a 50. But here we go. He's in deep. It was Edward Woodham. Get out for the whole shot. Wasn't the result he's looking for. Gary Green goes through for a 47. Starts to sharpen it up here in Rumble. The all-over group Rumble category. The 640s are coming. And remember, that's right, James Bayliss is educating everyone about the history of the Falcon 6-cylinder. Went 250 cross-flow, Intech, single AV cam, then Barra. That's right. But even went to the old pre-crossflow engines and, you know, the 188s, the 170s. Daryl Beavis now and Mick Nason. Oh, he crept in there, Daryl Beavis. He was ready to let it rip. This time he got out still the whole shot over Nick. Mick Nason goes to the stripe just behind him. Daryl, 658, beats the 667. He ran some 668s today, did Daryl Beavis. That's 3 of them now. And a 666. That's a glove box full of great time slips right there. Hey, remember, bring your 3 most consistent time slips from racing to the trophies and you can win that $500 store credit. Thanks to Performance Wholesale Australia. Barney Lindner back, Chris Sword back. Chris has got it in the stage. Stay there, Chris. Barney gets out nicely. 487, he's going to get out to the stripe. Barney, 45 to a 32, pushes. Now Sword's now finally drawn the full blade and has gone 632. Too fast. Barney nails one. How did Barney go in round 1? I don't think he had much luck in round 1.
No,
Yeah, 39 with an O, that's right. Oh, here's the other guy that might just, well, both these guys. There's 20 heavy hitters out of 25 in Rumble.
Luke
Hauser
and Shane Locke.
KE70 Corolla, Turbo Buick V6, Shane Locke. I think a good old-fashioned Chevy-powered Chevy bar. Oh, brings that power in there. What a great battle side by side. Come on, boys. Right to the stripe. 45 beats a 54. He needed a 41 or better, Luke Hauser there. The reaction time, he did what he could on the line. He outreacted Locke, but Locke too sharp, 645. Benny Dreyer now and Nathan Peters. Peters, 664s in qualifying, 647 for Benny Dreyer in qualifying. We are here in Rumble round 2. Trying to bring the boost up. We've got to count. He got out, he's just pedalled it out of there. Now, performance-wise, it's not enough to probably catch Benny Dreyer, 641. That's a tough number.
That's tight.
That's the number you need next round. If you're trying to fight for a place in the final of any of these fixed index classes, you need to be right on that 640 in round 3. You may not even get in there with a 43 we've seen. I think we knocked a guy back for a 43 once to get in the final. All right, Johnny Payne back. John Nason back as well. There's 1,145 cubes on the line. Just thought I'd mention that as a fun fact. 640 for the Ute, 505 for the Payne's got the hang of it. He's got so much of it. 640. That's our biggest engine today, being 640. I don't think we've had anything bigger than that. Oh, no, that'll do. 656, the win there for John. They were seated together, were they?
Yep.
All right, what about Michael Grillis and Kim Upton.
Yep, they are racing each other.
All right, Kim, you got a Holden's Big Valiant in. I think it is a Turbo 318 in it. I think it is actually got the 318 Mopar small block in it. Michael Grillis, I think we are all Holden V8 with a bit of spray. Running here in the Rumble 640 group. And nails. He's out there this time. Watch that 640, 57, no doubt about it. 57, is that 2 for Mick, or how did he go in the first round? I'm having a quick look.
They're going so quick for me. So Grillis, he had 2 wins. So
all right, so it's going to get tight again, boys. You better all run closer. There'll be a few breakouts in round 3, just trying to make it to the final. It's go quick or die trying. Justin Gall and Jay Jurgensen, 45 and 46 in qualifying. We'll just hold them up for the moment, I wonder. Got them both standing at these beautiful machines. Have a look at this thing of Jay Jorgensen.
I wonder what they ruled on Jay Jorgensen in round 1. Because that's the one where one of the competitors jumped out. Both of them went.
That's right. It was like a bit of a non-race. We're just putting that down for a sec. And just going for a wander out there just to see. All righto, so we just got some calls down the deep end. Thank you, Craig. Got the spotters out everywhere giving us the live updates. Is the Valiant had a moment down the end. The Valiant went for a bit of a movement. Whether or not that's just jumping on the brake. Looks like we're all good. We're back underway on the start line. Geez, that was... Oh, it just keeps coming at us, the drama. Drama keeps coming at us, Mark Allen.
Well, at the moment, looks like Justin Gall's in front here. Goes through, takes a win 642.
Yeah, you're going to need that. Tonight, folks, I think you're going to need that. In any of these categories, you're going to be need to be near that magic number come the 3rd round. Justin Gall getting a win, 642 with a 4. 648 was an effort by Jorgensen. Troy Hutton, Paul Allen.
Well, that looks like that's going to be a win for both drivers by the looks of this, yep.
All right, whack them up as a paired solo. The win to Troy Hutton, the win to Paul Allen. They make it easy because sometimes we do have the Hilly, Hilly's in the 80 class, so Hilly just had that. He threw the cat amongst the pigeons by withdrawing with engine damage, so that sort of gave paired solos in there. Started opening it up for that anyway. So Troy Hutton and Paul Allen with the wins. Oh, here he is. Now, as soon as I see Lucas Holtz, I know we are talking about Radial Rebels. The 7 flat index brought to us by Kenda, Taiwan. Hello, everyone watching in Taiwan. Winner, $1,000, 500 the runner-up. Advanced Drive Group giving us 500 for the most outstanding Rebel car. Both boys are just, hold on, what are we doing? We haven't dropped the times haven't come out. Righto, we've got to pull them back. Oh, here we go. This is a bit of instant leave. There we go. I would have yelled at me. That's like a bit of a no prep Kings launch, isn't it? You're in, but it's an instant green. Oh, Lucas.
Gone 2.
Oh, Lucas. And look at that. 706 beats a 699 breakout. Lucas, and that's the thing about 8 Mile racing, 660 racing. You get to see when you've lost and what you ran, and he'll be going, damn it. Here we go. Oh, poop. All right, it's going to be tough here too. Tony Rogers and Murray Flay. That was a bit, yeah. Oh, Phantom Ambers. Oh, Tim. Tony Rogers threw a Phantom Amber, but he did get it. He did nail it, Murray Flay. He still managed to get on the board, 722. Oh, that was so close to Murray not having a go. That would have been another run where it's like, well, what happened? We said, well, we don't know. He jumped. I went with him. He suckered me in. That's 3 times today. We call that the Bermuda Triangle move. That's literally, come with me to the Bermuda Triangle. Where's that? What Bermuda Triangle? How good's that? I'm jumping. You should jump too. And we've seen that 3 times tonight. That's 3 blinks. That's 3 blink instances tonight with the Phantom Ambers. You almost need to get the aircon back on, Mark. He's trying to regulate his temperature in here. He's working up a bit of steam in here. Richard Field now and Philip Petrovic. This is again pointy end, thread the needle deal about who gets the best advantage going into round 3. Tied on the tree. Oh, 7:10 beats the 33. 7:10 beats the 33. There we go. Now that Matthew Salmon and Kyle Wills coming to do battle in this 7 flat. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Final call. Final call. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. Outlaw Radial to the lanes, please. You know, if they're calling them, I'm going to call the others too. So you should be rolling as well. Outlaw 275. Outlaw 275 to the lanes too. Outlaw 235 to the lanes. And let's call the OGs up. OG 315 and 275. You can make your way to the lanes for round 3. Let's get round 3 done for you guys. Outlaw Radial, Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315 and OG 275. First call for those guys. Second, the final call for Outlaw Radial. All right, Beth Mansfield French and Michaelia race each other. The ladies are on board here. In the Rebel class, here we go, Rebel. Rebel brought to us by Kenda. Clean Green's been better with the Capri. She's going to get a win. She gets that win. An 89 beats a 69. That's an effective whole shot win for Beth Mansfield French in this great 7 flat category. Radial Rebels, round number 2. We'll be nearly getting them back around for round number 3. All straight in. Straight in, no kissing, just hanging. Straight in, and straight back out, and a win, 7:30. So we're starting to just see who might. We got any WWs? We do. Phil Petrovic, Brett Page. Oh yeah, Murray Flay, Matthew Salmon. There's a few that are going to have to fight real hard in that 3rd round to make the final. Boy, it turns out at the beginning of the day, oh, welcome everyone, come on in, it's everyone can race. And at the end of the day, sorry mate, you missed out by 3,000. It's tough. Sorry about that, pal. Isn't it? We cheer you up, we spit you out, we put you through the adrenaline tumble dryer, and you come out the other end and go, wow, I missed my first final by 3,000. It can happen. It could very well happen. Kim Bean and Declan. Now, Declan, be a gentleman here. Oh, I was about to say ladies first. Anyway.
He's got to worry about the break-ins.
It's too much, Declan. It's too much. It's maybe not. There we go. His first win, 720. Kim zings the tyres off the tray back and recovers to a 758 at 100. But yeah, Declan was rolling to a 720 on that 700. Well, that means a bit of sled action. Outlaw Radial to the lanes. Outlaw 275 to the lanes. OG 275, 315 to the lanes. Outlaw 235 as well. Start making way to the lanes. We're rubbing the track. And we will be back for round 3 for more.
guys that you're going to want to watch. So get your cameras out, get ready. Let's be a good show straight after this.
Gotcha, mate. Yeah, it's free racing straight to pit lane about half an hour. No worries.
Mr. Commodore putting up one hell of a smoke show. Look at it go.
into round 3, the final round here at the Kenda Drag Radial Series. Outlaw Radial on track, of course brought to us by FuelTech USA and Race Parts Melbourne. Chris Diggle's back up here. You ran,
This
mate.
looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me because we need another controversy because it feels so empty with that Kenda 660. I made that up on the way up to the work. Frankie's sent me a message with something playing over the speakers. I don't know. I'll have to. Frankie, is that relevant for me to watch now or we'll have to watch later? Right. Here we are. Back in this chestnut. Who's fighting for a place in the final right now, Mark Allen?
All right, let's have a look at the tail of the tape.
Joe's in with the chance.
George Shevsky's gone win-loss. Joe Gauchi's gone win-win.
Bump City, baby. Oh, Joe, it's on, it's on, it's on. Joe Gauchi, 403, 196. He got it all done. 112 in the 60, 038 light. And Joe Gauchi goes...
he goes 3 from 3.
3 from 3. What did we say only a matter of hours ago when he zinged the tyres 3 times in a row in qualifying, Mark Allen? We said, well, that's not the best start to a day that that didn't start that well. It's like, well, how do you end the day? So, well, I do remember that man finishing the day very similar to this. Rising from nothing to the top. Kai McPhee, I'm not going to keep rapping. I got nothing left. You do another Eminem rap or something, is it? Wow.
Well, looking at Johnny Rickles now in the rock.
Oh! I don't think we've seen this run. I don't think we've seen this matchup happen yet, but here it is. 2 of our, well, they are the tippity top of the pots when it comes to what rocks and the light pots. Kai McPhee.
Don't encourage him.
I'm not going to do it, Kai.
Don't encourage him.
The Boogeyman against the Caravan. Lotus Caravans, Daniel Sabolik's 565 cubic inches. Fighting the Boogeyman, Andrew Zeta, 564 cubic inches. Both heavy pro-judged. So let's get ready to...
So Sabolik's was low ET of round 2 with that 385.
What can we see here? Is so, mate, I'm on my second bucket of drool and it's only been 20 seconds. And some people say that's a new record for you, Nicholas, and so I've seen. Look at this. New Camaro, 69 Camaro. Single-handedly, these two guys have said, oh yeah, I am in my dream place. Now! Oh, both boys, side by side, 382, 386! Sabolik's does not get the win because it's Zada on the whole shot. An 86 beats an 82. 2 wins on whole shot tonight for the Boogeyman, is that right? Well, if it's not,
whole shot win.
Here's the happy boys. They're all happy. You're all happy. We're happy. Everyone in Radial Land, we're happy. These boys are getting what they want. They're getting what they deserve, and that's the racing that we know. Outlaw Radial and Kenda 660 brings every single time we lay that rotator.
I'm going to set up this. Joe Gauchi, 3 wins, 3 starts. He's got one hand. It would be either Wade Wagstaff or Johnny Ricker or Andrew Sater to face off against him. If Johnny Ricker wins this race, he's in the final with Joe Gauchi.
Oh, you're kidding me.
If Wade Wagstaff wins this race, then it goes on a count back to low ET of this round.
Which is the Boogeyman so far.
Which would be, obviously, you've got to go quicker than Andrew Zeta's 386.
Right. So tell me this. 386 or better might get you in the final right now.
Right now.
Right now. Righto. There's the number. I'll say 386.
I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do here. They know what to do here. I'm on my 12th bucket of drool now, by the way. This is just pouring out of us, folks. Mouth-watering, the best mouth-watering radial moment we have had today is right now in front of us. Australian radial history has already been created. Here is some more. Run by run by run. This is how we do it. Oh, zing, he's back on it, but it's Ricker. Ricker with an 80. Ricker, 205.44. 205.44. It was Wade on the whole shot. 042 for Wade on the whole shot. 101 for Wade. Then it went zing. 074 for Ricker. 102 to the 60. 259 to 330 foot. And a 380. We've got to check the speed. I know 205 something is the speed record. 3805, 205.44. Hammy's 205 something. 3805, 205.44. Smiles all around you. Look at the start line. Look at these guys. This is just mind-blowing. We expected it. We weren't surprised. Yeah. We're not surprised, but this is what we wanted.
Unofficially, I think it's going to be Johnny Ricker and Joe Gauci in the final.
Oh, whoa.
Until race control confirms. But
we're in pro-line land here. We're in pro-charge land here, but to have two turbo cars in the final. Wow.
Can we just bring back some of these other guys as well, just for a test run?
Bring that beat back. Bring that beat back. Here's the boys. You know what? I want to see both these guys run a 3. If we're going to wish, if it's Christmas in April, and it was my birthday yesterday, so nice. I've already had the best birthday ever, right? Let me tell you. Best birthday weekend ever. We ain't done yet. We're not even done yet. Paul Merry, Jeff Campbell-Brown, these guys won in Outlaw Radial, and they've built what they want, and you got to hand it to them. We got some, what's the word Trent Carter's used the word, ghetto sleds. Ghetto sleds. Here's a couple of ghetto sleds right here for you. Even though I'm not taking it off you, Chevelle. I'm just using it. I don't think it's a trade. It's like donks, the term donks. That's what they are. American, look at these. They're American cars. Those great American lines and angles, and they're big vehicles too. All right. May they both have some 3s, please. Oh, wheel stand for Mary. 405, 185 mile an hour. A small wheel stand, but a very long and noticeable wheel stand there from the Nova. And Jeff Campbell-Brown all over on the hit. But yeah, 4:05.9. You don't think Paul Mary's happy to have a race day experience like he's having right now? And that might be the last one of the night for him, but I didn't forget it. That was just that front wheel, that left-hand front. I could see daylight. I could see the reflection of the lighting under the front end of that car as it went through. Paul Merry, nearly a 3.
So close. Looking at Fuel Tech USA, my unofficial results sheet here. Johnny Ricker, 380 to take on Joe Gauci with a 403 from that round.
Lane choice to Ricker, you think?
Yeah, lane choice to Ricker. Both drivers with 3 wins. The only drivers with 3 wins. Unofficially,
Yep.
I have made mistakes in the past.
I've been checking your work. Thank you, UFO Sorcery.
Thanks to the guys at Fuel Tech USA and Race Parts Melbourne. Outlaw Radial. Their round 3 is complete.
Oh, God, a cup of tea and a lie down. It's so exhausting. It's these explosions of pure excitement and adrenaline that's just sapping us. And everyone does go home. You get sapped by it. It's that much quality. It's like, dude, I have seen literally hundreds of quality vehicles today. I mean, 130 entries, 3 shots at qualities, 3 shots at racing. People have seen a couple of rounds of racing, gone home. A lot of people do have to travel sometimes, so yeah, they'll see those rounds and they'll head off. But you, the diehards, you want to see how it all ends.
Just another quick call for OG315, OG275, and Radio Renegades to the lanes, please. Johnny Ricker and Joe Gauci. So I've got the same results as race control. So
there
let's
go.
call it. We can call it now, Chris.
Well, it's good that
Officially.
race control come in and make sure that what they.
I like how they asked me if I've got the same as them.
It's good. That's good. So that's what it is.
Johnny Ricker and Joe Gauci will be in the final for Fuel Tech USA, Race Parts Melbourne, Outlaw Radial.
Johnny and Joe, and Johnny with lane choice. God, even that run between Symbolics and Zeta, just great to see side by side threes, whacking them down there. You know, the very best of the best. We're nearly all to the end. You know, if you want to live out your dreams, that's got to be as closest to living out the dream that you could ever have between these guys. There's obviously a dream of theirs to do it, and to watch them right there have occasions like that, that's what all the investment was worth. Absolutely, poetically, in these runs we've seen, it's all worthwhile when it all goes like that.
We might be giving the track a quick rub and spray here over in that far lane before we get underway with Spot On Performance and Fabrications, Outlaw 275. Another urgent call for OG 275. We need you guys in the lanes, please. OG 275, OG 315, you should already be there, but OG 275, this is your final call to get to the lanes.
Timmy's saying turn the sound off, and I wonder whether or not he was talking about the cars banging on the screen, or whether that was us telling us to turn the sound off, like our sound. I don't know what that meant. Just saw it then also too. I'm not really up on the messages. Some messages you have seen to me. Well, you're right, Scotty. It's a bit sticky out there, mate. This is the new traction thing. You know what we don't see? That we don't really see the guys coming up with those twist wrenches here. You never ever seen one of them come out today?
No, you don't really see it.
No one's talked. Anyone talked it just to see what that would pull? Because they talk about how much
the track meter,
yeah, the track meter. Whether they need. I don't think we need to do it. We're just doing it.
I think because it's prepped exactly the same between each session. So it'd be consistently, you'd think it'd be pulling the same. The only difference being now that it's getting a little bit cooler.
That was crazy. That last couple of pairings was just really, really crazy. Now, boys are doing there on the line, whether they are.
I think those guys are usually probably just working out where they want to stage the car.
Yeah.
Just looking at the groove.
Yeah, it's a little toolbox talk. We are just giving it a drag here with the tractor, but they are paying a particular amount of attention in there. Not really worried about the other one, but giving it a little bit of a rub over. But that's crazy. I mean, that very well could have been that could have been like a round of finals just then. What we saw there. Whatever we get from now on is the bonus. Like if this is truly the icing on the cake. Everyone gets rewarded with epic runs, but whatever it is, it will be. And we wish everyone all the best for their upcoming final obligations. We've only had one, and we're talking it up already. That's the one final we know is going to be tonight. And that's an all-turbo battle.
I better do the notes
Johnny
here
Ricker and Joe Gauci is our first determined final. And we're just going to find out who the rest are shortly in Outlaw 275. We should have also OG 315 and OG 275 in the lanes as well for round 3. And everyone else, just get ready, don't roll, just don't go missing. And if you do have to go missing, come and tell us. That always helps. Always helps with the seeding.
Well, having a look at Outlaw 275, we've got 3 competitors going into this round with 2 wins.
And there's one there that's going to be an epic battle.
Yeah,
Tim Cross, Jamie Jeffries.
So Tim Cross, Jamie Jeffries, one of those guys will definitely be in the final. Whoever wins that race will be guaranteed a spot in the final. The only change you can really have between that is Tony Webb. If he wins his race, well, actually, no matter what, Webb and the loser from Tim Cross and Jamie Jeffries will battle. Are the only other finals that can be. So it's either going to be Tim Cross, Jamie Jeffries, or Tony Webb in the final. One of those, or 2 of those 3 drivers will be in the final. Because none of these other drivers can get 2 wins.
No, and it'd be interesting to see if, Randall, I think, if he's got the blown Tirana back, and whether Kreitz can come back there, Randall might just have a crack at it one more time for the night. But yeah, Webby's got to take that run against Guy Hall on board.
If Webby wins, he's in the final no matter what. If he loses, then it's going to come back to a count back of what his ET is compared to the loser of the Cross Jeffries race.
Yes, that's right. Well, that's yeah, because we needed that a little bit more sophisticated, that scenario, didn't we? We really needed to think that out a little bit more. But the thing is, you can't plan for this.
No, you can't.
You just can't plan for this stuff. It just doesn't ever go, well, there was another ho-hum boring one with no interesting highlights, where it becomes nothing but chocker highlights.
One of the storylines will be completed in this very first bus because we've got Jeffries and Tim Cross straight up. So we know that winner of that, guaranteed a spot in the final. That we know.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Well, we've had that little rub and tickle there. Here they come. I can see one green car. It is Timmy against Jamie. Oh yes, righto. Tim's making sure that he gets those tyres hot. Does a burnout across the line, so no big heat early, and then roll off the throttle and drag that hot tyre across the start line. He actually skidded that tyre across the start line.
I thought the theory behind this was that you don't want to take the glue off the top of the track for these guys.
Well, that's the theory. You do the skid, you get the tyres hot, you get off the throttle and roll over the start line where you are, so where the glue is, and sort of pick some up on the way out and pick some up on the way back, and that's pretty well got you coated in theory. Skidding across the line means you've scuffed the whole line there. Unless you can get that back in the same spot, that's always been the important thing, isn't it? So maybe this is the attempt of trying something where he knows he's got to pull a reasonably sized rabbit out of his hat. Because Jamie Jeffries is getting the hang of this stuff, and Jamie's only relatively new in this car. And he had a good shot at the small tyre shootout last night, a red light in the first round, but then a bunch of 460s between yesterday and today. So a safe 460 might take the big Cortina out if anything goes not to plan. But if it all goes to plan, Jamie Jeffries is in a heap of trouble. Because Tim Cross don't come here to play, he comes here to race. Oh, Jamie, did it to yourself, Jamie.
Oh, Jamie's got some issues down there.
Oh, Jamie, loose. Timmy's going to go 3 from 3, but he's got an it doesn't matter, lane choice, ET. Okay. He's given that a kiss. Think he's given it a kiss down there. The Mustang might have had an incident. So we're just hurtling down there to pursue. Have a look at what has happened. You can see we're running up the middle of the track just to see if there is something a bit further up, because he did get pretty loose out there. I mean, I don't know who I was watching. I'm watching Tim.
No, I was watching Jeffrey. It looked like there was a bit of a haze, actually, from the back of the car.
Right, okay. So I didn't catch that. I was...
He made a quick move towards the centre line. You can sort of see the tracks there.
Yeah, right. I was looking at Tim all that time, and just wondering, because he left. Tim sat there and just took his time to try and let it rip, and it still played up a bit, but he still got a win, 3 from 3.
Now, interestingly, I think Tony Webb, if he doesn't matter what happens here now, because Jeffries across the centre line didn't get a time, he should be in the final, because even if he does lose, he's going to get a time.
Gotcha.
Unless he jumps the gun.
Gotcha. All right.
And gets no time. But if Tony Webb gets to the finish line, in my calculations, doesn't matter if he wins or loses, he will be in the final with Tim Cross.
There you go. So that looks like that's going to be a certainty. Now, we are hovering. We've got buggies going down, checking things. I don't think we've got too much more concern as regards to Jamie Jeffries. I think the Mustang is sort of safely down and around after its journey. It's gone on a bit of a journey, just sort of out of control. Maybe with whatever has leaked out has obviously caused a fair bit to allow him to be slip sliding around and maybe hit the wall after that. So we're
Well,
coming down the drag.
We've got the straddle.
Yeah, but that might even just show us whether it's fuel or maybe a water. If it's an oil, it's a different address to this problem. It's a different address. If we are going to run our sled over that area, it can very well be a mist of water or something. Did he pressurise the cooling system? Is it something like that? Did it blow a breather off? All right, just a quick yell to shout out a big g'day to everyone on the live stream, the Overtaking Lane stream. We've got to cease that stream now because we've been streaming for 11 hours and 55 minutes and we have to renew it or else it doesn't stay up on YouTube. So there is the link getting chucked over now. So jump on and get on to that new link as it comes up. Ready to have in those situations, you know, clean white rags down there and even just wipe from that and just to see whether you pick up anything other than what you would normally wipe if it's full of track prep. So that sled drag there is a remedy there that seems to be the main concern. Looks like we're not peeling out any other more drastic stuff like the big bags, the big white bags. You know, when the big white bags come out, you know, you can toddle off and paint a small painting sometimes or do whatever. You know that it's time for a little bit of a break, especially from trying to actively spectate when we're doing that. Because I think we all know how well they go about it, and how well they do it, and how hard working they are. We do all appreciate that, but we know you guys have got this, whatever it needs to be done. When we're on, we're on. When we're not, well, we'll just be careful. We get it back to scratch any which way it takes. You know that we won't skimp on that just for the sake of it. We're the anti. We shouldn't say we're anti no prep. We're just saying, well, we're the sort of the opposite of no prep. Lots of prep, tons of prep, and extra prep if we have to. Because when you look at the cars that these guys have invested in, they want that. They appreciate that, and you know it is, and they're willing